Earthed up, here lies an imp o' hell, planted by Satan's dibble. Poor silly wretch, he's damned himself, to save the Lord the trouble. Robert Burns, 1794. Chapter 1. Goodbyes. Deep in the East Sussex countryside, a life was about to change, permanently. It was a cold November night. The rain was falling densely onto the country road, causing it to glisten in the intermittent moonlight. The trees, which seemed to lean low over the narrow road, rustled gently in the wind, with the damp smell of wet earth heavy in the air. The woods were not quite bare of their leaves yet, however they had started their seasonal undressing. The ground was thick in places with mulch, squeezed and pressed by passing cars, horses and farm vehicles. Momentarily there was a strong gust of wind, causing fresh greenery to fall like oversized confetti. The moon passed behind the clouds again, and the torrent started to fall more aggressively. Next to the road was a turning onto a long driveway. The wooden gate was closed, and on it the words Oak Farm were engraved in white onto a black rectangle of wood. The letters themselves had a very slight green tinge to them, as though nature abhorred pure white and was doing its best to smother it. The unbending driveway led up to a large house on the right. It was surrounded by fir trees that were higher than the house itself, close enough to give privacy, but not so close that it felt at all enclosed. Between the walls of the house and the trees, there was a magnificent lawn at the front and a paved area at the back, complete with barbecue and outdoor furniture that was protected from this foul weather with dark green covers. Just before the driveway forked to turn right to the house, there was a double garage, and next to it, after the turning, a small building. It had once been the eponymous Oak Farmhouse, but was now a small office. The drive stopped here, and opposite there was a gate into a field. The rain continued to pelt down ferociously. From the road you could see very little, but had you been a little way up the drive, you would have been able to view a figure dashing across the space between the house and the garage, almost slipping on the wet ground and swearing. The garage door was an electronically operated one on rollers, and the operator had left it moments too late to press the remote to open the door, so it had to stand out in the rain for an extra few seconds. The light had come automatically, and the man pushed his hand through his wet hair before walking to one of the two cars that were parked in the garage, a Toyota sports utility vehicle and a smaller Renault people carrier. It was with reluctance that Owen walked towards the Renault. He would rather have driven the larger vehicle, but his wife was doing the designated driver duties later this evening. It was her turn, and she hated driving the Toyota, feeling that it was too big, especially in the tiny country lanes that surrounded the house. Owen squeezed his tall frame into the driver's seat of the car, slid the seat back and adjusted the mirror. His wife had reversed the car into the garage so it was facing the right way, something he could never be bothered to do. He inserted the key and started the engine. The car rolled gently out of the garage, and as soon as it had cleared the door, the electronic motor whirred quietly into life, bringing the shutter down behind it. Owen turned the headlights on almost as an afterthought and carefully drove the car across the driveway and up to the back door of the house where 3 other people were huddled in the conservatory. As soon as Owen stopped, a slight figure ran for the front passenger seat, another made for the passenger side back seat, whilst the 4th struggled with a lock on the conservatory door for a few seconds before dashing across to sit behind his father, slamming the car door recklessly behind him. Owen winced but said nothing and reversed the car gently back onto the driveway, swinging round so the nose was pointing in the direction of the main road. Freddie and Rose sat on the back seat, ignoring each other. Owen sometimes wished that his son, the older of the two, would make the effort to look like he wanted to be with the rest of them. He was 24 and had graduated from university over 2 years ago now, with a fairly average degree in a pointless subject, and had since struggled to find work. Initially, he'd been full of enthusiasm and had taken part-time jobs whenever he could find them, but when ultimately the only full-time positions available locally were jobs stacking shelves at a local supermarket, he'd slowly dipped into depression. He'd stuck with the appointment, filling the shelves overnight as part of the night team for a few months, but once he'd started to realise he was not going to get his dream career and that this might be the reality of the rest of his life, he'd slowly descended from being a bright and interested individual into a miserable and uncommunicative recluse. He'd never been the stereotypical teen when he had actually been a teenager, but several years after, he was having a damn good crack at it. Rose, on the other hand, was almost 5 years his junior, had recently stormed through her A-levels, achieving excellent grades and deferring her entrance to university for a year. She had spent from the early summer, when she had finished her exams, working as hard as she could and saving up for a trip around the world. She was flying to Thailand in a few days with a couple of friends who had also been working and saving frantically for months, and from Bangkok their itinerary was to follow their instincts and travel where they wanted to, although Australia was definitely part of the plan. Owen wished that Rose could pass some of her boundless enthusiasm for everything on to her brother. He glanced at them in the rearview mirror. What a contrast. This evening was about the family saying goodbye to Rose. The following weekend she was going on a night out with all of her friends. However, tonight was on a smaller scale. It was just the four of them going for a meal together to see her off. It might not be until well into next year that they would get the opportunity to be together again. Rebecca watched her husband glancing into the mirror to look at their children. She shared his concerns about Freddie and sometimes worried that he was a lost cause. He always seemed to let things get to him. Whilst Rose was right at this moment engaging with her friends via her mobile phone, Freddie hardly touched his. He had Facebook, Instagram and Snapchat accounts that he very rarely used. Rebecca would sometimes look at them, not in a voyeuristic or intrusive kind of way. She was just hoping to find some evidence that he was interacting with someone, somewhere, and he did not seem to be. He had little contact with his friends from school or university. For a while he seemed to be enjoying socialising with the people he worked with overnight at Tesco, but when he stopped working he had pretty much cut off contact with that group as well. From what she could see, he still had friends on social media, but he never contacted them, and they never contacted him. She even wished he would get another tattoo. He fell in love with them at university, and when he had his job at the supermarket, he had started getting one arm done all over, a sleeve, as she had discovered it was called. But it remained incomplete, some colour in places, but mainly the black and white unfinished outline. Rebecca could not remember when he had last had a girlfriend, and it was certainly not for lack of opportunities. He was tall, handsome when he smiled, his hair was a little gothic for her taste, sort of somewhere between long and short, and dyed black, which was only a tiny bit darker than his natural colour anyway, and even the piercings, which she had worried would go out of control when he was at university, with several in each ear plus nose and lips, had settled down to just a couple in each ear. There was so much potential in him that seemed to be being wasted because of his apathy and depression, and like any parent, Rebecca wished there was something she could do to help him, but did not have a clue where to start. The winding country lane now gave way to a wider road, and soon the car had sped up and was tearing into the miles between them and Renfield, their local town, where dinner awaited the Naismiths. The restaurant was a dimly lit Chinese buffet. Owen had wanted to go somewhere more upmarket and expensive as an appropriate send-off. However, this establishment was what Rose had wanted. There had been many a successful birthday meal spent here. She absolutely loved the place, so it made sense. The one concession that Rose had made was that for once they were not eating from the buffet, but had decided to take the unusual step of ordering from the menu. The four of them sat around a table, Owen and Rebecca on one side, Rose and Freddie on the other. Freddie was up against the wall, or as his brain was telling him, scrunched uncomfortably in the corner, which was totally untrue as he had plenty of space. Ever the one to do the wrong thing in social situations, his mobile phone was now prominent on the table in front of him, and he was swiping away, looking at social media profiles of people that he had literally no interest in. Rebecca glanced at him, but said nothing. She was fairly sure he was just doing it to get a reaction, and she was not going to give him the satisfaction. They were all dressed well. Rose and Rebecca in colourful dresses, and Owen in a smart suit. Only Freddie, naturally, had, presumably deliberately, not made the effort and was wearing dark jeans, a studded belt and a black sleeveless shirt that showed off his incomplete tattoos. In other words, his usual wardrobe. The others were looking through the menu. Owen was the first to speak. "I think we should consider going for one of the set menus," he said, pointing down to the page in front of him. Freddie glanced over to see which set menu his father was looking at. "I don't like special rice," he said quietly. "I don't like all the bits in it, you know that." "Well, then we could ask for plain rice," said Rose brightly. She knew Freddie would be like this, he always was, and there was no way she was going to let him do his usual trick of draining the energy from the room. Freddie gave a half-hearted shrug and looked back down at the menu. Consciously or unconsciously, he mirrored Owen's gesture and pointed at the menu. "And I don't really like duck, and crispy chili beef's not my favourite either." Well, said Rose, we can change them. What's the point of ordering a set menu if we're going to change everything, mumbled Freddie. Rose turned to face him, grabbed his face in both hands and gave him a big kiss on the lips. I love you, big brother, she said, watching him try to squirm away from her, now legitimately trapped between her and the wall. He was angling for someone to snap at him, to tell him off, to give him a reason to be offended. This happened every time the family went out together, the times that he did not manage to wriggle out of anyway, and they all knew his game and were not going to play. The most likely to break was Owen, but he was already on his first beer, and anyway Rose had earlier briefed him on exactly what Freddie would do, even in which order he would probably do it, and he was under strict instructions not to rise to it. Freddie was so predictable. It would soon be time for him to put on his headphones. Freddie made a big point of wiping his face on a napkin whilst at the same time giving his sister a murderous glare. You can have whatever you want, darling brother, said Rose, as long as you enjoy it. Freddie looked back down at the menu, then swept it aside and concentrated back on his mobile phone. I can't believe how much money you've managed to save, said Owen, as he started looking through the rest of the menu. I'm genuinely impressed. Freddie shook his head slightly and rolled his eyes. Owen ignored him and looked to Rebecca on his right. In fact, love, there's something we want to say. Rose looked up from her menu and raised her eyebrows. Yes, said Rebecca. Owen and I discussed something back at the start of the summer and made a decision. When we saw how much you managed to save, we gave ourselves a stern talking to, but decided that we wanted to do it anyway. So, said Owen after a brief pause, we're going to give you the same again. Rose had been giving her parents her full attention, but even so, she had not been expecting that. I'm sorry. We're going to double what you saved, reiterated Owen, so you can make sure it truly is the trip of a lifetime. Rose put her hand to her mouth and tears welled in her eyes. Really, she said after a pause, that's amazing. Thank you so much. She leapt up and dashed around to her father and gave him a massive hug. Thank you. She also leaned across Owen and kissed her mum. Are you sure? Absolutely, said Rebecca. There were smiles all round until the inevitable gloomy interjection. Great, said Freddie. What about me? Owen and Rebecca had known this was going to happen and had discussed precisely how to handle it. Well, naturally we're going to double what you earned this summer as well, said Owen, with a mock shock looked on his face that Freddie had even considered that he might be left out. Owen pulled his wallet out of his pocket, rifled through the cash, then pulled out a tatty £5 note. That ought to cover it, he said, and put the note down on top of the screen of Freddie's phone. Freddie glared at him in disgust as his hand almost independently collected the note and slipped it into his pocket before pulling out his headphones and putting them on. The order for food was taken, not the set menu, and it had arrived. Rose had enthused about the food, and even Freddie had taken his headphones back off. You need to be really careful in Thailand, he opined seriously. There are some places where they don't welcome Westerners. Well, it's not like I'm going round by myself, said Rose. So, said Owen, after Thailand? We have so many ideas, said Rose with a huge grin. She pulled out her phone, partially as an aide-memoire, but mainly so that she could show the others. She opened a map app. Bangkok was already highlighted with a drop pin. We have so many choices. We can either head west by road, which will take us to Cambodia and Vietnam, both of which look really interesting. Or we could head south into Malaysia and then fly from Kuala Lumpur to Singapore. She used her fingers to zoom out of the map. Then there's Indonesia and Australia. Singapore looks cool, said Freddie, for a moment dropping his guard and offering a rare smile. The view from the city from the top of the Marina Bay Sands Hotel is supposed to be amazing. There's a cocktail bar at the top on the roof so you could admire the skyline whilst enjoying a Singapore sling. The other three were all a little taken aback by his sudden input. It was the most that Freddie had said that evening, in fact, probably for days. Rose smiled. It sounds great, but if I have a Singapore sling, it will be at the Long Bar at Raffles Hotel, she said. That's where it originated, and it's on the list. So, said Owen, who will choose whether you head east or south from Thailand? The three of us will agree between us. There will be arguments, said Freddie. It's inevitable. There are three of us, said Rose. We've already agreed that we will go with what the majority want. We've even agreed that if the same two overrule the third person twice, the next decision is automatically theirs. That sounds very reasonable, smiled Rebecca. In principle, said Freddie. So Thailand to Australia via an as yet to be determined route, said Owen. So what are you going to see in Australia? The place is massive. There is so much to see that we have realised that we will never do all of it, said Rose. So we've decided to stick to the east coast. Plans are a bit up in the air, but we will start at Cairns in the north or Melbourne in the south and then backpack to the other. We will either hire a car or use buses and trains. The one rule we've made for ourselves is that once we're there, no planes. We want to experience the true scale of the place. But East Coast means no Ayers Rock, exclaimed Rebecca. The most iconic image of Australia, and you won't be seeing it. You see, I'd have said that the most iconic image of Australia was the Sydney Harbour Bridge, pronounced Owen, or the Opera House. No, said Rebecca. Ayers Rock, hands down. Uluru, said Freddie. We haven't ruled that out, actually, said Rose. It's the one thing we are allowing ourselves to see by plane if we have the time and the money. So Uluru is on the maybe list. She glanced across to Freddie. And you're right, it's Uluru. To me, it will always be Ayers Rock, said Rebecca. That's because you have no respect for the indigenous people, said Freddie. Owen and Rebecca glanced at each other. Normal service, it would appear, had been resumed. So what kind of stuff will you be doing on the East Coast? Owen folded his napkin and raised his eyebrows. Again, there's so much, said Rose. Canberra and the Australian Parliament. Freddie rolled his eyes at this. He did not share his sister's interest in politics. And obviously Sydney, the zoo, the Opera House, the bridge climb, Manly and Bondi beaches, and then probably the Blue Mountains and the Jenolan Caves. Heading north, there's Fraser Island, the Whitsundays, Brisbane, the Gold Coast. Too much to take in, really. It's why we're going to decide exactly what we're going to do when we get there. It sounds amazing, said Rebecca. Owen nodded and was surprised to see that Freddie did too. I'm actually a little bit jealous, said Freddie. Not that I will ever be able to afford it. You never know, said Rose. I do know, said Freddie. I would have to get a job, and nobody wants to employ me. Rose nodded. She understood where her brother was emotionally, and it was not a great place. As he'd got more and more depressed, he had struggled to motivate himself to do anything. He spent more and more time just lying in bed. He called in sick at work so often that Tesco eventually just sacked him. The people he worked with there wanted to continue to be friends, but he increasingly rarely responded to their messages until they stopped bothering. And when he did get some interviews for other jobs, his confidence had been so badly knocked, he struggled to answer even simple questions. Rebecca and Owen did not understand. For a long time they thought he just needed to get off his lazy arse and sort himself out. It was Rose that genuinely understood, and it was her that had taken the time to explain the situation to her parents and persuade them that Freddie's mental illness was as real and debilitating as any physical injury or impairment. Anyway, said Freddie, this is not about me. He shook his head and looked at Rose. It sounds amazing, Rose. As I said, I'm really envious. He smiled at her, and Rose felt her heart melt a little. She did not want to show an obvious sign of affection as it would embarrass him, so she grabbed his hand under the table and squeezed it. You're going to have a fabulous time, said Owen as he called for the bill. We will miss you. And it's kind of goodbye, really, said Freddie, as when you come back, you'll be straight off to uni. The waiter arrived with a bill, which Owen settled in cash. They all made their way back to the car and started the drive home. As previously arranged, Rebecca did the driving. 15 minutes later, a van driving at over 80 miles per hour on the single-track road near their home collided with their car as they went round a corner. Rebecca, Owen and the driver of the van were killed instantly. Freddie had to be cut out of the wrecked car but walked away with minor cuts and bruises. Rose spent a week in intensive care with severe head injuries before she too died. She never regained consciousness, and Freddie never left her bedside. Chapter 2. The Funeral. It was a chilly, damp morning in late November. The sun hid behind an ocean of wet clouds, never daring to peek between them for fear of brightening up the solemn occasion. It was one of those days that felt perpetually like twilight, as though the token rays of light present were threatening to withdraw from the heavens at a moment's notice. Just threatening, though, never actually going through with it. An empty threat of early darkness. Every day had started to feel like this to Freddie. The car crash had been sudden, but it had taken a while for the emergency services to realise that there had been an accident, so help did not arrive quickly. When he realised that he had no signal on his own mobile phone, and after he had checked Rose's, Freddie had endured the grim task of trying to find out if the one his father carried was working. Rebecca never carried one. None of them had a signal. However, eventually someone had seen the wreckage and called for an ambulance. Freddie was trapped in the car for over an hour with his dead parents and a sister with critical injuries. At first he tried to get out of the car, but his door was up against a tree trunk and the passenger side doors were so badly damaged they would not open. The windscreen was gone, but the front of the car had been so badly crushed from the impact it was holding Owen and Rebecca in place. He tried at first to escape to try and help Rose, but to no avail. When the emergency services initially arrived, it was a sole police car. Freddie told the officer that Rebecca and Owen were dead and that his sister was unconscious, and then they had to help her first, which was exactly what had happened when the cutting tools arrived. The days since then had dragged on forever. Freddie had known that his parents were dead within seconds of the crash, but Rose was a different story. Freddie was examined at the accident and emergency department, and apart from the superficial injuries to his arms and ribs and a sore neck, he was fine. Rose went straight in for a CT scan, which resulted in emergency surgery for a skull fracture and cerebral contusions. She remained unconscious and in intensive care, and as soon as Freddie was allowed to go and see her, he did. He held her hand and talked to her for the best part of a week. He was told that she was very unlikely to wake, but somehow he never believed that she would die. Friends and family were informed and visited as often as they could, and they even tried to take Freddie home with them, but he refused to leave the hospital. He had been getting a cup of tea when Rose died. There had been no warning. He'd gone to the vending machine 3 corridors away, and when he'd come back, the room was a hive of activity. He'd not been allowed in, and a nurse just gave him a huge hug and said that she was sorry. Somehow he had held it together. He collected the death certificates, registered the deaths, informed the banks. His father had always been very organised. There was a file with instructions and all the information that would be needed in the event of anything happening to him or Rebecca. He'd cancelled passports, driving licences, contacted their employers, insurers, and then even started to arrange the funeral. It had all seemed like something he could handle because he'd convinced himself that Rose would make it through, perhaps even be able to attend. Family, mainly Rebecca's sisters, tried to get involved, but he pushed them away. He was doing it for his little sister, so that when she woke, it would all be taken care of. None of it would be her problem. And of course, when she had died, he had fallen apart, then pulled himself together again, quickly. He had time to change the funeral for 2 to a ceremony for 3. He did the things that were required of him mechanically. He chose the hymns and the songs. He found photographs for the order of service. He contacted everyone to let them know when it was. He used emails whenever he could because he was not in the right frame of mind to talk to anyone either face to face or on the telephone. A couple of people volunteered to do the speeches, including Rose's boyfriend, Jacob. Jacob was unaware that Rose had no intention of staying with him when she went to university. She had planned to say goodbye when she left for Thailand, and Freddie did not see the point of telling him now. He allowed Jacob to play the grieving boyfriend. Freddie also arranged the pallbearers. He wanted the coffins carried in, one behind the other. He decided how to present 3 coffins in the crematorium. Freddie was given all of these questions and problems, and he made all of the decisions. He soon realised that it was the only thing keeping him going. He had no idea what on earth he was going to do when it was all over. He did have some support. He pushed most people away who tried to help him, politely but firmly, but there was one exception. His ex-girlfriend from university, Lauren, had contacted him, insisted on coming down to see him, and when she'd said no, she told him she was coming anyway. She had visited many times in the breaks between terms at uni, so she knew where he lived. When she found out how much he'd taken on by himself, she arranged to take a couple of weeks off work and stayed with him at Oak Farm from 2 days after Rose died until after the funeral. Freddie had resisted at first, but in the end Lauren was the only person that he allowed to help him. She never told him what to do, only answered his questions and advised him what she would do if it were her. Freddie's auntie Sylvia had asked Lauren when they'd got back together when Lauren answered the phone once. She had replied politely that they'd not got back together. She was just helping a dear friend in desperate need. This all led to today. The service was due to start at midday, but thanks to a slight traffic build-up in the town, the funeral cortege arrived at the crematorium a few minutes behind schedule. The mourner's car, followed by the 3 hearses, pulled slowly into the area outside the main doors, which was clearly not designed for that many coffins to arrive at once. The car door opened, and Freddie and Lauren, as well as Sylvia and Teresa, his mother's sisters, and Jacob, stepped out of the car. The first coffin stopped right behind them. It was Owen's. Freddie stared at the hearse, feeling numb. He was dressed in a dark suit with a white shirt and black tie. Lauren was standing next to him, looking dignified in a dark business suit and hat. She saw him falter slightly and took his hand. Normally he would have snatched it away and insisted that he was okay. Today he had not even noticed. There was a meticulous choreography to this part of the service. Owen's coffin was carefully taken from the hearse and lifted by 6 people. Freddie's brain was at the point where he resisted acknowledging who they were, but it was 6 friends of Owen, 2 from work and others from school and university. All of the pallbearers had stoic looks on their faces. He was sure they needed to let out some emotions, but also sure they knew that would have to come later. The staff from the undertakers who had accompanied them delicately made sure that everyone was in the right place and that the weight was evenly distributed before gently motioning the coffin forward. Lauren had ultimately arranged who did the carrying of the first 2 coffins. It had all been too much for Freddie. He had tried, but found somehow that he did not care who performed these duties. The coffin clear, the first hearse drove slowly out of the way and the second pulled up. Rebecca's coffin was slowly taken out. It was his 2 uncles, Rebecca's sister's husbands, who were at the front, again with friends taking up the final 4 positions. The sisters were somewhat less stoic, Auntie Sylvia letting out a loud sob through a handkerchief-covered face. Freddie always found her so embarrassing. The second hearse drove away, and the third pulled up. Rose. Lauren squeezed his hand and Freddie suppressed a desire to scream. It would make his behaviour close to that of his idiotic and emotional aunt, and he swallowed and tried to adopt a dispassionate demeanour, which was bloody hard when his brain was screaming, "My little sister Rose is dead in that box." The rear door of the hearse was opened. Rose's casket was different from the other 2. Whilst Owen and Rebecca's had a plain oak finish, hers was painted white. One of the undertakers pulled the coffin forward and 2 of Rose's friends took the handles at the rear. 2 more stood at the middle, and finally it had rolled forward enough for the pallbearers at the front to take their places. Letting go of Lauren's hand, Freddie stepped forward and took his place. Jacob took the position opposite. Freddie was almost impressed with the lad. Although his eyes were pink, he was not actually crying. Freddie had agonised for a couple of days about selecting Jacob to lead with him, but had decided, however much contempt he had for him, it was the right thing to do. The casket was now being held at waist height by the 6 of them. Freddie and Jacob shuffled round so they were facing the crematorium doors at right angles to the hearse, and then slowly, carefully lifted the coffin to head height, with a slight wobble as it settled on their shoulders. The undertaker quickly glanced at the way it was held, then nodded to Freddie. Freddie wanted to glance at Jacob to nod, to tell him to start walking, but his dead sister's coffin was between them. They walked ahead slowly, all of the time the weight of her and her expensive wooden box crushing down on his shoulders. As they crossed the threshold of the crematorium, silence fell and he heard the music start playing. The chamber was absolutely packed, literally standing room only, and he was surprised to see some of his acquaintances. He struggled to admit that he had any friends apart from Lauren, from Tesco, and many from university. That had to be down to Lauren. He had not invited anyone. The rest were family from both sides. His poor grandparents at the front, too old to carry the coffin but desperate to show their support for him. He had not been able to face talking to them. Again, Lauren had done that, communicating on his behalf. Freddie led the walk slowly towards the front of the chapel, his dread of tripping at the forefront of his mind. But of course he did not, and eventually they were in front of the congregation. Rebecca and Owen were already in place, their coffins on 2 pairs of oak coffin stands in front of the raised platform of the crematorium. That was the place reserved for Rose. Freddie and Jacob walked up to the platform and placed the end of the coffin onto the runners and stood back as the other 4 gently pushed Rose into place. When it was done, Freddie took a moment to look at the beautiful wooden box with its shiny handles and flawless white finish. Then, feeling a tear trying to escape his face, he stiffened his sober resolve and went and took his seat with Lauren. She offered a hand, but he shook his head and sat down. The rest of the service passed in a blur. It was longer than the usual funeral ceremony. The minister read out a passage about all 3 of the dead, and then there were individual tributes, readings and songs. It was the longest funeral that Freddie had ever been to. Not that he'd been to many, just a couple of great-grandparents when he was younger and Owen's parents more recently. He had expected to feel numb and cold and a whole host of other emotions, but actually he found that what he felt was boredom. During the speeches, he wanted to step in and tell them how he did not recognise the picture of his parents that their respective relatives were drawing, until it came to the turn of Sarah. Sarah was Rose's closest friend, one of the two that she should have been travelling with even now. She was short, skinny and a little geeky looking with her overlarge glasses, but the speech she made was perfect. Not only did he actually see Rose in what Sarah was saying, he was so impressed that such a young girl, one who usually struggled with confidence in social situations, painted a more passionate and beautiful picture of his sister than he had thought possible. It was honest. Rose had flaws, and unlike the camouflaged truth his relatives had spoken about his mum and dad, which depicted them as perfect human beings, Sarah acknowledged those flaws and used them to build a realistic and somehow far more tender portrayal of Rose than the people 3 times her age had managed about his parents. Sarah was outstanding, and Freddie wished he had the balls to tell her so to her face. The best he would be able to manage would be a text message. The service droned on, a prayer, a hymn, and finally, when he thought he could stand it no longer, it was over. The crowd were being invited to view the flowers outside. Freddie stood, walked to the door with Lauren, and then turned and took one last lingering glance at the ethereal white box. He was amongst the first to actually leave the crematorium, and although he tried to fulfil his role of thanking the others as they streamed out, he could feel the dread rising in himself. As he stood, he felt the telltale sign that a panic attack was coming, a slight wobble in his balance followed by a moment of breathlessness. In the right environment, he could usually, with breathing and concentration, slowly force the horrible feeling that was advancing from his gut and spreading through his body back into place. But this was not the right environment. Usually it would take a few moments for the breathless feeling and pins and needles to start in his extremities, but he could already feel them. Lauren could see something was wrong. "Freddie, are you okay?" He shook his head as someone else walked past, expecting him to greet and thank them, which he failed to do. There was a look of extreme concentration on his face. "Car keys," he said quietly. Too quietly, in fact. "Sorry?" "Car keys, please," he begged. Lauren nodded and pulled them out of her handbag. Freddie grabbed them unceremoniously from her and rushed away. Sylvia, Rebecca's older sister, who was leaving the crematorium at that moment, followed him with her eyes. "Is he all right?" Lauren shook her head. "No, far from it." Sylvia tutted. "He needs to keep it together. He's not the only person who lost someone today." Lauren resisted rolling her eyes, noting that Sylvia had taken Freddie's place thanking people as they left the crematorium. Annoyingly, she was exactly the right mixture of ingratiating and beholden, which was a shame, as Lauren wanted to be able to pick fault with everything Sylvia was doing right at this moment. She stepped back and let Freddie's aunt do her thing. It was not long before the surge of people leaving was down to a trickle. The last few were the ones that Lauren had asked from university. Jake and Shinsaku were the final 2 to exit, the doors closing behind them. Lauren took one last glance through at the trio of coffins, her eyes lingering on the white one, the final thing she could see through the doors as the opening became narrower, then it was totally obscured. She had said thank you to the last few people as they came through. Sylvia had wandered off as soon as all of the family were out, but when it came to Jake and Shinsaku, she allowed herself a hug. The 3 of them embraced in an unreserved manner. The 2 guys had been an item since the 2nd year at university. There had been a group of 6 of them, including Freddie, who had been inseparable. Shinsaku looked around. "Where's Freddie?" He's dashed off to the car," replied Lauren. "I think he's having a panic attack." Jake nodded. "I remember he used to get them at uni. He used to run off then too." Lauren nodded. "I'll give him a few minutes, then I'll go back and check on him." Jake and Shinsaku looked at each other. "How is he?" Lauren shook her head. "I've hardly seen him for the last 2 years. I know it's a cliche, but he is literally a shadow of his former self." She rummaged in her bag and pulled out a pack of cigarettes and motioned for the others to follow her round the corner, where both her and Shinsaku lit up. Jake glared at them both. "You'd both stopped," he exclaimed. And once these are gone, I'll stop again," said Lauren. "As I was saying, the Freddie we know is just not here anymore. The sense of humour, the right take on life, all gone. I barely recognise him." "Well, that's hardly a surprise," said Shinsaku. "It's not just because of this," explained Lauren. "I talked to Rose a lot over this last year. He's been like it for a while. She said it's like someone has drained the life from him. She could feel herself on the verge of being engulfed by tears, and then, like a wave crashing, she just couldn't stop them anymore." Shinsaku flicked his cigarette away and gave her a hug. It's nice that Craig was okay with you spending so much time with Freddie, said Jake. Lauren looked up from Shinsaku's shoulder and shook her head. He wasn't, she spat. He was pissed off with me when he found out that I even asked Rose about how Freddie was getting on, let alone the idea of actually meeting up with him. That was the final straw. We split up when I came down here. I haven't told Freddie. Oh, crap, I'm sorry, said Jake, and joined in the embrace. Lauren winced as she crushed himself into her. Do you think he will change his mind? Jake eventually asked. He probably will have. However, I won't, said Lauren firmly. Freddie will always be my friend. So will you guys. Craig couldn't understand how you can have a friendship with your ex. She reached down to get another cigarette, then thought better of it, but offered one to Shinsaku, who gratefully accepted. I'm going to check on him. Do you want us to come with you? Asked Jake. Lauren shook her head. Lauren approached the car. She could see Freddie sitting in the passenger seat with his eyes closed. Clutched in his hands was an empty paper bag. He did not notice as she approached, so, not wanting to startle him, she tapped lightly on the window. He did jump a little, but opened the car door. I had a panic attack, he said uselessly. Lauren nodded. I assumed so. Were you able to stop it? Freddie shook his head. It was really bad. One of the worst ones I've had. How are you feeling now? She asked. Freddie shook his head. Not ready to go back yet, he said. Sorry. Don't be sorry, said Lauren. She squatted down, took his hand and looked into his face. Although the features were the same, she did not resemble the person she'd been in love with 4 years ago. His face had a hard, dispassionate edge that had never been there before, and his eyes, that used to be so welcoming if shy, now just looked like they were warning everyone away. They sat like that for a few minutes, him looking straight ahead and barely blinking, her holding his hand, wanting desperately to make him feel better, but knowing that it was impossible. She was not going to be the one to break the moment. She would let this continue until Freddie was ready. Auntie Sylvia, on the other hand, had different ideas. So that's where you've got to, she fussed, peering over Lauren's shoulder at her nephew. The spell broken, Freddie looked at his aunt, and Lauren stood up. Freddie dear, I know it's a horrible day, and of course you feel it more than any of us, but you simply have to hold it together a little longer. Sylvia tried to look sympathetic, but it was not an expression that naturally fitted on her face. He's okay, said Lauren. He's just had a panic attack. He'll be okay. Oh, poor Freddie, exclaimed Sylvia, pushing Lauren out of the way and leading down in an attempt to give him her version of a reassuring hug. Freddie endured it, but said nothing. I know it's horrendously difficult, my love, but you need to get it together now. We still have the wake. Everyone is expecting you to take charge. Lauren bristled. This was exactly what Freddie did not need. She knew him well enough to know what was coming next. Lauren, can you take me home? Sylvia stood up, and Freddie took this opportunity to slam the car door closed. Now! But you can't, exclaimed Sylvia. You simply can't. Your nan and granddad are expecting you to be there. Now, Lauren, please, shouted Freddie through the door. Lauren said, excuse me, and darted around Sylvia to let herself into the front seat of the car. She looked fervently in the direction of Jake and Shinsaku, who had emerged from their smoking corner, wishing she could talk to them before she left, but also understanding that Freddie needed to escape right now. Lauren started the car and drove away, leaving an exasperated Auntie Sylvia shaking her head and wringing her hands. They drove at a sedate pace. Freddie said absolutely nothing, but Lauren could hear that his phone was constantly pinging to indicate that it was receiving messages. In the end, he turned it off and threw it into the footwell of the car in disgust. They were near a service station at the junction to the motorway. Lauren turned into the lane for the services. What are you doing? Asked Freddie. I need a coffee, stated Lauren. Freddie nodded, and they were soon in the Starbucks drive-through. Once their drink had been delivered, Lauren drove to a remote spot in the car park and parked. Freddie looked at her with annoyance. What now? He snapped. I also need a fag, said Lauren forcefully. Freddie looked downcast. I've driven you to smoke again. Lauren's expression softened. No, Freddie, not you. Let's just say that I have a lot going on at the moment. For the first time since she appeared on his doorstep 2 weeks ago, it dawned on Freddie that she must have had other things to do, and that being here with him must have created other issues for her. He realised that he had not asked her once how she was, or what she'd put aside to be here helping him, and he found that he hated himself even more than he did already, which was no mean feat. They stepped outside the car. Although he didn't like the smell of burning tobacco, he made the effort to stand next to her. He looked at the ground. I don't think I've said thank you, he mumbled. You've been brilliant. That caused her eyes to moisten, but she flickered the tears back fiercely. She patted his shoulder. I do get it, she said, after a draw from the cigarette. This is the biggest thing that has ever happened to you. It's changed everything. But you've had to give up things to be here too, he said. She gave a mirthless smile. You don't know the half of it, she wanted to say, but she stopped herself. Instead, she said, work owed me loads of time off. It's fine. I can't imagine that Craig was all that pleased. Lauren flicked some ash away with gusto. That's putting it mildly, she said. Freddie felt a cloak of guilt crawling over his body. But you'll sort it out. He said it as a matter of certainty and felt the cloak tighten around him when she did not answer. He looked down. No, he wanted to smash something into very tiny pieces. It took all his resolve not to kick the living daylights out of the litter bin opposite him. He had a problem with me asking Rose how you were getting on, said Lauren. Coming to see you, even in these circumstances, was the last straw for him. She flicked the tobacco butt onto the tarmac and ground it viciously underfoot. But you will sort it out, Freddie repeated. The tightness of his invisible cloak was causing him to feel short of breath, and his balance gave a telltale wobble. He could sense pins and needles in his extremities. I'm not allowed to have friends that he doesn't approve of, said Lauren forcefully. If it wasn't this, then it would have been something else. I haven't been happy for a long time. Freddie wanted to give her a hug, but could feel the panic rapidly rising in his body. He walked round to the other side of the car, opened the door, and grabbed his paper bag and started breathing in and out of it. He worried that it might look theatrical, that she might think he was doing it for attention, but it was far more important at this moment that he fight the tide of dread that was threatening once again to engulf him. He sat in the passenger seat with his legs on the ground and breathed deeply. Lauren crossed over to him. It did not occur to her he was doing this for attention. She waited until he stopped breathing into the bag. Better? He asked. I held it back, he exhaled. Come on, mister, she said. Let's get you home. They drove to Oak Farm in virtual silence. Lauren's phone kept ringing and beeping as texts came in, but she ignored them. She had sent an explanation and apology to Jake and Shinsaku, but was now worried that Freddie felt bad about the damage to her relationship with Craig. And she was even more worried that he might think there was now a possibility of something between them. She knew that he'd never got over her. She need not have worried. Freddie could think of nothing else but his sister. How she could be in Thailand right now with her friends rather than in a cold white box. He glanced at his watch and had a moment of realisation. She would no longer be in the box. Both her and the box would probably be ash by now. His brain turned immediately to visions of Rose inside a coffin as it was put into the furnace, the heat around her inert body increasing until her hair caught fire and her clothes and ultimately her damaged flesh. It had somehow been reassuring to know that even though she was dead, she still physically existed. This was the moment when he finally comprehended that this was no longer the case, and it was crushing. They arrived at the house just after 3. It was already starting to get dark outside. The heating was on, so the place was warm, and Lauren had set the fire in case Freddie wanted to sit and talk, although she thought this was highly unlikely. There was plenty of food in the house, again her doing, so if he wanted to eat, she could make something for him easily. There was so much more for Freddie to do. Financially, he had no worries. The mortgage was paid off, and he would inherit the house and everything in it. Rebecca was... No, Lauren corrected herself, had been a meticulous saver, so money would probably never be an issue. It was the next part of the process that she worried about Freddie dealing with. He ought to sell the house, but that meant getting out and making it presentable to possible purchasers. And she knew he was nowhere near ready for that. She was worried, though, that if he continued to live here, surrounded by memories, he would never move on. Do you mind if I have a glass of wine? She found herself asking. Freddie shook his head. Would you like one? He appeared to ponder for a moment. Go on then, he said. Lauren poured some white wine from the fridge into 2 glasses and took them into the living room. Freddie was sprawled out over the largest sofa, having taken off his jacket and loosened his tie. There was plenty of room for her at the other end. She set his wine glass down and sat herself down, taking a sip. Freddie looked at his, but did not touch it. Lauren pulled out her phone. There were messages from friends that she had not been able to talk to at the service. Shinsaku had explained to them what had happened, so they were all supportive. Somehow, though, Sylvia had managed to get her number and had bombarded her with texts and missed calls. She could not be bothered to read them all. Then she noticed a message from Craig. She took a moment to prepare herself mentally, then opened it. "I'm sorry. When are you back? I want to make it up to you." Lauren rolled her eyes. It was a few hours old, but he was showing as currently online. No doubt he would notice that she was too and message her again. She needed to take the initiative. As she was about to type, the bubble came up on the screen to indicate that he was writing her a message. She swore inwardly and typed. She didn't need to think about the contents of her reply. "We are not getting back together. I don't see how we can even be friends. Sorry, but that's how it is, and nothing you can say or do will make me change my mind. Sell the house." She pressed send, and at almost the same time his message popped up. "So how was today?" There was a few seconds of nothing as he read her message, then the bubble came up again. She wondered what he would say. She doubted he would just accept it. She may have to block him, at least for the rest of today. It was the only way she was going to get any peace. The bubble stayed on her screen. He was either writing a really long message or could not decide what to put and kept changing it. He kept her waiting for almost a minute before his response finally popped up. "Have you fucked him yet?" She threw down the phone in disgust, making Freddie look up. "It's nothing, just Craig," she said. "Are you okay?" For the first time since she'd been visiting here, his eyes looked warm and caring, just like the Freddie she'd been in love with all those years ago. But then they seemed to cloud over. She threw him the phone and he read the messages. "What a prick," he responded. Lauren stood up and started pacing. Freddie scrutinised her, and the realisation about how much she'd done for him and how much she'd put herself out came to him again. He was determined to hold on to that thought for a little longer this time and to be less selfish, even if it was just for this evening. He stood up, walked up to Lauren and gave her a hug. Not a placatory one, but an all-encompassing, genuine and affectionate embrace. Lauren sensed the difference immediately, and soon they were both crying and holding each other. When it finally ended and they parted, Freddie kissed her gently on the forehead. "I can't tell you how much of a difference you've made to me these last 2 weeks. I would not have coped without you. You've been amazing. I'm sorry I can't always see it. I can't always say it, or even see it." She sniffed through the tears. "Or even see it," he conceded. "And tomorrow I will have forgotten because everything that has happened is just too big. But for now, just for this moment, understand that I appreciate what you've done for me so very much." He started crying again, and she joined in. It was partially relief on her part. She knew that this was the first time he had cried since the accident. Then they embraced again and held on to each other. The next morning, Lauren typed Craig a text. It was one word. Yes. She was about to press send, but had a second thought. She would still have to see him and be civil and sort out how they would separate. And the more amicable that was, the less it would hurt. She held a hand to her ribs and gently shook her head. There was no point antagonising him. She stared at the screen for a few moments, then deleted the message. Last night was their secret. Chapter 3. Relocation. Lauren left Oak Farm 2 days later. Things were a little awkward the next morning, especially as Freddie had emotionally shut down again and refused to talk. When Lauren had awoken in Freddie's room, he had already got up and was downstairs staring at the contents of the fridge. She attempted to bring up the subject of the previous night, but he just changed the topic. In the end, she just gave him a kiss on the cheek and told him that whatever happened, she would be there for him. After she'd gone back home the following day, Freddie fell into a strange pattern of life. He would occasionally take his dad's Toyota out for a drive. The first time had been horrible, and he'd only driven for a few minutes before having a panic attack, which he rode out and then drove home. He used the car to go shopping at the local supermarket, but too many people knew him and kept asking him how he was, despite the fact he'd taken to wearing sunglasses and headphones as he walked round. So in the end, he switched to the out-of-town branch, but found that he hated the whole shopping experience. From that point, he ordered his groceries online and had them delivered. Lauren called him every day to start with, but he found it very difficult to talk to her over the phone. The second week after the funeral saw her visit him, and she was surprised at how little he was doing. The fridge was stocked, so at least he was not starving, but it was not healthy food. He had filled the dishwasher with plates, glasses and mugs and washed them, but could not be bothered to empty it out, so he ended up using clean items straight from the machine, and when they were dirty, he dumped them into the sink. When he'd used everything up, he would shove it all in the dishwasher and repeat the process again. He needed to move forward in some way, and there was no sign of this happening. Lauren reasoned that 10 days after the funeral was probably too soon, but she also had a hunch that if she came back in a month, nothing would have changed, or 2 months, or a year. Thankfully, their unplanned night of intimacy did not make anything strange. Freddie just pretended it had not happened, and Lauren did not let it get to her. She stayed in touch despite him, the occasional visit, phone call, and regular messages. As Christmas approached, Freddie worked himself into more and more of a state. He could not bear the idea of spending the day by himself, but he could also not cope with spending it with family, even the ones he liked, such as his grandparents or Aunt Teresa. Lauren had offered to come over and spend the day with him, but he told her he was going away. They both knew it was not true, but she did not want to push him. One evening the phone rang. His mum's voice played as the answering machine kicked in. That was weird. He would have to do something about that. It was Lauren wanting to talk to him about an idea she'd just had and saying that he ought to pick up the bloody phone. He was not in the mood, so he ignored it. A few moments later, the phone rang again. "Freddie, I know you're there. Please pick up the phone." She paused, realising that he was not going to do so. "OK then," she said. "When you get this message..." "Who am I kidding? You're listening to me now, aren't you? Well, when you can be bothered to respond, give me a call." He did not. The message an hour later was nicer. "Hi Freddie, I genuinely have an idea, and as you don't seem to want to talk to me today, I will tell you via an impersonal message on an answering machine. I think you should do the trip Rose was going to do, or something similar. I'm worried about you. You need to get out of the house. Let me know what you reckon." Freddie spent the rest of that evening fretting. He started off sitting in the kitchen waiting for a frozen pizza to cook. Then he realised what a mess the kitchen was and how his mum would not be impressed if she were to walk in. So he finally emptied the contents of the dishwasher back into the various cupboards and transferred the dirty dishes from the sink and sideboard into the machine. He even emptied the bin. The wheelie bin outside was completely full. He had not put it out once since the accident. He did not even know what day it was due to be collected. Rebecca had put a timetable on the pinboard in the utility room, and he realised that collection day was yesterday, but next week both the main bin and the recycling would be picked up. So he put his shoes on for the first time in ages and took the bins out. Better that they sat by the gate on the main road for a week than he forgot again. On the way back inside, he stopped at the old farmhouse building. He'd not set foot in there since before the accident, actually probably not for months. He went to open the door, but it was locked. He ran through the drizzle back to the main house and grabbed the keys from the worktop in the utility room before returning. He opened the door and went inside. It was odd being in here. It was his father's space. His job used to let him work from home at least half of the time, and this was where he operated from when not going to the office. There was a small kitchenette on the left of the entrance at the back next to the bathroom door, complete with a small kettle, fridge and microwave. At the opposite end, to his right and closer to the main door, there were a couple of comfortable chairs with a table between. His dad sometimes used to get visitors and clients in here. Behind that was an LCD television mounted on the wall, with a satellite decoder and DVD player on a shelf below it. There was an electric radiator on the wall opposite the door below the window, and two L-shaped desks, both with a personal computer on them. This was because occasionally his secretary would spend the day here in this office rather than the one in London. There was a nice laser printer in trays, and behind, next to the window, a series of 3 filing cabinets. Freddie stepped in and looked around. It was a larger area than he had remembered. Even now it still felt like he was intruding on someone else's space, and he considered leaving swiftly and locking it all up behind him. But then the thought occurred to him. It was his now. It was all his. He could be here with impunity. He walked across to the filing cabinet and slid one of the drawers towards him, but of course it was empty. The week after the funeral, his dad's office had contacted him and said they needed to remove any confidential paperwork. So he left them a key under the mat and told them to help themselves. He'd said he would be away that day, but the truth was he did not want to talk to anyone and had hidden in one of the spare rooms, the one which overlooked both the garage and the old farmhouse, peeking through the curtains as Nigel, his dad's old colleague and friend, emptied paperwork into boxes. Nigel, who was pretty sure had been at the funeral, kept looking across to the house as though he suspected that Freddie was there, but he had not walked across or knocked on the door. The computers had stayed. His dad had paid for them himself rather than using older company hardware, and apparently all sensitive information was kept on a server, so they had not needed to access the terminals. Freddie closed the filing cabinet drawer again and stood looking at the office space, just taking it in. Eventually he walked back to the house and upstairs, and suddenly felt the urge to go into the 2 rooms that he had not yet had the courage to enter. He started with his parents' bedroom. It was tidy, the bed was made, though there were some signs of his dad changing his mind about what to wear at the last moment. His wardrobe door was open, and there was a suit jacket on a hanger on the chair, and a couple of abandoned ties on the dressing table. Rebecca's wardrobe door was closed, as was the door to the ensuite. He walked over and took a look inside. Again, the only signs of mess or any kind of hurry came from his dad's belongings, with his toothbrush dumped in the sink instead of the toothbrush holder. One towel was folded neatly on the rail and the other stuffed untidily above it. Freddie closed the door to the bathroom, then walked to the bedroom door and out into the hallway. He looked behind him, taking another glance around the room. At some point he would have to empty it, but not yet. He was nowhere near ready for that. He closed the door and walked to the next door along. This was her room. He wondered if he was ready to look in here, and paused for a moment with his hand on the handle before pressing it down and pushing the door open. The room looked like it was still being lived in. It was a nice sized double room with a single bed in the corner. The wall was covered in posters of musicians that Freddie could not stand, mainly irritating manufactured boy bands that looked barely pubescent. The dressing table was covered with makeup paraphernalia. It looked like Rose had just stepped out for a moment. Freddie walked in and closed the door behind him. It really felt like she was still here. There was a pile of laundry in the corner. The bed had not been made, and the duvet was scrunched up in a heap at the end, as though she'd kicked it off herself when she'd got up that morning. The chair in front of the dresser had some clothes on it. Freddie stepped in gingerly. There were her straighteners on the floor, not plugged in still, thankfully, and Rose's everyday handbag was dumped next to it. She had taken a nicer one out with her for that evening. Freddie picked it up and hugged it, sitting on the bed next to the pillows. There was an open luggage case in the corner filled with some clothes and other items. On the bedside table was a list of things she would need for her travels: passport, boarding passes, electric adapter for foreign sockets, a long list with most of the items crossed out. Putting the handbag down, Freddie picked the list up. For such an untidy person, his sister had amazing handwriting. When he had been at the point where he was applying for jobs, if he needed anything sent through the post, he would get her to write the address onto the envelope for him. The day after they'd all died, a parcel had been left outside his dad's office. It had been addressed to Rose, so he had pushed open her door, slid the parcel in and closed the door again as quickly as he could without looking inside. Freddie knew what it was. It was still in here now. He walked over to the door and picked up the box. He opened it carefully. It was a picture in a frame, wrapped so that it would not be damaged in transit. He pulled the paper from around it gently and then removed the foam wedges that were on each corner. Once it was unwrapped, he turned it over. It was a picture of Rose, Sarah and Violet, Rose in the middle, the others at her side. It was their final day at school, the day they had picked up their certificates. He felt an almost physical pain as he looked at the picture, scouring it for detail, remembering the tiny scar on her chin from where she'd fallen from a tree as a kid. It just seemed unreal that she would not come bounding into the room at any moment, full of energy and zest for life, telling him off for being miserable and encouraging him to live. She was the only person that got away with talking to him like that. God, he missed her. He missed all of them, but Rose the most of all. There was a hook on the wall next to the mirror. Owen had put it up specifically for this picture when it arrived. Freddie placed it carefully on the wall, scrunching all the packaging back into the box, and sat on the bed looking at it. He was not sure how long he was there for. Freddie eventually left the room, closing the door behind him. It was dark outside now. He had promised himself he would decide what he was doing for Christmas by the end of the day, but so far no ideas were forthcoming. He knew that he could not spend it with anyone else. Lauren's idea of going travelling meant too much organising, and he did just not feel able to do that at the moment. His mind felt back to the discomfort caused by his walking around the house earlier. Then an idea hit him. He could empty out the office and live there. It had everything he required: water, a toilet and a basic kitchen. All he needed was a bed and perhaps the fridge freezer from the house. It had never felt like part of his home, and as long as it did not resemble the office, it would be perfect. Just as he was thinking, the telephone rang. It was almost certainly going to be Lauren again. He realised that he might need some help moving the furniture about, and so, not bothering to check the caller ID, he picked up the phone. Lauren. His voice was very quiet, so much so that the person on the other end was not totally sure that there was anyone there. "Hello," said a voice. "Is that Freddie?" "Yes," he replied quietly. "It's Sarah." Ah, Rose's friend, the one whose eulogy had impressed him so much. He'd not heard from any of her other friends since the service, though he had taken the time to thank Sarah via text for her beautiful words. "Hello, Sarah," he responded. "How are you?" There was an uncomfortable pause. "I'm not doing so great. I'm guessing you're not either." He did not know Sarah all that well. She had been here several times over the course of her years of friendship with Rose, and he had talked to her occasionally, but that was all. There was another difficult pause. "I think I told you on Facebook," he said. "Your words were beautiful. At the service, I mean." "You did." There was another excruciating gap in the conversation. Then they both started to say something at the same time, stopped, interrupted each other's apologies, and waited for the other to speak. "Look, I'm rubbish on the phone," said Sarah eventually. "Can I come and see you?" Freddie froze, not knowing exactly what to say. What he wanted to say was no, but apart from indulging in deliberate and selfish isolationism, he knew that he had no valid reason, and he knew Sarah was hurting too. "Of course," he said eventually. "Are you sure?" she asked. "I don't want to intrude." He thought for a few moments. "Of course I'm sure." Then he remembered that he needed some help. "If it's not too much to ask, I need to move a few things about the house. Not many, but some of them are too big for me to manage alone. Is that okay?" "Absolutely," replied Sarah. "When suits you?" "Whenever suits you," he said. He looked out of the window of the house at the diminishing light. Daylight would be best, so not today. "But any time from tomorrow onwards?" "Tomorrow's good for me," said Sarah. "Lunchtime?" "Yes," said Freddie. "OK, see you tomorrow," said Sarah. "About 12:30. "Fine," said Freddie. The line went dead. Freddie had committed himself to tidying the house earlier when he had emptied the bins, but the tour of his home had distracted him from that. With the thought of someone that he did not know all that well visiting, he went into overdrive. Every little thing that he'd been ignoring for the past few weeks jumped out at him, begging for his attention. The empty glasses all over the living room, the piles of posts sitting on the mat by the front door, the fact that the toilets in the house were all beginning to smell, that every carpet needed to be vacuumed. He started in the kitchen. The dishwasher cycle that he'd started earlier was finished, so he put the contents away and completely filled it with glasses and plates from all around the house and turned it on again. He tidied everything else away that needed tidying and mopped the floor. He examined every space to decide whether it looked like how it should, and only when it did would he move on to the next. He visited every room apart from Rose's and his parents', and it was gone midnight before he was done. He fell into bed just after 1 o'clock and had the best sleep he had managed in ages. However, he woke up the next morning numb with fear. He didn't really know Sarah, so what the hell was he going to say to her? She was rather little. Would she actually be able to help him move stuff? He knew that he wanted at least his bed, the fridge, freezer, and a sofa moved across. And of course, the other thing he'd not thought about was where it was all going to go. The office was all full with, office stuff. So he got up, feeling rushed and confused. It was almost 11. Sarah would be here in an hour and a half. He threw some clothes on, suddenly aware that he'd not changed in ages, and they must smell quite bad. He ignored that for the moment and went down to the garage, opening the door using the fob. There was, of course, only one car in there now, and he guessed that there ought to be enough space where his mum's car had been to fit the things he did not want from the office. Luckily, the two buildings were quite close to each other. Freddie dashed across to the office and unlocked the door. The first thing he moved out were the chairs and table in front of the television. That was easy. Next, he manoeuvred the 3 empty filing cabinets to the door, and once he'd pulled them over the lip, he successfully dragged them across to the garage, where he put them against the back wall. He piled the chairs on top of each other and pushed them to the back wall as well. Next, he decided which desk and computer to keep. The one with the scanner and printer attached seemed to be the logical one, so he unplugged the other, as well as the monitor, and then carried the various parts into the garage, putting them on the worktop. Next were the desks. The one he was keeping just got pushed against the office wall. He rushed it and almost knocked the monitor off. But he soon realised that they had been built in here, as they were far too large to get through the door without some element of disassembly. He swore, dashed to the garage, found some screwdrivers, and managed to break the desk into 2 parts, which he then unceremoniously dragged across the garage, which just left him with the office fridge. He'd not thought about the fact that it might have food in it, not much, but the milk had gone solid, the bread was blue, and the fruit rotten. He remembered that he had dragged the full wheelie bin out to the road yesterday, so instead of throwing the inedible food away, he elected to drag the fridge out and into the garage, complete with the contents. He went back to the office and looked at his handiwork. Now that it was empty, it was a larger space than he had imagined. He would easily be able to fit his bed in. He could also put a double sofa from the living room at the side of it facing the TV, and the fridge freezer would fit in the same spot as the old one. It was just taller. He looked at his watch and, horrified, realised that it was almost 12:30. He ran back to the house and found a message from Sarah saying that she was running a little late, but that she would still be with him for 1. Thankful, he took the opportunity to slow down and went and had a shower and put on some fresher clothes. He also bundled all of his dirty clothes into the utility room. He reckoned he would have them all washed in 2 or 3 loads. He put the first one on before his stomach growled at him. He'd not eaten anything since yesterday. Freddie poured himself a drink and made a sandwich. The only place that you could see the driveway from inside the house was the spare room, so he stationed himself up there, and after he'd stripped his bed and removed the mattress and headboard. Soon he saw a small blue car turn into the driveway and head for the house. He took a deep breath and headed downstairs. He walked out of the back door, through the conservatory and out into the driveway. The car had stopped and Sarah was just getting out. "Hello," he said. He had to force himself to say that. He looked at her petite form as she closed the car door. In fact, she was bloody tiny. He had not remembered quite how little she actually was. "Hi, Freddie," she said. She wore leggings and a black top and carried an expensive-looking handbag. Her hair was tied back in a ponytail and she was wearing a pair of glasses. If there was one word to describe how her face looked, the word that Freddie would have chosen was tired. He walked awkwardly towards her and she did the same to him. They hugged in an uncoordinated way. She felt so tiny. When he let go, he noticed that her eyes were slightly red. "How have you been?" she asked him. He nodded, not sure what to say. "It's not been easy," he replied eventually. "I'm sure," she said. "It was bad enough for us and we only lost Rose." Freddie led her into the kitchen and offered her a drink. Rose loved her different varieties of tea, so he was able to offer Sarah a good selection. She opted for French Earl Grey, and Freddie decided on English breakfast. "So what have you been doing?" asked Sarah. Freddie cursed under his breath, remembering that he had no fresh milk. "Black, okay. Sorry, I have no milk." Sarah nodded. "It's been hard," he said, "especially having to live in this house with reminders of everyone." "I can imagine," said Sarah. "Can you?" inquired Freddie, somewhat coldly. "Well," said Sarah slowly, "no, probably not." Rose softened. Freddie softened. Of Rose's friends, Sarah was the one who had always made the effort with him, despite him being the strange and somewhat miserable older brother who did his best to be enigmatic and unapproachable. Even though he would often answer all of Rose's friends' questions in the past with silence or one-word answers, Sarah was the only one who had continued to be polite and friendly, even when it would have been easier to ignore him and his rudeness. "I'm sorry," he said. "I just don't know what to say to people." "Lauren says you're avoiding everyone, including her." Freddie gaped. He had no idea that the 2 girls even knew each other. In the end, he just nodded. "It's just easier at the moment." "Well," said Sarah, taking a large gulp from the tea and immediately wishing she'd not, as it was hotter than she'd been expecting. "I'm here to ask you something." Freddie raised his eyebrows, but said nothing. "Violet and I have been thinking. Neither of us start uni until next summer, and, well, we'd quite like to do the trip. In honour of Rose, we've talked about it." Freddie paused. Lauren had said in her message that she thought he ought to travel too. Now he knew that the 2 girls had been talking to each other. Could they be about to ask him to take Rose's place? He could not think of anything worse. "So why are you here?" He had to ask the question, even though he dreaded the answer. "Well, I kind of wanted to ask your permission. If you think it's a bad idea, we'll do something else." Freddie was inwardly thankful that he'd put 2 and 2 together and got 5. He gave a rare smile and nodded. "Of course. You don't need to ask me. I think it's a great idea." Sarah looked relieved. "We're trying to think of ways to raise money for UNICEF," he said. UNICEF was Rose's favourite charity. It had been the one Freddie had requested people donate to instead of sending flowers to the funeral. "The 3 of us were going to keep a blog of the trip. Violet and I still will, if you have no problem with that." "It's not like I have to read it," said Freddie. He sounded a little dismissive, which was unintentional, so backtracked. "You need not have asked me, but as you have, I think it's a great idea." He paused. "UNICEF is a lovely touch, thank you." Sarah smiled and they finished their tea. When they were done, she asked about the help he'd mentioned on the phone. "It's nothing massive," said Freddie. "Like you said, it's hard being here. I'm not ready to sell the place yet, but I'm finding the thought of spending Christmas here rather traumatic," he finished uncertainly. Sarah nodded. "So I've cleared the office. I just want some help to move a bed, a sofa and the fridge freezer into there." "Of course," she said. "Can I do something first?" "Depends. Freddie never liked to make things easy for anyone. "Can I have a look in Rose's room?" "Ah," said Freddie. No." Sarah wanted to argue but decided against it. "You're probably right," she said. "Sorry for asking." She put a mug by the sink. "Right then, what are we moving first?" "Fridge," said Freddie. He pulled out the freezer drawers, 2 of which were empty, and dumped them onto the kitchen table, then loaded the depleted drawers with the meagre contents of the fridge. Finally, he unplugged the unit and walked it to the kitchen door. Sarah helped him, and occasionally their hands touched, which made him feel uncomfortable. Between them, they carefully manoeuvred it into the utility room, then through the back door into the conservatory, over the conservatory door lip, across the drive, and finally into the old farmhouse. They walked it into place and he plugged it in. Between them, they only needed 1 trip back to the kitchen to get the freezer drawers. That was the hard one, said Freddie, and indeed it had been. The bed was a divan which broke into 2 pieces. So 2 trips for that, then 1 for the mattress, and a final one for the headboard, all straight down the stairs, out of the front door, round the side of the house, then across the drive. Sarah was so helpful and bubbly that he started to feel like a complete shit for not letting her into Rose's room. The sofa was easy, straight from the house to the office via the French doors in their living room. They placed the sofa down where he wanted it in the old farmhouse. Do you want help assembling the bed? Sarah asked. No, it's easy, said Freddie. So is that everything? Well, no, he said. I should have let you go and see Rose's room. I'm sorry. Please go and have a look. Take all the time you need. Sarah looked both overjoyed and upset at the same time. Are you sure? Yes, he said. I'll put the bed up. Sarah walked back to the house. Freddie quickly joined the 2 halves of the divan, bolted the headboard and pushed it all into place. He dragged the mattress on top and then added fresh bedding. It was still a bit of a tight fit, so he decided to remove half of the L-shaped desk and drag the remainder round so that it was perpendicular with a wall, the other side of the bed from the sofa. He got so caught up with it, he did not notice Sarah come back about 15 minutes later. She was crying and made him jump. He sat up quickly and bumped his head on the underside of the desk. He stood, and Sarah threw herself into his arms, sobbing. He hugged her tight, hoping this would not go on forever, and that she would go home soon. But as he hugged her tiny form and she buried her head in his chest and gripped him tightly, he was aware of another reaction in his body that he was not entirely in control of. He tried to ease himself away slightly, but she was having none of it. She pressed herself against him, and he just stood there, his arms locked around her back. Surely she would notice his erection? She was pushed so tight against him that there was no way that she could not. She had. Suddenly she was kissing him. For a moment he considered resisting, but his animal instinct took over. Later, after they'd dressed, Sarah thanked him for letting him see Sarah's room. You are a complicated guy, Freddie, she said. Rose always said so. But Freddie had shut down. He was disgusted with himself for taking advantage of her in a weak moment and did not know what to say. He sat moodily on the sofa, willing her to go away, worrying that she would tell Lauren. Aren't you going to say something? Aren't you going to say anything? Sarah asked. Freddie just looked dead ahead. She shook her head, a sad smile on her face. I'm glad you're okay with Violet and me doing the holiday. Freddie nodded slightly. Send me a link to the blog, he said without looking up. That was the best she was going to get out of him, and she knew it. She kissed his cheek and held his hand for a moment. He wanted to pull it away, but that seemed rude, then left. Freddie walked back to the house and went straight to the bathroom where he had a long shower, scrubbing every part of himself. Once he was dry, he walked into his bedroom and looked at himself in the mirror. He could see no marks on his flesh, but he was sure she had bitten him a number of times. He returned, once clothed, to the old farmhouse, taking a few things with him. He ended up dragging a chest of drawers down from the spare room and shoved in as many clothes as he could. He also took the laundry basket from the hall. He dragged the other half of the computer desk to the garage and closed the door. Finally, he locked the house. He had no intention of going back in there, apart from the utility room, unless he absolutely had to. The old farmhouse now contained everything he needed to live. He found a text from Sarah saying she was okay and that she wouldn't tell anyone what had happened between them. The message also had a link to the blog. He looked at it, but it made him cry because the first entry had been left untouched, and it had been written by his sister when the group had been planning the trip. Sarah had written a new entry saying they would be doing the trip in Rose's honour and with Freddie's permission. Freddie stood at the doorway to the office, looking at his handiwork. It would do. It was a space with very few reminders of the past. He was hoping that he could live in here with as little human interaction as possible. He couldn't trust himself not to be rude to anyone who came in or to not try and have sex with them. He did not want anyone he knew to see him anymore. And then he realised that the trip away might not be such a bad idea. He could see where Violet and Sarah were going thanks to the blog, so he could ensure he did not accidentally end up in the same region as the pair of them. He texted Lauren. His intention had been only to tell her about the trip, but over the course of several messages he ended up telling her about Sarah. Even though he believed Sarah when he said that she would tell nobody, he felt if it ever did come out it was better coming from him. Lauren read the message and immediately called him. He answered. Freddie told her how bad he felt, how he felt like he hurt everyone and took advantage of those he touched. So perhaps going away was the best idea after all. Lauren listened and, like always, she did not judge him. After the call ended, Freddie started to put his plan together. Chapter 4. Departure. The rain spattered the glass walls of London Heathrow Terminal 5 as Freddie sat in a coffee shop on the top level. The view looked over some departure gates and the far end of both runways. The furthest one was being used for landings, and every now and then something large and impressive would enter his view as it touched down on the vast expanse of tarmac. It was dark outside, but there were lights everywhere, on the runways, on the planes, on the gates, and on the various airport support vehicles scurrying around like giant insects. It was January. He had not managed to get his act together in order to get away before Christmas, and the new year had been pretty miserable as well. Lauren had even accused him of having no intention of going away at all. It had done the trick. Lauren sat opposite him now, her hair tied up in a bun as though she was trying to look like an air hostess. She was in a simple white button blouse and looked, even to Freddie, who rarely noticed anything anymore, absolutely stunning. Around them in the coffee shop were sat a host of different people. There was an elderly Indian couple with what Freddie assumed was their granddaughter. They were having tea and she was enjoying a coffee. Opposite them sat an air steward in his immaculate uniform, his wheelie case on the floor next to him, with an overlarge topper bag hung on the handle. The man was in his mid-30s, Freddie guessed, with a touch of grey at his temples. A younger man in the same uniform, complete with similar black wheelie bag, rushed in, and the two embraced warmly. One thing Freddie did enjoy on his rare forays outside his home was people watching. These guys were obviously partners and had arrived in on different flights, but were going home together. Other people were sitting in the vicinity that he noticed. One was a very loud and crass Australian girl with tattoos and piercings. She was probably on his flight. Hopefully she was not sitting too close to him. "So how are you feeling?" asked Lauren. Freddie put his coffee down and stared back across at her. "It doesn't feel real," he stated simply. "In just over 24 hours, I will be arriving in Sydney, Australia, the other side of the world." Lauren smiled at him. "I'm so proud of you," she said. "When you said you were going to do it, I thought you'd end up..." She paused as she tried to find the right words. "Changing your mind." Freddie smiled. "You were trying to avoid the phrase chickening out, I think." Lauren nodded. "Perhaps I was, but you didn't, and here you are. Next stop, Sydney." They had finished their drinks at this point. Lauren quickly visited the bathroom, leaving a handbag and phone for Freddie to guard. When she came back, he stood up. Together they walked over to check in. At this time of night, the terminal seemed quite dead, and he did not even have to queue. He discussed the contents of his backpacks, answered the various security questions, had his passport examined, checked in his larger bag, and was finally handed his boarding pass. Together, Lauren and Freddie walked the short distance to security. They embraced a long and warm hug. He was conscious of the fact that he did not want to let go. "Thank you so much for running me here," he said when they finally parted. "You didn't have to." "I know I didn't," said Lauren with a huge grin, pointing at the boarding pass that was poking out from his passport. "If you can afford seat 2A in first class, you can afford the taxi to bring you here. But I suppose I wanted to know that this was real, that you actually are going." "It's real," he said. "It won't completely take my mind off what happened, but it will hopefully stop me thinking about it every minute of every day." They hugged once more to say goodbye. Lauren kissed him gently on the cheek. "I'm so proud of you," she said. "I was worried that you wouldn't cope, that all of this would finish you. You are so much stronger than I realised." He looked straight into her eyes, a tear forming in his own. He was going to miss her and her beautiful smile. She had turned out to be his most reliable friend, something he had never expected. It would never be more than that, as the hideous Craig was back on the scene. Selling the house had obviously been too daunting a prospect for both of them, though Lauren would never admit that was the reason why they were still together. Lauren had even convinced herself again that she genuinely loved Craig, so this visit to Heathrow was, as far as Craig was concerned, a trip to the cinema with the girls, as was any time she had visited Freddie in recent weeks. He turned and walked towards the entrance to security, boarding pass ready. "Let me know how you get on," she called after him. Freddie smiled, nodded, and handed his boarding pass to the staff member, who checked it, asked if he was familiar with liquid restrictions again, and waved him on his way. He looked back. Lauren was still standing there watching. He blew her a kiss, she waved, and he headed round the corner out of sight. Freddie, somewhat predictably, found security intensely annoying. The staff spoke to you in a patronising way. How was he supposed to know that he had to put his carry-on backpack in a tray before sliding it through the scanner? Then at the other end he was told off because his pouch containing cables, chargers and battery pack had looked suspicious and he should have taken it out to be scanned separately. They said electronic devices and liquids, he moaned, not electronic devices, liquids and cables. But he was soon on his way, having put his iPad, phone and chargers back in his pack, zipped it up, faffed around trying to thread his belt back through the belt hoops. An older gentleman on the lane opposite had almost dropped his trousers in his exasperation whilst trying to do the same, and finally headed to one of the bars. He had plenty of time on his hands. Lauren and he had arrived at the airport with over 2.5 hours to spare, so even after a coffee, check-in and security, he had almost an hour left before they would even reveal which gate his aircraft was departing from. So he wandered around, looking at the duty-free shops, and eventually settled down at a bar opposite an information screen. He had a beer, and when his gate number had still not been revealed, he went to a stationer and glanced through the books and magazines that were on sale. Finally, the gate number for flight BA015 was revealed. It meant a trip on the train, which initially confused him, but soon he was sat with a load of other people waiting, in most cases, patiently for something to happen. Some check-in staff arrived first, followed by the flight and cabin crew, some of whom were stone-faced and expressionless, and others actively making eye contact and smiling at the people that they were going to be spending the best part of the day with. About 15 minutes after the crew went to the plane, which Freddie spent up against the glass walls of the terminal, watching the large Boeing 777 as it was loaded with cargo, they started calling passengers. Firstly, they helped a lady in a wheelchair aboard, but soon they were calling for Priority 1 customers, which included him. The lady at the desk did what he assumed was a final passport and boarding card check, and soon he was walking down the jetty with the other high-priority passengers. He boarded and was greeted by a man in his early 30s in a silver tie and a pretty young girl in a smart jacket who looked young enough to be his daughter. The girl, whose name was Emily, made him get his boarding pass out again. He had assumed he was done with that, and then escorted him to the front of the plane and showed him to his seat. He sat down. Everyone else entering the cabin was in smart attire, and he suddenly felt self-conscious in jeans and t-shirt, but the crew did not seem to mind and politely offered him a drink. Freddie made himself comfortable and sipped at his sparkling mineral water. The flight pushed back on time and soon they were in the air. Freddie had never flown first class before and he found the formality faintly amusing, and which one of the crew picked up on and offered to serve him his food on a tray if he preferred. He said so with a tablecloth hanging from his arm, so Freddie did not want to look discourteous and let him continue. The food and drink were very good, but then he had been living from microwave meals and pizza for the past few weeks, so perhaps anything would have seemed like quality after that. The cabin crew was attentive and friendly, and a few hours into the flight, when he should have been asleep, he had got bored of watching the moving map. They were just about to fly over the Dead Sea. He found himself chatting with a member of the crew called Crystal, tall, well-proportioned, at least to his eyes, blonde-haired, a few years older than him, she appeared to be in her late 20s, and with a friendly manner. He even ended up telling her that he'd recently lost his family, though he omitted a lot of the detail because he felt that it would look too much like he wanted sympathy. He got it anyway. Crystal was almost in tears at the end and gave him a massive hug. She also said she knew one of the crew taking over from her in Singapore that would be working in this cabin and that she would let him know to look after him. It had not occurred to Freddie that they would swap halfway through the flight, though it made sense now he thought about it. It was a very long flight after all. After their chat, Crystal made up his bed for him and told him to either use the call bell or come and see her the moment he realised he needed anything. Freddie was both grateful and slightly miserable. Talking about everything had made it all spin through his mind again. The lights had been turned down in the cabin, and most of his fellow passengers were sleeping around him, with the exception of a lady in a smart suit on the opposite side who had a reading light on and was tapping away quietly on her laptop. Although the bed was soft, he struggled to sleep. He thought about going to talk to Crystal again, but she came to check on him a couple of hours later and to say that she was going on her break and that some bloke whose name Freddie could not be bothered to commit to memory would be taking over from her. She patted his shoulder and left. Her replacement was the same guy who had served his food earlier in the flight. He seemed nice enough, but Freddie was not in the mood to spill his guts to someone else, so kept to himself and tried to sleep. He did eventually drop off, but it seemed like it was just moments later that the lights came up and the crew were serving people breakfast. Crystal was working on the opposite side of the cabin, but when she saw him awake, she did come over to check on him. The plane landed in Singapore slightly early, about 12.5 hours after they had taken off. Everyone had to get off the plane, which seemed silly. Crystal hugged him, wished him all the best, and said that a friend Andrew would be looking after him on the next bit of the flight. Freddie got off the plane, walked up the jetty and turned immediately right. Unlike Heathrow, the security scanners were actually at the gates here, so he went straight back through them and sat down, waiting to be let back on board. He saw the crew that had brought him here walk up the jetty a few minutes later, and he watched Crystal slightly forlornly as she walked away, although she did look for him, make eye contact through the glass, smile and wave him farewell. The next crew arrived about 10 minutes later, and Freddie clocked Crystal's friend Andrew as they walked past, an older gentleman, perhaps in his late 40s, with a waistline that suggested he enjoyed his food and thinning hair. The new crew was kept waiting a while after security before they were let on the plane, and a quarter of an hour later the boarding process started again. Once again, his seat meant that he was one of the first to board, and Andrew made a point of greeting him at the door, introducing himself and saying that Crystal had sent him a message saying to look after him. It was a nice gesture, but there was very little competition between the attractive Crystal and this chubby old man, and Freddie was feeling slightly morose at this point, and also annoyed at being thrown off the plane only to get on again and sit in the same seat what felt like a few minutes later. He declined the meal that was offered after they took off. Although his mind was still full of thoughts of his family, in particular Rose, who should have been making this journey instead of him, he was so tired from being up all night that he soon fell asleep in the bed that Andrew had carefully made up for him. Once again he was woken up by the sound of breakfast around him, although this time he joined in and enjoyed a full English breakfast with a cup of Earl Grey, all beautifully laid out on the table before him. And once breakfast was over, the plane was landing into Sydney. As the cabin crew made sure that they were all strapped in properly, Andrew approached him. "Crystal arrives in Sydney in 2 days," he said. "She asked me to give you this." Andrew handed him a note, which simply said, "My crew arrive in Sydney on the morning of the 18th and leave on the 19th. If you would like to meet for a coffee, let me know," followed by a couple of kisses and a telephone number. Freddie thanked Andrew but gave him no indication of response. To be truthful, he did not know if he would be in Sydney in 2 days. He had decided to wing it for the next few days. It was something to consider in a day or two if he was still here. The plane touched down at Sydney Kingsford Smith Airport at just after 6 o'clock in the morning. Freddie felt surprisingly fresh considering he'd just spent almost a day travelling, but he had changed his clothes after they'd served breakfast. The door right at the front of the plane was open this time, so he was off very quickly. Andrew said goodbye and Freddie nodded his acknowledgement. As one of the first customers from the opening flight of the day into the airport, he was one of the leading people to arrive at immigration. He was through in minutes, a large queue already forming behind him. He collected his bag, noticing signs up saying that the 7 Network was filming for their border security television show. His declaration form meant that he was sent to a lane that took him straight outside, not even a whiff of an examination. As it came to the arrivals area, he was surprised by how many people were already here, holding up placards and waiting for loved ones. He had a sad moment because for a split second he imagined that his family would be there at Heathrow doing the same thing for him when this trip came to an end, before remembering that he did not have one anymore. This thought descended on him suddenly, and he felt the disorientation that told him that a panic attack was coming. He rushed to a coffee shop and demanded a paper bag. He was already starting to feel his heart race and pins and needles in his extremities. He was the only customer in the shop, so the kind girl working there gave him the bag he had asked for, led him to a table, sat him down and brought his backpacks over for him. She sat next to him, rubbing his back gently. The human contact helped. In a few minutes, he could feel the attack receding. "Everything all right?" A police officer, complete with a very big gun, was leaning over the chest-high divider that separated the coffee shop from the rest of the arrivals hall, his similarly endowed colleague standing next to him. The girl, whose name badge signalled that she was called Jew, waved over to the guy. They clearly knew each other, as the interaction was familiar. "Anxiety attack. Nothing we can't handle," she replied. Freddie was breathing more normally now, and he put the bag down. The policeman looked nonplussed and suspicious. "And what do you have to be anxious about, son?" "Piss off, Ross, you're not helping," was Jew's response. The police officer's serious expression vanished and he smiled. "Bloody hell, I was just joking," he said with a wink, and the pair walked away. Jew looked at Freddie, whose face, which had been starting to get some of its natural colour back, was now white again. "Don't worry about him, he's a fucking dick," she said with a charming smile. There was a customer at her counter now, so she stood up, patted his back again and walked away. "Stay as long as you need," she called behind her. Jew was busy for a few minutes, mainly with takeaway drinks for airport staff by the look of it, and once the queue had died down, she bought Freddie a cup of tea in a takeaway cup. "I assume you like tea?" Freddie nodded and tried to pull out his wallet. "It's on me, dummy," she said with a giggle. "It's got sugar in it. I thought you could do with it." "Thank you," said Freddie gratefully, taking several sips. Freddie was booked into a hotel that was a short train ride away in a place called Darling Harbour. He had decided to start with somewhere expensive for a few days and was soon on the metro heading towards his hotel. From what he could see on his phone, the central railway station was a shortish walk from where he wanted to be, but when he arrived he realised that he was not actually in the mood for luxury. Although the reason that he was here was pressing on his mind, and he was worried that he would struggle to interact with people unless he was forced to. Hotels were great places for avoiding people, unlike the shared bustle of a hostel. So, standing under the massive arches by the escalator at the front of the station, he put hostel into the search engine on his phone. A hostel meant that he would have to cook in a communal kitchen, sleep in a shared dorm, talk to people, interact, communicate. The thought was terrifying, but he knew that it would do him some good. The few moments Jew at the airport had taken with him this morning had helped him so much. The closest result was just over the road, a large youth hostel in Australia building, so he headed over there, but there was a life-size model of Charlie Chaplin guarding the lobby, which felt rather like enforced jollity, so he left again quickly before anyone could notice him. Looking back at his phone, he saw that there was another place a few hundred metres away called The Maze, which looked cheap and cheerful. Checking on TripAdvisor, it seemed to have an average score, far less than the youth hostel he was outside, but he liked the sound of the place. A few minutes later, he was outside the entrance on Pitt Street. It looked tiny on the outside. The reception area was busy even at this time of the morning, though it was mainly people checking out. A young man with dirty-looking dreadlocks and several piercings came up to him. He eyed the twin backpacks that Freddie had put on the floor and realised that he'd just arrived. "Can you wait a few minutes?" he asked. "We've got to check out a couple of groups, then we can sort you out." There was a row of computers that gave residents access to the internet for a cheap coupon, but the young man signed him in. "Feel free to use this till we're ready." Freddie signed into Facebook and checked himself in at the Maze. He also sent Lauren a message to say that he had arrived safely. It was about 9 o'clock at night back at home, but he soon got a message back thanking him for letting her know he was okay and asking about the weather. Soon the queue at the desk had diminished. The guy with the dreadlocks, Brad, waved him over. "Ready for you, mate?" Freddie looked up, logged out of the computer and walked over to the desk. "So what can I help you with?" asked Brad. Freddie had been thinking about this interaction for a few minutes, but just as he was about to speak, he felt the telltale wobble at the back of his balance. His breathing got a bit faster. Brad frowned. "You okay?" "Nervous flyer," lied Freddie. "I always struggle when I've been flying. Anxiety." "Ah, okay," said Brad. He pulled a paper bag out from under the counter and handed it to Freddie, who started breathing into it slowly. Once he felt the moment subside, he folded the bag into his pocket. "Thanks. My younger brother used to get them," said Brad, "till he came out as trans. The anxiety went away when he found out that nobody gave a shit. Fuck me, it's a minefield." "Right," said Freddie. His brain was overthinking the whole situation. He knew that nervous flyer was a good enough explanation, and anyway a response was not required, but he also felt like he ought to give one. He faltered, stammered, then shook his head, looked down and ran his fingers through his hair. "How long are you wanting to stop for?" asked Brad. I'm not really sure, said Freddie. It's open-ended. Willing to share a dorm? Yes. Well, we're quite busy this time of year, explained Brad. Best I can do for a dorm is 4 nights in a mixed 6-bed. There should be room if you want to stop after that, but I will have to move you. Freddie thought. Suddenly the idea of sharing with 5 strangers felt very daunting. Reading his expression, Brad clicked another option on his screen. I can do you a single room, but it will only be for tonight. Then you'll probably end up in the 6th bed the following day anyway. Up to you. Freddie, fighting his anxiety again, Freddie blinked a couple of times. Go on, then. I'll take it. The dorm. Good on ya, said Brad with a grin. They did the paperwork. Freddie paid, and Brad outlined the rules and explained the shared areas. Make sure you label stuff in the kitchen or someone else will steal it. Freddie headed for the stairs at the back of reception. The place looked small on the outside, but he soon realised that, although the reception area on the ground floor was only the size of a small shop, most of the space on the subsequent floors of the large building belonged to the hostel. It was not without reason that it was called the Maze. Had there not been signs pointing out where he was, he would have got rather lost. He eventually found his room. He stood outside for a few moments, mentally preparing himself to walk in. He was not sure if the thought of a mixed dorm was helping him or not. Before he had arrived, he'd assumed it would be single-sex dorms and that he would be in with a bunch of guys. He did some breathing exercises, eliciting some odd looks from a pair of teenage girls who walked past him. One of them whispered in a friend's ear just after they walked past, then turned, looked briefly at him, giggled, then walked out of sight around the corner. This was stupid. Freddie took out his key and tried to unlock the door. The light was not all that good, and it took him a moment to find the keyhole. He opened the door and walked in with fake confidence, ready for forced interaction with whoever was waiting in there. Inevitably, the room was empty. There were 3 pairs of bunk beds, one against each wall. Of course, there were signs of habitation. 5 of the 6 beds were strewn with stuff, marking the beds as already taken. There were backpacks and cases everywhere. Some of the beds had scrunched up towels on them, and a couple of them were strewn with worn clothes, including underwear. It looked just like his room back home. Freddie gave a small smile, then looked to the one empty bunk. It was a top bunk, which would not have been his first choice. Freddie put his backpack down on the square of floor that was not cluttered. He had to kick some clothes slightly to one side, then opened his backpack, taking out a towel. Annoyingly, the stepladder up to the empty bunk had 2 towels hanging on it, both of which had been recently used as they were damp. Freddie lifted them gingerly and hung them on the end of the bed frame, careful not to leave any of the damp material in contact with either bedding or pillows. He then looked at the time on his phone, which had changed to the local time once it had detected where it was. It was just gone 10 o'clock in the morning. His body clock was telling him that it was evening, and even though he had slept on the second part of the flight, he had been awake for the majority of the flight between Heathrow and Singapore. There was nobody else in the room, so now was the time to try and get some sleep. Freddie grabbed a change of clothes and his wash bag from his large backpack and went and had a shower. There were communal facilities, but it was a private shower, although instead of a tap there was one of those annoying buttons that only delivered about 30 seconds of hot water once it being pressed. Once he got over the irritation at having to hit the button a couple of times every minute, he managed to luxuriate under the stream of hot water. He looked down at his skinny white body and decided that the one thing he simply had to do whilst out here was get a tan. It went against his emo sensibilities, but he suspected that even the goths here were unavoidably bronzed. He changed into fresh clothes, shorts and a sleeveless vest, both black and baggy, and headed back to his room. There was still nobody there, so he closed the curtains, climbed up into his bunk, removed the shorts and vest, hung them over the frame at the end of his bed, and curled up into a ball. He fell asleep quickly. When Freddie woke up, it was because some of his roommates had come back to the room. It was a pair of pretty Asian girls who were doing their best to be quiet so as not to disturb him. He initially pretended to be asleep in the hope that they would go away, but he was busting for pee and they showed no signs of leaving. He sat up in bed with his duvet around him and leaned forward to grab his clothes from the rail at the end of the bed. Somewhat typically, though, they'd fallen off and he could not see them. He contemplated waiting a little longer to see if the girls left, but they had seated themselves on one of the lower bunks and were looking at their phones. So that was not looking likely any time soon. He decided to brazen it out. He threw off the duvet, climbed down the ladder, waved at the girls, both of which were staring at his mainly naked body, then threw on his vest, followed by the shorts, and walked as calmly as he could through the door to the corridor. He crossed quickly to the bathroom. There was an empty cubicle, so he relieved himself, all the time worrying that it would have looked cooler if he'd put his shorts on first, then his vest. The girls had been staring at him in a way that told him they did not find the sight of him to be unpleasant, so he should have called it out by dressing slower and giving them the view of his body for longer. He then smiled to himself at the shit his brain threw out at him and washed his hands. He walked back into the room. The girls were still sitting on their bottom bunk. It was obviously hot outside because they were both wearing really short shorts. His confidence was a little better now, and he deliberately took his vest off, bent down to his backpack, pulled out his deodorant, shook the can and slowly sprayed himself. There was utter silence from the girls behind him. Keeping his back to them, he grabbed a few items, his wallet, his phone, a towel and swimming trunks, sun lotion, and tucked them all into his pack. With his back still to the girls, he put on his vest, his backpack, then placed his sunglasses onto his forehead. He turned, and as he had thought, they were looking at him. They looked away at each other. "Ladies," he said. They looked up, and Freddie opened the door to the room, turned, blew them a kiss, then left. By his judgment, he had been pretty cool. He heard them shrieking with laughter as he navigated the maze of corridors, having to follow the signs to get back to the common area and the stairs down to the street. There were a couple of things he needed to do, one of which was a food shop. He noticed a sign in front of Brad saying that it was pizza night. Place your order and it would be delivered at 8 this evening. That sounded like a great idea. There was a menu on the counter, clearly used regularly as it was laminated. Freddie glanced through it and found his favourite, pepperoni. "Settled in okay?" asked Brad. "Caught up on some sleep," said Freddie. "My body's telling me it's the middle of the night." He held up the pizza menu. "Can I book this?" "No worries," said Brad, handing him a piece of paper. "Put your name, room number and what you want to order." "Do I have to pay now?" asked Freddie. "Pay now or when you collect." Freddie wrote his details on the form, then noticed that, a few lines above his own, were a pair of pizzas ordered under the name Aki. The room number next to the names was the same as his. "Can I pay now?" Freddie asked. "Sure thing," said Brad. "Can I pay for these others as well?" Freddie asked, pointing at the order from the girls. The paid column was not ticked. "If you want," said Brad with a grin. "Smooth operator, huh?" Freddie blushed somewhat and pulled some unfamiliar bright plastic notes from his wallet. "Is that enough?" "The yellow one will just about cover it," he said, plucking a yellow and blue note from Freddie's hand. He ticked the column marked paid for both Freddie's and the girls' pizza, then handed Freddie some coins. "So what are your plans?" asked Brad. "I'm thinking a few hours in the sun," said Freddie. "Any recommendations?" "You ever been here before?" "No." "Then it's the classics. Bondi or Manly. If you've never been here, I suggest Manly. Easy to get to. Turn right out of the hostel and stay on Pitt Street until it runs into Circular Quay. Should take about half an hour on foot. Go to Pier 3 and catch the ferry to Manly. The ferry takes you right past the Opera House and the Harbour Bridge." There was a pad of local maps on the counter. Brad had been drawing a straight line on top of one, which he now tore from the pad. Freddie had a thought. "Is there a bookshop near here?" Brad thought for a moment. "Dimmock's is on George Street, which runs parallel to this one and still ends at Circular Quay." He marked it on the map and then handed it to Freddie. "And don't forget to be back in time for your pizza orgy," he said with a suggestive grin. "Or perhaps you're hoping to ditch the pizza and go straight for the orgy, huh? Single room is still free if you want." Freddie smiled and pocketed the map. "Hold it for me," he joked, and he pulled the sunglasses down over his eyes and left the building. Chapter 5. Manly. Freddie walked leisurely along the street. He had done as Brad had suggested and crossed over to George Street, and it had taken him just over 20 minutes to find Dimmock's. He was not rushing and was happy to explore the area around him. Sydney was full of people, some out for a run, others clearly tourists like himself. There were a lot more Asian faces than he had been expecting, and he was surprised at how many wore the really very short shorts that the girls in his room had been wearing. They were all very skinny and extremely pretty, and he was glad that his sunglasses were marking his stares, although a few of them were looking back at him as he walked past. He had forgotten what it was like to be looked at, and he was starting to appreciate it. Dimmock's reminded him of Waterstones. Freddie did not read much anymore, but decided that he would enjoy sitting on the beach with his earbuds in, listening to some music and reading a book. He browsed the various sections of the shop, including a large DVD section. He was surprised by the amount of British content there was. He almost gave up looking for a book, as he was not sure what he fancied reading. Eventually, he noticed one that purported to be a series of salacious tales about the life of a Qantas flight attendant. He had put Crystal's number into his phone and was still seriously considering a coffee when she arrived the morning after next. She was a few years older than him, and he was already worrying about the conversation drying up in the hugely embarrassing way that often happens when people who do not know each other that well try to talk for an extended period, such as a first date. Not that this was a date, first or otherwise. He reasoned that if he had read this book, It would give him something to talk about. He picked up the volume, bought it, then left the store and continued north up George Street until he reached Circular Quay. His research said that it was a transport hub complete with a bus, train and ferry station, and even a dock for cruise liners, but the approach was being refurbished as he walked down. There were barriers up and huge parts were fenced off. It looked a bit of a mess. However, once he was past that and into the quay area itself, things were quite different. On his right was a run of shops and restaurants opposite the various piers full of incoming and outgoing ferries that could take you all over Sydney. Pier 3, that he needed for Manly, was at the far end. To his right was the cruise port, so he wandered down that way and got his first view of the Opera House on one side and the Harbour Bridge on the other. The pictures he had seen did not capture the scale of the place. It was quite magnificent. There were people everywhere. Some with wheelie cases were heading towards the cruise terminal, and there was a native Australian busker playing a didgeridoo to a backing track. Freddie could see young and old, every skin tone that he could imagine, every type of clothing, from fully covered Muslim woman drinking a Coca-Cola through a straw to a couple of Aussie teens wearing the skimpiest bathing suits he had ever seen. But if he looked as good as they did, he would probably want to show it off as well. He was suddenly aware of how hungry he was, but decided that he should hang on until he got to Manly. He walked back to the pier front and headed towards Pier 3. There was a ferry departing in 10 minutes and a sales window next to a ticket machine, which was also an Opal top-up machine. He assumed that Opal was rather like the prepaid Oyster card in London and was probably a cheaper option than a ticket from the booth, but there was not much time before his ferry left to work out where to buy the card, so he bought a return ticket and walked down the pier, through the automated barrier, and joined a large throng of people waiting to board the huge green and yellow ferry, which had just arrived. Once on the vessel, Freddie moved quickly and found a seat on the outside of the ferry, facing the pier and the restaurants. He had watched the ferries coming in and out from the other side of the jetty, and they did not turn round to face the other way when they pulled out of the quay. Rather than having a prow and a stern, both ends seemed to have a prow. Although he had not been one of the first aboard, he had been one of the first to head to the outside seating area facing the pier front. Most people had headed to the other end. He was going to get a great view of the centre of the city. Loads of skyscrapers seemed to cluster around the quay, and he imagined that it would be a great view once they were out in the harbour. Plus, the iconic Opera House and Harbour Bridge would be in front of him once the ferry turned towards Manly. Freddie did not have to wait long. Within 5 minutes, the ferry started, and as it pulled out of the quay, the full vista of the Sydney Central Business District came into view. With the Westfield Observation Tower hovering behind other skyscrapers that seemed to sit on the shore of the quay, it was quite stunning. Freddie pulled out his phone and took a couple of photographs. He decided then and there that he would have to take a ferry trip out from the quay after sunset. The view of the skyline lit up at night would be even more spectacular. As the ferry pulled out into the harbour, he was treated to a view of the bridge on his right. There was an Australian flag at the crest of the curved bridge, and he could see tiny figures climbing up towards it. He was not sure how long he was going to spend here in Sydney. He had been giving his plan some thought and decided that once he was done here, he would either fly north to the Great Barrier Reef and head south by bus, or start in Melbourne and go north, ending with the reef. He had no time constraints. If he wanted to spend a fortnight here in Sydney, then he could. The sun beat down on his exposed skin, and he realised that he really ought to put on some sunblock. But he waited, took in the view of the bridge to his left, and then, as the boat turned right past the Opera House, the unique-shaped building drifted past him slowly on the left-hand side. Freddie was suddenly aware of just how many people there were around him, many taking photographs and selfies incorporating the stunning views, and started to feel uncomfortable. As the ferry powered on into the main channel, he started to see yachts zigzagging about on both sides. There were too many people out here on the deck. He had not noticed initially, but was now acutely aware of how densely packed with human bodies this part of the ferry had become. He could not move without brushing into someone, and suddenly he did not want to be there. He started to carefully push his way through the crowd to get inside, cringing at every unwanted bit of physical contact. He had to breathe deeply to avoid panic and stop himself from barging people aside. Inside, it was far less crowded. He found an empty seat on a cushioned semicircle that followed the inside curve of the window of what was now the back of the craft and sat down. He concentrated on taking full breaths and immediately felt a little better. He even contemplated going outside again, but when he looked through the window at the size of the crowd, he changed his mind. Instead, he opened his backpack and pulled out his sun lotion and carefully rubbed the white cream into his arms, legs, face, shoulders, the back of his neck and the top of his chest. As he did so, he stared at the incomplete sleeve tattoo on his right arm. He had gone for a travel motif. Most of the arm was covered with an antique map with a compass, an aeroplane, he had gone for a 747 as it had looked cool, an old-fashioned yacht, and various other travel-related images. The top was fully coloured, but by the time he got halfway to the elbow, it was just the black and white outlines. He had run out of money and had never got it finished, and when he finally had saved enough to continue, he discovered that his artist had retired and nobody had wanted to continue somebody else's work. So it remained permanently incomplete, like a metaphor for his existence. The ferry journey was about half an hour long. Soon they were being deposited at the terminal at the other end. Freddie followed the signs for the beach, which was a few minutes' walk away, grabbing a bottle of water and some tins of beer from the bottle shop, as well as a burger from one of the many food outlets. It was crowded here, and although the beach was long and curved, he could not see why it was one of the most famous beaches in the world. He found a spot, rolled his towel out, took off his vest and sat down. He rubbed some more lotion into his chest, then pulled out a can of beer, which was still beautifully cold. He took a deep slug and then realised how tired he was. He wrapped his shirt around his backpack and lay down. He was asleep in minutes. "Hey!" An Australian voice cut into whatever he was dreaming about. His eyes opened and he struggled to focus for a second. There was a very tall and rather stunning bikini-clad blonde girl standing next to him. "You okay?" asked the girl. Freddie nodded. "You fell asleep," she said. "You're whiter than snow. Even with factor 50, you'll burn." The girl knelt and looked at him. "You need more sunblock. And I bet you haven't done your back either." "No," said Freddie slowly. "English, huh? Arrived today?" "This morning," said Freddie. "Trust me, you don't want to fall asleep here," she said with a grin. Her hair was tied in a ponytail and she had some freckles. There was not an ounce of fat on her, and a muscle tone suggested that she regularly worked out. "You'll end up burned to a crisp." Freddie sat up and looked at her whilst trying not to look like he was checking her out. He was sure she was doing the same. "Thank you," he said. "Always you Brits. Come here and burn to fuck on the first day." She looked at the slight pinkness on his chest. "I think I caught you in time. Turn over." Freddie did as he was told. The girl grabbed the bottle of lotion from the sand next to him. "I'll do your back for you." She squirted some into her hands and started rubbing his skin. It was ages since anybody had touched him in such a gentle way. The girl softly and thoroughly rubbed his shoulders, taking her time, then moved down his back, then the back of his arms. She paid close attention to his lower back and the tops of his legs. "There you go," she said. "If you don't fall asleep again, you should be okay." She gave his bum a hefty slap which startled him, then stood up. "I'm over there if you need any more put on." She gestured to a group of 5 or 6 people about 10 metres away, then walked towards them. Her thong left most of her bottom on display, and Freddie had the sudden urge to jump up and slap it back, but he did not. Instead, he called out, "Thank you," towards her retreating form and tried not to stare. She looked over her shoulder and he quickly moved his eyes up to her face. "You're welcome," she said, with a wink as she rejoined her friends. Freddie pulled the book he'd bought out of his backpack and started to read. The cover promised lots of celebrity gossip, but to be honest, it was not all that interesting. He read the first couple of chapters all the way through, but promptly got bored and was flicking through to try and find some names that he recognised. When he found them, in every case, the author seemed to say that they were really lovely, which was not the kind of gossip the information on the back had promised. Crews seemed to have an awful lot of sex with each other, and occasionally passengers, but they seemed to be tight-lipped about anyone who might potentially sue. So he gave up with the book after about an hour and rolled onto his back. He sat up for a while and tried to drink some beer, which was now a lot warmer than when he'd bought it a couple of hours ago and quite disgusting. He drank his bottle of water instead, which tasted much better. Realising how warm he was, he rubbed some sun cream into his chest, face, arms and legs, then looked at his watch. It was heading for 4 o'clock and he had to be back at the maze for 8, so he reckoned he had another couple of hours. He was tempted to lie back down on the sand with his eyes shut, but he realised if he did that, he would fall asleep again. The problem was that without something decent to read, he was getting bored. Sitting on the beach reminded him of taking a bath. Beforehand, you really look forward to it. You think of how relaxing and peaceful it would be. But when you're actually in there, it's kind of boring and you start thinking of getting out, drying off and finding something else to do. There was no point in giving up and going back on the ferry yet, but he was going to go for a walk. Freddie stood up and rolled up his towel. He forced it into his backpack along with all the other stuff he'd taken out. It was so warm that he decided to keep his vest off for now, and he chucked that into his pack as well as the disappointing book. He put on his flip-flops and was suddenly aware of a shadow behind him. He turned and saw the girl, who had put on his sun cream, standing behind him. "Off so soon?" she asked with her hand above her eyes for shade. I keep falling asleep, said Freddie. I'm going to go for a walk and then head back. The girl smiled a tiny smile, then started brushing the sand from his back. When he'd lain back down, the towel had crumpled up and his right shoulder blade and half his back was covered. She rubbed it slowly and deliberately, then grinned and grabbed his phone from his hand. He was momentarily unsure if he had just been robbed. But she did not run away. The phone was unlocked and the girl was taking a selfie with it. She stuck out her tongue and made in a suggestive fashion between two of her fingers in a V, then went into the address book where she typed a name and a phone number, assigning the selfie she'd taken as the profile picture. She was about to hand the phone back to him when she paused. Call me? She asked. Sure, said Freddie, reading her name from the screen. Liv. You'd better, she said. Then she pressed the call button on the screen, let it ring for a few seconds, and then hung up. Olivia! Phone! Yelled one of the people with her. She ignored them and made to hand Freddie's phone back to him, but just before she did, she gave Freddie a kiss on the lips. It was unexpected and with just a brush of tongue. Then she put the phone into the pocket of his shorts, leaving her hand in there for just a moment too long. She raised her eyebrows, smiled again, then walked away, as though she did not have a care in the world. Freddie realised that he'd stopped breathing for a second. Liv did not look back, so Freddie walked along the sand, up the steps and along the beachfront. His brain was doing a mental cartwheel of joy. He had no idea if he was going to call her, but a complete stranger had found him attractive enough to approach him on the beach, touch him repeatedly and gloriously inappropriately, and then force her phone number onto him. The Asian girls back at the hospital seemed to like him as well. Even the pretty air hostess wanted to catch up with him. Freddie had no self-esteem, no belief that he was anything other than an ugly, gangly and pallid freak, yet evidence from today suggested otherwise. For a brief moment, walking along the path above Manly Beach in Sydney, Australia, with the sun beating down on his torso, he felt perhaps like he was not so hideous after all. Freddie walked along the beachfront, did some people watching, then decided to head back. He was at the ferry terminal for 5 o'clock and back at Circular Quay at 6. He turned left from the pier in order to get closer to the Opera House and saw that there was a large outdoor bar between it and the harbour, which looked like it might be rather good fun. But he was tired and the hostel was still half an hour away on foot. This time he did not dawdle and arrived at the maze in just under 25 minutes. He'd put his vest back on, but he took his shades off as he entered the lobby. Brad was no longer at the desk. He nodded politely to the girl who was, then climbed the stairs and went to find his room. He unlocked the door, went in, and this time it was empty. Thankfully, he took a change of clothes with him to the bathroom and showered. He was going to be sore tomorrow. The feeling of the water running down his skin was different to normal. Not exactly pain, but perhaps a hint of pain to come. Drying himself down with a towel reinforced this, but he was not as ridiculously pink as he would have been if Liv had not woken him. He had some moisturiser with him, so he rubbed it into his skin. He looked at his watch again after he put the fresh clothes on. The pizza should arrive in an hour. Freddie initially killed some time by trying to get back into the book he'd bought, but every time he read a new section, the more he felt like it was not what had been promised on the cover. He even thought about going back to Dimmock's to try and find something else, but he was sure it would be closed by now. As the time approached for the pizza to arrive, he worried more about having paid for the two girls. OK, so they had seemed to like looking at him, but that was very different from the thought of something else happening. His mind kept going back uncomfortably to the suggestive comments Brad had made and the offer of a private room. He started to feel a little sordid and wondered what he was going to say to the girls when they turned up. These thoughts played on his mind, so he left the room and went and sat on the sofa in the common area near the kitchen, flicking through his book and feeling more and more wretched. He kept looking at his watch, and as the time got closer to 8, he started to feel nervous again. His heart was beating crazily, and he half expected the telltale balance wobble that told him a panic attack was coming. At 8, he decided that everyone would be collecting their food and that it would be better to wait for 10 minutes to avoid the queue. He watched the top of the stairs to see if his roommates appeared with their pizza, perhaps even looking out for him. He breathed deeply and rationalised that it was just a pizza. It was not an invitation or offer for sex or anything improper. It was just a fucking pepperoni pizza with extra pepperoni. Freddie waited until his watch said it was 10 past, then headed down. There were a few boxes left with names on them, including his. Freddie Naismith, he said to George, the girl on the desk. Oh yeah, I have yours here, said the girl knowingly. Freddie tried to smile in a nonchalant fashion, but it ended up coming out like a rictus. He grabbed the pizza box and the girl handed him an envelope. It's from Brad. He says it's on him and have a good night. The girl winked at him again. Was everyone in this country incorrigible? He muttered a thank you, and at just that moment the girls from his room entered the reception from outside. Aha, here they are, said George. The girls came up to the counter. Pizza, said one of them. The receptionist reached for the 2 boxes in the ever-dwindling pile. The girl went for her wallet, but George shook her head. No, this gentleman has paid for you. The girls looked confused and spoke to each other in what Freddie assumed was Japanese. George pointed to Freddie. He has paid for you, she said slowly. She picked up the 2 boxes and handed them to the girls, with Freddie standing there going bright red. Oh, thank you, said the girl. She handed the boxes to her friend. Yuka, she said, pointing to herself. Then she pointed at her friend. Aki. Freddie balanced his pizza box in one hand and pointed to himself. Freddie. Hello, Yuka. Hello, Aki. The girl smiled back warmly. Aki gestured to the stairs. Eat? Yes, said Freddie. After you. He pointed to the stairs. The girls started to ascend and he followed them. He heard a dirty cackle from George and sincerely hoped that she was now talking to somebody else. The 3 of them found some space amongst the rows of dining tables in the common area. The girls sat next to each other. Freddie sat opposite. They did not talk much as they ate, but they kept making eye contact with him and smiling. Eventually they were done, and Aki took the boxes away to the bins in the kitchen. Yuka smiled again. My English is better, she said. Freddie smiled. Are you from Japan? He asked. Yes, he said. Yes, she said. Kitami, on the 2nd biggest island, Hokkaido. Well, a small village some miles from the city. And you? It was the first time that Freddie had heard Yuka speak in English. Aki had tried over dinner, but had needed to repeat herself a few times. Your English is very good, he said, and she blushed. I'm from England, in the south, East Sussex. Oh, Channel Tunnel, asked Yuka. I'm not too close to that, but yes, that's in the south. Freddie's room key was on the table, as was the envelope. As he talked, he moved over his hands and knocked it. The other room key fell out. Yuka pointed to it. What's that? Freddie looked at the key in horror. Luckily, there was no post-it note or anything on it with a crass message, but he suddenly felt like a piece of shit. I am shy, he said slowly, forming a lie. I thought I would be okay sharing, but I've decided to have my own room tonight. It's nothing personal. You guys are cool. Yuka frowned. I also have anxiety. That is why Aki brought me here. I did not like the shared room at the start, but I'm getting used to it. She took his hand and smiled. It will be okay. It will get better. She let go of his hand. But you will be back tomorrow? I think so, said Freddie. Aki came back, and Yuka said something in Japanese. Aki looked disappointed, but smiled at Freddie. You will okay, I think, she said, looking at Freddie, then Yuka to confirm she'd said the right thing. Thank for pizza. They got up and walked to the room together, the girls chatting away and giving him an occasional smile. Freddie decided to make good on his lie. He felt as though he had to. Now the ice was broken, he realised he would probably be fine sleeping in the dorm, but paradoxically, he also felt like he needed some space. Going from the solitary existence he'd experienced for the past few weeks to a room of 6 was hardly an easy transition. It was almost 9 o'clock and he was shattered, and he knew that he would sleep well. He picked up his larger backpack and went to find his new room. It was not much bigger than the bed, but it was clean and quiet. He had a quick shower and stripped down to his underwear and then lay on the duvet. He sat in the dark for a few moments, and then there was a knock on the door. He shook his head, hoping that the room had not now been sold and that he would have to move out. He went to the door, but there was no spy hole, so he pulled his shorts back on and opened it. Yuka was standing outside in a dressing gown. I wanted to say good night, she said. I saw the room number on your key. She held up a small box containing some cake. I got this for you. Lamington cake, Australian, chocolate and coconut, very good. He took the cake box from her. Thank you, he said. You're welcome, she said, stepping forward and giving him a hug, which he returned as much as he could with one handful. She kissed him on the cheek, then stepped back. Have a nice day tomorrow. Hope to eat with you again. She smiled, turned and walked away. Freddie stood there for a moment, looking at the cake box in his hand. This was not how he had assumed the night would go. No, it was infinitely better. Chapter 6. Friends and Benefits. Once he had moved his possessions back into the shared dorm the next morning, Freddie spent the day exploring the area around Circular Quay. He even considered going to see an opera on the grounds that it would be quite cool to see one at the Sydney Opera House. Only he loathed that form of theatre. He had been forced to sit through a performance at Glyndebourne once by his parents and had hated every moment of it. So he decided to save his money. Instead, he went for a walk. Opposite the Opera House were the Royal Botanical Gardens. It was full of open spaces and wooden areas. There were a couple of coffee shops and even the obligatory gift shop, and you could buy seeds and so many books on rare plants. All Freddie could think about was how much his mum would have loved it. He walked over to Mrs. Macquarie's chair, a large bench that had been carved in the sandstone, and looked out over the harbour. There were lots of people queuing up to have their photographs taken sitting in it, and Freddie almost considered joining them, but he had an aversion to having his picture taken. He always felt foolish taking a selfie, holding a phone at arm's length and pouting whilst trying to line up the image to contain whatever it was in the background that you wanted to include. The other option was to get someone else to take the photo, but when he was a kid, his dad's camera had been stolen by an opportunist in Turkey, and he'd never trusted anyone he did not know enough to hand over a camera or phone again. So instead, he stood a few feet in front of the chair, slightly apart from the people taking pictures, and faced the other way, looking out over the harbour at the view Mrs. Macquarie was reported to have admired so much. He walked around the gardens for an hour and then headed back to Circular Quay. He had a McDonald's for lunch. It was true, it seemed, that a Big Mac tasted the same wherever you ordered it on the planet, then headed back to the maze for a wash and change of attire. Annoyingly, he had already gone through the majority of the clothes that he wanted to wear. The button-up shirts he'd bought with him just seemed too stuffy, and he only had a couple of the sleeveless vests that were so necessary for this heat. He sat shamelessly in the room containing the coin-operated washing and drying machines in just his underwear. Yuka and Aki came in to do some washing as well, and Yuka could not take her eyes off him. He was already starting to get a tan. His shoulders were looking slightly brown, and diligent use of moisturiser last night had prevented him from burning. After a conversation with the girls, it had been decided that a good way of spending that evening would be to head down to the opera bar. When they arrived, at first they just stood at the harbour edge, which overlooked Circular Quay and the cruise terminal. The view was dominated by the impressive harbour bridge. Eventually, the three of them sat at a table amongst hundreds of others and talked. Yuka told Freddie about village life and how everything had changed when she'd started catching the bus into Kitami for high school, which is where she'd met Aki, who was a city girl through and through. It was a shame that it was such a two-way conversation. Aki's English was basic at best, and so she was not able to join in to the same degree, whereas the complexity of what some of Yuka said often surprised Freddie. Yuka did her best to translate both ways so that Aki could be part of the conversation. They had a pleasant afternoon. The food at the bar was good, and the drinks flowed freely. Yuka and Aki stuck to wine. Initially, Freddie had beer, but after his third, he started to feel bloated and switched to bourbon and cola. The three of them watched the sun go down, and then, a little tipsy, caught a taxi back to the maze. When they got back to their room, he finally met the other three people sharing the dorm, German girls who were part of a party of 6 spread across 3 rooms. They tried to insist that Freddie, Yuka and Aki should swap so that their party could be complete, but Yuka and Aki had been in the room for several days and did not really want to. However, they were such nice girls that Freddie could see they were going to agree just to keep the peace, so he put his foot down and said that he had no intention of moving tonight, thank you very much. He was tired and just wanted to sleep. So the 3 girls made as much noise as they could and were as obnoxious as possible. Before he went to bed, he sent Crystal a text message saying that he could not remember when she was arriving in Sydney, but he would like to meet for a coffee. He got a response almost immediately saying that her crew was being picked up from the hotel in Singapore within the hour, and that she was thinking of going for breakfast at Circular Quay tomorrow morning if he would like to join her. She thought about 8 o'clock, if that was not too early for him, but it would all depend on whether their flight left on time. He agreed to meet her. Yuka climbed up the ladder to his bunk to hug Freddie goodnight. Her lips seemed to search for his, but he turned his head so she found his cheek instead, and as she started to climb down, he kissed her on the forehead. She smiled and went to her bed. Freddie woke the next morning at 6. He had set his alarm for 7 as he was planning to meet Crystal at 8. He woke because he had a text message from her saying that they had landed and were on the bus now heading into Sydney. She had included a picture of her on the bus in her uniform, pouting somewhat. The text read, "Finally got my hat off. 8 still okay. City Extra restaurant on Circular Quay for breakfast." Freddie glared at his phone, wishing somewhat that he was still asleep, but she seemed really keen to meet him, so he sent a quick reply. "I know exactly where that is. See you at 8. It was a lie when he sent it, but a few minutes later he checked out the location on his phone and found that he had walked past it 2 to 3 times yesterday. Since he felt he was only partially conscious, he went for a quick walk to wake himself up properly. He was hungry, but there was no point having anything to eat now if he was meeting Crystal for breakfast in less than 2 hours. He wandered back to the maze and had a long, luxurious shower. He even shaved, and for once wore a button-up short-sleeved shirt, mainly black of course, and mid-length denim shorts with a belt. He looked at himself in the mirror, thinking he looked okay. He even put on some aftershave. He started walking down towards Circular Quay at 7:15, which would get him there in plenty of time. He arrived with 20 minutes to spare, so he walked round for a bit. He ended up on the western side of the quay, near the cruise terminal, and stood taking in the view of the Opera House. As he stood there, he got a tap on his shoulder. I was early too. It was Crystal, looking very different from when he had seen her in uniform. For one thing, her hair was a lot longer than he imagined it would be, hidden as it had been in a tight bun. It went most of the way down her back. She was wearing a lot less too, leggings and a cropped vest that revealed a toned stomach that was obviously used to the sun. She was wearing a backpack, and he could just make out the lines of a sports bra underneath her top. I thought about lying down for 10 minutes, but that's often fatal. She gave him a massive hug, squeezing him tightly with no subtlety at all, and he felt her breast pushing deliberately into him. He returned the hug, and her lips caught his cheek, brushing his skin gently and lingering for a moment. She eventually stepped back with a grin. "Sorry about the outfit," she said. "I'm going to the gym after breakfast." "You're looking good, though," she teased. They started walking around the quay towards the restaurant she had suggested, which was opposite the pier where he'd caught the ferry to Manly yesterday. "So how are you getting on?" He looked serious for a moment. He'd forgotten how much he had told her in the galley that night, and he'd also forgotten that he had not specifically mentioned Rose. So when he told Crystal that he was here doing the holiday that she had intended to do before she died, albeit by himself instead of with friends, she stopped, grabbed his hands, said, "He didn't tell me that, I'm so sorry," and gave him another massive hug, but this time friendly and non-suggestive. She had tears in her eyes again, just like she had when he'd talked to her on board the aeroplane. They sat down at a table for two. He had wanted to sit outside, but Crystal informed him that the local pigeons were a nightmare, so they chose a table inside as they sat down. And as they sat down, he saw two of the fearless birds swoop towards a croissant that a lady had ordered. Crystal smiled as she saw it. Freddie nodded. Good call. The menu was in the style of a newspaper. There was rather too much to choose from, so Crystal recommended the avocado toast with poached egg and bacon. "So what are you going to do with your time here?" she asked, as they waited for the food to arrive. "I'm thinking of flying to Cairns and working my way down the coast, either backpacking or by Greyhound," replied Freddie. "I'd definitely recommend the bus," said Crystal, sipping her flat white. Freddie frowned. "Why?" "Have you not seen Wolf Creek?" asked Crystal with a smile. "Well, yes," he replied, "but it's not real." "Based on a true story?" "I'm sure I'll be okay," said Freddie with a grin. "So what are your plans?" Plans for my 34? She glanced at the time on her phone. "Sorry, 32 hours here." "Is that all you get?" Freddie asked. "Mad, isn't it? Yet we get 2 nights each way in Singapore." "Do you like Singapore?" said Freddie after a sip from his coffee. "Love it," said Crystal, "but I think most of the crew would rather have one less night there and one more here." They chatted about various things, including the stops he might make on his tour, and eventually the food arrived. Crystal's recommendation had been spot on. It was delicious. "We usually come here," said Crystal as they finished eating. "The others are having a couple of hours sleep and then coming here for a champagne breakfast. At least that's the plan. Half of them won't make it. That's what usually happens anyway." "So what are you doing this afternoon?" "Well," said Crystal, "I'm training for a 10-kilometre run, so I'm going to the gym after breakfast, then back to the hotel, shower, sleep, then drinks at the opera bar." "Ah, the opera bar," said Freddie. "I discovered that last night." "Well, there will be a few of us, but you would be more than welcome to join us," said Crystal. Freddie looked ashamed. "I have major social anxiety problems. I might struggle with a larger group." She grabbed his hand. "It will be nice to see you, and if it becomes too much, we can go somewhere else." She seemed so earnest and sincere that he agreed, although inside he was already starting to worry about it. They left City Extra after another coffee each. The hotel the crew was staying in was in a road parallel to Pitt Street, so Freddie said he would walk her back, then cut across to his hostel. The conversation was natural and not forced, and he found himself at ease in her company. "That's the hotel there," said Crystal, pointing to a building a block away. "But this is the gym we use." She pulled her crew ID from a handbag. "Just have to show this." She gave him another hug and was about to say goodbye when a thought struck her. "You don't want to come in, do you? I can probably blag it that you're crew as well. I'm only doing half an hour today." She gave him a look with her big dark eyes that was almost impossible to say no to. "Lucky I've got a change of clothes," said Freddie. "Great," said Crystal. She grabbed his hand and dragged him into the building. Freddie had not been into a gym for literally years. After he had changed, Crystal found 2 treadmills next to each other and set off at a pace that would mean she would complete 5 kilometres, her target for the day, in about half an hour. She said she was aiming for 31 minutes. Freddie stood next to her and had to be shown how to start the machine. It had been that long since he had used one. So whilst Crystal did a steady 9 kilometres an hour with occasional bursts of 12, Freddie managed to walk at a sedate 6 and occasionally turning up to 9 for very brief periods which left him embarrassingly out of breath. He occasionally turned to look over at her on the machine on his right, getting into the flow of what she was doing, her skin glistening with a sheen of sweat in the artificial light. God, she looked good. He did not try to match her pace. He probably would have hurt himself if he tried. But he did enjoy watching her as she pushed herself forwards on a slight incline. He set an incline on his machine, but it made things so much harder that he quickly levelled it out again. 30 minutes later, Crystal slowed her machine to a walk, then stopped it completely and looked across at Freddie, who was sweating and dizzy, and smiled. "When did you last do that?" Freddie, red in the face and also short of breath, also stopped his machine. "Can't remember," he said through gasps of air. Crystal laughed. "It will have done you the world of good," she said. She started toweling her forehead, arms and chest. Freddie had not thought to pick up a towel, so he went over to the dispenser, took one and started drying himself off. It did not work. As he mopped up his sweat, more appeared. "Are you done?" he asked a few minutes later. Crystal smiled. "Yes. Are you going to have a shower?" "I suppose I'd better," said Freddie. "Don't use the shower here," said Crystal. My hotel is just in the next street, remember?" She leaned across and whispered into his ear. "I'll make it worth all the effort." There had been nobody from Crystal's crew in the lobby of the hotel or the lift, thankfully. She led Freddie by the hand to her room, and as soon as the door had closed behind them, she threw her backpack down, pushed him up against the back of the door and started kissing him. Her hands were not discreet, and a few moments later were all over the front of his shorts, teasing him. He groaned slightly and she paused for a moment. She looked into his eyes, she was almost as tall as him, then grabbed his shoulders, turned him around and pushed him backwards onto the bed. Eventually, when they were finished, she lay down next to him, then got him to sit up momentarily so she could pull the bed covers up. Freddie thought about trying to leave at this point, but she had said that when she got back from the gym she wanted to sleep for a bit. Apparently that now included him, so he rolled onto his side and Crystal spooned him from behind. She bit the back of his shoulders gently, then promptly fell asleep. He could feel her regular breath on the back of his neck. He spent a while thinking about what had just happened, how uncomfortable the bed was, and that he was not in the least bit tired. And as he thought this, he fell asleep too. They woke up a few hours later, still entwined. Crystal's hair was all over the place, but she looked gorgeous, Freddie thought. "Morning," he said sleepily. Crystal smiled and looked at her watch. It was gone 2 in the afternoon. "I'm sure it's morning somewhere," she said with a smile. She looked at him and stroked the partially completed tattoo on his arm. "Nice," she said. "I never saw that on the plane." She looked down at his chest and drew a sharp intake of breath. Freddie's torso was covered with scratches, bite marks and love bites. "Oops," she said with a small giggle, tracing the marks with her finger. "Looks like I got a little carried away." Freddie smiled. This was the point where he usually felt uncomfortable and self-conscious, but he was still feeling contented in her presence. "We never did have that shower," he said. Crystal raised her eyebrows, smiled and kicked the duvet from the bed. You don't look that dirty," she purred. "We need to do something about that." Her mouth found his again. Freddie gave in immediately. Freddie and Crystal walked down Pitt Street towards Circular Quay. They had eventually showered, but she had not left him alone in the shower either, and he was not convinced that he was any cleaner when he got out. But he did not feel like she had loads of expectations either. They had enjoyed and were still enjoying each other's company. They were now heading for the opera bar. "There may be some of my colleagues there," said Crystal. "If it gets too much, just say, and we can find somewhere else." Freddie nodded. "It's mainly gay guys and teenage girls, so I'm sure you'll be fine." It was about 4 o'clock. When they got to the bar, there was a table that was close to where he had sat with Yuka and Aki yesterday. 6 of Crystal's colleagues were clustered around it. They had a glass of wine or beer, and they were sharing 2 pizzas. They sat down. "This is my friend Freddie," said Crystal. One of the crew, a tall gentleman with grey hair, skinny in his late 30s, smiled as they took their seats. "Frederick Owen Naismith, seat 2A, Heathrow to Sydney. First flight since joining the executive club." Freddie suddenly recognised the man as Rob, the manager on the first part of his flight, and his face went red. Rob had a camp demeanour, but that did not necessarily mean that he was gay. Rob took a swig from his beer, then smiled at Freddie. "Crystal makes friends very easily." "Great taste, though," and he gave Freddie a friendly wink. They ate and drank. Although he did not want to be the centre of attention, Crystal had obviously said something about the reason that he was here when he headed to the bar to get some more drinks, because after that they were all really nice to him. Not that they'd not been before, but he noticed the change the moment he sat back down. One girl, Laura, asked if he would like a nice picture taken of himself in front of the harbour bridge now the sun had gone down. He said yes, assuming she would get him to stand up in front of her phone, but no, she pulled out an expensive-looking camera and proceeded to make him move around until she found an angle she liked, then played with the lighting until she was happy with it. She took a couple of photographs, at which point Crystal asked if she could be in the picture as well. Laura rolled her eyes with mock indignation, then spent a few more moments lining everything up, stealing 2 glasses of Prosecco that Rob had just bought and making Freddie and Crystal hold them, and playing with the exposure settings again. The images that came out were far better than anything Freddie could have taken on a phone, and even better, Laura was able to send copies directly to his phone via Bluetooth. There were 9 of them there now, all of them gay guys apart from Crystal, Laura and the very young Emily, who spent a whole time on her phone looking at Snapchat. There were plans to go to a restaurant called Philip's Foot, where you apparently bought a raw steak then cooked it yourself on an open barbecue. At the start of the day, if you had suggested to Freddie that he would be comfortable with a group of strangers, he would not have believed it. But they were good fun, talkative, and had interesting stories to tell from all over the world. He did go with them to Philip's Foot, and more of Crystal's colleagues joined them there, including their flight crew, and they all had an enjoyable evening. When it was time to walk back to the hotel, Crystal and Freddie hung back and talked. They arrived a few minutes after the others. "I've enjoyed today, thank you," said Freddie. "Enjoyed," said Crystal. "Past tense. Why, do you think you're going somewhere?" Freddie looked flustered for a moment. Crystal smiled. "Because you're not going anywhere." She kissed his mouth. "I'm not finished with you yet," she said, her hands deliberately brushing the outside of his shorts before grabbing his hands and leading him into the hotel. Rob, who had walked back ahead of them, was standing at the reception desk. He waved and smiled knowingly as they hurried past. Freddie and Crystal did not get all that much sleep that night. They finally settled down at about 4 a.m. Every time Freddie thought they were done, 10 minutes later, Crystal was initiating with them again. His confidence increased a bit, and he even took the lead on a couple of occasions. They woke up when the phone rang in the room the next morning. Crystal sat up with a start and looked at the time. Christ. Freddie was immediately awake. "You okay?" "That's my alarm call," she said. "We're picked up in an hour." After that, she rushed around and over the next 40 minutes transformed herself from the naked beauty that he'd woken up with into the pristine crew member that he'd met aboard the flight. She threw her stuff together and encouraged him to shower before she had to check out. He did so before slipping on the clothes he'd worn at the gym. The more formal clothes had been on most of yesterday, so he reckoned his vest and baggy shorts were probably fresher. Crystal applied her makeup, and 20 minutes before she was due to be picked up, she was ready. "Thank you for everything," said Freddie. Crystal looked at him as though he was odd. "You're a strange boy, Freddie," she said after a pause. She gave him a huge hug. She smelled amazing, and as they came apart, she said, "I know you're hurting. I can see that your self-esteem is pretty low, but it needn't be. You're a nice guy and you're really, really good." She left a large pause between each of the last 3 words and left the sentence hanging in the air, and suddenly she was kissing him passionately. When the mouths parted, she opened her handbag and pulled out a lipstick. "There's a reason I did this last," she said with a smile, and applied it. The picture was now complete. They went down in the lift together. As they walked into reception, the whole crew was there. Crystal was the last one down. Rob saw them and stood up and clapped, and the whole crew joined in. Freddie had never had a standing ovation before. Even the hotel staff were laughing and clapping. Crystal did not even blush. She did an exaggerated curtsy and gave Freddie a final hug. He tried to leave, but then Rob came up and started talking to him, asking him when he was due to fly home. Freddie said that he did not know, so Rob handed him a business card and said when he did know, email him and he would make sure the outgoing crews took good care of him. Perhaps not as good a care as Crystal, though, he said with a laugh. Freddie walked outside. Crystal followed him out and gave him another hug and a peck on the cheek. "You look after yourself, mister," she said, and even looked a little tearful as they parted. "Let me know when you get back to the UK." Freddie crossed the road and kept walking. The maze was 20 minutes up the same street. He was not sure how he felt. He'd enjoyed spending the time with her, but he did not know if he was going to contact her again. He was uncertain if she meant it anyway or was just being polite. It was with mixed emotions that he went back into the maze. He went to his room and stripped off his vest and shorts, ready to put a fresh pair on. Yuka and Aki walked in at this moment. The smile on Yuka's face vanished as soon as she saw the state of his chest. She turned her back on him and the two of them refused to acknowledge him. Freddie grimaced and looked at his small pile of clothes on the floor. He'd only been here for a couple of days, and it was already time to move on. Chapter 7. Real Life. Freddie went straight down to the computers in reception at the maze, brought a screen time voucher and sat down to look at what flights were available. He had a pretty good idea what he wanted to do with the rest of his time in Australia. The only decision that he still had to make was whether he should start in Melbourne or Cairns. He'd told various people that he favoured the northern option, and when he looked at websites to get an idea of what he could do in each area, he decided that Cairns excited him the most. The Great Barrier Reef looked amazing, so in the end it was an easy decision. He would book a flight from Sydney to Cairns today if at all possible. But it was quite late. Brad had recommended he go by Jetstar, so Freddie went onto their website. There seemed to be 3 flights today, but 2 had already departed and the third was sold out. Reluctantly, he skipped ahead to tomorrow and found that there were seats available on all of the flights. One was stupidly early in the morning, but the middle one left at 11:45. He was sure if he shopped around he could find flights that went today with a different airline, but they would be a lot more expensive. He would just have to put up with Yuka and Aki's silence for the evening. Suddenly, he was not interested in Sydney. He knew that his brain sometimes operated in an insanely binary fashion. He either liked something or he did not. He wanted to be somewhere or he didn't. The sudden cold behaviour of Aki and Yuka towards him had flicked that switch in his head. He even considered trying to find somewhere else to sleep tonight, but it was really not worth the effort and he knew it. His room at the hotel in Darling Harbour, paid for in advance, still had a couple of nights left to go, but he knew where the trains departed and how to get to the airport from the maze. It would be just easier to start from here tomorrow. Freddie spent the rest of the day wandering about aimlessly, killing time until he could go to bed. He walked past a cinema and considered going to see a movie, but it was that time of year when everything showing was an Oscar contender and therefore most likely terribly worthy and no fun. He had a look around the Queen Victoria building and seriously thought about going up the Westfield Tower, but when it came to it, he could not be bothered. He was ambling about directionless when he came to a part of Pitt Street that had been pedestrianised. He walked up and down for a while, brought a takeaway coffee and sat down in a seating area under some small trees opposite a Pandora shop. This made him reflect. Rose had a Pandora bracelet and had recently started collecting travel-related charms. He smiled sadly to himself, took a sip of his coffee, and then was aware of a crashing sound. He looked around him and could not see the source, but suddenly everything was unnervingly quiet. Then the screaming started. He could still see nothing, but was uncomfortably aware of how vulnerable he was sitting in this location. He stood up, vaguely noticing that the people around him were doing the same. They were all trying to work out what had happened. One of them pointed south to a similar seating area just before the pedestrian walkway ended and Pitt Street became a normal road again. A large van had ploughed into that part of the street instead of turning off and following the traffic. The concrete slabs that acted as the seating area had stopped it, but Freddie dreaded to think how many people had been sat in those seats. All of a sudden people were walking, then running in the direction of what had happened. Freddie was rooted to the spot, not wanting to get any closer because he did not want to see the unpleasant sights that would be waiting for anyone who approached. It was too similar to what had happened to his family for him to even be able to contemplate getting any nearer. He could already hear the sirens of the emergency services. He ought to go to try and help, but there was nothing he could do. He was not first aid trained, and the sight of blood caused him to panic. He could see now that there were bodies littered around the van and people screaming frantically around them. People in that horrendous moment when they realised they'd just lost a loved one. People that were right now where he'd been not that many weeks ago. No, there would be nothing he would be able to do to add to the situation. Unsteadily, he walked away. The direct route back to the hostel took him through that part of Pitt Street, so instead he headed onto George Street and back towards the maze. He could hear the sound of ambulances, police and fire units heading to the scene. The road that led from George Street back to Pitt Street had already been closed off. There was a side of him that was morbidly curious, but he knew that it would be a mistake for him to go and look. He headed back to the maze and was there within 15 minutes. Brad had a local news network up on his phone and was frowning and shaking his head. Fuck, he kept saying to himself. Fuck. Freddie suddenly felt wobbly. For once it was not the early warning sign of a panic attack, it was the shock of what had happened. He sat down at one of the empty computer terminals and breathed. "You all right, mate?" asked Brad. Freddie nodded. "I was there," he said, shaking slightly. "Just up the road, I saw it happen." "Geez," said Brad as he walked over him. "What did you see?" Freddie shook his head. It was in the distance. A large van just ploughed into the seats. "Deliberate?" asked Brad. "No idea," said Freddie. Brad turned back to his phone. "The ABC are saying it looks deliberate." Freddie stood up and looked down at the tiny screen. It was showing the same minute of footage, a long-distance image of the road being taped off, with a lot of speculation from the presenters in the studio. He realised that Lauren might catch this on the news when she woke up and worry, so he sent her a text message saying that he was close to what had happened, but was fine and safely back at his hostel. He also thought about Crystal. Her flight would have left Sydney by now, but if it was as big a news story as it looked like it was going to be, then she might be concerned when she saw it. He'd not intended to message her quite so quickly, but he sent her a text saying he was all right. The scale of what had happened was slowly becoming apparent. More people were walking into the hostel and asking the staff if they knew anything, so Brad logged into one of the computer screens and displayed the live news feed from the ABC. There was a media presence in the vicinity now, although the actual scene of the incident was closed off. A couple of reporters were starting to arrive and speculate about exactly what had happened on the other side of the police tape. The reporters suddenly announced they'd received more mobile phone footage that had been sent in by someone who had captured the incident on their phone. He gave a warning that the content of the video was graphic and might cause distress to viewers, but then proceeded to show it anyway. The scene started with a couple of people posing outside a shop and talking into the camera. Their faces had been blurred out and their voices deliberately distorted. There was a loud noise behind them and the camera swung around. A large high-sided van had crashed through the metal posts that were supposed to prevent unauthorised vehicle access and had careered through people, finally coming to rest when it hit the concrete seating area. The first thing that caught Freddie's eye was an overturned pushchair. He then noticed that someone had been sitting on one of the chairs as the van had hit, crushing their legs and, as the van had mounted the seat, most of their body as well. They were certainly dead. The news channel had kindly blurred out their face as well. The person who had filmed the carnage had waved the camera about as though they did not know what they wanted to record, so the picture was frozen every few seconds from this point and additional details highlighted and pointed out. Many faces were again blurred. Freddie had to sit down. Although he could not feel a panic attack coming on, he felt really, really sick. The reporter was pointing out in painstaking detail everything that he could see, but Freddie could no longer watch. He had been sitting on identical seats not all that far away. Indeed, he had considered sitting on those very seats. The only reason he had not was because there had been no coffee shop close enough to them. His body suddenly reacted to the shock in a way that he had not been expecting. He sat down and put his head as close to his knees as he could, not sure what was going to happen next. Brad watched him with some concern. "Are you okay, mate? Can I get you anything? Paper bag?" Freddie shook his head. "This isn't a panic attack. I'm not sure what's happening." As soon as he said this, he retched and covered the floor, his shoes and his left shin in vomit. Brad looked down at him. "Perhaps a bag wouldn't have been such a bad idea," he said. Freddie tried to stand up, but Brad pushed down on his shoulder. "You stay there for a minute." Freddie nodded, dry retched again, and then emptied more of the contents of his stomach onto the floor. He looked up guiltily, assuming Brad would be pissed off with him. Brad's hand was still on his shoulder, patting him gently. "I'm sorry," gasped Freddie after another dry retch. Brad shook his head. "Don't worry. George had come over with a mop and bucket." "I'll do that," said Brad, taking it from her. "A dustpan and a bag might be a good idea too. Can you also get me a glass of water?" George smiled and nodded, probably relieved that she was not going to have to deal with a mess. "Stay there for a moment," said Brad gently. "When you're sure you're not going to vomit again, you can move." Freddie nodded and sat there for a few moments. He breathed deeply and tried not to listen to the surgically accurate commentary of the video that the news anchor was conducting. Brad picked up on a glance that Freddie gave the computer monitor and turned it off. There was some signs of annoyance from the crowd of other guests that were gathering. Freddie waved at the screen and said, "Put it back on, I'm ready to move." He stood up somewhat unsteadily, and Brad helped him over to the bench that was against the wall opposite the reception desk. George appeared almost immediately with the water, as well as some blue paper towel and a bin bag. She handed the towel to Freddie. He thoroughly wiped his shin, took his shoes off to do the same with them before putting them back on and placing the towel into the plastic bag. He then took a sip of the water. "Thank you," he said. He looked over to the computers and saw that Brad had made short work of cleaning up over there too. The computer was back on, and from what he could see, the news channel was playing the same footage from the start and analysing the details once again. He leaned back against the wall and shut his eyes. He was so done with this city. This was supposed to be the opportunity for him to get over all that had happened, but it was just going to drag it all up again. He could hear the voices of his fellow hostelers as they watched the news and discussed what they were seeing and hearing. "Got to be the Muslims," someone said. There was an awkward moment because whoever had said it was unaware of the South Asian man standing behind him, looking both angry and upset at the same time. "Why has it got to be us?" he demanded. The person who had said it turned round and looked a bit sheepish. "Well," he floundered before foolishly deciding to stand his ground, "because it usually is. Look at London, Manchester and Paris." Freddie realised with embarrassment that the guy was from home, the south of England, by his accent. "And don't forget New York." "That's bullshit, mate," said one guy, obviously an Australian. "All those are extremists. They represent true Muslims like, I don't know, like football hooligans represent all football fans," piped up an English girl. There were murmurs of aggrievement. The Muslim guy was still looking upset, and the Australian went up to him, gave him a bear hug and smiled. "Fucking ignorant," he said. The Muslim guy smiled and looked like he was about to cry. The English girl went up to him and also attempted to reassure him. The person who had made the original comments skulked away. Freddie resisted the urge to trip him up as he walked past to the stairs. Brad sat down next to Freddie. "You okay now?" "I'll tell you when I try to stand up," replied Freddie. Brad grinned. "You're due to check out tomorrow," said Brad. "You stopping?" Freddie shook his head. "No, I'm flying up to Ken's in the afternoon." "Nice," said Brad. "You been?" "Yep," said Brad. "I did the usual thing when I finished school. Toured the country for a year. Worked my way around the coast. Great fun." I was thinking of heading south from Ken's," said Freddie. "Doing the East Coast." "Awesome," said Brad with a grin. "I'll give you a list of stuff you shouldn't miss." There was a sudden commotion around the computer. It was one of the German girls from his room. Freddie noticed that she was alone and that her friends were not with her. She was gesticulating at the screen with a look of shock on her face. The footage was ended and she was asking the person who sat in front of the screen if they could rewind it, the consensus being that they could not. "It's the only video they've got," someone said. "It'll be on again." The German girl stood close to the screen when the footage inevitably came on again, her phone ahead of her recording what was shown. When it got to the same point, she gasped, waited for it to finish, then scrolled back on her recording. Hand to mouth, she rushed from the ever-growing crowd around the screen to the reception desk. Grabbing Brad, she held the phone up to him and played him a short section of footage. Brad watched it sceptically until it came to a certain point, then his face turned noticeably paler. George came in from outside. "Sky News has a chopper out," she declared. "It's just flown over." She realised that something was wrong and looked down at the image frozen on the German girl's phone screen. "Oh my God." She held her hand to her face. Freddie was aware of some of this and now looked up from his sitting position. "Everything okay?" he asked. "Not really, mate," said Brad. "You don't need to see this." Freddie felt terror in the pit of his stomach. He stood without a wobble. "What?" The German girl looked questioningly at Brad. Brad nodded and she handed Freddie the phone. The picture was of a Japanese girl with her hand over her mouth. It was undoubtedly Aki, but the worst part was that another girl was lying on the ground. The bloodied face had been blurred out, but she was wearing the same clothes that Yuka had been wearing when they'd walked past him this morning. Brad was waiting for his reaction, and strong hands led him back to the bench and sat him down. "Fucking hell," was all Freddie could say. Brad had a moist look in his eyes. "It might not be them," said Brad. "It's them," said Freddie quietly. Brad looked at his watch. It was 5 o'clock. The incident had happened about an hour ago now. "I'll call the hospitals," he said. But then a large party of people came into the hostel, and he and his colleague were tied up for half an hour, checking them all in and answering questions. Brad sat there the whole time feeling numb, wishing that it was still this time yesterday, and that he'd not spent the night with Crystal, that instead he'd come here and spent the day with Yuka and Aki. Had he been here, things would have played out differently. They would have probably been somewhere else entirely, so it was kind of his fault that they'd been in the wrong place at the wrong time. He stood up and walked shakily over to the crowd at the computer. The German girl, he didn't even know her name, hugged him. Thankfully, someone had sent some different video into the news channel, so they were now overanalyzing a different set of images, and he did not see the girls in any of them. A phone number came up on the screen, a number to call if you were concerned that you knew someone involved. Freddie cried out, "Can someone write that down?" And a few seconds later, he was handed a scrap of paper with a number on it. He walked back to the desk, German girl in tow. He still hadn't asked what her name was, and found Brad on the phone to one of the local hospitals, but not having any luck. When he put the phone down, he swore, then apologised. Freddie handed him the scrap of paper. "That's the number they've just given out," he said. Brad grabbed it and dialed. He was put on hold for a few minutes, then put through to someone. He gave the full names of the two Japanese girls and waited to be told bad news. "Well?" asked Freddie. Brad put his hand over the mouthpiece of the hostel phone. "They're just looking." Brad had to wait another minute or so, then he was told something. You could see from his reaction that it was not bad news. He was smiling and thanking the person. Brad put the phone down and grinned with relief. "They're fine. They were there. They have been taken to hospital. Aki is fine. Yuka fell over and knocked her head, but other than some bumps and bruises, they're both completely okay." The German girl hugged Freddie, and he returned the hug with relief. Brad stepped out from behind the desk and wrapped his long arms around both of them. Thank fucking fuck. He stepped back. George came over to him and also gave him a warm embrace. There were relieved tears on her face too. "Where are they?" she asked. "Royal North Shore," he said. "Christ, that's on the other side of the bay," said George. "Yeah," said Brad. "The badly injured are in the local hospitals. I'm going to call them." He found the number for the Royal North Shore Hospital and dialed. He was once again put on hold for a few minutes, but eventually the hospital confirmed that the girls were okay and were ready to be discharged, but could not put them on the line. The operator did take the hostel number and said that he would pass it on to the girls. George looked at a watch. I'm due off duty soon, she said. I'm not insured on the van, but you are. Do you want me to stay on so you can go and get them? Brad nodded gratefully. About 15 minutes later, the phone rang. It had actually rang a couple of times, and each time Brad had answered, it had been a massive anticlimax when it had not been one of the girls. But this time it was Aki. Her English was not brilliant, but she gratefully accepted the offer of the lift back. They managed to agree to meet at the front entrance as soon as Brad could get there. Brad also took a number so he could let them know when he was close. I'm going to get them, he said, taking a set of keys from the drawer. Can I come with you? Asked Freddie. Brad thought for a moment. It could take a while. It's only 5 miles away, but it's rush hour now, so it could take an hour each way. I don't care, said Freddie. Brad looked at George, who nodded. OK then, mate. Just please don't spew in the van. The traffic was not as bad as Brad had anticipated. However, whilst they sat in the queues, Freddie found himself telling Brad the whole story of why he was here and what had happened to his family. Brad nodded his head as though it explained a great deal. Eventually, they drew up to the main entrance of the hospital. Brad had asked Freddie to call Aki when they were a few minutes out, and the girls had been waiting for them. Yuka had a graze on her forehead and said almost nothing to anybody. Aki was pleased to see them and gave them both a squeeze. They drove back almost in silence. Yuka kept her head down, and Freddie did not attempt to talk to her. He did not know what to say and did not want to make matters any worse. We home, said Aki. No flight. Freddie looked up. Sorry? Home, no flight. Expensive, no change. Freddie looked at her. I'm not sure what you mean, he said. Aki repeated a string of words, but they still made no sense. She was on the verge of tears, either because she was trying to say something that was upsetting her, or because she could not make herself understood. I'm sorry, said Freddie. I wish I could help, but I don't understand. Yuka finally looked up. We want to go home, but the airline wants to charge us too much to change our tickets, so we can't. She looked like she was about to cry, but when her eyes met Freddie, they turned cold. Freddie shuffled over to the seat next to hers, and she visibly shrank away from him. He gently touched her on the shoulder. Show me. Yuka handed over her phone without making eye contact. On the screen was a booking page. The girls had been due to fly back in about 5 weeks. Yuka had tried to alter the booking, but they'd wanted almost $1,000 extra to make the change. Are you sure this is the flight you want? He asked. Yuka nodded without looking up. No spaces on the flight tonight, she said. Tomorrow night is the first flight we can change to. Freddie shook his head slightly, pressed the back bar on the browser and made a few changes. Satisfied, he went into the payment screen and entered his own memorised card details. A few seconds and security question later, seconds and a security question from his bank later, he handed the phone back to Yuka. I got you on, he said. Yuka looked up sharply. How? Brad smiled as they stopped at a set of traffic lights. Rich orphan, that's how. Freddie looked at him in annoyance, but Yuka looked up and made proper eye contact with him for the first time. Orphan? When? A few weeks ago, said Freddie. I hope you don't mind, but I upgraded you both to business class. Yuka looked down again, then looked up with tears in her eyes. Thank you, she said, and held his hands for a few moments. The van arrived at the hostel about 20 minutes later. Yuka could not bear the idea of sharing with everyone that night, but there were no single or double rooms free. Freddie was with Yuka when she burst into tears, so he got out his phone and found that there was an Ibis hotel around the corner. He booked a single room with twin beds, then told Yuka what he'd done. Aki and Yuka went upstairs to get their belongings, and he walked them over to the new hotel. It was a block away. He checked them into their room. Have a safe flight tomorrow, he said. Both of them were in tears and they shared a group hug in the lobby. Yuka said that she was sorry she'd been upset with him and he kissed her cheek. The girls headed for the lifts. Freddie walked back to the reception desk. Anything they want, charge it to me. Sure thing, said the lady behind the desk. She was also Japanese, but with an Australian accent. What's happened, if you don't mind me asking? Freddie looked down. They were caught up in the incident in Pitt Street earlier. Neither of them were badly hurt, but they saw a lot of horrible stuff. They're going back to Japan early. The lady behind the counter nodded and looked back at Freddie. There was a TV screen on the wall behind her playing the news, and she just happened to look up when the images that Freddie had seen earlier came up on the screen. She recognised the girls and gasped, asked Freddie to wait, and called her manager over. They talked for a few seconds, and the Japanese lady returned to Freddie. Anything they want is on us. Why are you paying for their room? Because they're nice girls and I felt sorry for them, said Freddie. The manager had joined them at the desk. The Japanese lady had a remote control for the television and hit the rewind button until the still of Aki and the blurred face of Yuka came up. It's definitely them, said the Japanese lady to her colleague. The manager stepped forward and stared at the screen. She looked between Freddie and her colleague, then made a decision. It's on us, she said. She hit a few buttons on the screen. I'll send you a refund. It's the least we can do. She paused. If that's okay with you? Freddie smiled. He spent so much time online reading horrible comments from an anonymity-fueled keyboard warriors that he often forgot that people could be rather nice. I've already paid for their flight home, so that would be lovely, thank you. Freddie wondered about killing time after that. The sun was setting and he needed to walk around for a bit before he went back to the hostel. So he walked towards and then around Darling Harbour, which was littered with bars that were filling up with various men and women, girls and boys, all carrying on as though nothing had happened, which was good in a way, but he felt like he needed a little more reflection time before he could do anything so normal as partying or drinking. He finally headed back to the hostel and was greeted by Brad with an affectionate clinch. He told him that the girls were okay and that he was going to bed now. He headed up to his room. The German girl was up there asking if he could swap so her three friends could move into his room so they could all finally be together. Actually, he had been rather dreading staying in this room tonight, so even though he thought that she was being an opportunist and really rather insensitive, he agreed. He started putting his stuff into his backpacks in preparation to move across the hall. And then his eyes fell on the box of half-eaten lamington cake, and Freddie fought back the tears. Chapter 8. Kindred Spirit. Freddie checked out of the maze at 10 o'clock in the morning. Brad was not there, but George promised to pass on his sincere thanks for everything. She cuddled him and told him he was one in a million and asked him what his plans were. Freddie told her that they tentatively involved backpacking down the east coast, so he might be back down here when he passed this way again as he headed south. He walked slowly down to Circular Quay and had some breakfast at the City Extra restaurant. He sat near another airline crew having a champagne breakfast. Having spent the day with Crystal and her colleagues, they now stuck out like a sore thumb. He had avocado on toast again, tipped the waitress, then caught the train to the airport. He was not too early to check in and was quickly through security, waiting for his gate to be announced. The fact that the flight was showing on the screens as delayed did not dampen his enthusiasm at all. He had no idea what to expect from Cairns, but the idea of seeing the Great Barrier Reef in person was exceedingly exciting, even for someone like Freddie, who generally did not get excited about anything. He'd also received a text message from Crystal overnight, saying that the incident in Pitt Street had been all over the news when she got to a hotel in Singapore, and that she was thinking of him in several ways. "I'm missing you," she texted him candidly, one part of me especially. He tried to put Crystal out of his mind, which he managed when he got a text from Aki thanking him for everything and that Yuka wanted to stay in touch, but her messages did not seem to be getting through. Freddie had indignantly blocked her when it appeared that she was going to ignore him, so he hurriedly unblocked her and told Aki to tell her to try again. The gate was announced at that point. Flight JQ946 to Cairns was running just over 60 minutes late, but it did not seem long before Freddie was on the single-aisle Airbus. It felt so much smaller than the 777 he'd been on a few days ago, and the captain came into the cabin and did his welcome address from the galley at the front, apologising for the delay and saying they'd needed to return to stand on the previous flight because an elderly passenger had had a suspected stroke. It was a nice touch, Freddie thought, rather than hiding in anonymity on the flight deck. The aeroplane took off and suddenly Sydney was retreating away beneath them. The flight was due to be just under 3 hours long, which seemed like a massive length considering it was a domestic journey. At home, 3 hours would get you most places in Europe. But then Australia was not just a country, Freddie reasoned to himself. It was also a continent. The flight was smooth and they landed only 40 minutes behind schedule, the captain joking that he'd put his foot down to get us here quicker. The airport was small and easy to navigate, but once he got through into the arrivals hall and reclaimed his larger backpack, he realised he'd made no plans beyond this point. Cursing, he logged into the free Wi-Fi and searched for accommodation. There were loads of options. What he needed to decide was if he was going to stay in a hotel or hostel. In the end, he decided he'd enjoyed mixing with the people in the maze, which came as a bit of a shock to him, but he also found that he needed a bit of time to himself. The Cairns Youth Hostel had a private room for a reasonable rate, which meant he could get the best of both worlds, public communal areas and some privacy for sleeping. He decided to book in person when he got there and grabbed an overpriced cab from the front of the airport, which took 10 minutes to take him the few miles into the centre of Cairns. The one thing he noticed when they entered the city was how different everything looked from Sydney. That had been a large metropolis which seemed to be fashioned in the same basic style as every other city Freddie had ever experienced. Cleaner perhaps, but there was nothing that made it distinct from any other city he had been to. This place felt different. On the way, the cab took him past several bars that did not seem to have any windows, just shutters that could be pulled down over glassless holes in the walls. People milled about inside them, mainly men wearing sleeveless vests, a fashion choice that had put Freddie in a minority in Sydney. Here they were everywhere. He would just have to change his black vest to a dirty white, and he would fit right in. The cab driver had been far too talkative for Freddie's taste. He'd already had several bars recommended to him, as well as being told exactly where the most versatile prostitutes congregated. But Freddie was dropped outside the Cairns branch of youth hosteling Australia in a timely fashion. The hostel entrance had a pair of sliding doors up 3 wooden steps from the street, and he was welcomed by a pretty girl who seemed to be from the UK. He asked about the availability of a single room and was told there was one free for at least a week. Freddie was not sure how long he wanted to stay, but booked 4 days to start with. The girl said that as things stood, the room was free after that, but she would let him know if the hostel looked like it was going to start filling up. He was told where his room was. The accommodation was on 2 levels, with the second level having a railed balcony that looked out over a common area that was lush with trees. There was a small swimming pool to dip in, as well as some covered areas that held, amongst other things, more seating and even a hot tub. Freddie thought back to the times he had visited hostels in the UK with Lauren on holidays in the summer between semesters at university. They had been nothing like this place. Lauren would have absolutely loved it. He climbed the steps to his room. It was basic, with a double bed, an ensuite shower and bathroom, but it was much better than the single room he had stayed in at the Maze, although he was paying considerably more for it. There was a desk next to the window and a chair in front of it, and even a towel on his bed, something he'd needed to provide for himself at the Maze. He shut the door behind him and looked at his watch. He'd gained an hour and was therefore an hour closer to London time, although there was still a gulf of 10 hours between him and home, between him and Lauren. Lauren. Why was she suddenly in the forefront of his thoughts? He did not see the point of unpacking. He set his backpacks down on the floor and sat on the bed. It seemed comfortable enough. There was plenty of room for him to spread out. The room was quite warm, and there was an air conditioning unit that had been turned off. He flicked the switch on the wall to activate it and turned all the settings down as low as they would go. He had Wi-Fi in the room, so he logged in to have a look and tried to decide what he was going to do next. It was getting late now, so there was no point trying to do too much today, apart from perhaps hopping over the road to buy some food, although there was a side of him that fancied the comfortable familiarity of a hamburger, so in the end he decided to do that. There were in fact a couple of McDonald's restaurants within walking distance, so he decided not to go for the closest one, opting for the branch at the waterfront. It was a 10-minute walk through the warm summer air, and when he arrived he ordered comfort food that probably had almost no real nutritional benefit whatsoever, but tasted great. He went for items he was familiar with from the UK menu and ended up with a Big Mac, large fries and a McFlurry. He also opted to eat outside, as he'd seen something across the street that sparked his interest. He crossed the road and entered an area dominated by one of the oddest things he'd ever seen, a massive triangular infinity pool that stretched out from close to where he was standing to the sea. Some areas had real sand at the edge where you could sunbathe, and mad fish sculptures in the middle on poles that squirted water out on the people swimming below. There were palm trees in the sand and covered areas so you could be in the shade. Where the sand stopped, the pool was surrounded by wooden decking. And the best part of it was there was plenty of people of every age enjoying this crazy, beautiful creation. Even though the sun was starting to go down, the pool was still packed. He found a spot at the end of the left-hand side as he approached from the road, sadly not the side with the sand, and dumped his backpack on the ground, complete with his untouched McDonald's bag, kicked off his flip-flops, tore off his vest, and jumped into the water. It was not even cold. The water swallowed his body, but he did not feel the usual shock that he expected from a sudden change in temperature. It was almost like jumping into a lukewarm bath. With no regard for the safety of his possessions, he kicked his legs and started swimming diagonally across the lagoon towards the squirty fish, and when he got there, he deliberately stood in the way of the jets of water that shot from them. He stood there for a few moments as they splashed him and just took in his extraordinary surroundings. It was the first time in absolutely ages that he'd experienced pure joy. He'd briefly forgotten the grief that was his constant counterpart and given into pure elation. He headed back to his belongings. This had been an unplanned interlude, so he did not even have a towel with which to dry himself off. Instead, he sat on the decking, enjoying the last of the orange sun beating down on his back and stuffing his face with cold burgers, cold fries and melted ice cream. It was bliss. Freddie was surprised to see that the lack of light did not deter people from using the lagoon, and indeed more young people kept arriving for an evening swim. A group that he assumed were locals set their stuff down close to him and rushed together en masse into the water, asking if he could watch their bags. When they returned, he got his stuff together and left, saying goodbye as he did. It was 9 o'clock. The hostel room was cold, exactly as he had set the thermostat. He stripped down to his underwear, throwing his clothes in a messy pile on the floor, and climbed under the covers, curling up into a tight ball until his body warmed up. When it did, he gradually stretched out. Sleep found him quickly. On his first full day in Cairns, Freddie did almost nothing. He ate food, he sat at the lagoon reading and listening to music and podcasts, and enjoyed every lazy minute of it. He was much further north here and far more likely to burn, so he was more careful than he had been in Sydney about applying sunblock. He ate cheap food and even went for a little run down the esplanade which ran along the seafront. He sat in a bar and had a beer, but it was a little loud for him, so after one he went to the supermarket opposite the hostel, got a 6-pack of cider from the adjacent bottle shop, and enjoyed a drink by the pool. There were plenty of people using the kitchen and eating outside, and he got chatting with a few of them. Like in Sydney, he found there was a nice mixture of people from all over the place. Plenty of Europeans, plenty of Asians, and even quite a few Australians. However, what was different from the maze was that there was a much better mix of ages. Most of those in the hospital in Sydney had been in their teens or early 20s, but he could see pensioners here. There was one English guy he got talking to called John, who was in his early 70s, had survived cancer, and was cycling down the east coast to raise money for cancer research. He was tall and fit and lean and did not look a day over 50. Freddie never thought his dad had looked his age. There seemed to be something in the family genes, but he also doubted he would look as good as John in 50 years. John was staying for a couple of nights, just relaxing after 2 weeks of solid riding. He had arrived today and was departing on the next stage after 2 full days' rest. His next stop was at a place called Innisfail, which was almost another 90 kilometres down the coast, or an easy first day back at it, as John called it. Freddie had intended to do something touristy the following day, but instead pretty much did the same. Even though he'd enjoyed it, he was slightly annoyed with himself for doing so little. So later that afternoon, he went to the travel desk at the front of the hostel and got some ideas about what there was to do around here. The most popular were the trips to the Great Barrier Reef, which started with the day tours, but there were also longer excursions available where you got to sleep on board the boat, which sounded fun. There were also day trips to a place called Kuranda, which was a town in the rainforest that could be reached by road, but the girl on the counter recommended the cable car, which took you up over the canopy of the forest. Apparently, the only sounds you could hear were the sounds of birds and animals. Freddie thought that you could probably hear the noise from the cable car as well, but he did not press the issue. It still sounded interesting. The return journey was by a scenic railway, which also sounded fun. The train in the pictures were diesel rather than steam locomotives, but the carriage looked old-fashioned and comfortable. Freddie booked himself on that trip for the next day, which meant an early start. The girl at the desk printed his itinerary and tickets and wished him a nice day. He got up very early the next morning, glad of the air conditioning in his room, because when he stepped outside he felt like he was going to melt. The temperature was already in the high 20s and climbing, and it was very humid. Freddie had a shower, then lathered himself with sun lotion and made sure that he had the rest of the bottle with him in his backpack. He took a change of vest in case the one he was wearing became too sticky, and then waited at the front step of the hospital until the bus came. It was about 10 minutes late, and when he got on he realised that he was the last person to be picked up, and the bus already smelled of body odour and sweat. The trip on the cable car was as serene as the receptionist had told him it was going to be, and because Freddie was the last one off the bus, he was the last one to get to the cable car, so he was in a compartment by himself, which suited him down to the ground. There were 2 stops. The first one was a guided tour of a boardwalk around a part of the forest, which was okay, but the enormous spiders hanging from webs near to the Skyrail terminals were far more impressive. The second stop was by a spectacular waterfall, the size of which had to be seen to be believed. On the other side of the chasm was the train, which had stopped to allow people to take in the amazing view. Freddie stood there for a while, climbing up the path to get as close to the waterfall as he could, and enjoyed the scale and noise of this magnificent spectacle. He got back on the Skyrail for the final journey up to Kuranda and was a little disappointed when he got there. There were a couple of interesting things to do, such as a butterfly museum and the koala gardens, which was what he eventually opted for and quite enjoyed. There were freshwater crocodiles in enclosures, opening and closing their mouths so mechanically. One couple even asked a member of staff if they were real. There was an area where you could have your photo taken with a koala. Freddie, of course, did not bother, and an open ground full of tame kangaroos and wallabies, which ate out of your hand. Once this was done and Fred had eaten some breakfast at a local cafe, he was bored. He stood outside McDonald's, signed into the free internet, and then his phone rang. He was surprised to see that it was Lauren. It must be the middle of the night at home. Tentatively, he picked up. "Hello?" Lauren did not respond for a few seconds. "Freddie?" "It's me, it's Lauren." "Hi, Lauren," he said. "I'm sorry, I've just had a rough day. I just wanted to hear your voice." "Is everything okay?" "It's been better," she said. "I wish I was with you now." They talked for a few minutes. Something was wrong, although she would not say exactly what. She was driving around aimlessly in the middle of the night and was quite close to Oak Farm. He would have happily chatted for longer, but she seemed preoccupied. Clearly something was not right between her and Craig, but she seemed embarrassed to talk about it and ended up ending the call quite quickly. Craig had hit her once before, she told him a while ago. He really hoped it was not that again. Freddie walked around for a while longer and found another shop that had an internet connection and phoned his tour operator to tell them that he would make his way back and not to wait for him at the pickup point. He enjoyed the train ride back down, appreciating the spectacle of the barren falls from the other side of the gorge, and then caught a taxi back to the hostel. He was there by 2:30, a good 3 hours before he would have got back had he waited for the tour bus. Kuranda was a small village rather than a town, and he felt that he had seen everything he wanted to see. Freddie walked home via the supermarket, where he bought some fresh pasta parcels and some carbonara sauce. When he got back to the hostel, he covered them in the labels the hostel suggested you use to identify the food as yours, and put them in the fridge at the back behind the fruit-flavoured ciders that he had bought the previous evening. He was about to close the fridge when he caught one of the ciders giving him a look that he was almost certain was saying, "Drink me by the pool." So he dashed up the stairs to his room, changed into his swimming trunks, and almost as an afterthought grabbed the Qantas book he had purchased in Sydney. He also took his sunglasses out of his backpack and the sun cream and was about to pick up his phone again when he decided that some peace and quiet from the world generally would be a good thing. He plugged it into charge, shut his door, made sure his room was locked behind him and walked back down the stairs. It was just before 3 and the sun was beating down into the small courtyard and onto the trees. There were plenty of shaded areas, but Freddie decided that he was going to make a proper effort to catch the sun. He was definitely darker than he had been when he'd arrived just over a week ago, but standing next to any local and he still looked pale in comparison. There were a handful of loungers around the edge of the small blue pool, which was a bit of an odd shape. Freddie realised that he would also need his towel, so he ran back up the stairs and fetched it. He was not sure where he was getting his energy from today, but he had not felt this lively in ages. He dumped the towel, the book and the sun cream on the lounger at the side of the pool that was still completely in the sun, and almost ran to the kitchen where he took out one of the fruit ciders from the fridge and opened it, and then returned to the pool. Finally, he laid the towel across the whole of the lounger and sat down. He placed the bottle at the head end of the lounger and gently put a thin layer of sun cream onto himself. Usually he lathered himself with it, but it was factor 50 and was probably a large part of the reason that he still looked ghostly pale. He put a small amount on his bare and bony shoulders and covered his arms. He stared for a moment at his incomplete sleeve tattoo and wondered perhaps if he could get a bit more of it done whilst he was out here, but dismissed that idea quite quickly. Lying back onto the lounger, Freddie basked in the sun. He took a sip from his cider, which already seemed to have warmed up a bit in the heat, and opened the Qantas book. He flicked through for a few moments until he found the start of the next chapter that he wanted to read, then started scanning the words. It was entertaining him more than he thought it would, but he still felt that it was less saucy than it had promised it would be. There were a couple of things that the author mentioned that he thought he might ask Crystal about next time he messaged her. He had lost track of her timetable, but he was fairly sure she was either back home by now, having completed her second stint in Singapore, or at least on her way. He started finding more and more things about the book interesting, so much so that the next time he sipped at the cider, it was distinctly on the warm side. He tried to take a few sips, but it now tasted rather unpleasant. There was nowhere in the shade that he could put the drink to stop it warming so quickly, so he stood up, returned it to the fridge and opened another can, this time putting the drink into a glass with some ice cubes. He sat back down and looked at his body. There was a definite pinkness to his skin now, and he almost wished he could do his back, but with no sun cream, it would undoubtedly burn, and quickly. He thought about it for a few more minutes as he drank his mercifully cold cider. A voice interrupted his solitary ruminations. He had not noticed, but he was no longer alone by the pool. The voice was quite high-pitched, and for a moment he assumed that it belonged to a girl. "I'll do my back if you do my back, I'll do yours." He looked up and noticed a rather short, skinny Asian lad. He looked young, less than 20, but was probably older. He was lying on a beach towel spread over one of the sun lounges, had a glass of iced water at his side, and was also trying to read a book. What made him stand out more than usual was his hair was dyed a mousy colour, not the jet black that Freddie had become accustomed to expect. "If that's not too weird," the lad added after a moment. "I'd ask a girl, but there isn't one here at the moment." Freddie looked back. He was not sure he was comfortable being touched by a male, but he also knew that this was a really stupid thing to worry about, and the guy was just trying to be helpful. He'd already left quite a long pause before answering, and did not want to look rude. "Okay," he said. He stood up and walked over. "I'm Freddie, by the way." The lad held out his hand. "Kaz," he said. "Nice to meet you." Freddie shook his hand. "Where are you from?" asked Kaz. "England. said Freddie. You? Tokyo, baby, replied Kaz with a grin, handing Freddie the bottle. Kaz leaned forward to give Freddie access to his back. Freddie poured some cream onto his hands and started rubbing it into Kaz. He started at the neck, trying not to be in any way gentle or sensual. He stopped for a moment to put some more cream into his hands, then rubbed further down. He worried about touching the area just above Kaz's shorts, which was stupid. He was overthinking as usual. He finished. Is that okay? Freddie asked. He stumbled over his words and did not know where to look. I can't see it, but it felt pretty thorough, said Kaz. Look, this is obviously making you uncomfortable. I don't have to do you if you don't want me to. I'm sorry, said Kaz. I'm being silly. Yeah, said Kaz in a deliberately camp voice. He looked straight into Freddie's eyes and smiled an impish grin. So do you want me to do you or not? Freddie winced at the deliberate double entendre, but he did not want to give a response that could be considered homophobic. He knew that Kaz had picked up on how uncomfortable he was and was playing up to that, so he stared straight back into the eyes of the short lad in front of him and smiled. I'm happy for you to put sun cream on my back, said Freddie whilst keeping a straight face, but you have to buy me dinner if you want anything else. Kaz burst out laughing and leapt up. Sit down, Kaz commanded. Freddie walked over to his lounge on the opposite side of the tiny pool and did as he was told. Kaz looked at the bottle, a factor 50, and shook his head. No wonder you have no colour, he smiled. Mine is only factor 30. I will use that. Kaz dashed over to his lounger, grabbed his cream, and was soon standing behind Freddie. He started rubbing it into Freddie's shoulders, and he was much more gentle than Freddie had been. Freddie shut his eyes and was momentarily taken back to a holiday in Lanzarote he'd been on with Lauren. Then it had been her gently rubbing the sun lotion into his pale skin, and he enjoyed the memory of it for a moment, liking the feeling of another person gently touching him before he reoriented himself and remembered that it was Kaz, who was deliberately taking his time. Kaz had no qualms about touching his bum, but he did not concentrate on that area in a way that made him feel uncomfortable, but he did push the cream a good inch below the back of his shorts. Soon, Kaz was done. Thank you, said Freddie. That made you feel really uncomfortable, didn't it? Said Kaz with a massive grin on his face. A little, said Freddie. So why did you let me do it? Because it was a nice offer made for the right reasons, replied Freddie after a pause, and I have no problem with you being gay. Kaz let his smile fade, and Freddie was abruptly aware that he might have said the wrong thing. You think I'm gay? He glared at Freddie, who was not sure if he was kidding, but suddenly he was very wary. Because I'm not, said Kaz forcefully. In LGBT, I'm not the G. He stared at Freddie intensely, all signs of mirth now missing from his expression, making Freddie feel hugely awkward. Sorry, Freddie said slowly. You should be. The hard glare softened and the beam returned to Kaz's face. I'm the B in LGBT, baby. I'm far more interesting than just gay. Kaz was now laughing out loud. Freddie knew that he was going red, but he also felt relief. He smiled and shook his head. You're too serious, man. You need to lighten up, roared Kaz between giggles. I'm sorry if I scared you, but the look on your face when you thought you'd offended me was so funny. Kaz returned to his lounger and sat down. Let me know when you need a top-up. Freddie nodded and returned to his book. He'd only read a few paragraphs when Kaz interrupted him again. Hey, Freddie, are we okay? Freddie looked up. Yes, Kaz, we're okay. So when am I buying you dinner? Kaz's face was creased as though he was about to laugh again. Freddie shook his head. He had no idea if Kaz was kidding or not. I'll check my diary and let you know, he said, looking back down into his book. He read a few more paragraphs and was interrupted again. Have you checked your diary yet? I won't wait forever, man. Freddie looked up and Kaz started laughing again. I'm sorry, I'll leave you to your book. Freddie was unsure whether or not Kaz was ever going to stop, but at that point a group of 3 girls came over and joined them at the pool. They were European, but spoke good English, and had obviously run into Kaz before. They were wearing little bikinis. One was so slight that at first Freddie wondered if she had accidentally wandered down from a room naked. They all gave Kaz a hug, which he obviously enjoyed, then lay down on the lounges between him and Kaz. There were only a handful around the tiny pool, and there were no empty ones now. This is my friend Freddie, said Kaz, pointing at Freddie. He's already done my back, ladies, so you'll have to wait until later for that honour. Hi, I'm Alita, said one of the girls, holding out her hand to Freddie. She was medium height with a gorgeous smile and long blonde hair. Did he do your back and then make you feel uncomfortable about it? A look of realisation passed over Freddie's face. Yes, how did you know? Alita smiled as she laid herself down lazily on the lounger. He always does that. He thinks he's being funny, but someone almost ran away yesterday. I think the poor boy thought he was going to try and rape him. Kaz smiled and raised his eyebrows a couple of times. People just need to lighten up. One of the other girls stretched out in the sun. Well, you can do my back if you like, Kaz, she said as she rolled over, handing him a bottle. Kaz quickly leapt up and was by her side, starting at her neck, working slowly down her back and the backs of her arms and the backs of her legs. Her bikini bottoms were tiny, but the only part he'd not rubbed lotion into was her behind. "Hey, Freddie, I've left a bit for you," he cried out with a chortle. "Bet you'll be more comfortable touching this ass than mine." "Ignore him," said the girl, her voice muffled as she was face down on the lounger. "Kaz, can you just finish me off, please?" This set Kaz off into fits of helpless laughter, and the girls all smiled and shook their heads. Eventually, Kaz stopped and finished the job, deliberately spending too much time rubbing lotion into her bottom and occasionally glancing at Freddie and wiggling his eyebrows. Freddie returned to his book. Kaz was funny in small doses, but it would be easy to get fed up with the one-note act. Thankfully, Kaz stopped performing quite so much, and although the afternoon was punctuated with his childish giggles, he settled down to sitting in the sun, occasionally helping one of the girls with sun cream and having the same done for him, apart from Arlita, who asked Freddie to look after her, and she did the same for him. The five of them read, relaxed and chatted for the next few hours. The girls were a couple of years younger than Freddie and from Norway, and it turned out that Kaz was 26. They were on working visas and taking a week off from jobs on farms and had been working their way round the coast since November. They were heading the opposite way to Freddie, so were heading north after this. "Good luck," Kaz had said when they'd told him their plans. "The proper roads stop when you get past Port Douglas. It's pretty much dirt tracks all the way from there." Freddie was not sure if this was strictly true, but the girls seemed to believe every word. They'd been there such a long time that Freddie noticed with surprise that it was early evening and the sun was starting to go down. He was a nice pink colour in places, but had some moisturiser in his room and was sure he could make sure that his skin would be brown by tomorrow morning. Kaz had agreed to meet the girls for dinner later and went off to his dorm after saying goodnight to Freddie. "He is an odd character," said Freddie after he'd gone. Arlita was starting to put her possessions into a bag and leave the pool herself. "He's a lovely guy," said Arlita. "We had dinner the other night and he opened up to me. There's a lot going on in his head." "He's very confident," said Freddie with a grin. "You could say overconfident." "Actually, he's not," said Arlita. "He's naturally very..." She paused. "I don't know the word in English. Reserved." "Reserved?" asked Freddie. "Does that mean quiet, keeps to himself?" "Yes." "Then that is the word," said Arlita. "That is not the word I would use to describe Kaz," said Freddie with a smile. "In fact, it is the literal opposite of the word I would use to describe him." No, naturally he's more like you," said Arlita. "Quiet and..." Her tongue found the unfamiliar pronunciation of the word. "Reserved. What you see is a performance, a defence. He is very interesting. He was very depressed and hid at home for years. He had some help and has changed his life in the last year or so." Freddie looked thoughtful. "Sounds like me. This is my first time out of my home for ages." "Then you have a lot in common," said Arlita. If you can get him comfortable enough to talk about it with you, you will find it interesting." "Sounds like you've had that conversation," said Freddie. "Yes," said Arlita. "We had a few wines, a bit of a cuddle, and he opened up." She looked at Freddie. "I'm sure you won't want to do that, though." "Well, no," said Freddie. "I'm the S in LGBT, baby," he said loudly, mimicking Kaz. He looked embarrassed for a moment, but Arlita laughed. "You are in pain," she said. "It is very obvious." "Is it?" asked Freddie self-consciously. Arlita smiled and looked straight at him. For a moment he felt lost in the gaze from her stunning blue eyes. "But so is he. Talk to him. He can help you." "I'll think about it," said Freddie. He realised that the other girls had gone now. It was just the two of them. Arlita grabbed his hand. "Make sure you do," she said with a smile. She withdrew her hand. "The four of us, including Kaz, are meeting a reception in half an hour to go out for dinner. You should come." She smiled, stood, and walked away to the staircase that led up to the upper balcony. Freddie watched her walk, the way her hips swayed as she moved, and decided that dinner was a very good idea. It appeared that whilst Freddie had what seemed like an inexhaustible supply of money, the others did not. Hannah and Catalina were exceptionally cash-conscious, but Freddie would have happily eaten at McDonald's again. So when they ended up at a cheap pizza place, he was more than happy. The restaurant was very full, so they were separated initially, with the girls on one table and Freddie and Kaz on another, with a group of rather loud and uncouth-sounding locals on the table between them. Sitting with Kaz had been Arlita's suggestion, so he found himself sat opposite this loud Japanese 20-something with the looks of a teenager on the long padded bench that ran the length of the wall. Kaz had the single chair opposite. "Our leader says we are similar," said Kaz, once they had ordered their food. Freddie went for pepperoni pizza with extra pepperoni, as usual. "She says you are hiding a sadness." Freddie looked uncomfortable. "Of course you don't have to talk about it," said Kaz. "So let me tell you my story. I don't mind if you listen quietly. I don't mind if you interrupt and ask questions. Whatever suits you the best." Freddie nodded. "When I was at school, I was a normal guy," said Kaz. "Had lots of friends. Enjoyed socialising with my classmates. But as I got older, I started to realise that I was different. At the time, I did not understand what was happening, but I realised I was attracted to boys and girls. My parents have always been liberal and accepting, so I just told them. They had always encouraged me to be honest about what I was and how I felt, so I was sure I was safe. They did not make my life difficult. My dad was quiet on the subject, but my mum told me that it did not matter to her and that she would always love me no matter what. But she also said that most people would not be so accepting and I should be careful who I told. At the start, I took her advice. I told nobody that I was bisexual until one day there was a new boy in my class. He was young-looking and quiet, and used never to make eye contact with anyone. He never really talked or interacted with those of us in his class. I was sure he was gay, so one day I went over to him during the break. He was sitting on the wall at the back of the play area, playing on his phone. I went and sat next to him, and he flinched slightly, but otherwise did not react. I asked him if he was okay, and he said yes. One word. He did not even ask how I was. I looked around. There was nobody near us, and the closest people were doing their own thing and paying no attention. So instead of doing the sensible thing and asking him if he was gay, I was so sure that I leaned over and kissed him. Nothing passionate or intimate, just on the cheek. His reaction was not immediate. He continued to look at his phone, but his demeanour had changed. He seemed to have tensed up. I stayed where I was, waiting for a reaction, something to tell me definitely yes or no. It was a few seconds coming, but when it did, it was definite. Because I got no initial reaction, I was unsure where to look, so I glanced around. A couple of the kids nearby were looking our way, but I was sure they had seen nothing. So I did not see the fist as it came into my face, breaking my nose and covering my school shirt in blood. I was taken to the nurse. He was taken to the head teacher, where he told them I'd touched him sexually. I had not. It was stupid, but it had only been a kiss. But from that point I was called Himitsu no Gay, or secret queer. Nobody at school had a problem with me being gay or bisexual. They had a problem with the fact that I'd kept it to myself and that it had apparently manifested itself as unwanted sexual contact. I was bullied after that. In a few weeks, even my close friends would not acknowledge me. It was the start of my second year at senior high school. I went from being popular with a wonderful group of close friends to spending all of my time by myself. In group activities, I used to be one of the first picked, and now I was last. People protested when they had to have me in their group. But I persevered and graduated from high school and chose a university in Tokyo that I did not think anyone from my school would attend. It had been 2 horrible years. I developed a stutter which increased the bullying, but going to a new university where nobody knew me filled me with hope. I was desperate for it, hungry even. But of course, when I got there, I found someone on my course from high school who was a year behind me, and they told everyone what had happened. And I found I was a pariah again. So I stopped going to lectures. Gradually at first, missing the occasional one so that I could lie in bed a little longer. My grades, which had always been good, dropped. My head of department, instead of understanding what was happening, said that I'd brought it all on myself and that if I so much as touched another pupil, he would have me arrested. At the time, there was another guy that I was attracted to, and I think he was attracted to me too, but I avoided telling him because I was worried about spending the night in a cell. In the end, I stopped going to university. My parents were ashamed of their himitsu no ge and never knew what to say to me. I was 19 and I had no friends, no school, no job, and no life. I convinced myself that I was worthless, and in the end, I stopped leaving the room in my house, except to use the bathroom, and I even did that as infrequently as possible. Days and weeks would go by where I would not talk to anyone. My mum spent a few months so pissed off with me that she would not wash my clothes, so I rotated the ones I had, spending most of my time in bed and not wearing anything I did not need to. There was a Japanese word for what I became, hikikomori. It means social withdrawal. I spent almost 5 years isolating myself. Kaz paused. I was young and sexy at the start, and now look at me. He gestured to himself theatrically, then gave his trademark laugh. Freddie listened to all of this silently. He had questions, but wanted to let Kaz tell his tale. Kaz was thinking about what to say next at this point, so Freddie spoke. I can relate to that. When I finished school, I struggled to get a job. I drifted apart from my girlfriend, who was so busy getting on with her life that she had no time for me. I never got as bad as you. I still talk to my family, especially my sister Rose. She teased me, but kind of kept me going at the same time. But I never left home unless I had to, and I had to psych myself up to doing it. I spent as much time alone as I could. Kaz smiled sympathetically. Hikikomori is a very Japanese thing. There are hundreds of thousands, all withdrawing from society, usually because they are different in a way that they either fail to accept in themselves, or those around them reject. His face became serious. In your culture, being different is largely celebrated. Within reason, you can be who you are, who you want to be. In Japan, it is not like that. You have to be part of the herd. One of the crowd, as one of your pop stars said. Kaz frowned. On a B-side or an album track. I don't remember. It definitely wasn't a single. Realising it digressed somewhat, Kaz returned to his story. I spent about 5 years like that. I am an only child, and eventually my mother hired me a sister to talk to. She was not a qualified therapist or anything like that, but she used to earn a living being paid by the parents of Hikikomori to talk to them and help them. Over several months, she helped me. I was eventually able to go outside again, and she used to come and see me even when she was not being paid. Kaz leaned over his pizza conspiratorially. It was then I confirmed I was bi and not gay, he grinned. She used to dress up as a schoolgirl, and I would help her with her biology homework. Freddie shook his head, trying to clear that image from his mind. But what about you, my friend? Asked Kaz. You obviously left your house. You stopped being the English Hikikomori. How did that happen? Freddie looked down at his double pepperoni and suddenly did not feel like eating. He put down the slice he had in his hand and shook his head. 2 months ago, there was a car crash. Mum, Dad and Rose were in the car, and so was I. I was the only survivor. Freddie had recounted this many times over the last couple of months, and he was surprised that it still felt like a massive punch in the guts every time. I would have become a total recluse, but my ex-girlfriend convinced me to get out of the house. Freddie grabbed a napkin and wiped his eyes. He was unaware that the table between him and the girls had emptied, and they had moved across and were listening to the conversation with rapt attention. So he was surprised when Arlita, who was also in tears, gave him a hug from his left, and Kaz came and sat on his right and threw his arm round him. Freddie lost himself in the moment and let the pure grief bubble to the surface. Nobody moved. They just embraced him for ages, until a waitress interrupted. Desserts? Coffee? Contraception? She asked sarcastically. Arlita moved away slightly but was still close. Kaz ignored her and kept patting Freddie slowly on the back. We will let you know, said Cataline. Of course you will, said the waitress with a sneer. I'll get your bill. Freddie wiped his eyes and looked up. He was not used to all this empathy. He had rejected it for the last few years, and although he did not quite know how to handle it, it actually felt rather nice. Well, he said after a few seconds between sniffs, she's not getting a bloody tip. The others asked, and Kaz squeezed his shoulders gently. Letting it out is the answer, he said quietly. All his bluster and front and over-the-top mannerisms had vanished. Always. We are here for you, Freddie. We can help by just listening. And so Freddie talked. He talked as they walked back to the hostel. He talked as they got some beers from the fridge. And he talked as they sat by the pool long into the night. Kaz, Arlita, Cataline and Hannah listened. And for the first time since that dreadful day in November, Freddie started to see a small light at the end of a very long, dark tunnel. Chapter 9. Barriers and Boundaries. Freddie, Kaz, Arlita and the others met up at 8:30 the next morning to have breakfast by the pool. Kaz was eating grilled fish with rice, which just seemed wrong to Freddie. The girls had cereal and Freddie munched on a couple of slices of toast. They all washed it down with tea, apart from Kaz, who sipped occasionally on some iced water. So what are we planning to do today? Asked Kaz once he'd polished off the remainder of his rice. I'm thinking of doing the Great Barrier Reef this afternoon, said Freddie. You will struggle, I think, said Arlita. Most tours leave early in the morning, and the cheap ones will be sold out days ahead. Oh, said Freddie. Tomorrow then. Anyone want to join me? The girls looked at each other. Hannah frowned. It's so expensive. We need to earn some money before we can start doing things like that again. Today will be free walks and cheap food. Well, I'm up for it, declared Kaz with a theatrical grin. But then I'm usually up for pretty much anything. Yes, we know, said Arlita with mock disgust. Is the reef something you'd like to do? Asked Freddie. Is it just the money? The girls answered with a chorus of things like yes and of course. Freddie smiled. I'm going to book mine now at reception. Don't go anywhere. I'd like to join you when you go back for a walk. Kaz pushed his plate to the centre of the table and started piling all the other used plates on top. Arlita pushed his hands away. You go with Freddie and book your tour. We can do these. Kaz raced after Freddie, who was busy flirting with a girl at reception. He turned to Kaz. Arlita's right. The cheap ones are all gone. The cheapest for tomorrow are about $180. How does that seem to you? A bit expensive, said Kaz honestly. Ah, well, said Freddie before turning to the girl. $5 for that trip tomorrow. $5? Asked Kaz. You can't do that. The rest of us cannot afford it, rich English boy. Freddie smiled and turned to the diminutive Asian standing before him. You guys have helped me so much in the last couple of days. I know it's an over-the-top way to say thank you, but it'll be a great day out and we will all enjoy it. That's almost $1,000, exclaimed Kaz. 900, said Freddie, but I'm not counting and I can afford it. So yes? No? Asked the girl on reception. Yes, said Freddie. The girl made a call to check that there were 5 places still left, reserved them, and took Freddie's debit card. Seriously, dude, if you can afford these, then what are you doing staying in a $20 a night hostel? She asked with a grin on her face. Freddie pointed at Kaz, then gestures outside to where the girls were sitting. Because in a hotel you isolate yourself in a room and don't talk to other people. If this was a hotel, I would not even have met Kaz or the girls. I like hostels. He realised as he said it that this was actually true, that he meant it, and he wasn't just saying it to be nice. "Oh," said the girl with a grin, handing him back his card and some printed bits of paper. "There you go, your tickets for tomorrow. There's an itinerary on there saying when you'll be picked up, what you need to take with you, what time everything happens, and so on. The bus will pick you up from the steps at the front at 7:30 sharp. Enjoy, boys." Kaz and Freddie walked back out, down the stairs and into the courtyard. Kaz was shaking his head. "You don't know our leader, man. She doesn't want to feel like a charity case. She's going to be pissed at you." "Really? Well, the trip is tomorrow, so I can't get my money back. 48-hour refund policy. I'm hoping she'll go with it." Kaz was not wrong. Freddie sat back down with the girls, Kaz standing behind, looking like he felt he was about to become a referee. "So did you get your tickets?" Arlita was draining her coffee and glaring at him. "Yes," said Freddie. 5 of them." Arlita shook her head. "You know we cannot afford to pay you back. You should not have done that, Freddie." Freddie decided to go straight to pleading with her. "Look, you guys have really helped me, more than you probably realise. Yes, yesterday was better therapy than money could buy. I know you don't want to be treated like a charity case." Arlita glared over at Kaz as he said this, who was now trying to hide behind an umbrella. "But I wanted to say thank you. I didn't ask because I knew you'd say no." Arlita frowned and Hannah chipped in. "It's a very extravagant way of saying thank you." "Yes," acknowledged Freddie, "it is." "It's too late for him to get any money back," interrupted Kaz from behind his umbrella. "And I know I'm being selfish," continued Freddie, "but I wanted to enjoy your company and see the reef tomorrow. There's an English expression," said Kaz with a smile. "He wants to have his cock and eat it." Freddie shook his head. "That's not quite right, Kaz," he said. Kaz burst out laughing. Freddie turned back to the girls. "Please, for me, tomorrow will be just unutterably shit if I don't spend it with you guys." Arlita shook her head, but the pout was fading. If you won her over, the rest would almost certainly follow. "We will buy the food tomorrow. No arguments. If we can do that, all right then." She turned to Hannah and Cataline. "Is that okay?" They both nodded with grins on their faces. "Okay then, Freddie the Wallet Naismith. Just this once." Freddie smiled and hugged her. "Thank you," he said into her hair, approximately where her ear would be. "I needed to do this. Thank you. Yesterday was the first day I felt anything approximating normal again. And it was all down to you guys." Arlita patted his chest. "I do understand," she said. Hannah and Cataline stood up and walked over and joined in the embrace. Kaz stepped out from his sunshade and added himself. Freddie sat there being hugged by 3 very pretty girls and 1 camp Japanese man and decided that things were definitely on the up. They spent the rest of that day exploring the area on foot. And when that became too much, which did not take all that long as the temperature soared and the humidity rose too, they all headed down to the lagoon. They had towels with them and managed to get a spot on the sandy side next to one of the shelters. Freddie had walked around for a while without his shirt on and was already starting to feel like he was burning, so he covered himself with Factor 50 and sat there enjoying the sensation of the warmth on his skin. The girls talked as much as they could in English, although there was the odd occasion where the command of the language necessitated them lapsing into their mother tongue, which Arlita translated to Freddie and Kaz as best she could. They laughed and joked. They told stories about their lives in Norway, about boys and school and how they wanted to see a bit of the world before they went to university. Hannah was, in fact, going to be studying geophysics and geology at Durham. "That's not very close to you, is it?" she asked Freddie. "Not really," he replied. The girls' conversations forced him to engage in an exchange that he would otherwise have avoided. All the talk of taking a year out was reminding him of what Rose should have been doing even as he sat here. For the first time, the thought did not reduce him immediately to tears. He felt despondent for a few moments, then allowed himself to think about her smile and a sense of humour, and how she would have been so pleased to see him socialising with these people that, only a few days ago, had been complete strangers. So he smiled a small reflective smile and then forced him to participate in the discussion. They took it in turns to smother sun lotion onto each other and rotated who sat in the shade every now and then. There were signs up saying that you could not drink alcohol, but Arlita had said that she'd seen other people doing it and had mixed some vodka into the large bottles of Coke she'd brought with her. So they sat there drinking it in moderation, enjoying the lazy day, the sun and the slightly dizzy feeling in their heads brought on by the temperature and the alcohol. They all gave Freddie some money and delegated him and Arlita to go to the supermarket and buy food for dinner. There was a row of electric barbecues that were free to use, set back from the lagoon, so once one was free they decanted over to it and spent a luxurious evening eating steaks and sausages and some token salad that Hannah had insisted on. Arlita had even bought more Coke bottles and added vodka discreetly. Once they had eaten and tidied up after themselves, they returned to their old spot. They had risked leaving towels there and even one empty backpack so nobody took the space, and ate and drank, watching the sun go down opposite them. It was a lovely day, and they headed back to the hospital full of food, tipsy on alcohol, burned with the sun and drunk on life. They sat around the pool and continued their ruminations on existence. When it was time to go to bed, which was not late since they all had to get up early the next morning, Arlita kissed Freddie goodnight. One side of him was tempted to steer her towards his room that night. He doubted she would have resisted, but he knew she had a boyfriend at home that she actually liked, so he did not try. Freddie's alarm went off at 7:15. He had a brief shower and put on some clothes. His very last clean set. Tomorrow was going to have to be a laundry day. He looked at his black sleeveless t-shirt and black shorts and decided that perhaps he ought to buy some lighter coloured clothes. For the first time in years, the black with matching black did not reflect his mood. He covered himself with deodorant, shoved the can in his backpack with his phone, his wallet, his sun cream and the printed tickets for the forthcoming day out. He joined the others at 7 for a simple breakfast. Arlita was light-heartedly telling him off for wasting his money on them. Kaz had obviously mentioned the actual cost at some point, something that he had been very careful not to do yesterday, but presently they were waiting for the bus whilst sitting on the hostel steps in the bright sunshine. Hannah, and especially Cataline, were not morning people. They struggled to involve themselves in conversation and were initially not much better than monosyllabic. But then the bus arrived, already fairly full, as it turned out that due to their proximity to the marina, the hostel was one of the last pickup points. They were dropped off at the Reef Fleet Terminal, which was just a stone's throw from the lagoon. Even Hannah commented that they should have walked. The building was several stories high and quite long. Freddie located the entrance for their tour operator, and in minutes the 5 of them were undergoing security checks, being issued with waterproof barcoded bracelet tickets, and then being ushered out on the other side onto a long pontoon. There was an air of excitement around them, and even Freddie felt himself getting caught up in the anticipation. The boat that they were booked onto held approximately 100 people, and most of them were waiting impatiently in a line close to the jetty as the staff prepared for boarding. Even though it was not yet 8 o'clock, the sun was expelling warm rays and most of the people around him were in swimwear. There was a petite girl slightly ahead of him in the queue that resembled Aki, and he had to put on his sunglasses to have a look without seeming like he was staring. Arlita realised what he was doing and took off her t-shirt, then prodded him in the back. He turned round with a shy look on his face and said, "Thought I'd give you something else to look..." He turned round with a shy look on his face and she said, "Thought I'd give you something else to look at." Kaz, on the other hand, was openly appreciating the bronze male torsos that were on display and already showing off his. Freddie could not believe how blatant he was being and also how he seemed to get away with it. Nobody seemed to care. One very obviously straight Aussie surfer even winked at him when he caught Kaz staring. Presently, the queue shuffled forwards. Wrists were scanned, and as soon as Arlita was on board, she ran forward to get some space for them in the sun at the prow. The boat, which was called Evolution, had 3 main decks. The lowest was mainly indoors, with a comfortable cabin and a galley in the front half. The rear was open at the back and contained all the various pieces of scuba diving and swimming equipment that they would all shortly be using. The rear of the boat had steps that led down to the warm-looking blue water. The middle deck, as well as giving access to the seating areas at the front, was mainly open air, and there was a smaller area on the top as well, partially covered over and partially open. Arlita stood at the front. Freddie had joined her quickly. Hannah and Cataline were heading towards them also. Only Kaz was nowhere to be seen, but Hannah had boarded with him and was sure that he would find them eventually. Kaz turned up a few minutes later, carrying 3 waterproof plastic cases. "Underwater cameras," he explained. "They rent them out downstairs and I figured I'd get them before they were gone. You keep the memory card and give the camera back at the end. Any takers?" Catalina took one. Catalina took one, and Arlita, after a short pause, also grabbed one. "Anyone else?" asked Kaz, waving the other camera in the general direction of Hannah. "Don't you want one?" asked Hannah. "No," replied Kaz with a giggle, thrusting the camera into her hands. "I want to be in the pictures, baby, not taking them." Eventually, all of the passengers were on board. Arlita had assumed that the open deck at the front would be crowded, but it seemed the locals were quite happy to be in the covered seating area out of the direct sun, and the five of them were able to spread out a bit. The engine started, the moorings were disconnected, and the boat reversed smoothly out from the jetty, turning right and heading to the break in the harbour wall. The inlet was bigger than Freddie had initially realised, with at least 5 large pontoons extending into the water, full of boats the same size as this one, or larger, many of them currently boarding passengers for a trip. He had genuinely not appreciated the scale of it all. Freddie and Arlita stood up, climbed some steps and positioned themselves at the rails overlooking the lower deck and watched as the vessel slid gently out of the harbour and onto the ocean. There was a slight breeze and the smell of the sea, and the sun beat relentlessly on them, although the wind briefly made it feel a little more chilly. The sea was relatively calm, so there was hardly any horizontal motion. Freddie enjoyed the gentle movement, the views of the sea, the wind in his hair, and the companionable silence of the heartbreakingly gorgeous girl next to him. Arlita felt his gaze on her and turned to face him directly. "You should know, I have a boyfriend at home." Freddie was pulled from his reverie. He'd been waiting for her to say that. He turned and looked at her, a cheeky grin on his face. "I know, Kaz told me. He also said that it's not going that well." Arlita went a bit red. "I really like you, Freddie, but I don't want you to get the wrong idea." Freddie stepped closer to her, put his arm gently round her and kissed the side of her head. "You should be more worried about Kaz getting the wrong idea," he said quietly into her ear. Arlita smiled and patted his hand as it rested on her left shoulder. "You guys have been so helpful. I've been able to tell you how I feel, he frowned, which I'm not very good at. The 4 of you have listened and been there for me and helped me." Freddie grinned again, looked down at her face, briefly at her bikini top, then back at her face, which hopefully she had not noticed behind the sunglasses. "I won't spoil that." Arlita turned directly to him and a large smile spread across her face. "So you're saying if I came to your room tonight, you'd turn me away?" she asked playfully. "I couldn't say that with any real honesty," gulped Freddie, and immediately tried to have unsexy thoughts. "But that's not going to happen. You have a boyfriend, and I don't want to spoil what we have." He gestured to the others who were below them, lounging on the deck. She smiled back at him and then embraced warmly. Kaz, who was watching them from below, heard every word. "You're so gay," he said loudly, then pretended to stick his fingers down his throat whilst making loud vomiting noises. The boat continued out of the bay and then turned north, towards the first section of reef that they were going to stop at. Freddie stood facing forwards for the first 30 minutes, enjoying watching the other boats, the occasional spray from the bow, and the look on everyone else's faces. Then they were all ushered inside on the lowest deck to be given a quick presentation, complete with video of some of the things they might see and some of the fish they could potentially encounter. It went on for approximately a quarter of an hour. "The biggest fish that we're likely to see today is called the bump-headed wrasse," said the guide as he was winding up the presentation. He clicked his remote and a picture of a fish came up. It looked like a fairly ordinary blue fish, roughly circular with protruding fins and a distinctive bump on its head. There was nothing around it to give you a sense of scale until the guide hit the remote again and the picture zoomed out. There was a person next to the fish, and although they were taller than the creature next to it, the fish went from their knees to almost the top of their heads. It was gigantic. Freddie could hear various people gasping at the picture, which turned to laughter. "We call him Elvis. He's usually in the area of the first reef that we're going to stop at today." "So we might see him?" someone piped up from the back. "Yep," said the guide, "so you could very well get a selfie with Elvis. There are a few underwater cameras left to hire at the back. That's all, everyone. We should be at our first stop in about 10 minutes. A few people headed immediately to the back of the room. Kaz gestured to the others, and they followed him past the people vying for the final few cameras and through the door. They were now in the area where all the wetsuits and oxygen bottles were stored. A bored-looking man in his 40s was starting to hand them out and instructing people to go out onto the deck and put them on. Freddie took his and joined the others on the forward deck. The girls were already down to their swimwear. Kaz and Freddie took their tops off, and all 5 of them fell into helpless giggles as they attempted to put on their wetsuits. "Bloody hell," yelled Kaz. He'd managed to get his legs into the wetsuit relatively easily. However, as he tried to manoeuvre his arms into the sockets, he realised how tight it was going to be. Freddie was faring no better. He stretched and eventually managed to get his arms into the sleeves and then dragged the zip up. Arlita was having a problem with a zip. It seemed to be sticking. "I'm going to need some help," she pleaded to Freddie. He looked across at her and then down at his wetsuit. It clung in all the wrong places. "Kaz," he cried. "Woman in distress." Kaz looked at him. "You do it." I think it would be better if you did it. Arlita smiled. One of you, please. Kaz caved in. You know he only asked me because he's worried about getting a visible erection, he said loudly. So not only their group, but several people around heard it. There was much laughter from the wider group, apart from Freddie, who just went red in the face. Kaz walked over to Arlita and played with the zip in an exaggerated fashion until it moved freely to just under her chin. Thank you, she said. Any time, baby, said Kaz. He lowered his zip until it was just below his waistline. Hey, Freddie, my zip is stuck too. You want to come and help me? Freddie rolled his eyes, walking up to his friend, and pulled the zip up without missing a beat. Kaz stared at him in surprise, so Freddie blew him a kiss. Look, no erection, said Freddie loudly. Kaz smiled and put his hands across his heart. Yes, Freddie, darling, no erection yet. A few minutes later, the boat pulled up and dropped anchor. The 5 of them had left their possessions on the forward deck and were now waiting at the back of the lower deck in their wetsuits. 3 of them had the cameras hanging around their necks, as well as masks with snorkels. On one side, 6 experienced divers were donning their breathing apparatus and getting ready to do a proper dive. At the very rear of the boat, 2 of the crew were lowering the steps mechanically into the water, and there was a queue of people already forming to go into the shifting sea. Hannah and Kaz had also grabbed a long, thin flotation aid that the Australians were referring to as a noodle. The crew was giving instructions on what to do if anyone got into trouble, and also how they would indicate that it was time to return. They would sound a loud siren, which would also be used in the unlikely event of a shark being in the water. Hannah visibly tensed when they said that, which one of the guys noticed and said it was very unlikely. He'd been doing this job for 6 years and it had never happened. The people ahead of them descended the steps and jumped into the water in small groups. From the amount of shrieking, it was clear that the water was not all that warm. When it was their turn, the 5 of them finally walked down the steps, Freddie in the middle, with Kaz on his left and Arlita on his right. He was a bit surprised when Kaz grabbed his hand until he saw that he was also holding Hannah's hand on the other side. Freddie reached out and took Arlita by the hand, and she reached across to Kathleen. The 5 of them descended the steps together, and when they reached the lowest step, their feet already in the water, they all looked at each other. Kaz counted down. 3, 2, 1. And on 1, they jumped. Their bodies hit the water simultaneously and they let go of each other's hands. They had already been instructed by the team on the boat to swim out and clear the area adjacent to the steps, and it was Freddie that first came to his senses and encouraged them to move out of the way for the next group. They swam disorganised to the left, where there was already a handful of other people. Kaz pulled his mask on and then looked down into the water. He came up again, an enormous grin spreading across his face. Look down, guys. You gotta look down. Freddie pulled on his mask and looked into the water. It was like peering into a different world. The surface beneath him was not all that far away and genuinely looked like some kind of alien landscape. There were reef structures that looked like giant clams from 50s science fiction movies. Some formations resembled large spheres that looked like giant brains, which were up to 1 metre in diameter. The whole surface was made up of what looked like small trees or bushes made out of stone. These covered most of the surface beneath them, and many fish were darting around and through the coral. Freddie looked to his side to check that the others were also taking the view, and they were, so he returned his gaze to the colourful spectacle. There was a small school of medium-sized fish directly below him, and they appeared to be nibbling at the coral. As he watched, he was aware that he could hear scratching sounds that were in time with the motion of the fish as they bit the coral. He could hear their mouths scraping the tree-like shapes below him. He was surprised. He had never considered that he might be able to hear the sounds from below the water. There was also a shoal of small fish with zebra-like patterns on their back, milling about near the floor but not appearing to interact directly with it, plus the occasional small yellow creature swimming on its own. Another fish made a grab for it, and it darted underneath a piece of the coral to get out of the way. Freddie was suddenly aware that someone was jabbing his shoulder. He lifted his head from the water to see Arlita gesturing. There was a bit of a build-up of bodies close to the boat, and they were being encouraged to swim out further. They pushed out another 20 metres. Freddie was embarrassed to realise that he was the weakest swimmer in the group. They stopped because he got into a small amount of difficulty, swallowed some water and coughed a lot. Arlita was almost immediately behind him, pulling him upwards and helping him to cough the water out and breathe. The staff on the boat had an observation point high at the back and had already identified that Freddie was having a moment, and one of the crew was swimming over to him with a noodle, which he accepted gratefully. He looked over to see how Hannah and Kaz were wearing theirs. It was tucked under their arms and across their chests. He copied them and immediately found a buoyancy that he had not already enjoyed. Before he'd been kicking and it seemed like a lot of effort just to stay afloat, whereas now he could hang in the water with no effort at all. Cautiously, he pulled his mask back over his face and looked down again. A different mixture of bright fish swam below him over the stunning multicoloured reef, which looked even more colourful now that they were out of the shadow of the boat. Everyone was in the water now. A couple of crew were swimming from group to group, giving them tips on what to look for. There was a sandbank about 50 metres away, and Freddie decided to swim towards this. None of the others seemed to be following him, so he kicked his way back and said what he was doing. He also said they did not need to follow him, but of course they did. They made their way over slowly in a loose huddle. They were not the only people to do so. Several others were also heading that way. Hannah, who was on the outside of the group, looked into the water and then lifted her head and cried out with a gasp. Freddie did not understand what she said, but Arlita and Hannah did. "Skilpad!" They both cried out in excitement, and suddenly the whole group was swimming after Hannah, Freddie desperately kicking out in a rather random and uncoordinated way. They made room for him when he caught up, and there, under the water, seemingly unperturbed by the five of them staring at it, was a large brown turtle. It was swimming slowly just below the surface. Arlita swam right up to the unconcerned creature and took a series of photographs. She rose to the surface and then indicated for Cataline, the other strong swimmer in the group, to dive down. Cataline did as she was told and sat about a metre ahead of the route that the turtle was swimming until it was in line with her. She removed her mask and held her thumbs up as Arlita took a photograph. They surfaced for air, and then Cataline took a picture of Arlita. At this point, the turtle decided to rise to the surface, so the strong swimmers dragged the others into position, told them stuck under the water, and attempted to get pictures of them in turn with a creature that was utterly indifferent to their presence. They made their way to the sandbank, which was coral-free, and Freddie managed to put his feet down on the surface whilst his head was still above water, which made him feel a lot more comfortable. "That was amazing," cried Cataline. The others nodded their assent, and Hannah, who was closest to Freddie, hugged him. "Thank you," she said. "Yes, thank you," said Arlita, raising one of her well-defined eyebrows. "But don't spend hundreds of dollars on us again." Freddie realised that she was mocking him, so he splashed water at her. She responded in kind, and soon all five of them were childishly splashing each other and giggling. One of the crew from the boat had swum over to talk to them. They did not notice for a few seconds, initially thought they were about to be told off. But no, back over at the boat they had located Elvis, and he was letting people swim around him and take pictures. So the group moved back towards the boat, swimming at the pace of their slowest number, Freddie, and was soon near the rest of the crowd. Arlita donned her mask again and looked across to where a few people were swimming next to the giant blue-green fish. She raised her head and mouthed "wow" at the rest of them. "Freddie, do you think you can duck under without getting into difficulty?" she asked. "I think so." "Without the noodle?" Hopefully." Cataline swam over. "I will hold the noodle. You go down. Arlita can take the pictures. Then I will give it back to you." They soon realised that they'd only needed one camera for pictures, so they used the other two for taking videos of the various fish, turtles and reefs. After a couple of hours, they were called back to the boat. Everyone was counted back on board. The vessel set off for the next reef area, and a buffet was laid out in the galley with plenty of sandwiches, pizza slices, crisps, fruit, non-alcoholic drinks and other finger food. Everyone piled their plates high and went out and sat on their patch of the deck, enjoying watching the water speed past, their wetsuits stripped down to the waist. Freddie's skin was starting to go red again, although there was some proper colour starting to appear. Arlita rubbed cream into his back after he'd covered his chest and arms, and then Kaz talked him into rubbing some onto his back, making suggestive comments and noises all the way. They had been told they were about half an hour away from the next reef. Kaz, Hannah and Cataline were downstairs topping up their food plates, and Arlita and Freddie were sitting in companionable silence. "Have you seen Finding Nemo?" Arlita suddenly asked him. "Of course," Freddie snorted. It had been Rose's favourite film. "I haven't seen a clownfish yet," said Arlita. "If I could choose to see any fish to see, it would be that one." Freddie lay back down and looked up into the cloudless sky. "For me, it was the turtle. That was absolutely the best." He twisted round. "Can you see my towel? What do you want it for?" "Just to raise my head a bit." Arlita shuffled closer to him and lifted his head onto her legs. "Will that do?" She smiled down at him. "Don't," he said slowly. She stroked his shoulder gently and left her hand there. "I can see right down your nose when you look up at me." Freddie shook his head as she squeezed his shoulder. Don't touch me. I might still need the towel." She giggled at that and moved her hand back to his cheek and stroked it. It was about as smooth as sandpaper. She could not see any beard growth, but she doubted he'd shaved that morning. She ruffled his hair before returning her hand to his shoulder and looked at the incomplete tattoo just below her fingers. Will you ever get your tattoo finished? Freddie shook his head. I started it a few years back. I've no idea where the artist is now, and nobody else wants to touch it. So I think it will stay incomplete. He shrugged. I kind of like it that way, actually. It's very me. In what way? Incomplete. Especially at the moment with everything that's happened. It's the perfect metaphor for my imperfect existence. Alita shook her head. Never change, Freddie. Be happier, sure, but I like the real you. She had tears in her eyes, which Freddie picked up on immediately. He sat up. Are you okay? She smiled and wiped away the tears. I wish this was a different time. I wish I'd met you when we were both in different places. But we both have things to sort out. She leaned over and kissed him gently on the lips and pulled away. I can't even add you on Facebook. Matthias will go crazy. He calls me every morning, you know. I had to text him to tell him I was in this trip today as soon as I knew, and I bet he was still pissed off that I was not there to take his call this morning. He definitely won't find out that you paid. We have to stay in touch. His voice was urgent and imploring. Both Hannah and Cataline have nice boyfriends. Add them on Facebook. I will message you when I'm with one of them. And away from him, obviously. Arlita frowned and shrugged. Why are some guys like that? Freddie shrugged. I don't know. Lauren, my ex, split up with her boyfriend because she came to my family's funeral. She helped me. I was a mess and he dumped her. His look became reflective. He's such a dick to her. I don't get why they got back together again. She smiled at that, and their conversation was interrupted as the others piled back onto the deck. Hannah met her gaze for a moment, picking up on the fact that there was a slight red sheen to her eyes. Samira, she said to her in their language. Later. The second swim was as much fun as the first, perhaps more so because this time Freddie went straight into the water with a noodle and swam around a lot more. There were plenty more fish to see, as well as different colours of coral and a couple more turtles. Freddie spent a good half hour at one point just following one around, away from the group, enjoying the company of this fascinating creature. He joined the others as one of the crew called Arlita over. A diver had seen a clownfish, so she swam over to where they were and finally saw the little orange and white fish that it had been her ambition to observe. I found Nemo! She shouted with a massive grin spread across her face, and she kept telling everyone this at regular points throughout the rest of the day. The crew on the boat grinned politely whenever they heard her and pretended they'd never heard anyone say it before. At 3:30, they were called back to the boat. It was going to take about an hour and a half to make their way back to Cairns, and so the group spent their time spread across the deck, chatting, drinking. Now they were not swimming anymore, they were finally allowed to buy a beer, so they all had one. Freddie dozed off for a while, lying next to Arlita, and a comfortable and companionable silence between them. There was a sharper than usual jolt as the boat passed through a large wave. Freddie rubbed his eyes, lifted his head and inched back until his head was once again on a pair of legs. He picked up his sun cream from next to him and decided to have a little flirt. I don't suppose you could put more of this on me, he asked. It's somehow nicer when you do it. There was a quiet moment, and he looked up. He expected to see Arlita smiling down at him, but to his surprise it was Kaz. Without missing a beat, Kaz gave a massive grin and grabbed the sun cream. Freddie, I'm surprised at you! Freddie rolled his eyes. Kaz had already squirted some cream onto his chest and was having a great time rubbing it in. There was a point where his hand moved down his stomach, and Freddie thought he was going to have to tell Kaz to stop. But Kaz teased him by rubbing the bottom of his stomach below his belly button, but knew not to take it any further. By this point, the others had noticed what was going on and were watching with sly grins on their faces, especially Arlita, who was almost bent double with laughter. When Kaz was not looking, Freddie mouthed, I thought it was you, at Arlita, which made her laugh even more. When Kaz had finished, he put a towel round his waist. You've only put the towel on because you're worried about your visible erection, called Freddie, throwing the early words back at his friend. Kaz looked down at himself, but instead of making some kind of joke, he just looked embarrassed and walked away to put shorts on. Arlita took her place back down next to Freddie. I thought that was you. When I put my head in his legs and asked for some lotion, I thought it was you. Arlita smiled. I know. Kaz enjoyed that a little too much. Don't tease him, though. I think he's actually embarrassed. Kaz did not return to them straight away, so Freddie went to find him. He was standing at the rear of the boat on the second deck, a bottle of beer in his hand and a faraway look in his eyes. Freddie went up to him, and Kaz, although realising he was there, would not meet his gaze. Kaz. Still Kaz would not look round. He put his arm round his friend and dragged him towards him and gave him a clumsy sideways hug. Kaz, it's all cool, man. Kaz looked round at him, still looking a little unsure. Freddie had a bottle of beer in his hands and clinked it into the one his friend was holding. Mate, honestly, it's cool. Honestly? Kaz glanced at him. Honestly, said Freddie with a grin and a quick squeeze. He steered Kaz back across the deck towards the stairs down to the others. The boat docked back at Cairns Reef Fleet Terminal at about 5:10. The boat docked back at Cairns Refleet Terminal, and about 5:10 they were all walking down the jetty and back towards the hostel. Knowing how close it was, they decided not to bother with a bus, but the ever thoughtful Arlita had let someone know so that it did not wait for them. The girls stopped at the supermarket and bought some pizza. Kaz bought some beer and wine, and they spent a lovely evening chatting about the day and looking at the photographs and videos. Later on, Freddie insisted on being the person that cooked the food, so the five of them sat there eating slightly burnt pizza, drinking and talking about what an amazing day they had had. They stayed up quite late, and when it was time for bed, they all said goodnight. Hannah and Kathleen hugged Freddie tightly and said thank you. Kaz was still embarrassed about earlier, so Freddie grabbed him, hugged him, kissed the side of his head and told him not to worry. He even thanked him for helping talking the girls into joining them on the boat and said that he was as important to him as they were. Kaz went off to bed, leaving just Arlita and Freddie. "Good night," he said, and they hugged. He kissed her cheek gently, and she turned her face deliberately so their lips met. They kissed passionately for a moment, then drew apart. Freddie could feel the butterflies in his stomach. "So," she said, "I come to your room now. Are you going to turn me away?" Freddie looked into her beautiful eyes, felt the warmth of her body against his, and felt his body responding to a closeness. "Yeah," he said finally. "You're going to turn me away? Really?" He squeezed her shoulders. "Like you said earlier, we both have things to sort out. You may not love your boyfriend, but have you ever been unfaithful to him?" "I do love him," she said sadly. "I just don't like him very much." "But have you ever been unfaithful to him?" She looked away. "No," she said finally, shaking her head and returning her eyes to look at his. "You're wonderful," he said. "I want to be your friend forever. We could do this now. It'd be a hell of a night. But tomorrow morning, you'll hate me." She looked down again. "I wouldn't hate you. I could never hate you, Freddie." She paused, thinking she'd only known him for a couple of days, and wondered if this was the wine talking. "But you're right. You are right." She kissed him on the lips again, then pulled away. "Thank you for today, Freddie. And thank you for being so fucking sensible. Good night." As she walked away, Freddie walked across to the room she shared with Hannah and Kathleen, observing the way she walked, running his eyes down her skinny, pretty body. He could not work out if he was a saint or a bloody fool. He walked up the steps to his room, wishing he could turn back time by 60 seconds. By now they could be in his room, on the bed and ripping each other's clothes off. He shook his head as he unlocked the door, and as it slammed behind him, he pulled off his black vest and shorts and let them fall to the floor at the side of his bed. He was tired and stood there for a moment with his eyes closed. He was about to get into bed when there was a knock at the door. He smiled, hoping that Arlita had thought about it and changed her mind. He opened the door, and a figure that was shorter than him darted into the room, kicked the door closed behind them, threw their arms around him and started kissing him passionately. Startled, he opened his eyes fully and was flabbergasted by what he saw. It was Kaz. Chapter 10. Up and Down. Freddie pushed Kaz away. "What are you doing?" he demanded. Kaz looked back at him in shock. "But I thought—" He stopped. His face had the same expression that Freddie would normally attribute to a rabbit staring into the lights of a car that was about to crush it to a bloody pulp. Freddie put his hand on his friend's shoulder, panicking. "I'm sorry, I must have given you the wrong signals." Kaz looked as though he was about to burst into tears. "But you came and lay on me. You kissed me." Freddie shook his head. "Not like that. I kissed you as a friend," he said frantically, wringing his hands and pleading. "And I lay on you because I thought you were Arlita. I didn't move when I realised it was you because I didn't want to be—" Freddie paused. "Rude," he finished lamely. Kaz shook his head. In fact, all of him was shaking. "You're a liar," he said quietly. "You sent Arlita away tonight after she tried to kiss you." "Calm down, Kaz. I promise I didn't mean to lead you on. I won't tell anyone. I don't want to embarrass you. I'm so sorry." Kaz was shaking. "Embarrass me?" He virtually spat the words out. He glared at Freddie for a moment, and Freddie genuinely thought that he was building up to hitting him. He braced himself. There was no way he was going to hit Kaz back. However, the blow never came. Instead, Kaz scrunched up his face and darted out of the door, slamming it behind him. Freddie made to follow, but the handle slipped in his sweaty fingers, and by the time he got it open, Kaz was nowhere to be seen. He considered yelling after him, but decided not to. What he really wanted to do now was go down and talk to Arlita, but he also decided against that. He realised that he'd been standing there with only his shorts on when Kaz had burst in, his arousal from kissing Arlita still conspicuous. He groaned. It had completely gone now. He stood there worrying for a few minutes and then decided to send Kaz a message. Most of them had found each other on Facebook during the meal this evening. He sent Kaz a text. Mate, I'm sorry if I led you on and embarrassed you. It was truly not my intention. You have been brilliant in helping me to get over everything that happened. You've supported me so much and I still want you to be there. I won't mention anything to the others. It will take me ages to get to sleep tonight, so if you want to talk, you know where I am. I want to talk. I'm so sorry, Cass. Love you, man. He pressed send on Messenger. The phone was not connected to the Wi-Fi, so he spent a few moments reconnecting it. When the text was finally ready to send, a message popped up at the bottom of the screen on his phone. This person isn't receiving messages at this time. Bollocks. Kaz had blocked him. He sat on his bed feeling light-headed and panicky. He could feel the wave of nausea spreading over him, but thankfully he had a plastic bag on the side. He grabbed it, arranged it in a way that he could breathe in and out of it without the act of breathing blocking the hole between his fingers, and exhaled and inhaled deeply a few times. He stopped, did it again, then realised he was not going to have a panic attack. This was how he felt after the incident in Sydney. He made it to the bathroom in time and threw up into the lavatory bowl. He sat there with his face hanging over the porcelain, feeling shaky. His head hurt and he wanted to cry. He gave in to his feelings and wept for a few minutes, eventually sinking back to the floor and using some toilet paper to wipe the tears from his face. He stood up, flushed the toilet, cleaned around it to remove any signs of him being sick, swilled his mouth with some water from a glass, spat it out, and then returned to his bed. He sat there shivering, although he was not cold at all. He needed this group of friends right now, desperately, and that included his crazy deluded Japanese friend. He strongly considered sending Arlita a message and telling her what had happened, but he remembered that she had been so concerned about her boyfriend Matthias being paranoid about her making friends with another male, even on a social networking app, that they had deliberately not found each other. He could message Hannah or Cataline, but they might not be awake. He stood up, intending to go and knock on their door, but he could not do it. They could talk tomorrow. He lay back in the bed, staring up at the ceiling. He tried to close his eyes, but his heart rate was elevated. It took him more than 2 hours to get to sleep, and when he did, the sleep was interrupted and patchy. Freddie woke up the next morning much later than he had intended. It was almost 10 by the time he dragged himself out of bed. He kept waking up, looking at his watch, and deciding to try and get a bit more rest. Freddie walked into the bathroom and realised that in the cold light of day he had not managed to clear up as well as he intended. He spent a couple of minutes cleaning and then undressed and spent a while in the shower. He realised that he ought to be feeling hungry at this point, but he did not. His stomach still held that anxious feeling, the one that had been his constant companion over the last few months. It had started to subside a little over the last few days, but last night had brought it back with a vengeance. He put on some clothes, the same ones from yesterday because he had nothing clean. He also collected the rest of his clothing and stuffed it into carrier bags. If he achieved one thing today, it would be getting his laundry done. Freddie stood by the door for a few moments. For the first time in a while, it was a daunting prospect to open it. He assumed that Kaz would be feeling as bad as he did, so he decided that he would have to go and find his friend and reassure him that everything was okay. Kaz opened the door slowly and then found a note scrunched up underneath. At some point, someone had tried to slip a note under his door and felt as there was not enough of a gap. He smoothed it out and opened it. It was from Arlita. Freddie, Kaz has checked out and left. Not sure what happened last night, but I can guess. I hope you are okay. Hannah, Catalina and I originally intended to go out walking all day, but I have stayed at the hostel or nearby, so please find him if you need anything. Next to it was her phone number, which she'd always said was too dangerous to give him thanks to Matthias. Freddie realised that he was not in the mood to talk, so he tapped a quick message into his phone. Hi Arlita, it's Freddie. Not feeling great, to be honest. I'll find you later when I'm ready to talk. Thank you, though. He pressed send and then switched the phone off before dumping it on his bed. He was unsure what to do now. He could feel himself going back into recluse mode, shutting down from the people around him, which was a bad sign. He had made such progress in the last week. He decided to allow himself to indulge in his misery for now and build himself up to talking to the others later, or tomorrow, or at some point. Maybe. He sat on the bed for a few more minutes, not sure what he wanted to do. He needed clean clothes, but that involved walking past other people to get to the laundry room. Eventually, he decided to brave it. He opened his door and then walked gingerly to the balcony and looked around. He could not see Arlita at all. There were a few people by the pool, but nobody he knew. His eyes swung round to the dorm that Kaz had been staying in, and he felt tears forming. Furious with himself, he went back into his room, dried his eyes and blew his nose. He hardly knew these people. In the grand scheme of his life, they represented literally nothing. 3 days ago, he had not even known that they existed. So why did this hurt so much? He picked up the 3 carrier bags stuffed with clothes and walked back outside, scanning around again before descending the stairs. He could not believe how nervous he felt about simply leaving his room. His heart was thumping, and he looked around him, desperate not to see a familiar face as he walked carefully to the laundry room. The machines inside were coin-operated, and luckily he had thought to bring some change with him. He fed his clothes into the machine, as well as some detergent which he'd purchased at the Maze in Sydney and not got round to using. He pushed the coins into the slot in the washing machine, then turned it on. "Are you okay, Freddie?" Arlete had snuck in behind him. He closed his eyes for a brief moment and then opened them again before turning round to her. She was standing there ready to hug him, but he did not walk towards her. Indeed, he would have taken a step back had there been anywhere for him to go. "No, not really," he said honestly. She smiled, recognising that he did not want his personal space invaded, and took a slight step back to indicate to him that she had picked up on it. "Are you okay to tell me what happened?" Freddie flinched and said nothing. "You don't have to," she said. Freddie paused, thinking. "Last night Kaz came to my room," he said eventually. "He had the wrong idea and tried to kiss me. I must have sent him the wrong signals. He rushed away before we could talk about it." Arleta nodded. "That's what we assumed. We all saw him yesterday. It was all the girls could talk about when we got back to our room. We all feel bad. We just thought it was..." She stumbled with her words, looking for the right one. "A joke? And we all assumed he knew it was too." Freddie shook his head. "I didn't mean to hurt him. I feel like such a shit." Arleta moved forward to comfort him, but he flinched, so she retained her distance. "Do you know where he's gone?" asked Freddie. Arleta shook her head after a brief pause. Freddie stared at the washing machine as the tumbler started to rotate. Arleta looked at him, desperately wanting to hug him. Freddie reached into his pocket to retrieve his phone before remembering that he was just wearing boxer shorts. "He's blocked me. I can't get hold of him." Arleta nodded and fished her own smartphone from her pocket. She hit a few buttons to open the Messenger app and typed something in. The phone made a little noise as she pressed send and allowed herself a small smile and then looked back at Freddie. "I've sent a message. He hasn't blocked me." She glanced back down at the screen in front of her. He has not seen it yet. She put the phone back in her pocket. "I want to help you, Freddie, but I don't know what to do." This time she kept a distance so as not to spook him. Freddie tried to meet her gaze. It was not a large room and there was very little to look at, so he stared back down at the clothes that were now sloshing around inside the machine. He could feel tears of frustration trying to manifest themselves despite his best effort, and he found he could not stop them. He turned away and fell to hide a sob. Arleta had some tissues, and she held one out to him so that it would be in his view. This small act of kindness was too much for him, and Freddie broke down into anguish, crying. Another pair of guests entered the room. Arleta glanced down at the washing machine and decided that it was nowhere near completion, grabbed Freddie by the shoulders and steered him outside. He was floundering, not able to think, so she steered him to the girls' room. He stood on the threshold with not taking in where he was. Arleta pushed him towards a bed and suggested that he sat down. He lowered himself onto the end, tears streaming down his face, which he tried to cover with his hands. Arleta passed him a towel, once again careful not to invade his personal space. He dried himself and draped the towel around his shoulders. Eventually he looked up and caught her eye. "Sorry," he said before looking down again. Arleta smiled at him, but he did not notice. "Have you had a reply from Kaz?" Arleta pulled out her phone and glanced at the screen. "He hasn't seen the message yet." "He won't until he connects to Wi-Fi," Freddie muttered to himself. "So it might not be until this afternoon or evening." Arleta put her phone down on her bed. "Can I sit next to you?" "If you like." He did not look up at her. Arleta sat down gently on his right-hand side and put her arm around his shoulder. He gave in and rested his head sideways. She was a little shorter than him, so instead of his head resting on her shoulder, it was against her head. They stayed like that for a few minutes. Eventually, Freddie stood up. "I'm spoiling your day," he said quietly. "You should be out with the others." "You're not spoiling it. I was worried about you. I wanted to stay here. The others did too, but I thought all of us would be too much for you." Freddie was about to cry again, so she stood up again and hugged him tightly. He did not respond for a few seconds, then gave in and returned the embrace. "Thank you," he whispered. "I'm so sorry. I was getting stronger, but it seems like every setback totally fucks me over. I'm obviously not getting any better at all. It will take a long time. Do you feel like breakfast?" "Not really, but the clothes are going to take another hour at least, and at least it will distract me, even if I don't eat anything." "We will go out," said Arleta. "I'm sure there is a nice cafe close to the lagoon." "Or McDonald's?" asked Freddie hopefully. Arleta grimaced. "It definitely won't be McDonald's." "Come on, my treat." She grabbed his hand and led him out of the room. Arlita and Freddie sat inside a small coffee shop just over the road from the Reef Fleet Terminal and the lagoon. Arlita was eating a toasted ham and cheese croissant washed down with a black coffee. Freddie was not hungry, but her insistence was at least having a coffee, and had settled on a latte, which he was taking occasional unenthusiastic sips from. "I thought I was getting better," he said again forlornly, warming his hands on the mug. He was wearing a hastily purchased black Barrier Reef themed sleeveless vest that he'd bought from one of the shops selling tat to tourists along the waterfront. Arlita had said that the people in the shop would probably not bat an eyelid if someone sitting in the cafe was shirtless, but good old British modesty had kicked in, and he had refused to enter without it. He thought about Kaz again and sighed. "This shouldn't get to me," he said. "Someone I hardly know getting upset should just wash over me." "No, it shouldn't," said Arlita gently. "I feel as bad as you do. The 5 of us bonded yesterday." She thought for a moment. "In fact, we had bonded well before yesterday. And I feel as badly as you do about Kaz. We all saw it coming and we all thought it was funny." She paused again and rested a hand lightly on his tattooed arm. "And you are doing incredibly well, considering everything that has happened to you in recent months. Of course you will have good days and bad days. You are on the other side of the world from home, so when things feel bad, they feel much worse than they otherwise would. Be proud of what you are achieving, Freddie. You may have a long way to go, yes, but you have already come so far." Freddie looked up briefly and gave her a small smile, then looked back down and stared at his coffee. Arlita continued to eat her croissant, and when she looked up, Freddie was looking at her. "Thank you," he said, and he almost managed to say it without a tear. She smiled back and returned her hand to his arm and squeezed it. "It's a pleasure." "I don't want to take up too much of your time," said Freddie eventually. "Once we're done, let Hannah and Cataline know that you're ready to join them. I will be okay." "I am not leaving you by yourself for one moment," she replied. "Not today." "I don't like the idea of putting you out." "Honestly, you're not. I will stay with you until we hear from Kaz. Then we can decide what we are going to do." "What are we going to do?" "Well," said Arlita, putting the last tiny chunk of her croissant into her mouth, "we are going to find out where he is and then go and see him." "And what if he's flown to Brisbane or Sydney?" "I doubt he has," said Arlita. "There are loads of things around here he still wants to do. He's probably in Cairns still, or at the furthest somewhere like Kuranda." "I don't know what I would say to him if I saw him anyway," said Freddie. "I said sorry as soon as we had the misunderstanding. He believes that I just made a fool of him on purpose." "He hasn't sent any of us messages," said Arlita. "I think he thinks we're all laughing at him. So perhaps the 2 of us turning up and saying how sorry we are will do the trick." "I'm not convinced," said Freddie morosely. "I don't think he'll forgive me." "But you want to try?" Freddie looked up again and looked directly at her. "Of course I do." "Then I will be there with you," she said. She gestured to his mainly full drink. "Would you like another?" "No," said Freddie. "Do you mind if I have one?" "No, of course not. Go ahead. In fact, let me get it for you." Freddie stood up and went to the counter and joined the small queue. Arlita followed him with a gaze, appreciating how wretched he must be feeling. And his butt. She was appreciating that as well. She smiled to herself and wished that she lived in an entirely different universe, one where Freddie was here because he was happy, and one in which she did not know anyone called Matthias. That would definitely be a place worth exploring. Oh well. They spent the day together, walking about, killing time and hoping that they would get a response from Kaz. Arlita checked the phone every half an hour or so to see if the message had been delivered, but it had not. At about midday, Hannah and Catalina joined them. They both gave Freddie hugs and said they were sorry and that they should have spotted what was happening and that they felt partly responsible. Of course, he told them not to be so daft, but inside he was touched. These 3 sweet, friendly girls that he had never even met until a few days ago were there for him in a way his friends and family never had been. His mind clouded over for a few moments as he had these thoughts, and for a second he felt a little guilty. Actually, his friends and family would have been there for him. He knew that, had he not pushed them away. And Lauren had risked her relationship to stay in touch with him. She would have been there for him had he let her. They all would. He thought of Arlita. She was a few years younger than Lauren, but they were similar women in similar circumstances, tied to someone they did not like very much but too scared to break the connection. They were both amazing people that deserved so much better than him, his mind told him as soon as he had entertained the thought. The 4 of them ended up at the lagoon and they had a nice day. It was a little more subdued than the day they'd enjoyed with Kaz. Was it only 2 days ago? But it was nice nonetheless. They swam, they told each other stories, they laughed and joked, and Freddie could feel his spirits lifting a little, at least until his questioning eyes met those of Arlita, who would check her phone and shake her head. Nothing yet. Then at 4, after they decided that Arlita and Hannah were going over the road to get some takeaway food, the consensus was pizza, he glanced over at Arlita again with raised eyebrows. She checked her phone, and he could tell by the look on her face that she was going to tell him something different. She waved the phone at Hannah. "Freddie and I will go." Hannah understood immediately and sat back down. "So?" asked Freddie as they walked away. "He's read the message and responded." She handed the phone over to Freddie. "Hi, gorgeous," was the predictably over-the-top message. "I'm so sorry about yesterday and today. I overreacted. I was a little drunk and convinced myself that you were all in on it and were laughing at me. Freddie levels of paranoia, huh?" Freddie frowned at this. "I'm in a lovely hostel in Kuranda. I'm going to stay here for a few days, but if you girls are still there in a few days, I may come back as long as Freddie has gone. I'm embarrassed and can't face seeing him, sorry. Give the others a hug, even His Majesty, and even a kiss. But no tongues, you naughty girl. Love, Cass." Freddie gave her the phone back. "So what are you going to do?" asked Arlita. "Today, not much," said Freddie. "Relax, drink, swim, eat. But tomorrow I'm going back to Kuranda. I'm coming with you." It was not a question. Freddie hugged her gently. "Thank you." The next morning, Freddie was up at 7. He'd forgotten about his clothes until the four of them got back to the hostel yesterday evening. Demand for the washing machines had been quite high, so someone had put his wet clothes into a washing basket and stuck it somewhere, and it had taken the member of staff who was on duty now a while to work out where. They were still wet, so Freddie had needed to spend some time sitting in front of the tumble dryer. He'd not bothered ironing anything. He showered and dressed, covered himself with sun lotion, and put the things he needed for the day into his backpack. At 8, he met Arlita and took her around the corner for breakfast. She had another croissant and managed to talk him into trying one. "I'm not hungry," he complained, but she suggested to him that it might be a good idea to try it anyway. So it was pretty much a repeat of the previous day, only this time Freddie had a latte and a croissant in front of him that he barely touched. "So what's your plan?" asked Arlita as she finished her croissant. "Taxi to Kuranda, find Kaz." "How do you feel?" "Butterflies in my stomach. I hope we find him and I hope he will listen." Freddie took a tiny bite from the croissant in front of him. It was delicious, but he was not in the mood to eat it. He pulled out his phone. "I checked online. There are no hostels in Kuranda. It's not all that big, but there are a couple of hotels, lodges, and even some rooms on Airbnb. My guess is he's in one of the 2 hotels. I have looked at the prices. We will check the cheapest one first." "We've not been to Kuranda yet," said Arlita. "It's on our list, but we will have to get work first. We haven't decided whether or not to do that here or move on and look elsewhere." "So what's keeping you here?" Arlita smiled. "We all agreed that we wanted to make sure you are okay, so we won't move on from here until we know that you're all right or you move on. And that's all of us that wanted to do that, by the way, not just me." Freddie smiled, a warm feeling briefly replacing his nerves. "Thank you," he said sincerely. He looked down at his watch. It was 8:20. "Well, we need to kill a little time as the first cable car doesn't leave until 9. "Cable car? I thought we were taking a taxi." "I've changed my mind," said Freddie. "You haven't been, and the views are amazing. We will get the cable car up." He studied the map on his phone and smiled. "And that's perfect, because the first hotel I want to check, the one I reckon is our best bet, is less than a minute's walk from the Kuranda Skyrail terminal." "Are you sure?" Arlita looked crestfallen. "I cannot afford it, and you spent enough on us the day before yesterday." "I'm sure. It'd be crazy to go by cab and deny you the canopy of the rainforest. Besides, the calm may help to reduce my nerves a bit." He knew this last bit was untrue. If anything, the delay would make them worse, but he knew that Arlita would love the trip. She smiled. "Okay, thank you, Freddie." "My pleasure," he said. "And it gives me half an hour to try and eat this thing." He looked down at his croissant. "You can help me if you like." The taxi from the Esplanade to the Smithfield cable car terminal took 15 minutes, and they arrived just after 9. Freddie had already purchased the tickets online, and as it had only just opened, there was no queue, and they were given a carriage to themselves. Arlita admitted at this point she did not like heights all that much, but soon they were up in the air looking down at the spectacle beneath them, climbing up over the rivers and roads before they levelled off over the vast-looking forest canopy. Behind them, the trees seemed to stop as they descended at the side of the mountain, and ahead it was just treetops and more treetops. Arlita was enjoying the tranquility around her, as the only sounds were when the cable car went past one of the support towers that held the cable in place, and that was neither all that loud or for very long. She soon forgot the fear of heights and enjoyed the calm, and was actively enjoying listening to the sounds of the birds beneath them. "This is lovely," she said after a while, breaking the silence. "It goes on for a bit longer. Then we change cars, stop at another station close to an amazing waterfall, and get onto the third cable car that takes us into the town." He paused. "You have to have a look at the waterfall. It's amazing." "But that will mean it takes us longer to get to Kuranda," said Arlita. "Are you okay with that?" "I'm feeling a lot calmer," Freddie lied. "And if you don't mind us taking our time, then neither do I." This part was at least true. "Well, I want to find Cass as much as you do," said Arlita. "But it would be nice to have a look at the waterfall. Are you sure you don't mind?" Freddie realised that he both minded and did not mind at the same time. It was purely because she was there, and he was so grateful at how much she was helping him, which meant he did not mind a short delay to enable her to enjoy the sights of the area. So he smiled and said it was fine, and continued staring out at the amazing views over the canopy. And there they both stayed, enjoying the views, until there was an unexpected jolt and the cable car came to a sudden and complete stop. They were almost opposite an empty car coming the other way, and both cars swung like pendulums but in opposite directions. Arlita shrieked and grabbed hold of Freddie, who was too busy holding in a cry to notice. He could feel his pulse becoming more rapid as well as his breathing, and the next few seconds seemed to last for a very long time, but they both realised that all that had happened was the cable car had stopped. Arlita and Freddie sat next to each other on the floor of the car, heads bowed, hanging on to each other for dear life. As the swinging gradually slowed down, Freddie raised his head. "Fucking hell," was all he could say. "That made me jump." They sat in silence for a few minutes until it became apparent that what had happened was not a precursor to a major tragedy. The pair moved a little, peering over the side. The cars had come to a complete stop in both directions and had finally stopped their peculiar synchronised rhythmic swinging. There was a very faint gust of wind, but not enough to have a cooling effect inside the already warm cabin. Freddie was glad that the carriages were not fully enclosed. He had read somewhere that putting a dog in a car on a hot day with no windows open would lead to unbearable temperatures within 6 minutes. Thankfully, he was not going to have to find out if that were true the hard way. He helped Arlita up to the seat. She accepted his hand gratefully and ran her fingers across her forehead. She was dripping with sweat, and Freddie noticed that he was too when a drop fell onto his cheek and down to his mouth, leaving a salty taste on his lips. He wiped his arm across his mouth. "Are you okay?" he asked, eventually breaking the silence. She looked across at him and gave him a weak smile. "I'm terrified," she confessed. She looked around her and at the still cars both ahead and behind them in the distance, her eyes following the cables behind them as they went down the hill from the support tower at the top. "What do you suppose could have happened?" "It felt like some kind of emergency stop," said Freddie, "so there's probably been a problem at one of the stations. I'm sure we will start up again soon." Arlita reached to the floor and picked up a backpack, opened the zip and pulled out some tissues, which she used to mop her sodden brow. She then offered the pack to Freddie, who took one and did the same. Indeed, he wiped his whole face down. "Hot towel?" he asked, mimicking the flight attendants that he'd flown with less than 2 weeks ago. Arlita smiled for a second. Freddie pulled out his phone, but he had no internet. He guessed that there was not much call for a phone signal above the canopy of a rainforest, but it would have been nice. "Anything on yours?" he asked. Arlita delved into her backpack, pulled her phone out, unlocked it, and glanced at the screen. "I have a message from Kaz," he said. "Don't come and see me. I will find you when I'm ready. Give my love to Hannah and Cataline." "But not me," said Freddie matter-of-factly. "Not this time, sorry." She fiddled with the phone again for a few seconds and shook her head. "This must have come through before we got on the cable car. I have nothing now." Freddie wanted to swear, but kept himself in check. "Well, maybe the signal is intermittent. You text me, and I'll text you, and if either phone receives it, we'll know that they're connected." It was over having to stare at the phones waiting for a signal. He typed high onto his phone and instructed the phone to send the message. Arlita did the same. When nothing came through immediately, he sighed and put the phone down on the seat beside him. Arlita carried on tapping away at her phone. "What are you doing?" asked Freddie. "Messaging the girls," she replied. "For your plan to work, both our phones have to connect at least once. I'm sending them a message saying where we are, what has happened, and asking them to tell someone we're stuck up here." That's a good idea, said Freddie. "I will message them too. Tell them we're trapped." "No!" The word was sudden and fierce. "You don't think I should?" "No, obviously you should, but don't use the word trapped. We're stuck, not trapped. The word trapped scares me. Please don't say it." There were tears in her eyes when she said this. Freddie nodded, sent the messages, and then put his phone back down. "Sorry," he said. "What for?" "Using the T word. And for dragging you up here in the first place." "I wanted to come, Freddie." He shook his head and looked around him. They were fucking trapped, whatever she said. Once again, he could feel the panic rising within him, and Arlita could see from his expression that something was up. She reached into a pack and pulled out a paper bag and handed it to him. "I'm starting to recognise the signs," she said. "I thought you might worry about seeing Kaz, so I bought this for you just in case." He grabbed the bag thankfully and breathed into it slowly, taking deep breaths and ensuring that the feelings of panic he was experiencing ebbed away. After a few minutes, he took the bag away from his mouth. He'd been oblivious of Arlita this whole time, but when he looked at her, she seemed to have gone pale, and her breathing was rapid. "I think you're having a panic attack too," he said. "Is your heart racing?" She nodded. "Dizziness? Do you feel like you're about to die? Pins and needles?" Again she nodded. He held up the bag and gave it to her. She made a circle with a thumb and forefinger and put it around the neck of the bag. You have too much oxygen because you're hyperventilating, said Freddie. Slow your breathing down. Take deep, slow breaths in and out of the bag. It will reduce the oxygen in your blood and reduce those horrible feelings. He wanted to take the bag away from her because he could feel it happening again to himself, but he tried to regulate his breathing and concentrate on helping her. He put his arm around her shoulder and pulled her towards him, watching her rate of breathing until it came down and was under control. He did the same for himself, desperate not to show her that he also badly needed the bag, trying to contain his feelings of apprehension. He watched her breathing normally, and after a few minutes she lowered the bag. "Are you okay?" He tried to ask, without gasping. Arlita shook her head but smiled. "That was horrible. Do you get that a lot?" "Recently, yes." Arlita took another normal breath. "It feels like you're dying." Freddie nodded. "It's so horrible that sometimes the fear of having a panic attack can bring on a panic attack," he said. He watched as her colour started to return to normal, all the while tried to fight off the symptoms for himself. After a few seconds, "May I?" he asked breathlessly. Her eyes widened in realisation and she handed it to him. He held it in the same fashion as she had and tried to regulate his breathing. Arlita stroked his shoulder gently and kissed him on the cheek, then took his hand and watched him as he tried to calm down. They were still there an hour later. Being above the canopy meant that there was no shade at all. Arlita had a towel in her backpack, and they initially tried to hang it in front of the window facing the sun, but there was no way of fastening it in place, so they'd given up. They were now sat close together with a towel over their heads, looking at each other under a strange and colourful awning of cartoon shells and fish. Neither of their phones had gained a signal as far as either of them could tell. The urge to have a panic attack had largely gone now, replaced by boredom. The bird noises had ceased to be entertaining and different, and were now just irritating. "I don't understand why we're still up here," said Freddie, not for the first time. "They probably thought it was something they could fix easily," said Arlita. Freddie grunted. They'd not said much for a few minutes. "How are you feeling?" he asked. "Okay," she replied. "A bit scared, but more frustrated now." Freddie nodded. "I'm sure it won't go on for much longer. They must have a protocol for dealing with this." The background sounds that they had become so used to subtly changed. They looked at each other and simultaneously flung the towel to the floor. It was far away, but there was a low mechanical sound. It was almost impossible to tell exactly which direction it was coming from. The pair of them stood and looked around to try and get a clue as to what the sound was. Whatever it may be, it was unmistakably louder than it had been a few moments ago. Then, in the distance, behind them where the cables appeared to stop as they went over the lip of the hill, a helicopter rose from behind the trees. It was going very slowly and it was heading for them. Arlita felt briefly elated, and then a horrible thought entered her head. "That's not our way out, is it?" she exclaimed. "We're not going to have to somehow get into that thing, are we?" Freddie watched the helicopter as it made its way slowly towards them. "I don't know," he said. "But what's worse, getting on that thing or staying stuck up here?" The helicopter was following the line of the cable car. It was now getting a lot closer and the sound was getting much louder. Before long they could see the pilot and someone in the passenger seat who was studying each of the cars carefully. "They're just trying to work out how many people are trapped up here," said Freddie. "They will need something much bigger than that if they're going to try and rescue anyone." As the chopper came almost level with them, the man in the passenger seat waved at them. Freddie and Arlita looked at the side and gestured back. Arlita and Freddie stood at the side and gestured back. He had a loud hailer with him and tried to say something to them, but the sound was lost beneath the swish of the rotor blades. In the end, he made a downward motion with his palm, telling them to stay put. "He doesn't want us to try and leave," said Freddie with a smile. Arlita looked down at the canopy beneath them. "He's kidding, right?" Freddie smiled. "I guess. Maybe there would be people out there scared enough to try something stupid." He sat back down and picked up the towel. "It's going to be a while yet." They sat together in silence for a little longer. Arlita was not sure that being under the towel was keeping them any cooler, so she pushed it off again. Freddie, feeling daft with a towel covering just his head, pulled it off. The pair of them looked ahead and noticed something at the same time. "Is that smoke?" asked Freddie eventually. Their eyes were drawn to where the helicopter had gone. The cables descended ahead of them, so they seemed to just stop as they dropped down behind the level of the trees. There was a darkening of the sky at the point where the cables vanished below the horizon. "Maybe that's why they've stopped the cars," extrapolated Freddie. "If there's a fire in the forest. Can't they just put it in reverse? Then everyone will get to safety without going over the fire." "Well, then the people that have already moved past the fire will be dragged back over it," said Freddie. They sat for a moment longer, staring at the haze. There was a definite brown discoloration to the sky now. The sound of the helicopter became louder again in the background, and moments later the machine sped past them, heading back the way it had come. There was a sudden lurch, and it felt like the cable car dropped a few inches. Arlita screamed and grabbed hold of Freddie, who stumbled at the unexpected change to his centre of gravity. He managed to regain his balance, but his heart was starting to race again. He looked out and over to the line of cables that were holding the cars in place. There was a definite sag in them that had not been there a few moments ago. He felt an immediate chill all over his skin, and even though he was sweating, he suddenly felt really cold. Arlita was clinging to him, crying and trying to avoid looking at anything around them. He put his arm around her and squeezed one of her shoulders. "We're okay," he said eventually, when he realised that, at least for the moment, there was going to be no further vertical motion in the car. "How far did we drop?" she asked without opening her eyes or looking around. "Not far," said Freddie. "There must have been some slack in the cables or something." "Do you think it will happen again?" Freddie's eyes, which thankfully she could not see, glazed over with an expression that briefly said, "How the fuck am I meant to know that?" Thinking for a moment, he decided not to attempt to lie. "I don't know," he said honestly, "but I think we should sit down and not move too much, just in case." Gingerly, he lowered Arlita into the seat and then sat down gently beside her. They clung on to each other, not wanting to speak, with their eyes closed, until another change in the sound made them look out. It was from the same direction as the previous sound, but was much deeper. Freddie watched as another helicopter traced the line of the cable car. This one was much bigger, with a red nose, blue tail and white midsection. Towards the rear was the crest of the Queensland government, and the word rescue was painted in large blue capital letters on what was obviously a door. "Holy shit," thought Freddie. "This is really about to happen." Arlita burst into tears when she saw it. Freddie was not sure if it was the relief of potentially being rescued or the fact that she was going to have to be winched up out of the cable car to safety, the thought of which terrified her. He was not too thrilled about the prospect himself. There was another shudder, and the car dropped another few feet. Arlita screamed again and continued crying in terror. Freddie just held on to her and watched with disappointment when the helicopter swept past them and over the horizon. The two of them grasped each other. Words were too difficult and scary now, and each of them was acutely aware that anything they might say could be the last thing that they ever said. 10 minutes passed, then another 10, and finally the helicopter reappeared on the horizon. Dumbfounded this time, Freddie could see that the rescue door was open and that a man was hanging outside on a winch. Freddie looked at Arlita. He could see paramedics and the rescue team, as well as several people that had been rescued from the cars ahead of them. "It's time," said Freddie, forcing Arlita's head up so that they were looking into each other's eyes. "You have to go first." She blinked away her tears, then wiped her hand across her face and nodded. Then she hugged him and gave him a deep kiss on the lips. The pair watched as the helicopter took its place about 20 feet above them. The sound was deafening, and as they stood with their hands over their ears, a man was lowered gently to a point just below above the carriage. He lighted on the roof, then leaned down and gestured for them to move away from the door. They complied, and the door slid open. There was nothing between them and the forest canopy below them now. It would be so easy to step out. The man was hanging in the air a few feet away from the car. Slowly, thanks to the careful movement of the helicopter above, he moved across to the doorway. "First person!" he shouted, and swung the harness in. Freddie grabbed it, and looking at how the man hanging next to them was wearing his, quickly and officially helped Arlita into it. The man watched, then gestured Arlita over to the side. He threw in a cable and motioned to Freddie to attach it to the harness, which he did, the sound of the helicopter above almost deafening in his ears. "Sit with your feet over the edge," he shouted. Arlita complied, grabbing Freddie's hand and giving it a final squeeze. "Concentrate on me now," admonished their rescuer. He hung in the air, checking the straps to make sure that Arlita was secure, then made a thumbs-up sign. "Now push yourself out." Arlita froze for a few seconds. "Ma'am, the cable is unstable. We don't have much time. I need you out, and I need to help your friend." The voice was commanding and authoritative, but still Arlita did not move. She sat rooted to the spot with fear. In the end, Freddie moved behind her, leaned over and kissed the side of her head, and then pushed. Arlita screamed as she swung gently out of the car, spinning slightly in the air. She watched as the car suddenly seemed to swing away from her, and then she felt herself climb very slightly. She watched the man hand a harness to Freddie, who calmly and quickly started to put it on. There was another sudden movement, and the cable car dropped another few feet. Her rescuer swung back out of the way, leaving Freddie holding a lifeline that he had not yet attached. It was whipped out of his hands by the downward motion of the car. Arlita screamed, and her rescuer shook his head. "Don't look!" he yelled. The helicopter pilot knew that there was something wrong and was accelerating vertically. Arlita initially assumed it was the cable car that was dropping, but it was not. It was her climbing with a winch. "Freddie!" she screamed. Freddie watched her ascending, the harness useless in his hands. There was another lurch, and he threw himself into the far side of the cabin, away from the open door. He looked around him, up at the helicopter, and at the man who had saved Arlita. The The sound of the helicopter abated somewhat as it got higher. Hopefully they would try again, so Freddie did up the partially fastened harness. He watched as the cable holding Arlita was drawn up into the machine above them and Hans hauled her into the safety of the cabin. Freddie stood up and waved at the man who was still hanging in the air above him, who gestured to his own harness. Freddie made the same gesture back and watched as the cable came back down. There was another lurch downwards and Freddie flung himself backwards, otherwise he could easily have toppled over into the trees below to his certain death. The sag in the cables was pronounced now, but his rescuers were not giving up. The cable that had taken Arlita safely was on his way back down to him. The man was waving at him frantically, gesturing to Freddie to hook the cable to his harness as soon as it came within reach. Freddie watched as the cable winched down slowly. It was within arm's reach when several things happened at once. First, the thick cable that was holding the car in place seemed to vanish. The car started to fall beneath him, and this time not a controlled few feet. Freddie lunged for the rescue cable, but it was suddenly several metres above him and rushing further away. The next few seconds were a blur. He was aware of how every sound seemed to stop, of how the only thing he could hear was his heart beating. Time seemed to have slowed down. He was no longer sure which way was up or down as the cable car tipped over to one side as it fell from the sky. Freddie watched the canopy moving at what seemed like a leisurely pace towards him, heard the branches crack as the carriage made contact with them and smashed them, and was vaguely aware of the ground approaching. The last thing he felt was a warm patch in his underwear, and he was acutely aware that he had wet himself. His last thought was of how embarrassing that was. The car smashed into the ground and broke up, scattering pieces of glass and plastic and metal in a small area where it had impacted. It crushed Freddie and almost tore him in two. He was vaguely aware of pain, but this only lasted a matter of seconds before he lost consciousness. Freddie Naismith was dead a few moments later. Chapter 11. Home. At Heathrow Airport Terminal 5 it was raining. More accurately, it was pouring down, so much so that it impacted the number of aeroplanes that could safely take off. Freddie had checked the departure screen as there were a lot of flights that had been severely delayed, a few even cancelled as a result of it. Luckily, the one that he was due to be catching did not seem to be impacted upon. The BA-15 to Sydney via Singapore was still showing as departing on time. A late departure was no problem if it came to that, but if the flight was cancelled before Lauren left the airport, that would be a problem. One side of him desperately wanted to get rid of her, but he needed her to believe he was on that flight to Sydney. Freddie was seated at a table in a coffee shop, near the window that looked out immediately over one of the runways and some of the departure gates. He could just make out the second runway in the distance. Lauren was in the chair facing him, her back to the glass walls. Her hair was tied up in a bun, resembling somewhat the style sported by the cabin crew on adjacent tables. Her simple white top suited her, and as he sipped his coffee, he felt bad about the massive deception he was about to subject her to. If only she hadn't insisted on running him to the airport. He glanced over to her for a moment and she did the same. Their eyes met. He felt bad and looked away. "So how are you feeling?" Lauren put her coffee down and tried to make eye contact with him again. He put his cup onto the table, accidentally crushing the biscuit he'd been given with a drink and slopping some coffee into the saucer. "It doesn't feel real." "That's because it isn't real," his conscience screamed at him. "In just over 24 hours I'll be arriving in Sydney, Australia, the other side of the world." "Actually, you won't," his subconscious reminded him. "You'll be back in your dad's old office, hiding from everything and everyone." Lauren took his hand. "I'm so proud of you. When you said you were going to do it, I thought you'd end up," she faltered for a moment. "Changing your mind?" Freddie gave her a fake smile that he hoped looked like his usual one. Why wasn't she going to the toilet? Lauren usually needed to go after the first coffee, let alone the two that she had enjoyed. It was a minor detail in his overall plan, nothing more than a contingency really, but he would feel more comfortable if he was able to do it. "You were trying to avoid the phrase chickening out, I think," he said, trying to sound as natural as possible. "Perhaps I was," said Lauren, "but you didn't chicken out, and here we are, next stop, Sydney." Lauren had finished her coffee, and Freddie took the last sip of his. He was running out of things to say. This was horrible, and it would have been so simple if she hadn't been so bloody nice. He could have sat at home and made an entry on Facebook that he was saying that he was on the flight. Simple. "Where's the bathroom?" Lauren asked. Freddie was suddenly alert. He had already checked it out. "Outside the coffee shop, left, through the double doors." Lauren frowned. "That's the prayer room." "Yes," said Freddie, "through there. Past the prayer room. "Tut," said Lauren. "Mind my stuff for a moment." Lauren stood up. Her hand wandered towards her phone, but he needed her to leave it on the table. "Say one for me when you're in there," he said. Lauren looked at him as though he was a bit odd, and then turned, distracted, and walked away with a smile, leaving her phone. As soon as she was out of sight, Freddie nonchalantly picked it up. He knew the passcode and was soon opening up the Facebook app and loading her friends list. They had 2 friends in Brisbane who logic suggested he would visit at some point, and one of them used Facebook. Freddie had spent the last few days setting up an alternative account in the same name, copying the status updates for the last few years and altering the dates they were posted, even down to copying photographs. Luckily, Jim was not a prolific Facebook user. Faking the last few years had only involved creating 30 posts and taken no more than a couple of hours. Carefully, he blocked Jim from her account and found the account he had set up. From her phone, he sent a friend request, which he accepted from his own phone. He glanced up. It had taken less than 30 seconds. Lauren would not be back for a couple more minutes. Now, if she contacted Jim to ask about his progress down under, she would be talking to him. He closed down the Facebook app and put her phone back down. He had not thought to check exactly where on the table it had been when she left, so he quickly picked up the empty coffee cups and dropped them at the counter, eliciting a thank you from the girl working there. Now, it did not matter if the phone was not quite in the right spot. Freddie had a few moments to kill. There were several people around him, including some crew who he had just met. 2 were on a table directly across from him. One of them was close and being quite loud. "I'm so jealous," said an older guy who had Andrew on his name badge. He was sitting opposite a stunning girl called Crystal. "I can't remember when I last did a Singapore, Sydney." "When did you last bid for it, though?" Crystal replied. Andrew smiled. "I can't remember." "That'll be why, then," said Crystal. Freddie stopped looking across at her. She was stunning, but he didn't want to catch her eye. For a moment he hoped that she would be working in his cabin, then he remembered. He gazed across at some of the other people. There were many crew drinking and eating around him, and to their credit, he could not tell the crew that were about to leave for somewhere from the ones who had just come back. They all looked pristine. Lauren returned and smiled. "Are you ready?" she asked, interrupting his observations. "Yes," replied Freddie, standing up and grabbing his backpacks. Thanks to her, he'd actually had to buy tickets. He knew that Lauren was both impressed with and worried about him, and was struggling to accept how quickly he seemed to be getting better. He would not be able to usher her away now. She would stay with him through check-in and until he'd walked through security, hence the need for real tickets. Together, they walked to the nearest check-in desk. He handed over his large backpack and watched it vanish after some questions and an examination of his passport. He had no idea how long it would take to recover the backpack, but he had stuffed it with items he never wore anyway in an attempt to make it look voluminous enough to seem like it contained enough clothes for a few months away. He was quickly handed his boarding pass. He turned and hugged Lauren. "Thanks for running me here," he said, in an attempt to get her to leave before he had to go through security, because once he went in, he was not quite sure how he was going to get back out again. But of course she did not leave. They walked over to an entrance marked Security South. He was worried that his face was betraying how he felt, so he forced a smile and stopped by the barrier. A member of staff was standing there waiting to inspect his boarding pass. Lauren initiated embrace, which he was initially reluctant to partake in. She was so soft and warm and kind that for a moment he felt terrible for the lie he was about to tell, and on such a large scale. He returned the embrace. "Thank you for running me here. You didn't have to." Lauren smiled and pointed at his boarding pass. "I know I didn't. If you can afford seat 2A in first class, you can afford a taxi to bring you here. But I suppose I wanted to know that this was real, that you actually are going." "It's real," he lied, feeling like a complete shit as he said it. "It won't help me get my mind off what happened, but it will stop me thinking about it every minute of every day." He initiated another hug, mainly so that she could not see his face. She joined in willingly, squeezing him gently, then kissed him on the cheek. "I'm so proud of you. I was worried that you wouldn't cope, that all this would finish you." She paused. "You are so much stronger than I realised." He felt a tear forming. He was not sure if it was because he felt bad about the lie, because he was going to miss seeing her, or because he desperately wanted to tell her exactly how badly he actually was coping. That it was in danger of finishing him. He gave her one last squeeze and broke the embrace. He turned, forced a wink, and walked towards security, boarding pass ready. "Let me know how you get on," Lauren called after him. Freddie wanted to look away, but that would have been wrong. He glanced back, tried to smile, then handed his ticket to the member of staff. She read it, but when she saw the seat number, she frowned. "You can use the first class wing. Much quicker, takes you straight to the lounge." "I'm here now," said Freddie. He leaned in closer and indicated back to Lauren with a subtle jerk of the head. "And I can't deal with saying goodbye again. It's fine." The lady smiled, asked him if he was familiar with the liquid and other restrictions, which he said he was, and he went through. He glanced back, blew Lauren a kiss, and then walked around the corner to the security scanners. It would take Lauren a moment to get to the car park, so he had to find a way of waiting here for a few moments. He could feel an anxiety attack coming on, not a bad one. Usually at this point, he would be doing some breathing exercises that would hold it off. But the attack might be ideal right now. It was counterintuitive, allowing this horrible feeling to build within him. In fact, the fear about how horrible the panic attack might be helped to accelerate its arrival. He stood there and put his backpack on the ground. He allowed the wave of nausea to grow, fighting his instinct to resist it. Someone had noticed he had not joined the security lane. "Join the queue!" they yelled. That had done the trick. He could feel the pins and needles starting in his hands and feet. He sat down, breathing heavily. It felt like his heart was trying to smash its way out of his chest. He now just concentrated on his breathing, not aware of what was going on around him. He felt arms on him, lifting him, and realised he was on a chair. He closed his eyes and breathed carefully in and out. He heard a voice encouraging him to breathe slowly and found a paper bag in his hands. Instinct took over and he breathed in and out of it. His senses slowly came back to him. A male paramedic was standing with him and a couple of security staff. The paramedic had arrived on a pannier-laden bike which was picked out in the yellow and green ambulance livery. It was standing next to his chair against the wall. The rope barriers had been moved to isolate him and the paramedics so that people could carry on through security without hindrance. Another paramedic arrived on foot, this time female. The guy with him patted his shoulder. "Thank you," said Freddie between gulps of air. "Panic attack." The paramedic nodded. "Are you scared of flying?" he asked. Freddie had not thought that far ahead, but that sounded completely plausible. He nodded. "When are you due to fly?" Freddie looked at his watch. "In about 2 hours." The paramedic frowned. Tonight might not be the best idea. He was expecting an argument, but Freddie almost immediately blurted out, "Okay." The paramedic smiled. "I usually have to argue at this point," he said with a grin. "Nice to see someone taking advice for once." Freddie smiled knowingly and glanced at his watch. Surprisingly, it was almost 10 minutes since he and Lauren had parted. "I couldn't face flying tonight," said Freddie. "Sorry." "That's okay," said the man. "Did you check a bag in?" Freddie nodded. "I'll walk you to customer service. I'll stay with you for a few minutes or until I get another call." He helped Freddie stand up as various gawkers walked past trying to work out what was going on. "Can you get home okay?" "I'll get a cab," said Freddie. His plan was back on track. It had been a lot easier than he had thought it would be. The taxi dropped Freddie off on the road just around the corner from Oak Farm. Freddie did not want any of the neighbours to see him arriving at his door. He wanted them to believe that he'd gone away too. Not that the neighbours were emotionally or geographically close to him, so they probably wouldn't notice anything. He walked carefully around the corner, listening out for traffic, but it was very unlikely that there would be anything out this way at this time of night. He opened the gate, stepped through, and closed it quietly behind him. The driveway had lights on motion sensors that lit up as you passed, but a couple of nights ago he had found the switch that controlled them and turned them off completely. He crept up the drive, acutely aware of the slightest noise, of wet leaves slopping around under his feet and the snap of the occasional twig. Freddie eventually got to the garage, walked past it and arrived at the office. He had the keys in his pocket but struggled to find the keyhole with no light. His brain was screaming at him to pull out his phone and use it as a torch, but he did not want to risk it on the off chance that the closest neighbour noticed something. So he carried on, trying to find the hole for almost a minute, getting more and more nervous and panicky. Realising that he was not himself, he stopped, breathed, and then felt the door with his other hand and found the keyhole almost immediately. He guided his first hand so the key slipped gently in and twisted it. He opened the door and slipped inside. Earlier today, he'd cut some boards that were the same size as the office windows using his father's workshop in the garage. He'd painted the outside of the wooden panels jet black and used them to cover the windows, putting the blinds down first, closing them, and then securing the painted boards over them. He had caulked around the seal between board and windows in the hope that it would stop any light from escaping. He'd not yet tested this at night, so he stepped outside, closed the door, and used the app on his phone to turn on the lights. He waited for about 30 seconds and was thrilled to see that he could see no light at all come from the building. He smiled to himself as he walked around the side and back. Nothing. For a moment, he felt secure. Just to be sure, Freddie opened the door for a split second to make sure the lights were on. They were, and sent the command to turn them off. He opened the door a crack, and indeed the lights had been extinguished. He let himself in, closed the door behind him, and ordered his smart speaker to put one of the lights on again. He went to the bathroom, and as he stood over the toilet, he stared at his reflection in the bathroom mirror. His face was pale, though in the artificial light of the office it was hard to gauge exactly accurately what his skin tone was. His hair was a little too long, as he liked to keep it over his ears. It had been dyed black, but it would not be long before the brown roots would start to show. He looked tired. He thought his eyes were a little too big and a little too far apart. He hated what he looked like, as all he could see was the face of a liar staring back at him. He returned to the living area and turned on the computer. The volume was turned down so that it made as little noise as possible. He opened a web browser and looked at the details of the flight he was supposed to be on. After his panic attack at the airport, he had forgotten to make sure that the flight had left okay. He knew that Lauren would check and expect a text from him if there was a problem. The plane had taken off on time and was now over Eastern Europe. He breathed out gratefully. So far, so good. It was due to land in about 10 hours at 10:30. He turned the computer off, opened an app on his phone and looked at the flight there. It was leaving Romania and going over the Black Sea. He plugged his phone into the charger at the side of the bed and took off his clothes. He'd made the bed this morning. His brain had been telling him that he wanted to come back to a tidy home. So invested was he in his lie about his trip that he prepared as though it was true. The best way to get others to believe your lie, he reasoned, was to almost believe it yourself. Freddie opened his iPad and started to write a diary entry about how the day would have gone. He'd kept a diary on and off for years, but had not written a single entry since the day of the crash. Today he started again, writing as though his fictional holiday was real. He mentioned Lauren, beautiful Lauren who cared so much for him. Most of the feelings he wrote down were based on the truth. Most of the events were lies. He wrote about Crystal, the pretty young woman who was working on his flight now. He wrote about how she was looking after him in first class. And when he'd written as much as he could, he stopped. He was superstitious about writing events in the future, as it smacked of tempting fate. He would write about the landing in Singapore tomorrow. Then he worried that the plane might divert, so he decided he would have to stay up and track the flight on his phone just in case. So he stayed awake and watched the little icon moving slowly across the world, over the Black Sea and then the northern corner of Turkey. Now and then he got up and had a glass of water or visited the bathroom. Hours later, when the plane crossed over into India, he finally fell into an exhausted sleep. His alarm was set for 10:30 so he could text Lauren from Singapore. Freddie woke when his alarm went off. It was pitch black in the office and he was momentarily disoriented. The curtains in here were not that good. He should be able to see the daylight through them. Perhaps the alarm had gone off at the wrong time? He raised his phone to shut off the alarm and the light from the small screen bounced around the room. And then he remembered that he'd boarded up the windows yesterday. It was very effective. There was no light coming in whatsoever. He lifted his phone again and entered his passcode. The screen with the flight details came up automatically, and he was pleased to see that his plane had just landed. He would give it a few minutes, then text Lauren to tell her he'd arrived safely in Singapore. He coughed, then realised that it was rather cold. He called out to his smart speaker, "Computer, heater." The machine answered with a circular blue light at the top and the reassuring click as the heater switched on. This old office was quite a small space, so he should be able to feel the warmth soon. Freddie waited for a few minutes, then pushed his duvet aside. He picked his clothes up from the floor and put them on. They needed to be ironed, but it was not like he was planning to see anyone today, or any day soon come to that. He picked up his phone. Whilst he was waiting around last night watching his plane fly across the world, he'd typed his message in to Lauren. "Safely in Singapore, over halfway there. Kiss, kiss, kiss." He looked at it. Was it enough? Was it the kind of message he would send someone after 12 or more hours on a plane? Would she see right through it? Freddie shook his head. Of course she wouldn't. She would probably text him back asking him how the flight had been, and he'd already decided to say he was fine and that he had slept. Shaking his head in frustration at his paranoia, he hit the send button, seeing a blue tick appear immediately under the message. She was working, but she was always quick to answer his texts. The tick vanished, and a text box with 3 dots appeared. Lauren had seen his message and was responding. A few seconds later, her message appeared. "Cool. How was the flight?" He replied, "Slept most of it. We're about to be thrown off the plane for a bit, and then we'll take off again in about an hour and a half. I will message you when I get to Sydney. Thanks for yesterday." He pressed send. A few seconds later, "You're welcome, kiss," appeared under his message. There, it was done. Freddie walked over to the door and peered outside. The light seemed bright compared to the darkness of the office, and it took his eyes a moment to adjust. He blinked a couple of times, then looked across to the house, then at the house keys which were hung on a hook inside the door. He hardly had to go into the house anymore. The back door led straight into the utility room containing the washing machine and tumble dryer, the only things in the house that he would need to use regularly. He would not need to go across for a few more days as all of his washing was up to date. He had initially brought the iron and ironing board in from the house, but soon discovered he could not be bothered to use it. The iron was in the cupboard under the sink, and the ironing board was dumped in the washroom next to the toilet. Freddie looked at the time again on his phone. He had a couple of things he needed to do. He'd run down all his food, so there was very little left in the fridge. He was due to have a delivery from Tesco this evening at 8 o'clock, but he was dreading interacting with the driver. It was being delivered from the store he used to work at, so they might know who he was, and even worse, they might try to talk to him, desperate to empathise with a boy who had lost everything. Breathing deeply again to keep his panic at bay, he turned back into the office and closed the door behind him, enjoying the lack of light. He picked up his phone and looked on the internet for the home delivery customer service number, hit the link and let the number dial. As usual, there was a recorded voice giving him options. He had learned in the past that the best way to get to speak to a human being was to not select any options. Eventually, after a few minutes listening to some dreadful music that he vaguely recognised as an old television theme tune, Freddie was put through to someone. "Home delivery, can I help?" "Yes," said Freddie. "I'm due to have a delivery from Renfield Extra between 8 and 9 this evening." "And will you be in at this time?" "Yes," said Freddie. "So how can we help?" Freddie paused, feeling foolish. "I've been recently diagnosed with agoraphobia. I struggle to go outside." The person on the other end of the phone impatiently interrupted him. "You don't have to go outside. Our driver can bring it in for you." "I have social anxiety as well. Can I just ask the driver to leave it outside so I can collect it when it's gone?" "And when it's gone? I'm afraid we need a signature. Anyway, you said you're agoraphobic. We don't want you going outside, do we?" Freddie paused. "Please, I'm going to struggle to see anyone." The person on the other end of the phone was tiring of the conversation. "So would you like me to cancel?" Freddie was getting stressed. "No, I'd like my shopping without having to see the driver." "Sorry," said the operative. "Is there anything else I can help you with?" "No." "And will you be in to receive our delivery?" Freddie glowered at the wall. "Yes." "Good. We'll see you between 8 and 9. Thank you." The line went dead. Freddie chucked the phone onto the bed and swore. That had been no help at all. He'd not given his name, so they could not cancel the order. They might be able to guess who he was, but they could not be certain. He sat down on the bed, thinking. There was one thing he could do. It meant letting his guard down a little, but he had no choice. He could not face the driver, neither could he face going into a supermarket to do some shopping. He picked up the phone again. Having worked at Renfield Extra, he knew the direct number for the home delivery warehouse. Thinking carefully, he dialed. The phone rang and was picked up in a few rings. It was a male voice. .com. "Is Steph there?" asked Fred. He was not ready to tell this person who he was, so he hoped they would not ask him. The person at the other end probably assumed it was an internal call. A few seconds later, he heard the voice yell, "Steph, phone!" He could hear her in the background. Okay, give me a moment." "She's on her way," said the voice. Freddie stayed silent, psyching himself up for the moment when she picked up the handset and spoke to him. He did not have to wait long. "Yes," snapped Steph as she grabbed the phone. "What?" "Hi," said Freddie quietly. "It's Freddie." "Freddie Naismith." "Freddie." Her voice softened. "How are you, love?" Freddie found his voice faltering and tears forming. "I've got a delivery tonight to Oak Farm. Between 8 and 9. I used another name, sorry. I didn't want to attract attention. Oliver Smith." "That's fine," said Steph. "Do you still want it?" "I've got agoraphobia and social anxiety," said Freddie through his tears. "There's a garage opposite the house. I know I'm meant to sign the paper, but could the driver just dump the stuff in there through the side door? That would really help me." "OK, Freddie, of course we can do that." There was a pause. "So, side door to the garage, just leave it inside." She said it slowly as though she was writing it down. "I can put a note on your customer profile, so we always do that in future until you say otherwise. Shall I do that for you?" Freddie was properly crying now. "Yes, please," he said. "Thank you. Thank you so much." "That's no problem, Freddie," said Steph. "Is there anything else I can do for you?" "No." "Yes." Freddie thought for a moment. "I told everyone I've gone abroad. They don't know I'm here. I will go when I feel up to it. Just not yet," he lied. "You can trust my discretion, sweetheart," said Steph. "If you need anything else, call me." "Thank you," said Freddie as he put the phone down. He reached for a tissue on his bedside table and wiped his eyes. 10 miles away, Steph was doing the same. Freddie sat in the chair opposite the computer for hours after that. He stared at the screen which was displaying the flight information for BA15. It had left a couple of minutes late but was still scheduled to arrive in Sydney on time, at about the same time Tesco was due to deliver his shopping. He was oblivious to the information on the screen in front of him. His brain was going over the events of the last couple of months. It kept switching between the night of the crash and last night at the airport. The moment when he realised his parents were dead as he hung upside down in the car. Lauren driving him to Heathrow. Freddie's attempt to undo his seatbelt, hacking Lauren's Facebook. Him landing on his head when he'd undone his belt, and the struggle to right himself without kicking Rose. Checking his baggage, knowing that he would have to get it back somehow. Checking that Rose was still breathing, she was. Realising that the panic attack he had considered faking at security was real. Finding Rose's phone to realise it had no signal in the back of beyond they called home, so having to go through the pockets of his dead father to find his. The paramedic taking him to customer service to arrange the return of his bag. A sole police officer arriving and trying to console him whilst help was on the way. The cab ride home. The ambulance to the hospital. The events played out in order in his mind, but somehow simultaneous, then confused. The Heathrow paramedic trying to help him out of the car. Lauren hanging upside down in the rear seat next to him instead of his sister, her face caked with blood from a gash in her forehead. The police officer dropping him at the road near his house after driving him back from the airport. Freddie shook his head, his eyes focused on the screen in front of him. When he last consciously processed any information, the flight had just taken off. Now it was flying over Darwin off the north coast of Australia. It was almost halfway through the flight, about 3:30 in the afternoon, and he had no idea where the last 3 hours had gone. This was happening more often recently. The fact that he could not tell night from day in the office anymore did not help his body track the passage of time. He stood up, stretched his muscles and looked around. He went to the fridge, but it was empty. He glanced at his phone and realised that it was at least 4 hours before his shopping would arrive. There might be something in the freezer compartment in the kitchen, but that would mean going into the house, which he would need a while to psych himself up for. So instead he lay on the bed and drifted into an uneasy sleep. His alarm went off just before 8. He woke up and stood feeling weak. His stomach was making noises. He had a glass of tap water and then put the kettle on. Not long after the kettle boiled, he heard something arriving on the driveway, then stopping nearby. It was almost certainly his shopping, and right at the start of his delivery slot. He was willing to bet that Steph had something to do with that. The engine was switched off and he could hear some noises. Then a minute or two later he heard the engine start again and the vehicle drive off. He gave it a few minutes and then ventured outside. It was a very cold night. The moon was out and there was frost already starting to form on the grass next to the driveway. She crossed to the side door of the garage and there was his shopping with the paperwork on the top. There was also an envelope addressed to Mr. O. Smith. He opened it and it was a brief handwritten note from Steph. Freddie, hope you're okay. Everyone misses you and wants to know how you are. They do think you're away, but I'll keep it to myself. If you need anything, call me, Steph, followed by several kisses. Tears came again, and Freddie stood there with the letter grasped in his right hand for a while. When he glanced up, he was aware that half an hour had passed. The plane should have landed by now. He threw the frozen food into the chest freezer, still in the carrier bag, first removing something from to eat now, and carried the remaining bags through the door. He locked the garage side door behind him and carried his food back to the office and unloaded the chilled items into the fridge, which looked full now. Following the plane had slipped his mind, so he checked on the computer screen, and it had landed an hour and a half ago. It was now 7:30 there. He texted Lauren, landed safely, changed my mind about a hotel, and have gone for a hostel. We'll check in with you later. Again, he got an almost immediate response. What's the weather like? He checked the weather app on his phone. 25 degrees and it's only 8:30, he replied. Apparently 31 by lunchtime. Going to have some sleep, then maybe check out a beach. Enjoy, was the answer. He closed his phone, kissed the cover, then put it down on the bedside table. I will, he whispered to himself, before grabbing a small pepperoni pizza, his favourite, from the tiny freezer compartment at the top of the fridge, ripping off the packaging and putting it into the microwave. Chapter 12. Images. After he had eaten, Freddie returned to his bed. It was a fitful rest, and he woke again at about 4 a.m. Initially, he tried to go back to sleep, but his mind was very active, and the more he thought, the further away sleep seemed. He turned on the television and flicked through the channels. His family had subscribed to the full satellite package, but it was a total waste of money. He never watched any sport and rarely had the attention span for a movie. He really ought to phone them and downgrade the package, or just cancel completely. Old comedy shows, episodes of Top Gear on at this ungodly hour, although Freddie guessed that this was probably the best time to try and watch them. Most people who were channel hopping now were probably drunk. It was rather cold in the office, so Freddie called out to his speaker to turn on the heater. Within 10 minutes, the chill had been removed from the air. In the meantime, he had gone through the news channels. BBC News was uninspiring. Sky News was just tabloid crap. He flipped through the Russian news channel, France 24, then finally hit NHK, the English language Japanese news channel. He looked at his watch again. It was 4:30, and after some headlines flashed across the screen, the second half of a programme started. It commenced with an interview with a young Japanese guy who said that he had not left his bedroom for over 6 months. A voiceover then explained that this was a common trend in Japanese culture. It was believed that there were over 500,000 disaffected young, mainly men, aged between 20 and 35, who had rejected society in favour of isolation. Most were still living with their parents. The programme had interviews with a few of them. Some of them isolated themselves because they had been bullied when they were younger. One lad had what he believed was a high-pitched voice. He sounded fine to Freddie, and had been so badly terrorised at school he'd failed his exams, withdrawn into himself, and eventually stayed in his bedroom. He had no friends. Freddie was drawn into the show with a quiet fascination. He forgot about the diary entry that he had been about to write, and about Lauren. He recognised a significant proportion of what was being shown on the screen in himself. Most people in the documentary had gradually withdrawn from social interactions. Freddie had done the same. Since he stopped working, he had rarely left Oak Farm, and as time had gone on, he rarely went outside. The fateful trip to the restaurant had been the first time that he had left the vicinity of his home in ages. The journey to Heathrow had scared the living daylights out of him. The programme looked at the reason why these youths isolated themselves. It was believed that about half had mental health complications, whilst the others had no obvious illness. He knew which bracket he fell into. Whilst he had lied about the agoraphobia to Steph on the phone last night, his social anxiety was all too real. It was something that affected more young people in Japan due to issues that were unique to that country, thanks to cultural tendencies that gave more value to conformity. Before he was ill, Freddie deliberately did not conform. At school, he was the one that wore black and refused to follow trends, and although there was some negativity from classmates about his choices, he had relished university and the opportunity to be himself. In many ways, that time had been the best in his life, but he strongly empathised with the people that were being interviewed who were shunned and bullied because they just wanted to be themselves. There was a word in Japanese to describe these people, hikikomori, literally the socially withdrawn. Freddie felt like he understood them. He flicked through the programme planner and found that the show was being repeated. He set it to record so he could watch the whole thing later. There was one lad who he had particularly felt for as he watched the show. Kazuo, who had been publicly and humiliatingly dumped by his girlfriend 5 years ago. He'd started to self-harm and eventually refused to leave his home. Now he was so agoraphobic that he struggled to go to the bathroom in his own house. He was skinny and pale and came across as someone capable of much kindness given the opportunity. Freddie found himself emotionally drawn to Kazuo. Here was a kindred spirit, someone who was as broken as he was. Freddie typed the word hikikomori into his iPad. Then he dug out a post-it note and pen from the drawer under the computer and wrote the word out in his scruffy handwriting, enjoying the shape and feel of the letters. He wrote it over and over again, in capital letters, in lowercase, loving the fact that here was a word from thousands of miles away that he could own. Hikikomori, he wrote. Hikikomori. I am Hikikomori. The English Hikikomori. He searched online for more information on social isolation and found a report on the National Health Service website. Whilst not unique to older people, he realised that it was something that tended to impact people as they got older here in the UK. So whilst he could not say that he was the only person who had chosen to isolate himself in this country, he reckoned he was better at it than anyone else. He could use technology to make it easier to achieve by arranging to have his shopping delivered without any human interaction he already had. He was almost proud of himself. It was a strange thing to take any level of comfort from, but Freddie did. He had only seen about 20 minutes of the programme, but Freddie had spent over half an hour just thinking about it once it had been on. It was now 5:30 in the morning, which meant that it was 4:30 in the afternoon in Sydney. He wrote down some notes about what his doppelganger was doing and decided that he was sitting on a beach in Sydney reading a book. Freddie spent some time on the internet looking up what he would be doing today. He found what looked like an awesome place to stay, the Maze Backpackers, and then realised that this was a short walk to a ferry terminal where he could catch a boat to Manly Beach. So that is what he decided he had been doing. He looked online to see if he could find out more about the maze and read that it was a friendly, child-free environment and that they did pizza night. He decided he would enjoy that. NHK was still on in the background. They were now showing a programme about Japanese teens travelling abroad before they started university, including an interview with two stunning girls. One of them was called Yuka, and she had just come home from a backpacking trip on the east coast of Australia. He made some more notes on his iPad. He was going to meet a pair of Japanese girls in the hostel. He needed to create background characters for his journey, people he could talk about or mention on social media. No doubt he would get messages from people commenting and asking questions about some of the places he had gone and the things that he had done, which he may have to reply to. Some of those people might talk to each other, so his story needed to be consistent. The fictional diary of his journey was all the more important because of that. So Freddie wrote the account of the day about him buying pizza for his roommates. At 8 o'clock, he talked to them confidently as he bought them pizza, and once they had eaten, took them both to the single room that he imagined he had procured. He fantasised that they both came in with him, pretending to be shy and coy, but soon they were kissing him and touching him. As the reality of his surroundings floated back to his consciousness, Freddie felt pathetic. He looked back at his written account of what had happened and knew that he would never actually behave like that, however much the devil on his shoulder might be spurring him on. He read the words back to himself again, then shook his head, embarrassed, and deleted everything from collecting the pizza onwards and wrote the entry again. He had a nice evening talking to the girls and then went to bed on his own. Much more likely. Exhausted and a bit disgusted with himself, Freddie went to the bathroom and washed himself down in the small sink. He checked the mirror and saw the face of a pervert and felt ashamed. He wished he could look into that mirror once and feel contented with what he saw, but he knew that was a very long way off. What was before him now did not even deserve to exist. He was a waste of oxygen, and he realised with some certainty that the world would be a better place without him. Not for the first time, he wished he had not survived the crash. He looked back at his watch and realised that he was tired again. He returned to his bed, switched off the heater, snuggled up in the blankets, and fell asleep. When he next woke, Freddie was confused. Surely he could not have slept all day. He turned on the light and then remembered once again that he had covered the windows. He shook his head and looked at the time on his phone. It was just gone 10 in the morning. Freddie turned on the heater and dragged some clothes on. He had the sudden urge for some fresh air, so he put his coat on and opened the door. Outside it was bright and sunny, but very cold. There was a crisp-looking frost on the ground, especially the grassy areas beyond the end of the drive to the left. He felt the icy blast of the cold outside and closed the door again. He grabbed a bobble hat and scarf as well as a pair of gloves, then opened the door and stepped out into the cold, closing it quickly behind him. He even locked up and slipped the key into his pocket. Freddie turned and walked to the end of the drive. There was a large wooden gate that led into a field. There were 3 fields surrounding the house, one at the front, which surrounded the house and which the driveway skirted the edge of, and then 2 further beyond the office. He walked into the middle field now, carefully closing the gate behind them, something his father had always insisted upon, even though there were usually no animals on the farm. Occasionally his father had rented the fields out to local farmers to graze sheep, and had always asserted that good habits around the gates were essential at all times, just in case. Freddie stepped onto the frosty turf. The middle field was just grass, with trees in the far distance. To the right, not far beyond the gate, was a small barn that housed a tractor and a trailer hitch that turned the unit into an enormous ride-on lawnmower. He used to love cutting the grass when he was younger. It was a chore his father used to pay him for, but he would happily have done it for nothing. He used to love sitting in the sun, driving the tractor around in huge, lazy circles. As he walked south away from the house, the frosted grass crunched under his feet. He stood for a moment, removed the scarf from his mouth, and enjoyed watching his icy breath as he exhaled. He puckered his mouth and tried to blow out his breath in smaller columns, but it did not work. He replaced the scarf, then looked slightly to his left where the sun was low in the bright blue sky, enjoying the stark white of the frosted trees as they hit the blue. He had remembered his phone, and he took a couple of pictures of the beautiful silver and azure landscapes in front of him. He opened Instagram and was about to share the picture when a voice inside his head suddenly screamed at him, "Way to blow your cover, you fucking idiot," so loud that he almost dropped the phone. Somewhat ashamed of himself, his face glowing red under the scarf, he shut down the app, turned off the screen and shoved the phone deep into his pocket. He continued walking down the inside of the field, which was bordered by a line of trees which meant the neighbours could not see him, until he got to the gate that led into the lower field, his favourite of the 3. It was not flat like the middle field and sloped gently down towards a stream at the bottom that marked the edge of the property. He walked carefully down, not worrying so much now about staying hidden. Thanks to the slope and the trees that divided the fields, you could not see the house, the office, the garage or the barn from here. It felt like being in the middle of nowhere until he looked up and saw the jet streams of aircraft passing over. They were not all that far in aviation terms from Gatwick Airport. He looked down the slope and headed slowly towards the stream at the bottom, which was slightly covered by overhanging branches from the trees on the other side. The area close to the edge was usually slippery, but today the mud was frozen solid. Freddie ventured down and saw that the stream was also frozen, though a quick inspection of the ice showed that it was very thin. He touched it gently with his foot, then pressed down slightly, and the ice gave a satisfying crack. There was a tree that had been cut down on the other side, so Freddie jumped carefully over the stream, which was no more than a couple of feet across at its widest, and sat down on the horizontal trunk. He loved this spot. He always had. It was one of the reasons that he did not want to sell this place, even though logic told him that it was what he ought to do. Freddie sat thinking for a few minutes. The near miss with the photograph had made him remember that he needed to post some pictures of the places he'd been to in Australia. He'd already written his diary for today. It was about 9:30 in the evening down there now, and he was in bed in his single room by himself. He was well known for hating pictures of himself. The number of times he'd volunteered to take the photograph in group shots with friends at university rather than be in them could not be counted, so the fact that he was not going to be able to post any pictures of himself in Australia would not look overly suspicious to anyone. However, if he posted nothing at all, that would look strange. He was loath to just pull pictures from the web, because if he could find them, so could someone else. And if, especially Lauren, realised that he was just uploading pictures he'd found online to Facebook, she would immediately realise what he was doing. A plan rose in his head, something he could start now, a way of procuring unique pictures that would not show up on online searches. Ideally, he should have started yesterday, but now the germ of an idea had formed in his mind, he could plan for the next few days. Freddie trudged back up the slope to the middle field, closing the gate behind him, and then through that field to the final gate and the drive that led him to the garage. He was suddenly enthusiastic about his idea and could not wait to try it. He walked up to the door, tried to open it, and then remembered that it was locked. Smiling, he put his hands into his pocket to retrieve the key. It wasn't there. Freddie, frowning, he pulled off his glove and tried the coat pocket again. There was definitely no key. This was stupid. He tried his trouser pockets. Both of them, nothing. He removed the other glove and searched every pocket in his coat and trousers, somewhat frantic now. The keys were not there. This was so stupid. Not only was it the key to the office, the set also contained his only key to the house and garage. If he could not find them, he would have to call someone out, but the chances were that someone would notice a locksmith arriving. If his neighbours realised that he was there, his whole cover would be blown. The daughter had been Rose's friend. She had been at the funeral and everything, the whole family had, and she even followed him on Facebook. The enormity of his mistake was starting to dawn on him. He tried the door again just in case he had not locked it, but it remained steadfastly closed. He had definitely had the keys with him when he started walking. He had one choice now, which was to follow his footsteps back to the stream and hope he could find them. At least there were clear footprints in the frost for him to trace. Freddie walked slowly back the way he had come, his heart beating ridiculously quickly. He could feel another panic attack coming on, but he managed to regulate his breathing as he followed his footsteps on the other side of the gate into the middle field, glancing at the ground and a few feet either side. The keys had to be here, somewhere. He slowly retraced the marks his shoes had made in the frost all the way to the gate between the middle and lower fields. Out of habit, he closed the gate behind him and walked down the long slope to the stream, carefully inspecting the ground. Nothing. He got down to the stream, crossed it again, and examined the ground near the horizontal tree trunk. There was no sign of the keys. Wow, he was completely fucked. The panic that he had kept at bay now broke over him like a massive wave. He could feel all the symptoms of a panic attack coming, only worse than usual. This was going to be a big one. He sat down on the tree trunk with his back to the stream and tried to regulate his breathing, but it was too little, too late. He felt his head starting to spin and held onto the tree he was sitting on. What he should have done, he realised before he lost balance, was sit on the floor. The last thought that went through his mind as his head struck a large stone embedded in the ground behind him was that hindsight was a wonderful thing. Then he blacked out. Freddie woke up with a splitting headache. His legs were still over the trunk of the tree and he could feel that the back of his head was sore. He sat up carefully and then turned around on his hands and knees to look at the rock upon which he had struck his head. There was no sign of blood, and he felt the back of his skull. No cut there either, but a bump was forming already. He gazed down to the edge of the stream, and the first thing he noticed was the missing bunch of keys. They were in the mud at the edge of the water on the far side. They must have fallen out when he jumped across the first time, and then he must have trodden them in, either when he jumped back across this time or when he lurched over. He felt relieved, as well as the sense of calm that always came after a panic attack had run its course. He stayed on his hands and knees, looking at the keys for a moment, not quite trusting his balance enough to stand up. He glanced at his watch. He had only been out of it for 5 minutes, but it felt like a lot longer. Eventually, he felt safe to stand up. He stepped gingerly over the stream, bending over carefully once he was on the other side to retrieve his keys. Then he walked slowly up to the office through the gates, gripping onto the keys for dear life, forgetting to put his gloves back on. When eventually he got back to the office, he unlocked the door, let himself in, closed the door behind him, and sank onto the bed, crying himself into a restless sleep. Freddie woke at 5 that afternoon. He looked outside the door and it was pitch black. His first job tomorrow when the sun came up would be to venture into the house and get some spare keys. At the very least, he would hide a garage key somewhere and lock a full spare set in there. He could not risk a repeat of that morning. He had no idea what he would have done had he not found the keys. He suddenly realised that it was night again in Australia. A whole further day had passed since he had not visited Manly Beach. He needed to get some pictures for Facebook. His idea, if it worked, removed the possibility that they would be tracked back to their originator with an internet search tool like reverse image search. Freddie went onto the Instagram app on his phone and looked for images of Circular Quay. Ideally, he wanted to find one that had been taken from the ferry, even more ideally in the last couple of days. He typed #Circular Quay and was rewarded with thousands of images. Even better, they had been sorted into the order they were put online. He clicked on the first image and was excited to see that it had been uploaded 13 minutes ago. It was a selfie of some girl, so that particular image was of no use to him, but it meant appropriate images were out there. He scrolled down further and found an amazing photograph. It was taken from the quay itself and was looking out over the harbour with a ferry in the foreground and the harbour bridge in the background. Even better, when he clicked on the link to the person who had taken the photograph, they had only a handful of followers. Nobody had liked the photograph. It was from today, and there was something similar further down the page by the same photographer. It was perfect. Freddie hit the back button on his browser and looked at the image again. He went to the screen where it said add a comment and typed the following. Hi there, I'm trying to prank some friends of mine into thinking I'm on holiday in Sydney. I'd like to buy your photo for $30, which I can send now via PayPal. All I ask is that you send me the unfiltered geotagged original and take it down from Instagram for 6 months. After that, feel free to put it back up. I will not post it on Instagram, only on Facebook, and it will only be available for my friends to see. Reply if interested. Since it was the middle of the night over there, he doubted that he would get a reply anytime soon. Next, he searched for a picture of Sydney Opera House, and again, with minimal effort, he found an ideal picture taken by a person with very few followers. He'd copied the comment he had sent previously and pasted it into the comment section. This time, the response was almost immediate. Just 2 words. Fuck off. That was annoying, so he looked for another picture of the Opera House and sent the same message to someone else. That would have to do for now. The quay, the harbour bridge and the Opera House covered in 2 photographs. It was minimalist enough to convince his Facebook friends. He checked the time in Sydney, but it was not long after 4 in the morning. He'd left it too late to get a response tonight. He was about to shut the app down when he got a response. It was a direct message from the girl who had taken the picture of the harbour from Circular Quay. It was simple. How do I know you won't rip me off? He thought about it, then replied, I will send you $15 now and $15 when I get the email with the unfiltered geotagged image. A pause. Then, what does geotag mean? What phone are you using? He replied. Another pause. iPhone 8. Then it will be geotagged, replied Freddie. It's just GPS information saying where you were standing when you took the photo. Cool, okay, was the reply. So how do we do this? Freddie smiled. Send me your PayPal details. There was another pause as the email address popped up on his screen. He copied it, then opened his PayPal app. He hit the send money icon and pasted in the email address he had received. There was even an option to send it as another currency, so he hit Australian dollars, entered the amount, then pressed send. Right, sent it. You should see it now. There was another pause. Okay, wow, got it. So what do I do now? Email it to me, he said, and typed in his email address, fred.naismith1995. He paused for a moment. He should really set up a new email address that was not his own, and indeed a new Instagram account that was based on that false identity. Oh well, he would do that later. He just wanted to see if this worked. At btinternet.com, he finished typing and pressed send. Then I'll send you the other 15. Okay. Then another pause, this one a bit more significant. Then, okay, done. Freddie went into the email program on his phone. He refreshed the app a few times, and on the fourth attempt, the picture was delivered into his inbox. When he saved it, he was able to go into the Photos app and search for the images on the map. And there, superimposed over the image of Australia, was the picture he'd just seen. Had just been sent. He used his fingers to zoom into the map, and he could see exactly which pier she'd been standing in front of when she took the picture. Got it? Came the next message. Perfect, said Freddie. Sending you the other $15. He went into the PayPal app and sent the money. Done. There was another pause, then another message popped up. Got it, thanks. Great doing business with you. Do you want any more? Freddie smiled to himself. That will do for now, but I will let you know. Closing Instagram, he then set up a new email address and another Instagram account, uploading a couple of old pictures from his phone so the account was not empty. He could use this one from now on. He searched for another picture, this time from Manly Beach. He realised that the Opera House was somewhere he had not been on his first day, at least according to his diary entry, so he added it to the notes he'd made in advance of writing up day 2. He would need to think ahead from now on and try to get the pictures prior to his visit, but right at this moment he was exuberant. It had worked. He found the account from the person he had just bought the picture from, refreshed the app, and indeed the picture had been taken down. Brilliant. It would not always be this easy, but hey, strike one, he thought to himself. From a horrible start, today was going okay after all. Once again exhausted, Freddie lay on the bed and slept for a few more hours. When he woke, he checked both his Instagram accounts, and sure enough, both responses had been positive. The people were willing to sell their pictures to him for $30. Freddie contacted both of them and was soon in possession of 3 nice geotag photographs of the places he was going to say he had been. The Opera House photograph seemed to have been taken in a place called the Opera Bar, which was somewhere he decided he definitely would be visiting. Well, he caught himself say he would be visiting. Freddie uploaded all 3 pictures to Facebook, tagging himself in at Manly Beach with the status, "My first couple of days down under." Within a few moments, he got a couple of likes. He went into the bathroom to relieve himself, and his phone buzzed to say that he had another notification. He checked and saw that it was from Lauren. "Well done, Freddie. I'm so proud of you." He looked into the mirror and once more hated what he saw. Chapter 13. Visitors. For the next 2 days, Freddie got himself into a routine. He still found himself sleeping a lot, and he had no set times for rest, but he found himself awake during the night and sleeping more throughout the day. He was conscious of the fact he was keeping Australian time rather than UK time, but that made sense to him. He got quicker responses when he bought the photographs, and he found that sometimes the best way to ensure he got his facts right about places in Sydney was to phone and ask. He even called the Maze backpackers for some information and spoke to a member of staff called Brad, which was an amusing coincidence because that was the name he'd chosen for his fictional member of staff, although he resisted the temptation to ask the guy if he had dreadlocks. That might be going too far. However, Freddie thought he sounded like the kind of guy who might have dreadlocks. So it was a strange nocturnal life. He would occasionally go for a walk in the morning once the sun came up and before he went to bed so that he got to see some daylight, but he found that he was now getting less joy out of doing this. It just reminded him of when he lost his keys and how much that had made him panic. He was still psyching himself up to enter the house and collect the spares. Also, he had several days' worth of clothes washing to do. He needed to go into the house, and he was not looking forward to it. So Freddie set himself a deadline. He found that when he didn't get round to doing things, being a little autocratic with himself often did the trick. So now, 2 days later, he had reached the deadline that he'd set for himself, which meant that when he woke up tonight, he had to do it. He had to enter the house, collect the keys, and put some washing on. For once he slept well, and it was almost 8 o'clock before he woke up. On his second full day in Sydney, he had explored the botanical gardens and sat in the opera bar to watch the sun go down with Yuka and Aki, after which they'd gone to dinner. That day, he never really strayed all that far from the Circular Quay area. He moved back into the mixed dorm, met the other inhabitants, three German teens who were in a group of 6 that really wanted to be in the same room together, but had left it too late to book and were constantly bitching about it. And then the next morning he'd met Crystal from his flight and spent the day, and indeed night, with her. Today was the start of his 4th full day in Sydney, and he'd decided to move on soon. He sat at his computer trying to decide where he wanted to go next, forgetting momentarily that this was at best a fantasy and at worst a massive lie. He was spending so much time researching what he was going to do in the days ahead, then looking at photographs, buying them and constructing his lie, that the unreal narrative started to feel at least as genuine as what was going on around him. When he woke, he made a decision. He was going to move on today and decided to fly to Cairns. When he looked, there were only 2 flights with seats available, and the final one departed before midday, whereas tomorrow there was one with spare seats in the afternoon. So he would spend a 4th full day in Sydney, then fly to Cairns. He almost bought the tickets instead of just checking the times, stopping himself when he found that he was clicking the purchase link. He allowed himself an amused smile. He was procrastinating now, and he knew it, so he got together the clothes that he wanted to watch and strip the bed. He had not been organised enough to take 2 sets of bedding from the house, and although it would be the work of moments to go upstairs and collect some, he found he could not face doing that. He could wash his bedding and stick it in the dryer tonight. They would be drying back on the bed before he needed them. And that barrier to entering the main part of the house? Freddie felt another self-imposed deadline coming on. He opened the office door and looked across to the house. The light was already on in the kitchen. He had realised yesterday that almost every light in the house was connected to the smart home system, so he had programmed some lights to come on and off at certain times to make the house look occupied. This contradicted his wish for the neighbours not to think he was at home, but he reasoned that if he had gone away, he would have programmed the lights in this way as a deterrent to burglars. He pulled out his phone and activated the smart home app and then pressed a button on his screen. The kitchen light went off, and he hit another button that turned the utility room light on. He still got a small sense of childish delight at being able to control the lights from his phone. Once he had all his washing together, he shoved it all in a large blue bag that he'd found in the garage. He did not want to do this, but he needed to. Going to the house was a prospect so full of memories that it terrified him. This was the first time in a couple of weeks that he'd entered the place. If his clothes stank because he'd worn them for a week, what did it matter? Who was here to notice? He went back to the computer to post another couple of pictures he had bought, both from the opera bar at night, and then realised he was avoiding going across to the house again. He turned the screen off, took a deep breath, then grabbed the washing and walked across to the house. It felt slightly unreal. He walked into the conservatory, which was not locked. He had never considered locking it as there was nothing in there worth stealing, something his mum used to tell him off for, and pushed the key into the back door lock. The doorway opened straight into the utility room. Trying not to look around too much, he shoved the washing into the machine. He probably should have split everything into 2 loads, but that meant either waiting around for an extra trip to the house, neither which he particularly fancied. He opened the cupboard under the sink containing the washing powder and fabric conditioner and put some into the machine and turned it on. The load would take 2.5 hours. He turned back to the door and was about to leave when something stopped him. He knew that he needed to go back into the rest of the house and have a look. Hell, if he ultimately decided not to sell, then he would have to live here. He could not live in the office forever. The door from the utility room to the kitchen was mainly glass. Trembling slightly, he put his hand on the door. Then he took out his phone and remotely switched the kitchen light on. He could see general shapes and colours of what was on the other side of the frosted door. His heart was pulsing rapidly again, so before he had time to think too much, he grasped the handle and pushed the door open. It was a kitchen. Just a kitchen, albeit without a fridge freezer. It was the little things that brought back all the memories. The ornaments on the shelf above the radiator, the Kiss the Cook magnet that was stuck to the hob hood. There was a plant on the windowsill that had been his mum's, which looked rather feeble and forlorn. His eyes slightly moist, he picked it up and ran it under the tap. 2 doors led out of the kitchen. The right one took you into the dining room, and the opposite one to a little hallway that housed the phone, a bookcase, the door to the bathroom, and exits to the main hall and lounge. He walked into the little hallway. He glanced at the bookcase. It contained a mixture of books from both his parents, the Tom Clancy that his father adored, and the Agatha Christie collection of his mum's. There were other books there, including a huge bound magazine series published during the Second World War that Owen had inherited from his father. He realised that he was just staring at the books. Suddenly the phone rang, startling him out of his reverie and subjecting him to a spooky reminder of his mum's voice as the answering machine took the call. Whoever was calling chose not to leave a message. Just before it cut off, he looked at the caller display on the handset. It was Auntie Sylvia. That was weird. Why on earth would she be calling? She knew that he was away. Did she suspect that he was not in Australia? That he was hiding at home? She followed him on Facebook, but surely he had not left any clues online about what he was really up to. He was so careful. Freddie resolved to check his timeline when he got back to the office just to make sure. And if for some reason she did come to visit, she wouldn't find him. She may have a house key, but not one that would get her into the office. He heard the sudden, unmistakable sound of tyres on the gravel outside. Shit. Whoever it was had parked by the conservatory and the washing machine was on. Freddie darted back through the utility room and tried to turn it off, but he had no idea how to once it was running. Panicking, he pulled out the plug and the machine stopped. He heard the conservatory door open, so he pulled the bolt on the back door, then ducked onto the floor and crawled quickly through the kitchen, into the hall, then through into the main entrance hall. He dashed halfway up the stairs, then stopped, both of his hands on the banister. He was sweating with fear and trying to be absolutely quiet so they could hear what was going on. He could hear someone trying the back door, without success. It had to be Auntie Sylvia, didn't it? Why on earth would she call the landline otherwise? She and her husband Charles must have seen the lights on and wondered what was going on. He could imagine their confusion at not being able to get in, but more importantly, what were they doing here in the first place? Freddie knew that they had the back door key, but he had no idea if they also had one for the front door. He was about to go and set the deadlock when he heard a noise outside the front door. He was standing on the landing halfway up the staircase and would be the first thing anyone would see if they were to open the door. He quickly but quietly walked up the last corner of the stairwell and hid on the other side of the wall, peering over the top. The door was open and he saw Auntie Sylvia walk in. He ducked down and listened carefully to what she was saying. Luckily, neither Auntie Sylvia or Aunt Charles had the kind of voices that would require careful listening. "So why are the lights on?" asked Sylvia. "They're probably on a timer," said Charles, pointing to the smart speaker sitting on the windowsill with some dead flowers. Sylvia carefully removed her shoes and yelled, "Shoes!" to Charles to ensure he did the same. "Really," snapped Sylvia, "I don't see why Freddie couldn't have thrown the flowers out before he left. They'll be a right mess by the time he gets back." Freddie frowned, somewhat relieved, so they did think he was away. "When is Captain Sad getting back anyway?" said Charles, also removing his coat and dumping it on the chair. "Don't be cruel, Charles dear," said Sylvia. "He's had a horrible time. It's not his fault he's a little odd." Charles rolled his eyes. "The boy has been more than a little odd since before the accident." He pointed at his surroundings. "He certainly doesn't deserve all of this. He'll probably just sell it to buy marijuana anyway." Freddie bristled. He had tried hash once at university and had never liked it, and he'd not tried anything harder. Sure, he'd had too much to drink a few times as a teenager, but that was not unusual. How dare they judge him when they hardly knew him? He was so tempted to reveal that he was there, but it would make everything henceforth extremely complicated. So he fumed quietly, but stayed silent. "So where do you reckon it is?" asked Charles. "Well, I suggest we start with the jewellery box in the bedroom," said Sylvia. Freddie frowned. They were here to steal jewellery. He heard 2 heavy pairs of footsteps thudding slowly and ponderously up the stairs and moved quickly to his bedroom. The lights were not on up here, and suddenly he had an idea. He pushed the door of his bedroom closed so that it was only open a tiny crack, turned the brightness down on his phone screen and reopened the smartphone app. With a trembling hand, he flicked through the controls until he found the upstairs lights. With a beating heart, he hit the button that turned on the lights in the hall on the stairs. The footsteps stopped, and he heard Sylvia shriek at the same time as light flooded through the crack in the door. "Must be motion sensors," Freddie heard Charles say. "Yes, must be," said Sylvia after a few seconds. They paused. "Master bedroom," said Sylvia. Freddie smiled and hit the button on his handset. The lights came on in his parents' bedroom. The door was not quite closed, and he heard both Sylvia and Charles gasp. "Voice control?" squeaked Sylvia. "Can't be," said Charles. "You have to say the activation word." "Oh. So, if the computer said, 'Master bedroom lights off,' So if I said, 'Computer, master bedroom lights off,'" Charles waved in satisfaction as the lights turned off again. "Right, you go and look for the stuff. I need a piss." Freddie grinned to himself and turned on the bathroom light, which was right in front of Charles. "Bloody hell," was all he could say, but he went in and closed the door behind him. Sylvia was looking worried, but she walked towards the master bedroom. "Master bedroom lights on?" she said timidly. Freddie smiled. As she had not used the correct commands, nothing happened, so he turned them on for her. He could see through the crack in the door that she was walking in. As soon as she crossed the threshold, he turned the lights off again. She shrieked. "What?" yelled Charles. "The lights just went off." "Don't be stupid." Freddie gave a satanic grin, then turned the bathroom lights off. "Shit!" Charles sounded put out. Sylvia stepped back into the hall. "What? The bloody lights got off in here as well." There was a pause. "I think I've pissed all over the carpet." A few seconds later, Charles came out of the bathroom, doing up his zip. He walked across to Sylvia. "Have you found them?" he asked. "I haven't started looking," said Sylvia angrily. She paused. "Mum always meant for me to have them, you know. I've no idea why Rebecca ended up with them." "Yeah, well, taking them isn't exactly legal," reported Charles. Freddie is so tied up in his own little world, he will never even miss them, she snapped. Freddie nodded. It made sense. There was a necklace and bracelet set with sapphires and blue opals that had belonged to his grandmother. It had been the something blue at his grandmother's wedding, and then, as his mother had married first, at hers as well. He remembered his mum telling Rose about the fuss Sylvia had kicked up when they'd gone to Rebecca and not her, the eldest sister. And now the horrible woman was going to finally get away by stealing them, jewellery that would eventually belong to Rose. Well, fuck that, thought Freddie furiously. The bitch was not going to get a pause on anything she was not entitled to. He had to get him out of the house. If it meant challenge them in person, he would do so, but that would be a last resort. He thought frantically, what could he do? The house had an alarm, but the control panel was downstairs. It was not linked to the smart system. He would be seen by Sylvia and Charles the moment he set foot out of his bedroom. He looked at the phone in his hands for inspiration, and then saw the button on the app that turned every light off. He hit it, then quickly covered the phone screen as the whole house was plunged into complete darkness. For heaven's sake, cried Sylvia. Is there a torch in the car? Yes, said Charles. Well, bloody well go and get it, screamed Sylvia. Swearing, he heard Charles thud back down the stairs. There was a brief pause. Have you got it yet? Asked Sylvia. Give me a chance, woman. I've only just got my bloody shoes on, he shouted. Freddie heard the door open and Charles stomp outside. The car was parked around the other side of the house by the conservatory, so now he had a few seconds. He pushed his bedroom door open a little and looked out. Sylvia had opened his parents' bedroom door. Master bedroom light on? She called. Freddie was not going to help her again. She swore. Master bedroom light on? She called again before tentatively stepping into the room. This was his chance. Freddie ran down the stairs noiselessly and hit the panic button on the alarm panel. Suddenly the house was filled with an almighty screeching alarm sound. Freddie barely had time to duck into the dining room before Sylvia rocketed down the stairs. He did not know that she could move so fast. What the bloody hell did you do? Cried Charles as he dashed back into the entrance hall. The phone started ringing. Freddie dived quietly through the kitchen and into the inner hall and turned off the answering machine. He had about a minute to pick up the phone and enter a number before the police would be automatically called. I didn't do anything, yelled Sylvia over the racket. Did you get them? He shouted. I didn't even get into the room, she shouted back. Then another time, said Charles. You hear the phone? If someone doesn't enter a code number soon, the police will be on the way. Do you know the number? Oh, yes, screamed Charles back. I know it's bloody national insurance number too. Get in the car now. Sylvia started fumbling with her shoes. We haven't got time for that, howled Charles. But I'll get wet feet. Then you'll get bloody wet feet, shouted Charles, bundling her out of the door and slamming it behind him. Freddie grabbed the phone handset, picked up the call, listened to the pre-recorded message from the alarm company, then entered the number. He got a reassuring message that the activation has been registered as accidental, walked into the hall and watched Charles stumble in again right in front of him, grab his coat from the chair and dash out. He'd not noticed Freddie had been standing there, astonished, a few feet away. Freddie rushed upstairs to see the car speeding off down the drive. He dashed back down and silenced the alarm, then sank to the floor. That had been a close thing. He was not sure if he should be amused or terrified. But as he sat there thinking about his aunt and uncle speeding away, he started to laugh. It was a small chuckle at first, which eventually became a full-blown cackle that seemed to go on for ages. He had not laughed like that in years. He sat on the floor in the dark hall for what seemed like ages, a big smile on his face. Then he remembered that Charles had urinated on the carpet in the bathroom and realised that at some point he was going to have to clean it up. Freddie made himself spend some more time in the house rather than go straight back to the office that night. Whilst he'd been dealing with Sylvia and Charles, there had been so much adrenaline pumping through him that he'd forgotten the memories that the house usually evoked. It struck him that he ought to take advantage of the fact that, even if momentarily, being in the house worried him less than usual. Once he'd calmed down from the immediacy of the visit, the first thing he'd done was to find the necklace that Sylvia had wanted to steal and transfer it to the safe, which was at the back of the cellar. Then he'd gone to the utility room and put the washing machine back on. Finally, he deadlocked or bolted every door from the inside and unlocked the sliding doors in the living room. He was pretty sure that nobody else had those keys. True, it did mean that he could no longer just enter via the utility room, but he found that he was coping better than he thought he would with walking through the house, provided he did not linger. He had no plans to spend substantial amounts of time in there, but at least it seemed he could walk through now without getting palpitations. Freddie went to the drinks cabinet in the living room and took out a glass. There was a rather impressive spirits collection there, including several whiskey bottles that belonged to his father that he knew were not cheap. He was about to pour himself a shot of a limited edition single malt when his eyes found the Baileys. That had been Rose's favourite, so he poured himself a small glass of that instead and sat on the sofa for a few minutes, sipping it occasionally, letting nostalgia mixed with grief wash over him. When it became too much, which he did quite quickly. He downed the rest of the glass, blew a kiss skywards, and then left the house via the patio doors, which he locked behind him. He walked past the conservatory and across to the office. The washing cycle would not be finished for a while yet, so he sat back down and finished writing his diary for yesterday. He looked at his watch. It was 9:30 at night now, which meant it was 8:30 in the morning in Sydney, where he was still asleep with Crystal. He wrote down what had happened the previous day, and as he wrote about the sex he enjoyed, he found himself aroused. It was new. He usually found it difficult to get an erection. Until the last couple of days, he'd not masturbated for months. He'd not had the urge to. But tonight he found himself doing it and enjoying it, as he imagined his night with Crystal. When he was finished, he felt guilty again. Crystal was a real person. The research he'd done told him where in the world she would be whilst on that series of flights. But was it wrong to use her as the inspiration for his fantasy? It was not like he would ever have to explain himself to her. The diary he was writing was to ensure consistency in his lie, but strangely it was starting to seem more real than reality. He felt like he had actually been intimate with Crystal. Was it wrong to imagine what someone had watched at an airport? Was it wrong to imagine what someone had watched at an airport cafe looked like naked, tasted like, fucked like? He came to the conclusion that it probably was, and the more he thought about it, the worse he felt. To punish himself, he decided that his night with the stewardess would spoil his friendship with Yuka, and added the scratches and bites that Crystal had inflicted on his torso to the diary, followed by the moment when Yuka saw them. Freddie browsed an Australian news website. Nothing very much seemed to be going on, so he decided that he might go to sleep for a bit. He lay in bed, twisting and turning, still worrying about Crystal. Did this make him a bad person? What would she, all the girls he'd used to shape his images of Yuka and Aki, feel like if they could read his diary? What would Lauren think if she found out? And also, how would Rose feel if he found he'd used her friend Sarah, little Sarah, who had had a crush on Freddie since she was 12? Rose would skin him alive, probably. His whirling thoughts propelled him into a long and deep sleep. He did not remember the dream that he had whilst he was sleeping, but when he woke up, he felt like he'd done something awful. He got out of bed and wandered to the bathroom and looked at himself in the mirror. He saw the face of a deviant looking back at him, something predatory and vile. He thought about how he'd slept with Lauren after the night after the funeral, and how before, during and after he'd felt nothing, and the same with Sarah not many days later, how he'd mechanically fucked them, feeling no emotion, no passion, no enjoyment. It was just something to do. Their presence had just been convenient. Who was he? He stared into his reflection and he hated it. He could feel anger building up himself and at the mirror. It was always undermining him. It never had anything good to say. He looked at his reflection with disgust and realised that he was looking at his own pale, big-nosed, perverted, lying face with utter loathing. He tried to ride the wave of anger and frustration that by regulating his breathing, but he could feel a darkness spreading behind his eyes. He fought it, tried to stop the anger, but it built and built. He stared into the mirror with growing abhorrence until something broke in him. Suddenly he could stand that face no more, and with a roar he raised his fist and punched the mirror hard. There was a crack, and the image splintered but did not break. He looked down at his knuckles, and at the point where they'd hit the glass. Tiny flakes were embedded in his skin, and small amounts of blood were already starting to seep out. He looked into the fractured reflection, and it suddenly felt right. Before him was a broken and evil thing, but at least the image now matched reality. Freddie grabbed the mirror from the wall and ran through the living area to the main door. In a fit of rage, he opened it and threw the mirror out into the snow. It hit the ground, and the frame which had been holding it all together broke, and the glass smashed. He wiped his hands across his face and realised that his face was damp. He looked at the back of his hand. It was wet with blood. He walked over to the kettle and stared at his reflection in the chrome surface. There was a streak of red across his eyes, over his exaggeratedly pointy nose, making his face look even more like a caricature from a wanted poster. He threw himself onto the bed, screaming with anger and pain and frustration, ignoring the red blood on the white sheets. He lay there for a few minutes, wishing that he was dead and that all of this, whatever his life had now become, would just stop. He did not sleep exactly, but Freddie had no idea where the next hour or so went. He lay awake, sometimes with his eyes open, sometimes with them closed, not existing in the moment and not experiencing time. Eventually, he started to take in his surroundings again. It was freezing in the office. He had not closed the door after throwing the mirror outside, and his skin was so cold he almost felt numb. He was naked and he felt like he was sitting in an industrial freezer. His fingers ached with the cold, so he wriggled them. Dried blood fell from his right hand, but he did not notice. He crawled over to the door and pushed it shut, and then called out to the computer to turn the heater on. He then dragged himself over to it and held his fingers over the warm air until they had some feeling. He put some clothes on, which had been abandoned in a heap next to his iPad when he'd started thinking about Crystal. He sat shivering next to the heater, pins and needles in his extremities, until they cleared and felt a little more normal. He was thirsty, so he drank some water, then noticed the state of his right hand. He ran it under the tap and washed the worst of the blood away. There were no deep cuts, just lots of small lacerations. There were a couple of small splinters of glass still in there, so he carefully pulled them out under the lamp by his bed and then wrapped his knuckles in toilet paper. He wanted to look into his tired face in the mirror, but it was in little pieces outside. Instead, he sat down at the computer and looked at the Sydney Morning Herald webpage. It showed the same headlines as before. Freddie hit refresh, and the news stories changed. He looked carefully at the screen. There had been what looked like a terror incident on Pitt Street in Sydney. He frowned. He had no idea how long Pitt Street was, but he knew that his hostel was on Pitt Street. He called up the details. A large high-sided van had somehow smashed through the crash barriers at the pedestrianised part of the street close to the Westfield Tower. He looked on a map and ascertained that this was half a mile from his hostel, 10 minutes at the speed he normally walked. Searching online, he managed to find a live news feed from ABC News 24. Whatever had happened had occurred in the last hour, but already the news station had managed to source some footage captured on a camera phone. The images were edited so they were not too shocking with faces blurred out, but there were some pictures that should have shocked him. An upturned pram, people screaming over the inert bodies of friends or family covered in blood. Freddie should have felt anger for these poor victims. He should have felt sorry for the people whose distress was being shown on television, but all he felt was a feeling of trepidation. He had to include this in his narrative. Lauren would wake up tomorrow and no doubt see the headlines. It was being widely covered by BBC News in this country as well, and worry about him. If he was really there, he would probably have already texted her. He sent her a text. "Hi Lauren, you've probably seen the news. I'm fine. I was in the area when it happened, but it was not too close, thankfully. But for the grace of God and all that. Safely back at the hostel now, watching the news." He watched some more of the broadcast and saw some people on the screen that resembled the girls that had inspired Yuka and Aki. One face was blurred out because she was injured, perhaps dead, and her friend was leaning over with a hand over her mouth. He briefly felt an emotion then, something akin to appreciation of what it must have felt like to be there. He picked up his iPad and started writing. Aki was alive, but Yuka had been crushed to death by the van. He went through scenarios in his head, but they were so bleak that he realised how this actually happened. He would have given up his holiday and headed straight home. Lauren knew him well enough to know how he would react in that situation, so he toned it down. He erased everything from his diary from the point where the German girl recognised Yuka and Aki on the news footage and rewrote it so both girls were shaken up but essentially unharmed. He wrote about meeting them at the hospital and his reconciliation with Yuka and helping them to get home. Not only was it quite nice, but he felt it was what he actually would have done faced with that situation. He put the iPad down when he'd finished writing. It was gone 6 in the morning. Now. He had no idea where the night had gone. It was Sunday, so Lauren would not be working. It would be a while before he got a response. There, but for the grace of God, thought Freddie again. There would be people finding out over the next few hours that friends, lovers, mothers or fathers were victims of this horrendous act. The ABC were saying that it had almost certainly been deliberate. There would be some corpses in the morgue who would have already been identified. Some families may be having their hearts broken right at this very moment. Then there would be the other victims, the ones who were not missed straight away, those that had not been carrying obvious identification. How long would they be lying there? Some might never be identified. They might as well just have disappeared. It would be a good way to disappear. He held that thought for a moment longer. A good way to disappear. He shook his head. That was silly and selfish, and anyhow, he'd already told Lauren that he was okay. Freddie realised that his wet clothes had been sitting all night in the washing machine. It would have completed its washing cycle hours ago. He knew that he was dreading walking through the house to get to the utility room, but it was that or wear the same clothes from now until the end of time. The sun would be up soon, so he would have to make an effort to go and retrieve the clothes or leave it until it got dark again. He was conscious that he'd already been wearing these boxers for a couple of days. Not that anyone else would know, he realised. As he let himself in the patio doors, he noticed the empty glass that he'd used to drink the Baileys last night. He picked it up, putting it in the dishwasher as he walked through the kitchen. He gagged at the smell from the dishwasher. There were plates and glasses in there from before he'd moved across to the office. He noticed with disgust that the plate at the front had some greenish-grey stuff growing on the ketchup stains that were on the front of the plate. The ones behind there had been there longer and were probably worse. Trying not to gag, he dumped the glass in the top drawer and closed the thing as quickly as he could. Fumbling in a cupboard for a cleaning tablet, he risked opening the machine again, placing the tablet in the slot and setting it running. It was no use. He had thought last night he could cope with being in this house, but that was on the back of the excitement of his unexpected visitors. He remembered that he still had to clean up the mess that Uncle Charles had left in the bathroom, but right at this moment he could not face going upstairs. The clothes were done, so Freddie transferred them across to the tumble dryer and sat on the floor watching them go round and round until they were dry about 40 minutes later. He bundled them all back into the blue bag that he'd carelessly dumped into the sink and walked gingerly through the house. This was no good. He had to think of another way of securing the back door against Auntie Sylvia. He could not walk through the house every time he needed to clean his clothes. Freddie locked up behind him. The sun was starting to rise behind the clouds. He rushed across to the office, carefully stepping around the remains of the mirror, and closed the door behind him. He stripped off and went into the bathroom to have a quick wash, instinctively looking at the wall where the mirror had been to gauge how tired he was looking. But the mirror always told him how worthless he was. He was better off without it. He sat on the bed, watching more news from Sydney. With loads of media and social media speculating that the event had been a terror attack, the Australian authorities had been quick to release the identity of the driver. He was a middle-aged white man from Cronulla who had just been told he was being made redundant from a driving job at the end of the day. An erudite imam was being interviewed via Skype about how the media was inherently racist by fueling the assumptions that the attack had been related to Islam. Freddie watched the stream from ABC News with interest for a few minutes when his phone chirped. It was Lauren. Glad you're okay. Read your text and watched the news. It looks awful. Hope this hasn't affected you too much. She knew him well. I don't want to stay in Sydney, he said honestly. So I'm catching a flight up to Cairns tomorrow. Going to do the Great Barrier Reef. They exchanged a few more texts, ending with Lauren saying how pleased she was that he was doing okay despite what happened. His reply was, I'm enjoying this change of scenery too much. Much better than living like a hermit in his dad's office. Living like a hermit in his dad's office. Hermit was the perfect word to describe what he was becoming. Hermit. Recluse. Hikikomori. Chapter 14. Art Imitating Life. Freddie dozed once the sun came up. It was the pattern he'd found himself falling into. He had even set the clock on his iPad to Australian time, so he had an idea of what he was supposed to be doing and when. So far, he had found buying pictures to be fairly easy. Most people did not question what he was asking them to do when he offered them a few dollars. There had been one person who had taken his money, sent him the photograph, but refused to take the original image down. Freddie tried cropping the picture and adding filters, but it was still obviously the same image. He had tried contacting the guy about taking his money without doing what he'd paid him to do, but he got no answer. So in the end, Freddie had needed to track down an alternative picture of the harbour bridge lit up by night. But one in about 8 people messing him about was not too bad. It was certainly easier than he had anticipated. He looked out into the sunlight, but it was too bright for him. Once again, he saw the remains of the mirror and resolved to do something about it at some point, just not right now. Freddie decided to plan for the next few days. He knew which flight he was catching up to Cairns from Sydney and would watch its progress live online to make sure he wasn't doing anything silly, such as updating his social media when he was due to be mid-flight. He had even set himself alarms on his phone when the flight was due to leave and would put his phone and iPad in flight mode to make sure his status would not show him as online in apps like Messenger and WhatsApp when he was supposed to be unavailable. The desktop would be the only computer switched on and the only web page loaded would be the live flight information. He would either doze or try and watch something on Netflix during that time, similar to what he would do if he were really on a flight, he thought to himself with a wry grin. He looked online and decided that he would stay at the Cairns Youth Hostel, and on the first day he would visit the lagoon. There was no beach in this city, so the locals had built a large triangular-shaped swimming pool complete with a sandy shore on one side and decking on the other. The two longest sides led away from the shoreline, which was a wall that overlooked the sea with a paved area between the ocean and the lagoon. From inside it resembled an infinity pool, although technically it was not quite. It looked a lot of fun, and Freddie decided that, after his flight had landed, he would go there. He searched Instagram for pictures and bought one. The person had been online when he'd contacted them, and the whole transaction had been completed in 10 minutes. And he had a high-resolution original photo, and the Instagram post had been taken down. He was ahead because it was not until this time tomorrow he would need to put it online himself. Freddie then used a voice command to turn off the heater and the lights and went back to sleep, setting his alarm for 9 that evening. Freddie slept well for the first time in a while. It had been a busy night, and he could still not quite believe that his aunt had tried to come into the house and steal something that had been destined for Rose. The sheer unfairness of it kept hitting him, and he wished that he was in a position to call the police about it. He got up when his alarm went off at 9 o'clock. He used the app on his phone to activate the lights in the office and to turn the heater on. He always turned it off when he was wrapped up in bed. He flicked through the smart home app and saw a button marked history that he'd never noticed before. He loaded the screen, and on it there was a summary of the voice commands that he'd used to turn off the lights before he went to sleep. He hit the more information button and saw that you could play back the voice command. He pressed the button and listened to his own voice saying, "Computer, office shutdown." He smiled as he heard his voice. It did not sound anything like him to his ears. Moreover, the audio was good enough for the computer to hear it, and so it obeyed what it thought was a further command to shut everything off, and Freddie was plunged into darkness. Annoyed, he shut the app off and turned everything back on again. It was just gone 8 o'clock in the morning in Australia. The fictional him would be checking out of the maze soon and killing some time until his flight. He was going to miss the maze, he thought to himself, before remembering that he'd never actually set foot in the place. He'd looked on their website and Instagram and had a fairly good idea of what it must look like. In fact, he'd spent so much time over the last few days imagining details to fill his diary that he even felt like he'd got to know Aki, Yuka and Crystal, even though the closest he'd got to them in real life was an image on a Japanese news channel and a couple of tables away at a departure-level coffee shop at Heathrow. Freddie was bored after that and ended up idly looking around on Amazon to see if it would be expensive to get a new lock for the utility room door. It turned out that it would not be, but of course getting a locksmith to fit it would reveal that he was at home. The chance of that locksmith knowing anyone that he knew was so remote as to be not worth worrying about, but Freddie still did. It was not going to be something he would do unless it was an emergency. Out of curiosity, he looked online to see how easy it would be to change the lock himself, and it turned out that it should be really easy. A video tutorial showed him exactly what he had to do. The whole barrel could slide out and be swapped for a new one. He just had to make sure they were the same length. No drilling, nothing more complicated than a couple of screws. Excitedly, Freddie braved the house another time to measure the length of the barrel, then ordered the new lock online. He was too late for delivery tomorrow, but it should arrive the day after. This solved all of his problems. He could leave all of the other doors deadlocked or bolted from the inside and have a new key for the utility room. It was the best of both worlds. Sylvia and Charles could not get in again, and he did not have to walk through the house every time he needed something. He placed the order feeling excited. It was a strange thing to feel excited about, but then Freddie knew that he was a strange person and he was not ashamed. Freddie's indifference to being different made him think of the Hikikomori phenomenon again. He turned on his skybox and was pleased to find that the programme had been repeated since he caught the second half there, and he sat there glued to the screen for just under an hour. Again, Freddie empathised with Kazuo, as he had when he had originally watched, and was pleased to notice that the caption at the end said that the young man had finally reconnected with society after more than 5 years of isolation. Those words came up on the screen in black and white and reduced Freddie to tears. It was possible to get over whatever this was, given time. He wrote a short email to the TV company that had made the show, NHK, saying that he was English and suffering from a similar problem and would like to know if it was possible to be put in touch with Kazuo from the documentary to find out how he'd got over his problems. He doubted he would get a response, but it was worth a try. His brain suddenly did a backward leap. The app that controlled the lights had a recording of his voice. On one occasion, Charles had successfully used a voice command to turn on the lights. So he must have a recording of Charles as well. Trembling with excitement, Freddie ran over to the bed and grabbed his phone. He pulled out the charging cable, opened the smart home app and went to the activity page, scrolled down and there it was. He pressed the more button, smiled, pressed play and heard the following snippet. "Computer, master bedroom lights off. Right, you go and look." Then it cut off. Freddie sank into the bed. He would have been able to access this recording from anywhere in the world. A slow smile spread across his face. He knew exactly how to prevent Sylvia and Charles from paying him another unexpected visit. Freddie turned on the office computer and then opened some audio recording software. He held the phone next to the microphone and recorded Charles's voice. Then he wrote an email. "Dear Sylvia and Charles, the alarm company has contacted me to report an activation at my house last night. The police had attended and found nothing apart from a fresh urine stain on the upstairs bathroom carpet. I found the attached recording on my smart home app from last night, which is clearly Uncle Charles activating the lights using the smart speaker on the upstairs landing. Please explain to the police when they contact you what you are doing in the house. You only have permission to enter as a guest when I am there, not at any other time, which I have told the police. I have arranged for a locksmith to change the locks. Please do not attempt to enter the house again. Thanks, Freddie." He smiled and clicked send. He had no intention of calling the police, but he was more than happy to let the unsuccessful thieves sweat for a while. Freddie spent the afternoon watching information about his flight. It was due to take off at 20 to 4 in the afternoon from the domestic terminal of Sydney Airport. That was hours away yet, just before 5 tomorrow morning. He did not know what to do till then. He went onto Facebook and looked at a handful of photos that he had uploaded and tagged the locations for. It was not all that many, but he was not a great Facebook user anyway, so he would not be seen as suspicious by anyone that knew him well. He browsed the profiles of a couple of people. This was something he seldom did, because all it ever showed him were people that were better off and happy than he was, or people that annoyed him, or both. Posts like, "I love you, you make me so happy, I love you so much," for example. That kind of thing always made Freddie suspicious. It was his firm belief that if you felt that way about your significant other, then you would just say it to them, rather than say it on a medium designed specifically for sharing your thoughts and feelings. It was not there to tell them you loved them, he reasoned. It was there so that other people could see that you were telling them that you loved them. It was something that Lauren was guilty of, especially with Craig. Craig plainly did not trust her, so to help reassure him that she loved him, she would often tell him so, publicly, via Facebook, where all of his friends and her friends could see what she was saying. Freddie just wanted to tell her to say it to his face and not to pollute his timeline with it. He remembered that he had not looked at Lauren's profile for a while. He typed in her name and clicked on the link when it came up. Her profile picture was one that he really liked. She was wearing a red dress and a broad smile in a photograph taken at a party 2 years ago. Freddie smiled reflectively. They were not right for each other, but he still enjoyed seeing that she was happy. He scrolled down the page to look at the personal information that she had posted, and there at the bottom it said simply, "In a relationship with Craig Southwell." He felt his stomach turn. Oh no, not again. Craig told her what to do, how to dress, where to go, who she could be friends with, and who she could not be friends with. Surely she'd not got back together with him. He comforted himself for a moment, theorising that perhaps she was not with him again, that she'd simply not bothered to update her status. But they'd split up a few weeks ago. Surely she would have changed it by now. He looked down at her timeline and there it was. 3 days ago she updated her relationship status. She was back with him. Freddie shook his head. This was not helping. Closing down her profile, he looked instead at some of the mutual friends that they had shared. He found himself on Shinsaku's page. The picture was a nice one of him and Jake. They looked so happy in each other's company. He knew that one of the reasons that Shin had come to the UK was to get away from being at home. His family had never accepted that he was gay, and he'd struggled to reconcile the fact that they said they loved him for who he was with the fact that they got angry and upset with him if he ever made a positive comment about a boy. He had certainly not dared to even consider bringing anyone home. Freddie remembered the conversation vividly. Shin had got to the point where he could not leave his room before because he felt they could not be himself. Freddie frowned. Did that mean Shinsaku had been Hikikomori? He did not think so. Shin had never said that he'd isolated himself for a long period. He'd just become unhappy, which is why he'd chosen to come to university in the UK. Jake had shared a flat with Freddie and 2 others at university. They did the same course and they had met Shin on a night out. Freddie's housemates had coaxed him out to a gay bar, but once there, Jake had spent the entire evening flirting with a tall Asian. So perhaps he should consider talking to Shin about what was happening to him now, rather than trying to contact a complete stranger from a foreign television show. Of course, that would mean telling him the truth about where he was now. The question would make no sense otherwise, and there was a good chance Shin would tell Lauren. That could not happen. Freddie felt bad that he was lying to her and was not sure how she would react if she found out. She might understand, but she might not. He flicked through a few more profiles and then, somewhat accidentally, landed on Sarah's. She was currently in Thailand with Violet, and they looked like they were having an amazing time. He had not dared looked at any of their updates before, and he found that both girls were dedicating everything they were doing to Rose. In each photograph, they'd tagged Rose as well. He looked through the various stunning pictures, and they brought tears to his eyes. In some, he could almost sense Rose's presence. It was spooky. He looked through them all, allowing himself to wallow in his emotions for a while. In the end, he could help himself no longer and clicked one of the tags that took him to his sister's profile. The timeline was polluted with messages of loss. He could not read those. However keenly some of her friends felt her loss, he knew that he felt it more. In the end, he hit the link to take him to the picture she was tagged in, and once he'd moved past the ones posted by Sarah and Violet, he saw one picture that almost made his heart stop. It was a picture of the 4 of them, Freddie, Rose and his parents. His stomach tightened into a solid knot. It was the night of the accident. It was the night that his parents had died and Rose had gained the injuries that had killed her a week later. One of the waiters had taken the picture for them at the restaurant. Owen and Rebecca were smiling, and he was looking as though he did not want to be there. The caption Rose had chosen was "Smile, Freddie," and several exclamation marks. Freddie stared at the picture. He had forgotten that it even existed until he saw it on the screen. Rose must have uploaded it when they were in the car. He studied it, his eyes fogging over with tears, all the while pain building up inside him. He was not sure where this feeling was going or what it was building to. It grew and spread and expanded with him, and then finally he could bear it no longer. When he could bear it no longer, he let out an almighty wail. It was like the roar of an injured animal that knew it was dying, long and hoarse and pained and intense. He stared at the picture on the screen in loss and bewilderment, not knowing how to express exactly what he was feeling. He sank back into his chair and breathed deeply. She was gone. They were all gone. He was the only one left. He closed his eyes and fell into a sleep that was full of dreams of that most terrible of nights. Freddie woke at about 2 a.m. He was on top of the bed. He did not remember moving from the swivel chair in front of the desk. It was about 1 p.m. at the airport. He looked back onto his computer. The web browser was still on the page containing that image, so he quickly shut it down and opened another tab. He looked at the departure information about his upcoming flight. It was due to take off in 3 hours and was already showing as delayed, which was not a good sign. Freddie went back to the ABC News live stream and watched that for a bit. It was still full of the events of the previous day, but now the focus was on interviewing the survivors and announcing the names of the dead. They were saying that 5 had died and there were another 2 critical in hospital, and there were several more with life-changing injuries. Freddie watched with a kind of numb horror, forgetting for a while that it had been on the far side of the planet when it had happened. He had found himself checking his phone earlier, wondering why Yuka and Aki had not messaged him this morning. It took him a while to remember that they did not exist. He came out of his reverie after a while. The news channel was showing the same content it had an hour ago, so he checked his emails, nothing from Charles and Sylvia, and nothing from NHK either, and updated his Facebook status, checking into the domestic terminal at Sydney Kingsford Smith Airport and moaning about the delay. The flight was running an hour and a half late. Eventually, the gate was announced. In his mind, he headed there, boarded the aircraft, and then in real life, he shut down his iPad phone and closed the Facebook window down on the desktop. He had no intention of watching a blip moving slowly on a monitor for 3 or more hours. He had the brief and horrible thought that if something bad happened to the plane on the way, he could just end this fantasy and disappear from the surface of the earth forever. For a second, this seemed ideal, but he quickly relegated those thoughts to the back of his mind. His plan was to convince the others that he was getting better, not hide behind a real tragedy that would enable him to vanish and perhaps kill himself for real. He paused and stopped on that thought and processed it slowly. Hide behind a real tragedy that would enable him to vanish and perhaps kill himself for real. Is that what he wanted? He felt a cold chill run down his spine, but he could not tell if it was caused by fear or excitement. He closed his eyes and admitted to himself that he was starting to wonder what was the point of this lie. The idea originally had been to give himself some time to get things straight in his head, allow the reflection time he needed to sort himself out whilst not having to deal with the pressure of people telling him what they thought he ought to do. He had originally thought that perhaps he would go somewhere eventually, but less than a week into this, whatever it was, and he was already questioning whether that would be possible. In the 5 or so days he'd been alone, he was starting to feel worse about things rather than better. The pain of the loss of his family was still raw, and his isolation was, whilst enabling him to avoid having to interact with people in the short term, not helping him in the long term. He started to realise that real interactions were part of the process that he needed to go through, and was now actively denying himself. Yet he was also enjoying the interactions that he was having with people in his head. These characters he'd populated his holiday with were starting to seem as real to him as the people he was avoiding, perhaps more so. Yuka and Aki, he'd written down full conversations that he had enjoyed with them in his diary. How those talks and their presence had made him feel. Even the people that he'd met at the hospital seemed genuine to him. The over-the-top masculinity of Brad combined with a solid, warm and kind side that was rather unexpected. George, the other member of staff he'd interacted with, the one that had given him a massive hug on the last day. He felt emotions that seemed real about people he'd invented. Was that normal? He was not God. He was not a creator. He was a sad little man in his mid-20s that was losing his grip on reality. He knew what was real and what was not if he thought about it. But if he continued to isolate himself like this, who knew what his brain would be doing in a week, a month, a year? How long was he planning on doing this for? He needed to clear his head, so he called up flight JQ946 on the computer and watched the small blip on the screen head south after it had taken off from the western runway, then arc round to the north as it headed towards Cairns. Freddie watched the icon representing his flight for the 3 hours it took to get to Cairns. Once it landed safely, he thought about messaging Lauren, but it was only about 5 a.m, so he sent her an email instead saying that he had arrived safely. He wrote his diary entry in which he checked into the youth hostel and then visited the lagoon, which genuinely looked fun. He was about to upload the image of the lagoon that he'd already procured when he realised that it was a bit early. He would probably not have made it out of the airport yet. Not that anybody would spot that, probably. The chances of Lauren comparing the time on his Facebook entry with the time on his email were extremely remote, but there was no point risking it. He checked his emails out of habit. There was nothing there from Charles or Sylvia, just a couple of special offers from retailers. Then he noticed an email from NHK and opened it. He had assumed that it would be an automatic response or something telling him they could not help him, but it was neither. It was the people from their viewer feedback department saying they had forwarded his email on to the producer of the show. There was not a promise of response, but it was not a rejection either. Freddie smiled to himself. Perhaps Casio would be willing to talk to him. Freddie looked at the time. It was heading for 6 a.m. He'd been awake for about 4 hours, which was quite a long time for him. He decided to try and stay awake until 8, then perhaps go for a walk across the fields. Then he realised that he'd still not got around to sourcing a spare set of keys. He'd meant to do it last night, but the arrival of Sylvia and Charles had pushed it from his mind. He'd already decided that the next time he would go into the house would be the day after tomorrow once the new lock had arrived. He would get the spare keys then, so he decided not to go for a walk. He watched a movie on Netflix instead and went to bed at 8 a.m. as he had planned. He was starting to get used to these nocturnal sleeping habits. Chapter 15. Sustenance and Substance. Freddie woke up late that afternoon. He was hungry and there was nothing left in the small freezer compartment in the fridge. Worse than that, there was very little left in the freezer in the garage either. He had not thought about how long the food would last when he did his online shop and had only bought a few days' worth. There was one small pack of individual pizzas left, which was going to have to last him until he could arrange a shopping delivery. He went to the Tesco website and was pleased to see that there was a delivery slot available for tomorrow evening, so he set about putting a much larger order together. He sought out ready meals as well as some fresh fruit. He even managed to find some vegetables in steam bags that could be cooked in the microwave. He was unsure when he'd last eaten healthily. It was almost certain when Lauren had stayed after the funeral. He also looked on Amazon and found a plug-in travel steamer that could make heating certain foods easier, so he ordered one of those as well. It was going to take over a week to get to him, but it wasn't like he was going anywhere. The pizzas that he had left were on the small side and there were only 2 of them, so Freddie decided to wait until he was really hungry before eating either. He was a little peckish right now, so he lay in bed and pulled the covers over his head in the hope that he would fall asleep and not notice how hungry he was. He got up again at about 9 o'clock and had one of the pizzas. It made a difference. He felt less immediately hungry, but he realised that his food delivery was still 22 hours away, and all he had to sustain him for that time was one more of the little cheesy pepperoni-covered discs. He tried to distract himself by looking online to find out where he might go in the Cairns area, and realised that the 2 things he would definitely do would be to go on a boat trip to the Great Barrier Reef and visit a little town in the hills called Kuranda. He would go up there by cable car and come back down by train, enabling you to view the rather impressive waterfall that was on the route. So he set about trawling Instagram for pictures. The one that he struggled to find was the one that he knew he would take for real if he was actually there. It was a shot of the rainforest canopy from above on the Sky Train, which was the name of the cable car that went over the forest. There were loads of people taking selfies from the cars with the canopy in the background, but of course these were of absolutely no use to him whatsoever. He found quite a nice one that had the canopy and the cable cars in front, but the weather was misty and dull, and the forecast that he'd looked at for the area for the next few days suggested clear blue skies. Eventually he found what looked like the ideal photo, but it was from a couple of months ago, had a lot of likes, and the photographer had hundreds of follows. It went against the process that he found worked for him, but the picture was so perfect that he contacted the owner anyway. He never got a reply. However, it had been a successful distraction from his hunger. At 10:30, Freddie decided that he ought to go across to the house and see if there was anything in the freezer compartment in the kitchen. He stressed himself out as he walked through. He'd spent a few minutes before he walked across, breathing in a slow and controlled fashion, but it made no difference. He got to the kitchen and, of course, the fridge was not there. He'd moved it into the office. He almost smiled at his stupidity, but it was also irritating, as it meant he'd walked through the house encountering all the various stress triggers that it contained for nothing. Thankfully, the new barrel for the lock should arrive tomorrow, and once that was changed, he could start using the utility room entrance again, safe in the knowledge that Sylvia and Charles would not be able to get into the house. He left the house, locking the sliding doors from the living room behind him, feeling miserable and hungry. He gave in and ate the final pizza just after midnight, but he was so ravenous that it barely sated his appetite. He ended up checking his emails, all unimportant, and nothing from Silver and Charles explaining their behaviour, and also nothing further from NHK. And then he tried to go to bed, feeling stupid. He was hungry and annoyed with himself for not thinking about the food situation before it was too late. By 1 o'clock, he was back in bed and managed to get a few hours restless sleep. He woke again at 5 in the morning. For a brief moment he forgot that he had no food and felt no hunger pangs until he remembered, at which point they came back with a vengeance. He looked at his watch and realised with a sinking feeling that his groceries were not due to be delivered for another 14 hours. He needed something to distract him until then. Sleep would hopefully help kill some of the time, but not enough of it. He wandered over to the sink and poured himself a pint of water and spent a few seconds chugging it down. He put the glass back on the sink and shook his head. Nothing. It felt no better. He glanced at his watch. 13 hours and 48 minutes until his delivery slot started, and he may have to wait for up to an hour beyond that. He lay back on the bed and drew the covers up to himself. He had tried to distract himself by browsing the internet on his iPad. Back in the good old days when he had any enthusiasm for anything, he could lose himself for hours watching videos online. He spent some time on YouTube trying to find something to engage with, but every time the site threw a commercial his way, it seemed to be for food. Tesco, McDonald's, Just Eat. He even tried looking at porn, but his brain was just not interested. No emails were coming in. He was not pretending to be on a flight, so he could not distract himself by watching the flight path of an aeroplane as it moved slowly across the map. All he could think about was food and the rumbling in his stomach. He considered getting some fast food delivered, but it was the middle of the night, and the few people that were delivering still did not cover his postcode. Even if they did, that would mean interacting with another human being and the possibility of the neighbours noticing that someone was at home. 13 and a half hours to go. He thought about driving out to a supermarket or a petrol station or something just to tide him over, but he was still more worried about interacting with real people than with his hunger pains. He did manage to kill about half an hour by writing his diary entry for his forthcoming day in Cairns, but his mind was not into it, and so his lazy mood translated into a lazy day in Cairns where he did not do an awful lot. 13 hours to go. At 7 o'clock, Freddie looked outside. It was starting to get light. The remains of the broken mirror were still scattered about in the frost, so he finally found a broom and spade in the garage and set about cleaning it up. The bin was nearly full again, and he did not want to let his neighbours know that he was there by advertising the fact on bin day, but he found a space by breaking up the wooden frame by hand and stuffing the long pieces down the sides and pouring the broken glass fragments on top. He looked at his watch. 11 hours and 46 minutes until the possibility of food. At 8, he tried watching television. However, there was nothing but tedious breakfast news programming. He was briefly interested when they talked about the van attack in central Sydney. The authorities were happy that it was nobody affiliated with any terror organisation, and another person had died from their injuries. The van driver was facing multiple murder charges, and they had a couple of hospital interviews with survivors, including one 13-year-old boy who had needed to have a leg amputated. He was so upbeat and positive despite the life-changing injuries that he had sustained. Freddie shook his head and lamented in disgust that he could not even cope for a day without food. What would he do if he had real problems? Then his mind turned back to Rose and his parents. He did have real problems. As his thoughts dwelled on what they might be doing now if they were here, he drifted into a fitful sleep for a few hours. Freddie woke again just before midday. He glared at his watch, willing it to be later than it was. He still had 7 hours and 13 minutes before his delivery slot started. He groaned, rolled over in bed and buried his head in the pillows, but it did not help. He was wide awake again. It was 10 at night in Cairns, but because he'd already decided that today had been a lazy day down under, he could not kill time writing his diary entry. He spent a few minutes looking at images from Cairns, then watching videos from Kuranda. The day continued at an agonisingly slow pace. He would look at his watch and work out how much longer he had until his food arrived, usually now in hours, minutes and seconds. He might find something to distract him from his hunger for a short period, but it dominated almost every thought he had. Sometimes he managed to get a short amount of sleep. When he woke up, he checked his watch again straight away in the hope that, by some miracle, he'd slept for longer than he thought. He never had. Finally, it was 6 o'clock. He opened the door and looked outside. It was dark and he felt like he was starving, but his delivery slot was due to start in an hour, so at the very worst he would have something to eat in 2 hours. He started to feel a bit better and even managed to find something on iPlayer that kept his mind occupied. At 5 to 7, he turned all the lights out and sat in silence so that he could hear the van come up the drive. At 7:15, it did. Freddie sat there in breathless anticipation. He even allowed himself to open the door a crack to check that it actually was the Tesco delivery van. It was. He smiled to himself. All the guy had to do was drop the food in the garage and he would be eating in minutes. But something was wrong. The van had not pulled up to the garage. Instead, it had gone to the house. The driver had gone out and was pressing the doorbell on the conservatory door, and nothing was happening. Freddie cursed. As usual, some of the lights had automatically come on in the house, so the driver would almost certainly think that someone was in. He waited by the door, but nobody came. The driver wandered around the side of the house to where the front door was. Freddie realised that he had not been breathing. All he had to do was go over to the house. Simple. Collect the delivery and let the delivery driver go on his way. But Freddie knew him. It was somebody that he had worked with when he'd been a shelf stacker, someone who would almost certainly recognise him if he saw him, know what had happened, and ask him questions about how he was getting on, or worse, question him on why he was not in Australia. Freddie sat looking through the crack in the partially open door and started to cry. Talking to him was not an option. Suddenly, Freddie's phone started to ring. In the quiet, it seemed enormously loud. Freddie hit the mute button quickly, hoping that the driver had not heard it. It was from a withheld number. Freddie watched as the driver wandered from the front of the house to the van door, his phone in his hand. All Freddie had to do was answer the call and make out that he was running late and say that Steph had said it was okay to leave the stuff in the garage. Why had Steph not passed on his message? Freddie watched, his heart beating rapidly as the driver got back into the van and slammed the door. The phone call ended, his phone just indicating that he'd missed a call from an unknown number. Freddie knew that he had a few seconds to sort this out. All he had to do was run out to the van and he could have food in his empty stomach in minutes. But he could not bring himself to do it, and with a sinking feeling, Freddie saw the van reverse out towards the office, turn and head slowly up the drive back to the road. Freddie closed the door and sat with his back to it, banging his head against the wood and crying himself into darkness. Freddie woke about 40 minutes later. The office was cold, and the first thing he noticed when he woke was the gnawing emptiness in his guts. He got unsteadily to his feet and realised that he had no choice but to go out and buy some food. The prospect of interacting with people horrified him, but he was out of options now. He was not convinced that he was okay to drive, but a taxi went 2 directions with a person that would no doubt want to communicate with him in some way. A supermarket was his best bet. He could go with his headphones on, maybe even some sunglasses, keep his head down and pay at the self-scan tills. Possibly without having to make eye contact, let alone talk with anyone at all. The sunglasses idea was no good. They were somewhere in his bedroom, which would involve a search, and that was not going to happen. He was also trying to recall when he last drove, and therefore where the car keys might be. It seemed like too big a thing to have to do, but he had little choice. Freddie stood up. He found his wallet next to the computer and shoved it into the right-hand pocket of his jeans and put his phone in the other. He then realised that his dad kept a set of keys for the Toyota in his desk and opened the drawer. As well as neatly organised stationery and some business cards bearing his dad's name, there was a set of house keys and car keys for the Toyota. He'd driven it before, though his dad rarely let him. When Freddie had sold his own car, he'd rarely left the family home even before the tragedy, so there'd been little point in owning one himself. And on the odd occasion he wanted to leave in the house, his dad had relented and put him on the insurance. After the funeral, Lauren had ensured that it was now properly insured in his name, something he would not have thought to do, so it was safe and legal just to go out and drive it. Well, legal anyway, safe was probably wishful thinking. He'd driven it a couple of times since the funeral, but when his anxiety became worse, he had stopped. Freddie looked around the pile of clothes on the floor. There was a black hooded top in the middle. He pulled it out of the heap by the hood, scattering dirty clothing across the floor. He removed the sweatshirt he was wearing and replaced it with the hoodie. He ran his hands nervously through his hair. He needed a haircut, and thanks to not having a mirror in the bathroom anymore, a shave. And then he pulled his car keys out of the desk drawer and pushed it closed behind him. Time to go out and buy some food. Freddie stepped out of the office and locked the door behind him. He had a brown paper bag with him just in case he had a panic attack. He walked over to the garage, hitting the key fob a little too late so that he had to wait for the door to open, which it did slowly, revealing the black behemoth that he was about to drive. The lights in the garage had automatically come on, but Freddie was ready for that, and his finger was poised over a button on his phone that caused them to immediately shut off again. Freddie gave his eyes a few moments to adjust, and then pointed the fob at the Toyota and unlocked it. He walked gingerly over to the driver's door, opened it and stepped in. Thankfully, his dad kept the car neat and tidy, so there was nothing in here that would make him immediately think of Owen. Freddie started the engine and was surprised by how quiet it was. He could barely hear it. The radio came on immediately as well, tuned into some awful classical station. Freddie pressed the button to turn it off. He put his foot down on the clutch, put the car into gear and raised his left foot slowly. He was very good at stalling this beast, and even though there was nobody here watching what he was doing, he was determined not to. The car inched forward out of the double garage. It felt weird being in control of a vehicle again after such a long time, and once he was clear of the garage door, he pointed the fob back and the door closed quietly behind him. He sat for a few moments with his hands on the steering wheel, looking down at the long driveway towards the road. He was capable of doing this, he told himself, realising that he was sweating. He wiped his hands on his hoodie, then ran his sleeve over his soaked forehead. I really can do this. I have to. He was startled by his mobile phone, which was ringing. He pulled it awkwardly from his pocket, which took a few moments longer as it was caught in the inner lining of his jeans. When he was able to finally open the case, the call had ended, but it had been from an anonymous number, so he would not have answered it anyway. He tossed the phone onto the passenger seat and then sat with his hands on the wheel, thinking. Where could he go? Not his Tesco. There would be people he knew there. Not the larger store a few miles out of town either, as the staff seemed to move freely between the two branches, and there was a good chance they would run into someone he knew there too. On the other side of Renfield, there was an Asda, so that one that was open all night. That was his best bet. Freddie removed his feet from the clutch and pedal and brake pedals and turned the steering wheel to the right. The car moved slowly forward. It was very dark outside, but he did not want to turn the headlights on until he got to the main road in case anyone from the farm next door glanced across and saw them. He got to the gate, got out of the car and opened it and drove through, got out again and closed it behind him. Before he climbed back into the car, he looked both ways up the narrow country lane. There was no sign of anything coming, so Freddie eased off the brake and accelerated slowly forwards. Freddie could not remember precisely when he'd last driven on a road, and it felt strange. He could feel panicky thoughts creeping across his brain, so he stopped for a moment at the side of the road, which was clear both ways. He could see past the oat farm gate behind him and up to the main road ahead of him. There were no beams of light coming from either direction. This stretch of road was quite straight. Beams of light. That thought made him realise with a start that he was on the road outside the farm without his headlights on. Cursing his stupidity, Freddie turned them on. He sat there for a few seconds, breathing slowly and deeply, his brown paper bag sitting on the passenger seat with his phone, which suddenly started to ring again. He opened the case and saw that once again it was a withheld number. He silenced the ringtone and put the phone back down on the passenger seat, waiting for the call to end before he set off. He drove the car slowly up to the main road and suddenly realised that to get to Asda, he had to drive past the place where the crash had happened. He froze. That was something he could just not face. There was another option, which was to turn round, head back down past the farm, through the tiny country lanes and join the main road further up. He looked both ways. Nothing was coming, and there was a lay-by ahead about 100 metres to the right where he could turn. Remembering to indicate, Freddie turned slowly to the right. This was always a quiet road, and there was nothing coming in either direction, so he drove up slowly to the lay-by and pulled in. It was more of a passing spot than a lay-by, he realised. Freddie put the car into reverse and turned the wheel to full lock on the right. He reversed gently until the nose of the car was almost at a right angle, then turned the wheel the other way, putting the car into first gear. Another car was coming in the same direction that he wanted to go, so he waited for it to pass, then eased the car back onto the road. His hands were slippery with sweat again, so as he pulled away, he dried them on his hoodie, one at a time, and missed the turning to the single-track road to the farm. He swore to himself. He was now heading exactly where he did not want to go, the place where the crash had happened. He could feel his head starting to race again, and he was suddenly feeling short of breath. This was ridiculous. What kind of person was so broken they could not even drive a car? The speed limit on this road was 60 miles per hour, but Freddie was not even doing 30. He could see a pair of headlights rapidly approaching behind him and willed himself to speed up a bit, but he could not bring himself to do it. The car zoomed past him and the driver sounded its horn for a few seconds as it sped past. Freddie suddenly felt his telltale balance wobble and knew that a panic attack was imminent. He could not be driving when that happened, so he looked rapidly around for somewhere to pull in. He could feel pins and needles starting in his hands and feet, and the shortness of breath became more intense. There was nothing else he could do. There was no lay-by nearby or even a driveway that he could pull into. He pulled the car up to the left as far as it could go, and as he decelerated, he heard a nasty scraping noise. He'd pulled in too close to the short wall on the left of the road and left some paintwork on there. He looked around and realised that he was only just up the road from where the accident had happened. There was a single-track road on the left less than 50 metres away that was a shortcut into town. It was just down there that the crash had occurred. He tried not to think about that and picked up the paper bag which had fallen onto the floor with his phone when he had braked. He scrunched up the end into a bottleneck and tried breathing into it. The pins and needles had spread now. They were up his arms and legs, and he could feel that his head was like it as well. He tried breathing into the bag again, but was not convinced that it was going to make any difference. He'd left it too late. He closed his eyes and tried to let the horrible waves of nausea crash over him. Every time it happened, he felt like he was going to die. And even though he knew in reality that was not going to happen, the attack was so pervasive and horrible that sometimes he just wished he would pass out or die just to end it. He was struggling to grip the bag, so he stopped it and waggled his fingers in an attempt to get some feeling back into them. It worked to some degree, so he fished the bag back up from his lap and tried breathing into it again, but it made no difference. He dropped it, closed his eyes, lay back, and let this horrible feeling consume him. He was not sure how long it lasted, but he had no intention of opening his eyes until it passed completely. The dizziness and nausea eventually broke and slowly started to subside. He did not open his eyes. He just sat there with a paper bag in his lap, his eyes closed, oblivious to the world around him, oblivious to the police car that had stopped behind him, unaware of the fact that it had stuck its blue lights on so that other vehicles knew it was there, ignorant of an officer climbing out of the passenger door and approaching the Toyota. The police officer looked in through the window and saw Freddie with his eye closed, breathing deeply, not realising that he was being observed. The officer walked to the wall and could see the car had been scratched and dented, and that it had just happened. Had the wall been slightly higher, the driver would have lost his wing mirror as well, the policeman thought. Finally, the officer returned to the driver's door to see Freddie still in the same position. He knocked on the window. The sound made Freddie jump, and he opened his eyes slowly. He could see the officer outside the window, as well as the flashing blue lights behind him, and his heart, which had just started to slow down, went into overdrive again. He wound down the window, but did not say anything. "Nice car for someone so young to be driving," said the police officer. Freddie squinted back up at him, not sure what to say. "It's my dad's," he eventually said. "He's not going to be very happy with you then, is he?" said the officer. Freddie shook his head. "I take it you are insured on the vehicle?" Freddie nodded. He reached into the glove compartment and pulled out a folder. He was sure that Lauren would have put the insurance documents in there. Sure enough, the first piece of paper was the insurance. He handed it out to the officer, who shone his torch on it. "Frederick Owen Naismith," read the officer. "I assume that's you?" Freddie nodded. "I don't suppose you have your driving licence on you?" Freddie shook his head. "So what happened here then?" Freddie realised that he was going to have to speak. "I haven't driven for a while. I had a panic attack and it got really bad, so I had to pull over." He realised that his hand was still clutching the brown paper bag. "It was getting so bad that I didn't have time to make the turn up there." He pointed to the road where he knew he would have been able to turn had he managed to get there. "That turn. I misjudged it and scraped the wall." "Have you been drinking?" "No." "When did you last have a drink?" "I don't know, several days." The officer shook his head. "I'm going to ask you to take a breath test. Wait here." The officer walked away, the insurance paperwork still in his hand. The driver of the police car had been watching and had wound down his window. The officer that had spoken to Freddie handed him the insurance document. "I don't think there's anything dodgy going on," he said to his colleague in the car. "Run the driver and the vehicle through P&C just in case." The officer in the car nodded and looked down at the paperwork. He read the name and put the paperwork down next to him. He shook his head and wiped his hand over his mouth. "Oh dear," he said. "I'm going to talk to him." "Why?" said the officer outside the car. The other man ignored him and gingerly opened the car door. He walked over to the open window of Freddie's car and looked in. "Freddie?" he asked. Freddie looked over to the new police officer. He was still feeling numb and had not followed the conversation between the officers. "Yeah." The second officer looked down at the window and called back to his colleague. "I can confirm that he is the person named on the insurance certificate. We don't need a P&C check." "Well, with all due respect," said the first officer. The second policeman held up his hand to silence him. "You definitely haven't been drinking?" asked the second officer. He looked down and saw the paper bag. "No," said Freddie, "I've run out of food. Tesco was supposed to deliver my shopping, but they didn't, so I had to go and get some food. I missed the turn and accidentally came this way." He stopped. "And it brought on a panic attack?" asked the officer. He was an older man and was familiar for some reason. "Yeah," said Freddie. "Can you get home safely?" asked the first officer. "Ray," called the first policeman, "can we just get the P&C check done?" Ray turned to glare at his colleague. "Like I said, Sam, we don't need it," he said. The other officer frowned. "You know him?" "Yes," said Ray, nodding. "I know him." Freddie had observed this exchange and suddenly recognised the officer. "You were there," he said slowly, leaving a long pause as realisation sunk in. "You were there that night." Ray was trying to keep his emotions in check. "Yes, I was, son," he said. There was an unspoken moment between them. "So here's what I want you to do. I want you to drive home. It's just around the corner, right? Oak Farm?" Freddie nodded. "Go home." "Which Tesco? Renfield Extra?" Freddie nodded to him. "I will call them," said Ray. "I'll make sure you get your shopping, even if I have to get it myself. I don't think you're ready to be driving yet." The two officers watched as Freddie turned the car around carefully and headed back the way he'd come. "You're soft," said Sam. Ray stared at him. That young man was a passenger in a crash that killed his entire family, everyone apart from him, barely 3 months ago. I was the first person on the scene alone. Came across it by accident just after it had happened. Kept him talking till they were able to cut his sister from the car. Insisted they get her out first, but she died a few days later anyway. He breathed deeply. I'll never forget it. Everyone else at the scene was dead. His parents, the driver of the other vehicle. I watched them remove what was left of the other three. Not nice. Ray shook his head. Not nice at all. Sam shook his head. Sorry, mate. Didn't mean to be an arsehole. Ray opened the driver's door to the car and tossed his hat onto the seat behind. "And yet you do it so well," he said as he climbed into the car. Freddie drove back to Oak Farm, dumped the car outside the garage and ran into the office in floods of tears. He had no food. He had dented and scratched his dad's car. He'd been lucky not to be arrested, which would have fucked things up big time. He sat on his bed and cried until he thought he had no tears left. After about half an hour, the phone rang again. Another withheld number. He willed it to go away and eventually it stopped ringing. A few seconds later, he received a text message. He ignored it for a moment until he saw it was from Steph. Freddie, it's Steph. So sorry about your food delivery. I was off today and asked Eugene to pass on the message to the driver, but he didn't. I was in the store shopping and I went and checked and found they missed your delivery and as you weren't in. Fucking furious. I've asked the driver to try again at the end of his round, but if he's run out of time, I will run it out to you myself. 10 at the latest. I'm so sorry, my love. I will kick the living daylights out of Eugene when I see him next time. Hope you're okay and not so hungry, lol. The message made him cry again, but at least he would be getting something to eat soon. Right now, he did not feel even slightly hungry, but once he'd recovered from the trauma of his evening, he knew that his appetite would return. He read the message again, then replied, thanks. He closed the phone case and kissed the back of the phone before opening it up again and checking his emails. Junk, a telling off from Tesco for not being in to receive his shopping, some special offers from Jetstar, something from an email address at NHK, and directly after it, an email from someone called Kazuo. Freddie's head swam. He was finding it hard to take things in. A minute later, it was awful. Now suddenly he had food coming, as well as a message from the Hikikomori featured in the NHK documentary. Someone had been through something to akin what he was going through. Someone who would understand, empathise, and perhaps even be able to help. Slightly out of breath, Freddie opened the message. Chapter 16. Contact. Dear Freddie, the email read, thank you for contacting me through NHK. As you will probably understand, I have had many people emailing me since the show was made. It was filmed almost 2 years ago, and I have managed to move on with my life since then, as the caption at the end of the show suggested. I do not follow up every person that contacts me as a result of seeing the show. When it was first broadcast 18 months ago, so many people approached me to find out how I got over my social anxiety. It was impossible to talk to them all. The first few got responses, but then the trickle became a flood, and there was no way I could keep up with it all. I asked NHK to keep forwarding them on to me, but had almost always chose not to follow them up. Not out of a desire not to help, but because there is no way I can give everyone the time they would need. Your message intrigued me. You are the first person from the UK that has contacted me. The show was produced in Japanese, then an English version was made more recently. I've had a few messages from people in America, which to be honest I've largely not responded to. The question you ask about how I got over my isolation has both a simple and a complex answer. In truth, I was ready to leave the house. Also, I came to terms with the thing that caused me to go into hiding in the first place. What they said in the documentary, that it was the result of being dumped by a girlfriend, is, like a lot of stories tidied up and packaged for television, a massive oversimplification. However, I have a confession. Before I responded to your message, I did put your email address into Facebook and found you. According to that, you are currently in Australia, which would suggest to me that you found your own solution to whatever it was that caused your problem. However, I'm also quite astute. There is not a single picture of you in Australia, which could mean that you are not there and perpetuating a lie for some reason, or perhaps you just don't like having your photo taken. I did look back at your profile and saw that the only pictures of you on there are your current and older profile pictures, and the occasional one that someone else has tagged you in. I also read a lot of messages from support about a couple of months ago. I'm truly sorry to read about what happened to your family. So personally, I believe that you are hiding away after the accident. I genuinely feel for you and empathise with what has happened. I'm happy for you to email me back on this email address, or if you would like to talk, we can do voice or video calls, whatever you're comfortable with. I cannot promise that I can solve your problem, but I can tell you what I would have done or did in your situation. If I can help you break your isolation and not be Hikikomori anymore, then I will be very happy to have helped. As you can see, I speak good English. If this had been run through an internet translation program, imagine how it would have come out as a result of lessons from school and also watching too much American TV when I isolated myself. I hope that I've read the situation correctly and this is not too embarrassing for you. I do not judge you. I simply want to help. Please respond. All the best. Kazuo. Freddie sat back, then read the email again. His first thought was that he was concerned that Kazuo had pinpointed the fact that his holiday was a lie so easily. If he could figure it out from the lack of personal photographs, then so could others. But then Lauren believed him. She'd seen him at the airport and he had updated her regularly by text. And if she believed him, then everyone else would as well. Freddie was not sure how he felt about talking in person either. The encounter he'd just had with the police had been horrible. He would still be dwelling on it now if it had not been from the message both from Steph promising him food and the email from Kazuo. Of course, the moment he thought about food, he remembered how bloody hungry he was. There was nothing for it but to try and get some sleep and stop thinking about it. First, Freddie went back outside, opened the garage and put the car away. The scratches and dents down the side would just have to wait. Contacting an insurance company and then taking it somewhere for repairs was something he was not feeling up to right now. He closed the garage door behind him and made sure the side door was unlocked for his groceries. He then returned to the office, closed and locked the doors behind him and climbed into his bed. He glanced at the time on his phone before shutting his eyes. It was heading for 9 o'clock. He should have food within the hour. Freddie dozed off for an hour and a half. He'd assumed that he would hear the van delivering his shopping, so when he woke up and looked at the time, 10:20, he was worried that it had not arrived. He'd eaten 2 tiny pizzas in the last 24 hours and was desperate to wolf something down now in volume. He put on his trainers and a coat and unlocked the door. He walked over to the side door of the garage and opened it. Nothing. Well, there was a parcel from Amazon, presumably containing a lock barrel, but he was sure that it would not be good to eat. He rolled his eyes and shut the door behind him, then was suddenly aware of some lights slowly coming up the drive. He dashed back to the office, called to the computer to turn the lights off and left the door open a crack to allow him to watch the approaching headlights. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that it was indeed a Tesco home delivery van. It was the original driver rather than Steph, so at least there would be no attempt to talk to him. Had Steph delivered the shopping herself, he suspected that she would have tried to find him and see how he was, which he would have been dreading had he had the time to think about it. Thankfully, the van stopped at the garage, so the message had got through this time. The driver got out, looked around for a moment, and located the side door. Freddie could not see the side of the van that the goods were unloaded from, but he could hear that it was happening. He had asked for the food to be loaded into carrier bags, so that at least the driver would not be having to handle every single box, bottle, tin or bag that he had ordered. It still seemed like an age before the driver got back into the van and drove away. Freddie waited until he could no longer hear the sound of the vehicle before dashing out to the garage, letting himself in through the side door and barking at the smart speaker to turn the lights on. There were bags all over the floor. Freddie ran over to them, found the bag that contained the jammed donuts, and with shaking hands grabbed it, ripped it open and shoved a whole donut into his mouth. He chewed greedily and swallowed before doing the same with the second donut. By the time he ate the third, the first one felt like it had hit his stomach, and he ate this one a bit at a time, actually enjoying the taste. Freddie went through the shopping, dividing it into food to be frozen, food to be taken back to the fridge in the office, and items he could safely leave on the garage floor to be sorted out later. He put things that needed freezing into the freezer, still in the carrier bags, then locked up behind him and struggled across to the office with 3 more bags. Freddie carelessly put the fruit, yoghurt and milk into the fridge with a bottle of Fanta and Dr Pepper, then ate the other 2 donuts. He had originally decided to make himself some dinner in the microwave, but after a bag of donuts he was feeling full and a little sick, so he chucked the meal he had brought with him into the fridge as well. That would do for later. He sat back down in the chair in front of the computer and switched on the computer monitor. He opened his email program and selected the message from Kazuo. It filled the screen and he read it through again a couple of times, slowly and carefully. Once he was done, he leaned back in his chair and exhaled slowly. He was not sure what he wanted to do. When he had sent the email to NHK, he had assumed he would probably not get a response. Even the idea of an email exchange was more than he had anticipated happening, and the possibility of talking either on audio or video, well, to be honest, that was freaking him out a bit. Human contact was something he did just not feel up to. His exploit this evening proved to him that connecting with others was a bad idea. But did he really want to spend several years or more isolated like this, as Kazuo had done? He knew deep down that that this was at best a mid-term solution. In terms of communication, the email had said that they could do whatever he felt comfortable with, which meant that it was his decision. He looked at the screen and realised that he was not ready to make his mind up yet. He closed the email, switched off the screen, lay on the bed again and drew up the covers over his head. For the next 24 hours, Freddie did little apart from eat and sleep. His sleeping pattern was a bit chaotic, and the next day he woke up not long after midnight. Predictably, he was feeling hungry, so he took the ready meal out of the fridge and put it in the microwave for a few minutes. He then washed his 1 knife, fork and plate in the sink. The oven gave a satisfying ping, at which point Freddie took out the plastic container, removed the film lid, stirred the warm contents, poured them onto his plate, and sat down at the sofa opposite the television set at the far end of the office. He turned on the news and found that after only a couple of days, the events in Sydney were no longer getting mentioned. He looked at the time on his iPad. It was heading for 1 p.m. in Cairns, so he spent a few moments imagining what he'd been up to. It was just about conceivable that he might spend 1 to 2 days doing very little, but no more. For some reason, the integrity of his lie was very important to him, so he decided that today was the day he would go to Kuranda. He looked up the details of tours and transport and wrote them all up in his diary. He then looked at what you could do in Kuranda and decided that he would probably get bored quite quickly. It certainly looked like the journey there and back were the best bits. So his alter ego decided to leave Kuranda early and get a taxi home. He wished he was that Freddie. He wished that he was able to sort his life out enough to even be able to contemplate the things that his fictional self was doing. He wrote that he went back to the hostel, then decided to work out what happened for the rest of the day. He wrote that, then he went back to the hostel and decided to work out what happened for the rest of that day later on. He knew what he really needed to do was to decide about Kazuo. The diary had been deliberate procrastination. He turned on the desktop and read the email again for the 4th time. He used the mouse to open a new email window. "Hi," he typed. He sat there for several minutes looking at the one word on the screen in front of him. He wanted to explain everything, to tell Kazuo details about what had happened and the fake holiday he was now a week into. How he was too upset, surrounded by memories of his family, to live in the house, so he'd transferred himself to an outbuilding. Okay, so it was a nice, cosy and warm outbuilding, but it was still a space that was designed to be used as an office and not a home. He pondered for a few moments, then continued typing. Thank you so much for getting back to me. There is so much to say that putting it into an email would take me forever to write and you an eternity to read. As much as I'm scared of the idea of talking to someone, I think perhaps direct communication would be better. He looked at the message, not wanting to type the truth, which was, I'm too lazy to write out the detail. I need to give you an answer, so saying I will talk in person will be the easiest thing to do right now. I will deal with the consequences of how that makes me feel later. Freddie included his Skype contact details, thanked Kazuo again, then pressed send. That chore out of the way, he went to pour himself a drink. He heard the ping as an email arrived in the inbox on his computer, but just assumed it was his own message arriving in the inbox. But as he went to sit on his bed and plan what he was going to do in Australia tomorrow, he noticed there were in fact 2 emails. Frowning, he set his glass down on the desk and looked at the screen. Yes, there was his email and... bloody hell, there was a response already. He'd forgotten that Kazuo was not in the same time zone as him. His best bet would have been to email him back about 4 in the afternoon, so it would not be seen until tomorrow. He checked the time difference with Japan and realised that it was approaching 10 in the morning over there. Didn't Kazuo work? He asked himself wretchedly. Hey, Freddie, was the ever-familiar response. So pleased you're happy to talk. There's no time like the present. Open your Skype and I'll call you in about half an hour. You won't regret it, Kaz. Freddie buried his head in his hands. No. This was far too soon. He was tempted just to leave Skype switched off and say that he'd answered the email just before he went to bed, but whatever delaying tactic he allowed himself was just that, and it was putting off the inevitable. He needed to talk to Kazuo, but the thought of having to buckle down and do it terrified him. But Freddie switched on Skype. And there already was a contact request from Kazuo. Did that mean he was going to call him straight away? Freddie's hand hovered over the mouse before clicking and accepting the request. There was a sudden ringing noise, and Freddie closed his eyes and breathed deeply. I'm not ready, he said to himself, but Kazuo only wants to help, and it was me who initiated contact after all. Taking one final deep breath, he moved back to the computer to pick up the call. It was not the computer. Confused, it took him another moment to realise that it was his phone ringing. How had Kazuo got his phone number? It took a few seconds further to get to the phone and flip the case. Of course, it was not Kazuo calling him. It was Lauren. He quickly looked at the time on his iPad. Just after 10, he mentally oriented himself. He was in Kuranda. He'd just taken a cable car across a forest. He was in the street looking for a coffee shop, hoping that he would not mess this up. He swiped on his phone and answered the call. Hello? There was silence for a moment. Freddie? It's me. It's Lauren. Her voice was quieter than normal. Plus, it was for her almost 1 in the morning. Had she figured out his lie? Hi, Lauren, he said nervously. His mouth was dry, so he took a sip from his drink. There was another silence. He was not sure if it was lag because of the distance. Then he cleared his head and remembered that she was probably less than 50 miles away. I'm sorry, said Lauren. I've just had a rough day. Just wanted to hear your voice. Is everything okay? Freddie asked. It's been better, Lauren responded. I wish I was with you now. So Lauren was phoning him at 1 in the morning to say she wished she was with him, but she thought he was 10,000 miles away in the summer sun in Australia. That must be what she meant. It's amazing, he said, looking around and trying to sound like he was taking in the sunshine even though he was standing in a small outbuilding in Sussex in the winter. I've just taken a cable car up over the rainforest to a town in the hills. The views over the forest were amazing. Hope you got some nice pictures, replied Lauren. I've got a couple, Freddie replied truthfully. I could put one on Facebook now if you like. You have the internet, she asked. She did not seem suspicious, just interested. I'm standing outside a McDonald's, he replied. He hoped there was a McDonald's in Kuranda. He would have to check. Oh, I could murder a Big Mac right now, replied Lauren. Breakfast menu only, said Freddie. He looked at the time. For another half hour or so. He was getting good at this off-the-cuff lying. Are you enjoying it? Sydney was a bit hairy, he admitted. 2 girls from the hostel were caught up in the Pitt Street attack. Neither were hurt, but it upset them so much they flew back home to Japan. But I love it in Cairns. Is that where you are now? It's where I'm staying, but I'm currently in a town in the hills called Kuranda, he said as he gazed over stunning vistas of dirty washing, an untidy computer desk, and an unkempt bed with sheets that badly needed changing. I'm going to visit the kangaroos next. Sounds lovely, said Lauren. There was a pause. For once, Freddie was picking up on what she seemed to be feeling. She was definitely not okay right now. So what made your day not so good? he eventually asked, proud of how well he was living his line, simultaneously feeling wretched about being dishonest with the one person left on the planet that genuinely seemed to care how he was. He used his spare hand to upload the picture from above the forest canopy onto Facebook using his iPad. Just Craig, she said. What happened? Freddie asked. I don't really want to talk about it. Where are you? Asked Freddie. I'm in my car driving, she replied. Just needed some air. I'm not that far from you, actually. I drove with no real direction in mind. She sounded so miserable. For the first time in a while, he realised that he was empathising with someone other than himself. It felt good. He wanted to tell her he was actually at home and that she'd come and see him right now if she wanted to. He felt that she was the one person he could bear to be near now, but he was not ready to admit the scale of his lie to her. The computer suddenly sprang to life with the familiar Skype ringtone. He moved to silence it, but it was already too late. Is someone calling you? She had heard. Yes, said Freddie. He thought quickly. The best lie here was the truth. I saw a documentary about depression and isolation on a foreign news channel and asked to speak to someone featured in the show about how he got over it. That's them calling me now. There was a pause. That's brilliant. But they can wait, said Freddie. They really could. It had not been the promised half an hour, and he was not ready to speak. No, I'm fine, said Lauren. You're doing so well. I can call you later. Are you sure? Yeah, said Lauren. Take your call. Bye. No, said Freddie absently before the call cut off. He sat down at the computer and looked at the screen. It was now or never. He hit the button to accept the call. It took a few seconds to connect. There was a brief moment where there was sound and no picture, and then finally the picture kicked in. There was a desk chair with a window in the background, through which Freddie could see some sunlit greenery and a couple of red flowers swaying slightly in the breeze. The walls around the window were a simple white. Crucially, nobody was sitting in the seat. "One moment," cried a voice with a hint of an American accent. It was higher than Freddie had expected. In fact, it could have been that of a girl. There was a pause for a few seconds, and then a figure moved into the picture and sat down on the chair. He was wearing light brown shorts, which were only visible for a moment as he sat. He had a white polo shirt on with a tiny green or blue logo that Freddie could not make out on the left-hand side. His hair was dyed a mousy colour, and he was wearing round glasses of a type that had gone out of fashion at home a couple of decades ago, although they suited his face, which was thin. He was smiling. "Are you there?" Casio called. He peered ahead just below the camera, then smiled. He looked much younger than the age Freddie had worked out he ought to be based upon how long he had isolated himself. The face was friendly, and he wore an engaging smile. "Ah," he continued. The picture had clearly materialised on his screen as well. "Hello," said Freddie numbly. "Hi," said Casio with a grin. "I can see you look nervous. I'm not going to put you under any pressure. If it all becomes too much, just say so and hang up at any time." Freddie nodded, but he did not offer much else. He had no idea what to say, and he could not take Lauren out of his mind. She was out there, close by, right now, obviously in some kind of distress. One message, and he could be comforting her, doing for her what she'd been doing for him since God knows when. Can you tell me where you are?" asked Casio. Freddie paused. "You were right in your email. I'm not in Australia. I'm at home in the UK. The Facebook stuff is a lie. It's to get people off my back. It's all a lie." Casio nodded sympathetically. "So how long have you been doing that?" Freddie paused. "It's only been a week." He looked at his watch. It was the small hours of Tuesday morning. He'd been at Heathrow almost exactly a week ago. It felt like one hell of a lot longer. "And how long since you properly interacted with someone?" Freddie paused. "I lost my mum, dad and sister in early November. It's now 3 weeks into January." Casio looked sympathetic. "Have you seen anyone since then?" "My ex-girlfriend, Lauren," said Freddie. "She helped in the 2 weeks between the accident and the funeral. And I saw one of my sister's friends after the funeral once. So apart from them, nobody." "No," said Freddie. "And before the accident, I hardly left the house. I stayed in my room. Sometimes came down for food when I was forced to." "For how long?" "Over a year," said Freddie. He paused, then realised he did not know what to say next. "You are, as you are aware, what in my culture we call Hikikomori," said Kazuo. "And you are obviously also conscious of the fact that it is not an ideal way to live. So why did you contact me?" Freddie was unable to look into the webcam. He stared down at the keyboard. After a few minutes, he spoke. "Because you sorted yourself out? I need to do that. I'm scared that if I don't, I will spiral down and then it can only..." Freddie faltered. He swallowed and then for a moment looked directly into the webcam. "That it can only end one way." Kazuo nodded, and he no longer displayed his trademark grin. "Suicide." Freddie nodded and dropped his eyes back down to the keyboard. "Have you seriously contemplated it?" Freddie could not look up. He nodded again. Kazuo said nothing. Freddie could feel the tears welling up, but was determined not to let Kazuo see them, so he kept glaring at the keyboard. "I see no future. Sometimes I feel that just by choosing to stay alive, I'm delaying the inevitable. I don't contribute anything to anything. I'm not living, I'm existing." and nobody would miss me if I was not here. Kazuo gave a tiny, sympathetic smile and nodded. That is how I felt 2 years ago. He considered his next sentence carefully before saying it. But today, I feel great. I can go outside. I can talk to people. I have a job. I've been in love. I can't do large crowds, but I can contribute again. Freddie, so can you. It may take time, but so can you. He thought some more. And I think people would miss you. Tell me about Lauren if you can. Freddie stared downwards. The keyboard was clean, but some of the letters were starting to fade with continuous use, especially the vowels. She chose someone else. He got jealous when she helped me at the funeral, but then they got back together again. It's not an easy question, but I want you to be honest. Do you love her? The spacebar was grubby, especially in the middle. Yeah. Kazuo raised his eyebrows. Thank you for picking up the call. I appreciate it's all a bit sudden. Freddie raised his eyes again and looked at the screen. I know you like the idea of talking, but I suspect when faced with the reality of it, you almost didn't answer. Am I right? Freddie nodded, then stared at the keyboard again. Yeah, he paused. Were you the same before you got better? Absolutely, said Kazuo with a broad grin. Probably worse. You have initiated contact, which I managed to do on a few occasions, but more importantly, you have followed it through, which I did not. Not the first few times, anyway. Don't underestimate what a significant step you have made. I know exactly how you felt a few moments ago when the call came through. It took you longer to answer because when the ringtone started, you had not decided whether or not to pick up the call. I half expected you not to, if I'm honest. Freddie was not going to correct him and say that actually Lauren had been on the phone, because he knew that had she not been, it would have been exactly as Kazuo had described. Had he not had to rush to end that call and pick this one up almost without thinking, it was very possible that he would not have answered at all. So he had Lauren to thank again. Anyway, said Kazuo, the first step is to come to terms with what caused you to hide in the first place. I'm not a psychologist, and I don't know how to coax things out of people. So let's just get to know each other. I won't ask you any more questions about difficult stuff, not today anyway. So ask me something about me. Freddie looked bewildered. This guy who he hardly knew wanted to make small talk. That was probably harder than talking about how he felt. I don't know what to ask you, he muttered. Okay, said Kazuo. Do you watch movies? Yeah. Kazuo shook his head and smiled. He was thinking about a metaphor involving blood and stones. So what is your favourite movie? Freddie thought. I like loads of stuff. Drama. Comedy. So name one that you like. Freddie thought. Wolf of Wall Street. Kazuo burst out laughing. Man, that bit where he crawls up to the car high on pills makes me laugh every time. Good choice. So what comedy? Freddie thought. Well, there's one made years ago, before I was born, but it still makes me laugh every time. Have you heard of The Life of Brian? Kazuo cackled even more, laughing uncontrollably. Have I heard of The Life of Brian? He's not the Messiah, he's a very naughty boy. This quote made Kazuo laugh more. Freddie watched this strange little person on the screen snickering in front of him and could not help feeling amused. He smiled and giggled a little at the ridiculous spectacle. That's better, said Kazuo. They ended up talking for over half an hour. Kazuo did not bring up his isolation again until the end of the call, but they did talk movies, television and many other things. They both liked 24 and Star Wars, but Kazuo was astonished when he discovered that Freddie had never seen Blackadder and made him promise to look it up. Kazuo found everything funny, and Freddie found himself warming to the odd diminutive character bursting with energy and enthusiasm on the monitor in front of him. I'm going to have to go now, said Kazuo after a while. You have done really well, Freddie. You are not as withdrawn as I was. You can talk to people, and if I may assume, enjoy it if you push yourself to make that first step. Your first step is to work out what made you isolate yourself. With me, it was rejection by a girl. What I could not let them put on the TV documentary was that she left me because she figured out that I was gay before I did, and told everyone. That was my trigger. He paused. Is that okay with you? Freddie shook his head. That you're gay? Why should I care? Well, you might worry that I will ask you for a naked selfie or something, cackled Kazuo. Freddie rolled his eyes. Kazuo smiled nervously, worried that he might have gone too far. Sorry, sometimes I get a bit carried away with my sense of humour. Ignore me. I possibly know the triggers, said Freddie cautiously. I will think about it. And tell me next time we talk? Maybe. Well, I shall not pressure you, said Kazuo warmly. You have taken an amazing first step today, Freddie. Hopefully we can talk soon. And watch Blackadder, Series 2, not Series 1. Freddie nodded. Kazuo smiled again, and then ended the call. Freddie lay on his bed thinking. What had been the trigger that caused him to withdraw from everything? It was not just friends he avoided, he realised. He'd spent most of his time staying away from family as well, and they had lived in the same house as him. They'd never been the type to sit together and eat, apart from the occasional Sunday roast, but as he started to isolate himself all those months ago, he'd noticed that his mum had started serving meals at the dining room table far more often, several times a week in fact. At this time it had just annoyed him, as it had meant he had no choice but to join them, but he was starting to realise that this had been deliberate, a way of getting him to interact with them, even if it was only for 10 or 15 minutes a day. He thought back. Lauren had told him after the final exams at university that she didn't see a future for them. She'd always been quite ambitious, and he'd always just gone with the flow. They had split up amicably, and initially he'd coped quite well. At least that was until she started seeing someone else. They'd not talked in quite a while, and he got on with his life. When employment relating to his degree did not appear, he got a job in the night team of the Tesco Extra up the road, and it had gone okay. His manager thought he was a hard worker, and he got on with his colleagues. They had even almost been a girlfriend, but Fred did not want to become emotionally attached and had promised and had progressed no further than friends with benefits. So what had changed? It was during this period that he'd started to feel down. Initially, he'd just got on with the job, still enjoying the camaraderie with the rest of the staff, but eventually it had all started to feel pointless. You left an aisle full and neatly presented before you went home, and when you came back for your next shift, it was trashed and you had to do the same again. Everything you achieved was massively short-term. He'd started to talk to people less. Some had asked him if he was okay. His manager, at what was laughingly called his performance review, had said he was happy with how he was working, but he had noticed he was a lot quieter, talked less during breaks, and was generally less fun than he had been. He'd been socialising less and less with his colleagues. Did you know that Izzy quite liked him? He'd almost reached a crisis point before on a few occasions, but had pushed himself to go to work anyway. When the day came that he could not face it and no amount of pushing himself could force him to do so, he did not go in. He phoned to say he was unwell, they sounded sympathetic, and had a long weekend. It was the first time he'd ever been sick from work, so when they returned, they welcomed him back. It happened a few weeks later. Then again, the third time he was dragged into a meeting about his attendance. They said it had been exemplary until now and they wanted to help. They could see he was not himself. Had he been to a doctor? The meeting was hell. The next time he went off sick, they told him they had to hold a further meeting. This one may end with disciplinary action. It was tomorrow. Did he want a union rep? He ended his shift, went to see his doctor, and got a sick note for 2 weeks, which became a month, and then 2. He never went back. He had taken to sleeping a lot, staying awake at night and sleeping during the day. He got very little sick pay, so he'd been unable to pay the nominal rent that he gave his that he had given his parents. They'd never insisted, but it felt only fair. He went out of his way to avoid having to talk to his family. He stopped replying to texts and calls from friends. There were only 2 people on the planet that were able to get through to him by this point. One was Lauren, the other was Rose. Beautiful, calm, happy Rose. She understood that he was unwell and had always suggested things to him rather than demanding them from him. His parents soon changed their approach to be more like hers. She had obviously recognised what was wrong with him and talked to them. She had not insisted that he come to dinner with them that terrible night, but she just said it was their last chance to go out as a family, and by not demanding it, she had made it almost impossible for him to say no. He often wondered what would have happened if she had not been there that night. The timings would have been different for one thing, so the chances were they would not have been on the road when the maniac shot round that. The timings would have been different for one thing, so the chances were that they would not have been on the road when that maniac shot round the corner far too fast. Had he not been there, then Rose and the rest of his family would probably still be alive, so in a way it was his fault. He had thought these thoughts on many occasions in the past and was usually able to dismiss them, but the probability, kept ambushing his thoughts, leaping into his mind when he was trying to think about something else. So the decline had happened when he was working at Tesco. That job was never meant to be a permanent thing. Could the slow realisation that he was never going to achieve his dreams have been what caused it? Freddie did not know. The way to get over it was to work out what the trigger had been and confront it, Casuo had said. He could easily identify when it was. He was not sure precisely what it was. He probably needed professional therapy, or what do they call it now? Cognitive behavioural therapy. Yes, he probably needed that. Contemplating things over and over in his head, Freddie eventually fell into a restless sleep. Chapter 17. Deeper. Freddie's sleep was uneasy and difficult. He kept waking up every half hour or so and glancing at the time on his phone, conscious of the fact that Lauren was obviously upset and he had not called her back. She'd phoned him about 3 hours ago. It was just before 4 a.m. now. It was conceivable that she was still awake, but much more likely that she'd gone back home and was tucked up safely in her bed. And if that was the case, he did not want to wake her. He looked at his iPad, which displayed the time in Queensland. It was heading for 2 p.m. He opened his Australian diary and sat at the computer, checking facts and locations and finalising the details of his day in Kuranda. He found that he'd been slightly uplifted by his conversation with Kazuo and decided to incorporate a version of him into his narrative. Freddie finished what he was doing and then put the cover over his iPad and shut down the computer on the desk. He was still feeling full from the food that he had eaten earlier, but he was thirsty, so he walked over to the fridge and poured some Dr. Pepper into his one glass, thinking that perhaps he should rinse it out or wash it or something at some point soon. As he took a long sip, he was suddenly aware that the complete silence that he was used to at this time of night was not as complete as usual. He put the glass down and shut his eyes. He was sure that he could hear the sound of a car coming up the drive. What the hell? Could it be his ghastly relatives coming back for a second attempt at stealing the jewellery? He could not allow that. He glanced down on what he was wearing, mainly black, and made a decision. If it was them, he was going to call the police. He grabbed the house and office keys and ran silently to the door. He commanded the computer to shut off all the lights and then opened the door a crack. Nothing, then a bit more. To his right, a pair of headlights were coming up the drive. Swearing softly to himself, he pulled the door closed behind him and ran around the left side of the office so that he was behind it. He crept along to the end where a narrow alley ran between the office and the garage. He could see that the car had pulled onto the drive next to the conservatory, exactly where Sylvia and Charles had parked last time. Was it them? He had to know. The car was still running and the lights were still on. They were probably arguing about what to do next. Freddie walked stealthily to the end of the alley and looked at where they were parked. There was a bush-lined pathway that led round to the front of the house, and from there he could walk around to the other side and let himself in. It was only crossing the driveway that would leave him at all exposed. Shaking his head, Freddie got down on his hands and knees and crawled quickly across the drive to the relative safety of the bushes, then crouched down and kept his head low as he walked out of sight of the car. Once past the front door, he walked quietly round the back of the house, round to the side of the bay doors. They opened with what seemed like a massively noisy squeak, and he went in and closed them behind him. Not looking around, he darted into the hall, up the stairs, and to the bedroom that overlooked the drive. He could see the car parked below him, the headlights now switched off. The door slowly opened, and his heart missed a beat as Lauren stepped out of the car. What was she doing here? He watched her, his heart thumping in his chest and a sheen of sweat creeping over his body. Why was she here? Had she worked it out? Had Steph said something? Freddie watched her light up a cigarette. She rarely smoked now, so she was feeling stressed about something. Did she know he was here? Was she psyching herself up to confront him? Lauren slowly finished a cigarette and pulled out her phone. She pressed a few buttons, then held it to her ear. Freddie frowned, and then the phone in his pocket started to ring. He took it carefully out, then crouched down on his knees. He did not want the light from the phone illuminating the room and showing her that he was there. All she would do was have to look upwards. Freddie covered the display with his hands, then crawled away into the hall. Standing, he ran into his parents' bedroom at the opposite end of the house, then answered the phone. "Hello," he said. His automatic response was to speak quietly, but he was far away enough from where she was, and he had to put himself back into his lie. He raised the volume of his voice. "Are you okay?" "Where are you?" she asked. He could not tell if she was angry or upset. "Sitting by a very small swimming pool in Cairns Central Youth Hostel," he replied. "I got bored, so I came back on the train." "Really?" she asked. There was definitely something wrong. "Really?" he said with a forced smile on his face. "I had this crazy idea that you might be at home." Freddie sat down on the bed, a sense of dread suddenly spreading through him. "That's where I am now, at Oak Farm." "It's still there then?" asked Freddie, trying to sound cheery. "Yes," said Lauren. It's pitch black, but I think it's all still here." Freddie felt his mouth drying, and he chose his next words very carefully. "So what made you think I'd be there?" "Because you tried to buy a picture from Violet today on Instagram. She messaged me and asked me if you were really away." Violet, Rose's friend who was currently travelling with Sarah. His first attempt to get the image from the cable card that he'd shared today. Fuck. He hadn't even bothered to properly examine the profiles of the people that he had tried to buy the pictures from. He thought to himself, what were the odds? Freddie forced a smile. Once again, the best lies were always based on the truth. What he needed to say came to him without even having to think. "Was that Violet? I had no idea. I just searched for a picture that looked like the view I'd seen as I forgot to take one." There was a pause from the other end. "Then why did you try to pay for it?" "Well, it just seemed wrong to steal it. I've done it a couple of times. That lovely picture of the Opera House, I forgot to take the picture that day too, so that's one I bought from Instagram as well." There was a long pause. Anger, disbelief, irritation? And then she spoke again. She sounded a mixture of happy and sad. "I'm sorry, Freddie. I got it into my head that you hadn't gone away. If I'm honest, I'm having a shit time at the moment. I was kind of hoping you were at home. I could have done with a talk." "We're talking now," said Freddie softly. So she would not have been angry with him. She needed the company. She was right outside. All he had to do was admit the truth. It was now or never. It's not as good as in person, Lauren whispered. No, said Freddie. But it's the best I can do now. I'm sorry. Never, apparently. I'm such a selfish git, he thought. Craig found out that Sarah contacted me about the photo, she said. He went mental with me, saying that I'd promised I'd never talk to you again. Oh, said Freddie. Had you really said that? In his head, maybe, she replied. He went crazy. He could hear her voice faltering. Making sure that there was no light from his phone, he walked back to the bedroom at the front of the house and looked out of the window. Lauren was sitting on the step leading to the conservatory, her head back up against the door. Her head was in her hands, and he could hear from the irregularity of her breathing that she was crying. He's hit me before, but never like this. Freddie sank to his knees and clenched his fists. Fucking hell, he said inelegantly. I had no idea. It's not something you broadcast, Lauren said softly. Hang on. She took the phone away from her ears and used it to take a picture of her face. Freddie saw the flash go off, but not for long enough to see any detail. A few seconds later, his phone buzzed and the picture appeared. He enlarged it and was surprised to see clear bruising around her eye and cheek. Freddie bristled with rage. Oh my God, are you okay? He's never bruised my face before, she replied. He's usually much more careful than that. Freddie could feel a rage coming on. I can be home in 2 days. Don't be silly, she said. I just got into my head you might be there. I'm sorry, Freddie. Don't be sorry, said Freddie with a whisper. I just wanted to talk to someone and somewhere to stay tonight. But the car is fine. I can sleep in the car. Don't be silly, said Freddie, his mind racing. I can't go home tonight. I'm going to my parents tomorrow, but I can't turn up at this time of night. Freddie walked down the stairs as she spoke to him and found another key for the bay doors on a hook in the kitchen, which he separated from the keyring. Under the circumstances, I think you probably could, he said cautiously, knowing that she would not even consider it. He crept to the bay doors in the living room and slid one open slightly. There was a loose stone just outside, next to the door. He slipped the key beneath it and then closed and locked the door again. But I know you won't. Stay at mine. It's the least I can do. My key won't work. You said you had the locks changed? Yes, said Freddie, praying that she would not try the key and realised that it was a bolt holding the door closed and not a new lock. He needed to get round to changing that barrel. But the bay door to the front room? There's a key hidden under a stone next to the door. How long had he held it for? Would it feel warm? Would she notice? Would that be all right? Of course, he said, wishing that he'd just admitted the truth when he had had the opportunity a few moments ago, or had the guts to do so right now. He could be giving her the comfort she needed in person. He peered up over the windowsill and could see that Lauren had stood and was carefully walking around the conservatory. He had to leave the house as soon as she came in. He stealthily walked down the stairs to the front hall and removed the deadlock from the front door. I'm at the bay doors now, said Lauren. Bloody phone won't let me turn the torch on when I'm making a call. I'm going to hang up and turn on the torch and call you back. Wait, said Freddie. He opened the app that controlled the lights and turned on the lights in the living room. That's amazing, breathed Lauren. You did that from a pool in Australia. Yep, said Freddie. There was a few seconds pause. Are you sure you're not here? She sounded amused. I've got the key. Cool, said Freddie. And no, I'm not here. I'd have to be a complete git to tell you I was in Australia when I wasn't, with what's happened. Yep, said Lauren absently, a complete git. Freddie heard the bay doors slide open and slipped quickly out of the front door, closed it behind him, and ran noiselessly to the office. I'm in, said Lauren. I can sleep on the sofa. The door to the office was now closed and locked behind him. You're in a house with at least 5 beds and you're going to sleep on the sofa? Don't be silly. Use either of the spare rooms. They're made up. Of course they were. That was how his mum kept them. Can I ask you a favour? Lauren asked. Can I sleep in your room? I need something familiar around me. You don't have to ask, said Freddie. There was another pause. How did your therapy call go? Asked Lauren. Freddie smiled. Helpful, I think. It's a Japanese guy called Kazuo. Used to be Hikikomori. That's someone who isolates themselves. I know what it is, said Lauren. I've read about it somewhere recently. I hadn't made the connection with you, though. He's told me to try and work out what was the trigger for all of this. It will help me get over it. There was a pause. There's no bed in your room, Freddie. Shit. It's in the office. I'd forgotten. Then he took a massive risk. I can tell you where the spare office key is. He could hear the smile in her response. I'm tired. I'll use the spare room. Thank you, Freddie, for everything. There was another long pause. Finally, Freddie spoke. You're not going back to him, are you? I don't think so. I hope not. I hope not too, Freddie thought to himself. Freddie sat in the office, the doors locked. Although there were boards over the windows and he had stood outside and checked how much light came through, he was paranoid that he had missed something. So he lay in his bed with everything switched off, the lights, the computer and the television. When he used the lavatory, he did not flush it just in case she was outside at the time and heard it. He lay there obsessing with how stupid he was. She was there in the house, almost within touching distance, in pain. And here he was, also in pain. They needed each other right now, but he was too scared of the consequences to help her. He cried silently, thinking he was nothing but a useless, selfish, lying bastard, eventually falling asleep. He woke several hours later when he got a text. He heard the phone buzz and opened his eyes blearily, staring at the screen for a moment without comprehension. The screen said it was 11 in the morning. The message was from Lauren. Hi, lovely. Thanks for everything. I have called in sick today and I'm going to go and see Mum and Dad. Don't mention anything I said yesterday to anyone. I know I need to do something, but I need to handle it at my own pace. I'm so proud of you. You are really getting it together, so don't even think about coming home early. I'm fine. He read the message, then smiled. He realised that he was not sure if she'd left or not. The noise of the car leaving would not have woken him up, and the last thing he wanted to do was open the door and see Lauren standing out there, so he decided to play it safe. Last night had messed up his sleeping pattern. It was 9 p.m. in Cairns now, so he risked sending her a message. My pleasure. If you ever need to escape again, you know where the key is. Just promise you won't trash the place. I know what you like. He got a reply a few minutes later that was grammatically all over the place, followed by a correction saying that she was driving and Siri had mashed up her first attempt at the message, which meant she had definitely left Oak Farm. He went straight to the bathroom, which did not smell good. He used the toilet, flushed it, then poured some bleach into the bowl and closed the door behind him. Craig had hit her. The thought made him cold with anger. Lauren was the most physically gentle people he knew. Her weapons were words, and she often deployed them without mercy. He'd been on the receiving end on one or two of her critical tirades on several occasions when they'd been together, and the thought of someone just losing their rag and silencing her with his fist made him feel sick. Craig had tried to control her behaviour in the past, but he was fairly sure he'd never hurt her before. Then he remembered her words on the phone. He's never bruised my face before. He's usually much more careful than that. Freddie shook his head. So he was wrong. This had been going on for a while, and she had not said anything to him. He tried to remember if there had been any marks on her body when they slept together on the night of the funeral, but he could not. He was so screwed up that day he doubted he would have noticed anyway unless they were on her face, and apparently Craig had been careful not to do that until yesterday. Freddie had not eaten for a while, but he was not hungry. What he wanted to do was go for a run or go to the gym and burn off some of the anger that was threatening to consume him. For the first time in ages, he wanted to leave his safe environment, but it was too risky even going out onto the road. What if the neighbours saw him? His eyes fell on the package from Amazon, and so for the next 10 minutes he busied himself with changing the lock on the utility room door. He forced himself to walk upstairs and check which spare room Lauren had been in. She had done such a good job of making the bed afterwards that the only clue he had that she had been there was a damp towel hanging from the back of the chair in front of the mirror. He noticed something on the floor, something sticking out from under the bed. He leaned down and realised that it was his favourite teddy bear, the one that he'd been obsessed with as a kid. He pulled the bear up by the arm and sat her down in the bed. She was slightly worse for wear and had threads of the wrong colour holding her sides together. Mrs. Ted had been much repaired by his mum when she was little, and she should have been in his bedroom. Lauren had always thought she was cute and had taken her from his room last night. Freddie picked her up again and looked at the battered stuffed toy. The eyes were slightly chipped and cloudy from visits to the washing machine. Lauren used to joke that she was old and had cataracts. He kissed Mrs. Ted gently on the forehead, wishing he could do the same for Lauren, then put her back on the bed. He wanted to take her back to the office with him, but if Lauren stayed again, he might notice she was missing. In fact, Lauren might know that she had not left Mrs. Ted neatly on the bed, so apologising to the silent Teddy, Freddie placed her back on the floor and left the room and the house. The locks were changed, so he deadlocked the front door again and left via the utility room, using the new key to lock it behind him. He walked back over to the office and locked himself in. He sat down and thought about the suggestion Kazuo had made. Your first step is to work out what made you isolate yourself. With me, it was rejection by a girl. Freddie was not totally sure, but he began to realise that it could have been the rejection by Laurel at the end of university that had been his trigger. He'd loved her then, he still loved her now. He'd never moved on. He compared every other girl he met to her. Izzy did not kiss as well as her. Trinity was great in bed, but it always felt like she was doing things to him and not with him. Charlotte never let him undress her with the lights on. So if the first step was identifying the trigger, what was the second? Freddie looked at his watch and realised that it was very early in the morning in Tokyo. He would call Kazuo later. Remembering Kazuo's other bit of advice, Freddie turned on the television, activated Netflix, and watched the very first episode of The Black Adder and dozed off during the second, his hand gripping the mobile phone, hoping that Lauren would call him and tell him she was moving out of her place with Craig. Although he slept for most of the night, Freddie found that his body was now used to this strange sleeping pattern. Even though he slept overnight, he also managed to sleep during the day. It was about 7 at night when he woke up again. He stood up. The television had long shut itself down and the remote control had fallen onto the floor. He picked it up, dumped it on the sofa, and then walked over to the computer, which he turned on, opened the email program and sent a quick message to Kazuo. "Hi Kazuo," he started. "I've done as you suggested, and I'm pretty sure I know what my trigger was. It's still an ongoing issue, and something happened yesterday that makes it still relevant. I'd be happy to talk with you when it's convenient for you, thanks. By the way, I watched the first 2 episodes of The Blackadder. I don't get it. I think I laughed once." He hit send and then went back to his phone. He ought to message Lauren to see how she was. He opened Facebook Messenger and found her. He'd just started typing when he noticed a message at the bottom of the screen. This person isn't available right now. That was odd. He opened Facebook and typed in her name. Her profile failed to come up, which was also strange. But then she could have temporarily closed her account down because of what had happened today. He opened WhatsApp. It was a method of communication that he hardly used, but he knew that he and Lauren had used it in the past. He searched for her. There was nothing there. Frantically, he opened all of the other communication apps that sat unused on his phone: Instagram, Snapchat, FaceTime, Twitter, places that he knew he was connected to her, even though he'd never used them anymore. And he could not find her anywhere. The realisation crept over him slowly. Either she had shut down every bit of social media that she ever used, which was very unlikely, or she had blocked him. Had she uncovered his lie? Had she got back together with Craig? He turned on the desktop computer again and opened the email program. There were a few new emails there, and 2 of them were from Lauren. He opened the first one. It was a selfie that she had taken. It must have been from when she arrived at her parents' house earlier, because he recognised the table in the background. Her right eye was red, and there was bruising around her left cheekbone. Freddie shook his head. There was no text. Frantically, he opened the other email. "Dearest Freddie," she started. "This is the hardest thing I've ever had to say to you, because I know how much you are hurting at the moment. Craig found the message that we have sent each other and got upset. He could also see that there have been phone calls. I know I sent you that picture earlier in the heat of the moment, but the reality that I need you to understand is what happened yesterday was partly my fault. Craig had asked me not to contact you anymore, and I lied to him and told him that we were out of touch. I think I must have wanted him to know, because I'm usually so careful to lock the phone when I leave it unattended. Honestly, I goaded him to the point where I pushed him too far. What happened was as much down to me as it was Craig, so please don't blame him. I fought back, Freddie. I hurt him as well." Freddie snorted. She was rewriting history already. This morning, evening, whenever the hell it was, she had said that he was usually very careful only to mark her in places where it could not be seen. The email continued. "It was unfair of me to lie to him. He gave me an ultimatum today, you or him. I do love you, Freddie, but there is not room in my life for the 2 of you. Craig and I own a house together. Our lives are tied together in a way yours and mine never were. I know you will take this hard, and my reliance on you yesterday may have given you the wrong idea. I'm so thrilled that you have managed to get yourself out of the house. I also genuinely appreciated your offer to return home yesterday. I do believe that you would have done so had I been selfish enough to accept. I think this letter would have been harder for me to write if I knew you were stuck at home, but I have to tell you my decision would have been the same, even if you had been. I know this will set you back, but right at this moment I have to be selfish and look after myself and my relationship. Enjoy your time away. You have just started to live again, Freddie, and you are more than capable of doing it without me. You have a beautiful heart, and you deserve someone who will not take advantage of that lovely nature. This is not me. Take care. Goodbye, Lauren." He sat there staring at the words on the screen long after they had any meeting. They became a set of black squiggles on a white background burning into his eyes. He blinked a couple of times, trying again to digest the content. He had believed that they would always be friends, even when both of them had someone else. She was his anchor, and he had relied on her too much. Now he was adrift. He blinked and realised that he was crying again. He wiped his hands across his face and read the letter for perhaps the 6th or 7th time. Not only had she changed the narrative since yesterday, she was making out that Craig had not been responsible for what happened. He felt anger building up inside him, waiting for that moment of release. It came. Freddie finally let out a cry, loud and anguished. He stood up, then roared again. He kicked the chair over and it flew into his bedside cabinet, knocking his smart speaker and lamp onto the floor. The lamp was glass and smashed as it hit the floor, the light extinguishing immediately. Encouraged by the destruction, he swung round and lifted the flat computer monitor, ripped the plugs out and threw it as hard as he could towards the wall. It hit the television set, cracking the screen and scattering bits of plastic onto the sofa. Undeterred, he grabbed his keyboard and smashed it into the desk over and over and over and over until the keys either jammed so hard into it they were never coming out again or popped out all over the floor. There was his father's Newton's cradle on the desk. He threw that into the sink and then smashed his plate and glass and bowl and mug into the boarded-up window, scattering glass and china all over the sink and the floor. He grabbed the knife he used to cut his cheese and he stormed back to the bed. He did not even notice that he trod on broken glass. He smashed the sharp end of the knife into his iPad screen until it cracked. Exhausted, he threw himself onto the bed and screamed until his voice was hoarse. Finally, he stared at the knife in his hand and deliberately started cutting the flesh on his arm. He screamed again in pain but carried on cutting, first lengthways, then across, slowly, sometimes slicing, sometimes using the point to score the flesh, savouring the agony, appreciating the physical manifestation of his inner pain. He felt his balance going. He felt pins and needles forming all over his body, and he felt his consciousness slipping away. His hands could not grip the knife, both because he no longer had the strength to grip and because they were sticky with blood. Was this it? Was he going to die? In his last moments of consciousness before he collapsed on the bed, he realised that he no longer cared. Chapter 18. Broken. Freddie woke. He'd not expected that. He looked around to see if he was somewhere that equated to some kind of afterlife, but all that was there was the smashed-up office. Small amounts of light were seeping in under and around the door. His eyes moved, trying to see the damaged room around him, but it was difficult to make out any detail. He noticed the blood on the sheets next to him. A knife was also lying on the bed. His left wrist was dark with blood, as were the bed sheets beneath them. Then he remembered that he'd cut them deliberately in fury and desperation and pain. The pool of dry blood was over 30 centimetres in diameter. He'd not cut an artery. He suspected that he would never have woken up had he done so. The duvet around his feet where he had trodden on the broken glass and crockery was similarly crimson. He was lying on his left side, his arms out to the right. He stared at the wounds on his left wrist. They seemed quite deep. There was lots of dry blood all over his arms, but he did not seem to be bleeding now. He shut his eyes again for a moment and was aware that his heart was beating faster than usual. His breaths were also shorter and shallower than normal. He tried to control his breathing, to take deeper, longer breaths, but the moment he stopped concentrating on it, the speed increased. He sat up and felt dizzy. The room seemed to be moving slightly like it did when he had drunk too much. He felt cold. He was willing to bet that all of these symptoms were of blood loss. He called out to the computer to turn on the lights. There was a click and he heard the socket activate, but there was no light. Then he remembered that he'd smashed his lamp. The switch for the ceiling light was on the wall close to the main door, and it was one of the few in the whole house that his dad had not converted to web-enabled ones, which meant that he had to stand up and walk a few metres. He was not sure he wanted to do that. His feet hurt enough without putting weight on them as well. He was about to lean across for his iPad, but then he remembered he had broken the screen. He was feeling hollow inside and was not sure what he needed to do now. Every option involved pain. His throat was dry. He needed a drink, which meant walking over to the sink and drinking straight from the tap as his glass was lying smashed on the floor. There were possibly shards in his feet too. Before he could cross over to the sink, he needed to put some shoes on, otherwise he would cut his feet again. This meant going to the door, as that was where he'd kicked off his trainers last night. Yes, that was what he needed to do first. Get over the door, turn the light on, put on his shoes. He sat up carefully and was almost overcome with another wave of dizziness and nausea. This was not good. He really ought to go and get himself checked out, but that would mean the end of his lie. He was almost ready to stop now anyway. It suddenly seemed like too much of an effort. It would be impossible to maintain without a computer, and he had broken all of his. Freddie swung his legs over to the floor and gently put his feet down. They did not hurt as much as he had feared they would. He could not feel any sudden stabbing as he placed his feet on the floor, so the soles of his feet were probably glass-free. He should look, but he was too scared. He pushed upward from the end of the bed with his arms and raised himself to a standing position. Now that his full weight was on his feet, they were rather painful. He could feel scabs breaking and suspected he was leaving blood on the carpet. He made his way to the light switch on the wall by the door and flicked it on. He turned and looked behind him. There were a couple of specks of blood, but his worry that he had left cartoon-like red footprints on the floor had not been realised. He looked around him at what he'd done to his refuge, his one safe bit of space, at the wall-mounted television with a broken screen, the computer monitor lying smashed on the sofa beneath it, random keys from the computer keyboard spread all over the desk and floor. This had been the only place in his whole home where ghosts did not scream in his face every time he saw anything. He could not believe what he had done. The memory of why he had hurt himself came back to him. Lauren cut off contact. He could not believe that she would abandon him like that. Because they'd remained friends, he'd hoped one day they might get back together, one day in the dim and distant future when he'd managed to get his act together and was worth being around. He started to cry and walked painfully over to the bed. He needed to think. He needed to talk to Kazuo, and he needed to stop thinking about Lauren. Freddie noticed his phone lying on the floor. The battery had run down, but he was pleased to see that it had escaped the destruction of last night. He crawled over to the bed and plugged it in. A minute or so later, the screen came to life and he looked at the time. Just gone 8. He had slept for over 12 hours. His brain felt fuzzy and he was finding it difficult to concentrate. The most important thing he had to do was to find out how badly he'd hurt himself. Going to a doctor was not an option. His intention when he cut himself had not been suicide, but he realised if he had died, nobody would miss him. It would probably have been for the best, but not this way, bleeding slowly and painfully, in the full knowledge of what was about to happen. If he did it, it needed to be quick. When he did it. Freddie got off the bed and crawled over to the door, trying not to put weight on his feet. He sat with his back to the door and tried to pull on his trainers. It was exceedingly arduous, but he needed to get over to the house and clean himself up. The sink in either the bathroom or the kitchenette was not enough on this occasion. He needed a bath and some proper first aid. He stood painfully and unlocked the door. As usual, the brightness of the light outside hurt his eyes, and even though it was grey and dull, it took him a couple of minutes to adjust. Taking his keys, he walked gingerly across to the house. Each step was agonising, and once he was in the kitchen, he locked the door behind him and sat down next to the kitchen table. He could not recall when he had last sat in one of these chairs. He stared at items that were familiar yet alien, the cooker that he did not know how to use, the dishwasher that he would use and then never bother to empty. He stood up carefully and hobbled over to the crockery cupboard, where he took out a bowl, plate and a mug to replace the ones he had smashed last night. He put them on the table, then got on his hands and knees and started looking through the cupboard under the sink until he found a dustpan and brush, which he also put on the table with a black refuse sack. He was about to head upstairs when he realised that there was no hot water in the house. He'd turned everything off when he moved into the office, which had its own electric water heater. He swore softly and limped into the utility room and turned the hot water on. It would be at least half an hour before he could have a hot shower, and he considered going back to the office and coming back later, but he could not face the walk back with the pain in his feet. Instead, he walked slowly through the vestibule into the living room and flopped down on the largest sofa. He sat there for a few seconds and tried to remember when he had last sat here. It came back to him, the night of the funeral, with Lauren. He'd managed for a brief moment to appreciate how much she'd done for him, and it ended with them spending the night together for the first time in years. It was the last time he recalled having any positive emotions. Even when Sarah had come over and they'd slept together, it had been cold-hearted and mechanical. He cringed with embarrassment when he thought about it. His eyes flicked across to the drinks cabinet. He remembered the Baileys that he had enjoyed the night his aunt and uncle had visited and decided that he would like another. He crawled over and took out a whiskey glass and the Baileys and poured himself a generous helping. Ice would be nice, but the freezer in the kitchen seemed a long way away. Then remembered it wasn't in the kitchen anyway, but in the office. He took a sip and enjoyed the milky sensation around his tongue. He got back the rest of the glass in one swallow, refilled it, and crawled back to the sofa. He grabbed the cushion that had been on the side that Lauren had been sitting on the last time they'd been here. The Bailey's forgotten in his bed on the table beside him. He hugged the cushion and started to cry. His head was feeling heavy, so he shut his eyes. He was not sure how long he'd been there, but when he came to his senses again, a couple of hours had passed. He put the cushion down beside him and crawled out of the living room, through the vestibule to the main hall, then up the stairs. Once he was in the bathroom, he sat on the toilet with the lid down and carefully removed his socks, shoes and top. He looked down at the mess that was his left wrist. Had he slashed at the right wrist, it would not be so noticeable because of the tattoos that made up his sleeve, but he was right-handed, so it was the left wrist that had taken the damage. He was scared about washing his wrist and feet and decided that he would have a shower rather than the bath, even though that meant standing. He stood up, removed his remaining clothes, then looked at himself in the mirror. Thanks to having smashed the one in the office, he'd not seen himself for a while, and he was disturbed by what he saw. He'd not shaved for a week and looked pale and sick. There were large bags under his eyes, and his hair was all over the place. He looked down at the rest of him, and all he could see was a puny, ugly, skinny thing that resembled an underfed animal more than a regular human being. He hated what he looked like. He hated what he sounded like. He hated everything about himself. Freddie shook his head, then walked over to the shower cubicle. He turned on the bath, then realised that it was a power shower that heated itself. He need not have waited. He carefully held his wrist under the stream of water. He had a flannel and he used this to carefully remove the crusted blood. It bled a small amount, but nothing serious. He cleaned it up as much as he dared. He did the same with his feet. Once that was done, he quickly soaped the rest of his body before drying himself and sitting back down on the toilet seat, a towel wrapped around his feet. He patted them dry and waited until any fresh bleeding had stopped. He then stood up and pulled the first aid kit down from the cabinet and used disinfectant wipes to clean his wrists and feet, which stung. He bandaged his wrist, but decided that it was pointless trying to do the same to his feet. He looked down at them and realised that he had no clean clothes, so he crawled carefully over to his bedroom and found some socks and underwear and put them on. He looked back at the way he'd come and saw they'd left some blood on the floor even as he crawled. Not a lot, not pools of it, but occasional small red smudges. Freddie dressed in jeans, a belt and a t-shirt, black of course, and then went back to the bathroom where he pulled his trainers on. He crawled into the hall and to the stairs, which he shuffled down on his bottom before dragging himself to the back door. After that, he made himself walk, which was agony. He made his way carefully to the garage door and opened the door using the remote before he got there. He walked past his dad's scratched car to the worktop and picked up the spare computer monitor and keyboard and made his way carefully back to the office, where he removed the broken ones, returned to the garage and dumped them on the worktop. He went back to the house to get his replacement chinaware, dustpan, rubbish bag and the bedside lamp from his bedroom, and spent half an hour on his knees carefully removing all the broken glass, computer keys and anything else that was scattered across the floor. He set up the computer with a new keyboard and screen and turned it on. Once it had warmed up, he looked at his emails. Nothing from Lauren. In fact, nothing from anybody. He was aware of the dizzy feeling that he had when he woke had gone, but he still checked online for the symptoms of blood loss. From what he read, he doubted he had lost enough for it to be life-threatening or even significant. A painful death was not likely to result from his stupid behaviour last night. A quick death was fine, he thought again. Slow was not. Freddie walked back to the house, retrieved some fresh sheets for the bed, locked up and returned to the office, closing the door behind him and locking it. He knew that he ought to have something to eat, but he was not hungry. The thought of food made him feel sick. It was almost lunchtime, but he was exhausted. He changed the sheets on the bed, leaving the bloodied ones in a pile on the floor, put a new duvet cover on and snuggled down beneath it. Freddie woke at 7 that night. The fictional him was about to take his friends to the Great Barrier Reef. Luckily, the diary of his trip had synchronised with his phone before he destroyed the iPad, so he emailed it across the computer and typed a few new details half-heartedly. He checked the news in Australia, but nothing was happening of interest. It was too much to hope that there would be disaster on a boat on the reef. Then he could make out that he was on board and just stopped lying. How hideous this was did not immediately occur to him, but when it did, he felt awash with guilt. He was hoping some tourist would die on the far side of the planet so he could imply he was a part of it to end his lie. No wonder the universe hated him. He typed up the details of the trip briefly, and this drew his attention to Kaz. The real-life Kazuo was the only person he could talk to about everything that was happening, but it was the middle of the night in Tokyo. He opened a new email and started typing. Kazuo, it started. I'm sorry to press you, but I really need to talk. In my last email, I told you I've worked out what I believe was my trigger. Freddie paused at the keyboard and shook his head. Something has happened that makes everything feel so much worse. I hurt myself last night. Not badly, but I find now when I imagine a world without me, I think it would be a better place. My closest friend has cut off contact with me. I still love her. I can't imagine a life that she's no part of at all. I don't even want that life. Sorry to put this on you. Call me when you read this. Please. He kept checking Facebook and Skype to see if Kazuo was online, but he was not. He checked the ABC News website, but there was no breaking story that he could use to end the madness, and he kept going back to see if Lauren had reinstated him as a friend on any social media, which of course she had not. Suddenly, he remembered Jim, their mutual friend of theirs from university. He decided that he would visit Jim at some point. Lauren would not believe that Freddie had been to Australia and had not gone to see him. He'd used her visit to the loo at Heathrow to block Jim's account from her on Facebook and to connect her to a fake one that he had set up. His heart beating fast, Freddie signed out of his account and signed back in as Jim, and as soon as he did it, he could see that he had messages. One was from someone asking who he was. Freddie had randomly sent a friend request to people in Brisbane to get the number of friends on the fake account up to a believable level. It was surprising how many people would accept a friend request from a complete stranger. But there was another received yesterday from Lauren. Hi mate, it said, I hope you're well. Can you do me a favour? At some point, I'm sure Freddie will come and see you. I've had to cut off contact with him. He became too clingy and Craig could not deal with it. I'm sure he's okay, but when you do see him, please let me know how he seems. I feel bad having to cut off contact, but I have a mortgage and a future with Craig, which was on the line if I stayed in touch with Freddie. I do worry about him, though. Freddie looked at the screen. He started typing. Hi, Lauren, I'm good, Tar. Strangely, I've had a message from Freddie. He's worried about you too. He thinks Craig whacked you one. Is that true? A bubble appeared at the bottom of the screen. She was online now. She was responding. What exactly did he say? Freddie's face hardened. He picked up his phone and sent Lauren the picture she had sent him of the bruises on her face. There was a very long pause. It felt like hours, but it was probably less than a minute. A bubble to indicate response appeared on the screen, but it was ages before a message appeared. That's out of context. I'm fine. Just let me know he's okay, Tar. Freddie responded. I will. He paused. Sure you're okay? But there was no answer. She'd gone offline. But she still cared. She still cared. His body was sending him signals that he ought to eat something, so he grabbed a pizza and put it in the microwave. He ate it without enthusiasm, however it did stop his stomach from making noises. He watched some television on the computer, including a news bulletin from ABC News, and then realised he was tired again. Making sure he left Skype running, he settled down to bed. He dozed off, only managing to achieve intermittent sleep. Eventually he woke up feeling like he ought to be awake. He checked the time and found that it was just gone midnight, which sort of made sense as it was the morning in Australia. The fictional him had managed an early start and was even now well into his Barrier Reef trip. He sat before the computer and made some half-hearted attempt to buy some pictures. 2 people got back to him, so soon he had a pair of underwater pictures, including a nice one of a turtle. As he was confirming payments for the photographers, another email popped up in his inbox. It was Kazuo saying he was working from home today and to give him 10 minutes notice before he called. Freddie frowned at that. He wanted to talk immediately, but grudgingly he messaged Kazuo to say he was ready to talk in 10 minutes. He killed time by watching some videos online, then called Kazuo. The call did not connect, and a few seconds later he got another message from his friend saying we'd call him back in a moment. Freddie sat there watching some more videos, and eventually the call came through. Freddie picked up immediately, and the picture of Kazuo came up on the screen. He smiled. Hi, Freddie, said Kazuo. You wanted to talk? Yes, said Freddie. Something was not quite right, though. Kazuo was usually more bubbly and upbeat. Is everything okay? Kazuo seemed to look past the camera and shook his head. Was there someone with him? Everything is fine, he eventually replied. It obviously wasn't. Is there someone there with you? Asked Freddie. Kazuo spoke rapidly in Japanese to someone before turning his attention back to Freddie. Yes, he said. My boyfriend is here today. He wanted to be here when I talked to you. Does he speak English? Asked Freddie. Can I say hello to him? Kazuo raised his eyebrows to the person opposite him and fired off another quick sentence in Japanese. There was a brief answer. He speaks English, said Kazuo, then rapidly typed something so quickly, in fact, that Freddie barely saw his fingers touch the keyboard. Freddie read the message as it popped on his screen. He's jealous. Sorry. So that was it. Kazuo wanted to talk to Freddie, but his other half was being funny about it and had perhaps even insisted on being there when Freddie and Kazuo spoke. I wanted to tell you I've worked out my trigger, he said, desperate to have the conversation they'd intended to have, even if they were being watched. Lauren, my ex-girlfriend. Freddie stressed the word, hoping that the hidden observer understood it and realised that he had nothing to be jealous about. I don't think I ever got over her when we split up. A look passed over Kazuo's face. Perhaps he also recognised that mentioning a female lover would make his other half feel more at ease. Why did you split up? He asked. It was the first thing he'd said that sounded natural. Freddie frowned. Not sure. She did the splitting up. We ended university and she said that I was not ambitious enough. She got together with a guy called Craig about 6 months later, but when my depression kicked in, she helped when she could. Often she did not talk to me directly, but to Rose, my sister. His brain screamed at him to say, my dead sister, so the jealous idiot that was sitting just out of shot might have a tiny bit of empathy for him. It was not until the accident that we saw each other again properly. She helped with everything, the funerals, everything. I could not have coped without her. Tears were running down his cheeks as he said this, and after the funeral, we had some wine to calm down and... Freddie left the sentence hanging in the air as sobs overtook him. Did you sleep with her? Freddie nodded. It should never have happened, he sobbed. She was seeing this other guy, but he dumped her just because she chose to be there with me at the funeral. It wasn't like it was a birthday party. My mum and dad and sister all died in a fucking car crash. What kind of shit would get jealous of someone helping a friend to organise a funeral, for fuck's sake? Freddie angrily blinked away the fresh tears. There was no way I could have got through that day without her. And I need her, Kazuo. I still need her. When we were at university, she was the reason I got up in the morning, the reason I even vaguely liked myself. I'm nothing without her. She's chosen a man who beats her and hurts her over me. I never hurt her. I never would. You still love her? It was not a question. Of course I do, said Freddie, when he was able to get a breath between sobs. When did you realise? When you told me to think about the cause of my depression. It's her. It's all her. He fumbled chaotically at the computer screen, about to try and send Kazuo the picture of Lauren with the bruises on her face, then changed his mind. Well done, Freddie, said Kazuo quietly. My other half has left the room for a moment. I think he found your distress quite difficult to listen to. I'm sorry if I've been a bit distant on this call. It is much easier to talk when he's not around because he reads something into nothing. But you've done brilliantly. I'm proud of you. I would hug you if you were a bit closer. He gave a muted version of his infectious giggle, then nodded to someone beyond the screen, who gave it a thumbs up. His observer was now back. So what do I do now? Asked Freddie. "This is where you need help that I can't give you," said Kazuo. "You need to decide what to do. Personally, I think you should end your lie, even if you pretend to end your holiday and tell everyone you're coming home. You could be back in a few days. Then you could get the help you need. See a professional therapist." "There'll be a massive waiting list," said Freddie gloomily. "Go private," said Kazuo. "I think you can afford it." Freddie nodded. "I will think about it," he said. "It's complicated." "I understand. You've made a big step forward." Kazuo sat there smiling and nodding at him. "Well done, Freddie. Well done." They made some small talk after that, but because of their audience, they both found it hard to engage in a meaningful conversation. In the end, Kazuo told him to think about what he was going to do next, email him to let him know, and they could chat again. They both knew that once more they would have an audience. Freddie thanked Kazuo for his time and ended the call. He sat there staring at the screen. He knew that had Kazuo been able to say what he wanted to say without an audience, then he probably would have been much more persuasive. He would have pressed the point, using all the tools in his toolbox, including joking, teasing him where it felt necessary, and plenty of innuendo, because it probably would have worked. Freddie wished fervently that he'd been able to talk to that more animated version of his friend. He could feel despair and hopelessness kicking back in as he thought about the situation with Lauren. There was nothing he could say or do that would convince her to leave Craig. She'd managed to get tied to him emotionally and financially. Idly, he typed methods of suicide into a search engine and started reading. He glanced at the information on the screen. Pills, it seemed, were perceived more as a cry for help. Didn't always work, and sometimes left people with life-changing damage. Slow and painful. No, not that way. He scanned down the page. Cutting was also unreliable. Clicking another link, he read that jumping under a train would definitely work, but was not very nice for the train driver and the people who had to clear up afterwards. He also read that driving a car very fast into a solid wall with something heavy in the seat behind him would work, but again, someone would have to still retrieve what was left of him. Then his eyes settled on another paragraph. Hanging. He could hang himself. It seemed less selfish than any of the other possibilities. Freddie remembered looking at his reflection in the mirror. He had looked like a ghost. A tired, angry ghost with shitty, unfinished tattoos. How could Lauren be expected to love that? How could anyone? He moved across to the bed. He had taken so much sleep recently, but he felt tired again. He wished that he could just go to sleep forever, just fall asleep and not wake up. He dozed off again on the bed, knowing that when he woke again, nothing was going to have changed. Nothing was ever going to change unless he did something about it, and the way he was feeling right now, the only change he could see himself making was extremely final. Chapter 19. Ending the lie. Freddie woke up with a headache. He had only slept for a few hours. It was about 5 a.m. He forced himself out of bed and walked over to the sink, where he poured himself a glass of water and swallowed it in one. He did not remember when he last had anything to drink, apart from the liqueur in the living room earlier, so he was probably dehydrated. He poured and drank a second glass, and then went into the bathroom for a pee. He was feeling slightly less awful than he had when he fell asleep. It was a shame that he and Kazuo had entertained an audience when they had talked. If necessary, Freddie would try to talk to him in the middle of his night next time, when nobody else was about, if it meant communicating with the more bubbly and helpful version of his new friend. Kazuo understood. Kazuo had hidden away like he had. Kazuo had been Hikikomori, and he had beaten it. Freddie knew that this was what he needed to do as well, and Kazuo was his best hope right now. His only hope. The first thing Freddie needed to do was address his lie. He did not want to admit to it, so the best thing he could do was to come home. Freddie looked on the Jetstar website. It was Friday now. He could realistically fly to Sydney on Saturday morning, only have to wait for a few hours, then catch the British Airways flight back to Heathrow, which would arrive Sunday morning. So by Sunday afternoon, he could be back here. No more lies. Hopefully word would reach Lauren that he was back. They had mutual friends, so no doubt she would know fairly quickly. There was a lack of suntan that she might pick up on, if they ever actually met, so he went online and ordered some fake tan. He had no idea how to apply it, but it would arrive on Sunday, so in the best case scenario, he would have a few hours to work it out. Freddie opened the doors and went out into the darkness. There was already a frost on the ground, and the moon was bright in the sky, somewhere between full and half. It was rather cold, so he stepped back in and pulled a coat on, then tiptoed outside. His feet were still sore, but he had the urge to walk across the field. He realised that he had never collected or hidden a spare key and considered hiding his set near the office, but there was a key under the stone by the bay doors to the living room now. If the worst came to the worst and he was stupid enough to lose the keys again, he could let himself in that way and get the spare set. Freddie walked carefully over to the gate and let himself into the field. He deliberately walked slowly, one step at a time, enjoying the sensation and the noise of the frost-covered grass. He ignored the pain in his feet, which was now more of a dull ache, and walked in a straight line towards the gate leading to the bottom field and the stream. The whole place looked almost magical in the moonlight, and he appreciated for the first time since the accident that this was his. It was all his. He could afford to stay here if he wanted to. His family had moved here when he was 11 and Rose was 5. She had found the grounds to be rather on the large side initially and would not explore much past the office and the gardens immediately around the house. But Freddie had adored the scale of the place. There were farms close by that looked after sheep, and every now and then his dad would rent out the field he was standing in now, it was secure, to a local farmer. This was the first thing that had really lured Rose out of her comfort zone. She loved walking to the middle field and through it, amongst the sheep, who would all run away from her much to her disgust. At 7, all she wanted to do was go up and talk to them, and maybe give one of them a hug. Renting the field out was probably something he could do again. The previous time the field held livestock was the summer before last, but perhaps that was something he could look into. The farmer in question would probably be too worried about asking, but Freddie could write to him. He could possibly even visit him, but maybe not yet. One step at a time, Freddie thought to himself. One step at a time. He realised that he was enjoying himself. The memory of Rose was painful, but it was the first time that he could recall thinking about her and not dwelling on her premature death. Of course, the moment he had that thought, his head was flooded with memories of the crash and the time in hospital that he had sat by her bedside hoping that she might pull through. He got to the gate leading to the lower field, but did not open it for a moment. He simply stood there looking at the beautiful frosty grass lit by moonlight, thinking about his sister and his parents. He realised they were often relegated in his thoughts compared to Rose since the accident, and he stood there staring at the moon, thinking about them as well. He felt tears forming and felt mournful, but it felt slightly different from how it had before. He was still desperately sad about their loss, and it still felt unfair and horrible and tragic, but it did not hurt quite so much. Perhaps he was starting to accept what had happened. He would always feel raw, but hopefully one day he would be able to cherish their memories rather than just lament their loss. Freddie eventually opened the wooden gate and stepped into the lower field. He took a few steps out towards the slope that eventually took him down to the tree line and the stream, but it was cold and his feet were getting a little more painful. So he walked back to the office. He was about to open the door, but instead decided to go over to the house. He located the key under the stone and unlocked the bay doors, slipping his shoes off at the threshold. Using the app on his phone, he turned the lights on in the living room and then headed up the stairs towards his parents' room. He stood there for a moment and then pushed open the door. Freddie hit the light switch and looked around the room. The bed was made and the room was full of his parents' paraphernalia. His dad's scruffy clothes were slung over the back of the chair by the dressing table. He'd changed into a suit and tie for the meal they had all attended, although he had not ended up wearing the jacket, and that was on a hanger on the wardrobe door. His mum had tidied away whatever clothes she had been wearing, so there were less obvious signs of her in the room. Freddie walked slowly over to the wardrobe and stood in front of it for a moment. His hand reached out for the jacket, aware that the last time it had been touched, it was by his father, not many hours before he would die. He would have had no idea as he hung the jacket on the wardrobe handle that it was the last time he would choose clothes, the last time he would change them. He held his breath for a moment, then grabbed the hanger, opened the door, and carefully hung the jacket with his dad's other suits. It was the only one that was incomplete. He closed the wardrobe door again and realised that he was still holding his breath. He stood back and surveyed the rest of the room. There were plenty of things that needed tidying. There was a book on each side of the bed. Neither of his parents would have known when they selected these books that they would never finish them. His mum read a lot more than his dad, so hers had probably been there for less time. Rebecca's book was closed with a bookmark somewhere in the middle, whereas his dad's was open and face down on the nightstand. He walked over to them and picked them up. He slowly withdrew the bookmark from his mum's book and then closed his dad's. He left the bedroom and walked back down the stairs and into the anteroom between the kitchen and the living room. There was a tall, wide bookcase there. His mum's book was an old favourite that she was revisiting, and there was a gap on the shelf. He pushed the book into its slot and then looked down at the lower shelves that were his dad's. They were less neat. In fact, they were in no order at all from what he could gather, and when his dad had run out of space, he'd put a couple of books horizontally on top of the other ones that were already shelved. Since there was no obvious space for the book he was holding, Freddie put it sideways on top of some others. He climbed the stairs once more. It had been cathartic to do even this tiny bit of tidying. He knew that at some point he would have to go through everything, decide what to keep and what to get rid of. He was not ready to do that yet, but at least he could contemplate that he was going to have to do it, which was a big step in the right direction. There was one more thing he had to do. He had symbolically started to tidy what was left of his mum and dad. He should do the same with Rose. He headed to her room, opened the door, turned on the light, looked inside, and was immediately hit with a rush of feelings that he could not control. He looked around the room desperately to find something, one thing, that he could clear away before his emotions got the better of him. His eyes fell on the box that had contained the picture of Rose and her friends that he had hung up on the wall after she had died, and grabbed that quickly, hardly having to set foot in the room. He stood on the landing, pulling at the tape on the box so that he could flatten it easily, and also tore off the label containing the name and address. He walked numbly downstairs, pulled on his shoes, then walked outside. He passed the bins where he put the flattened box into the recycling and then headed back to the office. Once he was inside with his shoes off, he went over to the shredder his father kept under the desk and pulled it out. He carefully lowered the address label containing his sister's name into the machine and winced slightly as it activated and snatched the label from his fingers. In a moment it was gone, quickly and suddenly. Freddie stared at the empty space where it had been, fighting back tears, and then pushed the shredder back under the desk. He sat back in the chair and closed his eyes for a few moments. It was a small step, and he was not going to underestimate the emotional impact of having to sort out the whole house, but for the first time since everything had happened, he was able to think about it. He wondered if the timing was a coincidence. Thanks to advice from Kazuo, he now believed that he understood what had started his descent into depression, and realising that seemed to have helped him to look at other things that were worrying or upsetting him. But then the image of a bruised Lauren spun through his mind. Freddie tried to push that thought away. He went to turn on the television to watch some Blackadder on Netflix, but a glance at the set reminded him that he had wrecked it in his rage. His face went red. Thankfully, he would never have to explain those actions to anyone. He remembered that he could watch Netflix on the computer, so he signed into his account and watched the next episode of the old show. It made him laugh marginally more than the first two had. As he was watching, the computer put up a notification that he had a new email in his inbox. He watched to the end of the episode, and when that was done, he opened the email program. The email was from Kazuo. Freddie smiled and clicked on the message to open it. "Dear Freddie," it began. "Firstly, I would like to apologise for our chat earlier. Kato cannot understand that I am helping you as a friend. Despite his name, he's full of jealousy and is not happy that I am wanting to support you through your problems. After we had our conversation, he forbade me to talk to you again. He told me if I loved him, I would understand. To be honest, Freddie, I told him to get lost. I will not be told by anyone, especially someone who says they love me, who I can or cannot talk to. I allowed my own mind to control my actions for too long in the past. I recovered from that, and I will not allow anyone else to tell me I cannot do what I want to, especially when it does not hurt them in any way. This is not the first time he has tried to control who I am friends with. It was, however, the last." Freddie looked up the meaning of the name Kato, and it came up as supportive person. He smiled at the irony. "So that's that. I am single for the first time in a long time. I'm not going to lie, Kato used to be amazing, and he was an important part of my recovery. But something he has said has made me think. He accused me of being in love with you, which I am not. But I feel if our friendship can go any further, I must be honest with you. I very much enjoyed talking to you, and I'm so happy that I've been able to help you and really hope that our friendship can develop. I think I'm trying to tell you that I have a crush on you. I hope this does not put you off. Friendships have to be based on honesty. I am being honest." Freddie paused for a moment. He had already guessed that this was the case. His eyes returned to the screen, and he began to read the next paragraph. "I will be more honest. I need you in my life. I want you to come to Japan, to Tokyo. Stay with me for a few weeks. I will make you fall in love with me." Freddie felt a sinking feeling. "By the time you go home, you will have forgotten the nasty girl that broke your heart." Freddie flinched, and the expression on his face hardened. "In fact, you will enjoy being with me so much that you won't want to go home. We need each other. Both of us will get worse without each other. If you reject me, you will hurt me. Sorry, but that's the way it is, and we both know it." Freddie rested his elbows on the desk and covered his face with his hands. This could not be happening. Kind, supportive Kazuo had a massive ulterior motive. Freddie felt dirty. Kazuo had seen a broken person and tried to groom him extremely clumsily as it had happened. Bracing himself, he read on. I hope you are not put off by my honesty. As the proverb says, it is always the best policy. Yours, Kazuo. Freddie grimaced. There was a photograph attached to the email. He double-clicked, and a moment later the picture opened. It was an obscene image of Kazuo. Freddie closed the picture almost immediately. He sat there staring at the screen, feeling rage and anger building up inside him again. He wanted to smash the screen into pieces, but he was enough in control not to do it this time. Instead, he let out a shriek and burst into tears. Freddie had genuinely thought that Kazuo was his friend. However, he had also thought that Lauren was his friend. But he had no friends, he had no life. He had nothing but a massive house that was so full of memories that he could hardly bear to spend any time inside it, and a bedroom in an office that he'd smashed up in rage and pain. He had nothing of any value. All of his positive feelings had been wiped out by Kazuo's revelation. He flicked on the ABC News website and then looked at the one for the local newspaper where he was staying, the Cairns Post. There had been a couple of fires lit deliberately, one of which had brought down a power line, but nothing else. No boats visiting the reef had sunk. Shame, he thought to himself. That would have made it so much easier to end the lie. He briefly contemplated again what a horrific thought this was, but brushed it away. Awful things happened everywhere all of the time. He could not feel upset about them all. He stood up and looked outside. It was pitch black and the moon was now hiding behind the clouds. He noticed that the living room lights were on in the house, and he could also see the upstairs hall light through the open bathroom door. He pulled his phone out of his pocket and used the app to plunge the house into darkness. He walked over to the switch by the door and flicked off the ones in the office. He closed the office door and threw himself onto the bed. He felt so numb that crying seemed like too much effort. He buried himself under the sheets and shut the bed sheets and shut his eyes. Recently, he'd found it easy to fall asleep, but this time sleep would not come. He checked his phone every half hour to see what the time was. He put the radio on via an app on his phone, listened to some music, and when that did not help, he dialed up Radio 4 in the hope that the dull sincerity of the Today programme would help him fall asleep. After a couple of hours, he sat back up, turned on the lights, then walked over to the computer. He turned on the monitor, checked his emails, all spam, and looked at the Cairns Post website. No disasters he could take advantage of. Of course there weren't. Angrily, he read Kazuo's email again before blocking any further emails from his so-called friend. He opened Skype and saw that Kazuo was online. He briefly contemplated calling him to have a go at him, but he knew that his heart was not in it. He blocked Kazuo to prevent him from calling and then found his Facebook profile. He looked at the smiling, youthful face on the profile picture and shook his head. He used the mouse to navigate to the options box and hovered over the icon to block Kazuo on Facebook as well. Nodding to himself, he clicked it, acknowledging the warning Facebook gave him, and then sat back. So now Kazuo would not be able to contact him at all. Freddie tried to sleep again. He felt tired, but found it almost impossible to shut off enough to actually sleep. He kept thinking about the things that he'd relied on in his life. His parents, dead. His sister, dead. Lauren, chosen egotistical psychopath over him. His university friends. There was a chasm between them because he'd not made the effort over the last 2 or 3 years. Old school friends, the same. Work friends, such as they were. He'd never really made the effort to bond with them. He'd slipped quietly into their lives and then just as silently out again. Extended family. They were not all as hideous as Sylvia and Charles, but he had not made the effort to talk to any of them since the funeral. He got the occasional text message or email, but never bothered to respond. If he was dead, nobody would actually miss him. Sure, there would be crocodile tears at his funeral and an acknowledgement that perhaps they could or should have done more. But in a matter of days, their lives would continue and his loss would mean nothing at all. Not in the long term, not even in the medium term. Memories kept flashing into his brain as though someone was editing together a highlights package of the best bits of his life. Crazy days in the fields with friends, getting drunk on cider and throwing up in the stream, hoping his dad would not come and find them. Rose getting straight A's in both sets of exams. The first time he'd set eyes on Lauren at that bar. The first time they had talked. Unusually, he had taken the initiative. The first time they had kissed. The awkward first time they slept together on the dirty sheets in his student house, and the realisation afterwards that it was the first time he had made love to anyone rather than just having sex with them. The great drunken nights out, the helping each other with coursework even though they were on different courses, moving into the same house together at the start of the second year, Then after they'd split up, Rose really understanding his loss for once and not teasing him, being a genuine support even though she was only 15 at the time. Images kept flashing into his mind, and like the best bits on any reality television show, they inevitably turned to the darker moments. Lauren telling him at the end of university that he was not ambitious enough, and although she truly loved him, she could not see a future for them. His descent into depression, realising that Tesco was the best he was going to be able to get in terms of a job in the near future, the crazy cost of housing meaning that he would never be able to afford his own place, his parents' obvious disappointment that he was a dysfunctional mess. Then the day they both died, how could they leave him like this? Sitting at his sister's bedside in the hospital, and the crushing moment when he was informed that she too had succumbed to injuries. Then Lauren choosing a relationship with Craig, who hit her over friendship with him. Freddie sat still in the bed with his eyes closed, allowing the sorrow and grief and despondency to overcome him. If his brain followed the usual reality television pattern for edited highlights, it was time for the upbeat summary. He willed his brain to jump to this point, but it would not play. All that repeatedly came to mind was the gravestone with his name on it, in an unloved plot covered with weeds. Instead of words about his life, the engraver had inscribed it with a couplet from the Robert Burns poem On a Suicide. Poor silly wretch, he's damned himself to save the Lord the trouble. Freddie did not know if he believed in God. He was a naturally suspicious person, but also he could not imagine his consciousness just stopping because his body had. If he did end his own life, and the religions had got it right, then he was going to hell. It appeared that God did not take mental health into consideration. That did not seem entirely fair. But if he was going to go to some version of hell, he reflected, he would still be going to a better place. Anywhere, literally anywhere, would be better than this. He crawled out of bed, tired but awake, and turned on the monitor. Once again he checked the news on the Cairns Post website. No event that he could hide behind, no disasters, no people missing, just another fire in the rainforest that was exacerbated by the weather conditions. It was apparently the driest wet season on record, and the local firefighters were struggling to attend all of the events, some of which were considered to be malicious. Freddie looked at the fires on a map but could not think of any reason why he could say he was in one of those areas. It needed to be more convincing. He knew that the chances of something happening that he could use were stacked up against him, but decided to take it as a sign. If something did happen, then that was God or Satan or someone telling him that ending his existence was what he needed to do. He hesitated to think of his suicide as the right thing to do, but at the same time, he could not think of it as entirely wrong either. Freddie eventually fell asleep and spent a large part of that day in a fitful and ineffective slumber. He kept waking, checking the time on his phone and occasionally checking the Cairns Post before getting back into his bed, drawing the covers up over his head and wishing that he was dead. Every time he checked the news, he had a sense of anticipation, and every time that he realised there was no news event that he could use, he returned to bed disappointed. It did cross his mind that choosing to end his life would mean that he would miss Rose in any afterlife, but it was a passing thought. Freddie had never believed in life after death. He knew that the only way he would be joining any of those that had died before him was as a pollutant in the atmosphere, as they burned his body away to nothing. Freddie tried to think of things that he liked in his life, but every time something entered his head, he realised that it had been tainted or broken in some way. Everything that popped into his thoughts, from his recent losses to university and even school friends, was clouded with a dull fog of despondency. Nobody bothered to contact him. Nobody cared. When the accident had happened, he had received lots of cards and messages, but he had not responded to any of them. His performance at the funeral had not encouraged empathy from anybody either. Not one person had tenaciously tried to contact him or even send him a second letter or a second message when he failed to reply to the first. He discussed this with Lauren the night after the funeral. She had said that it was more likely that they did not know what to say than they did not care. Perhaps they could see he was travelling the world now and believed that he was getting his head together. He often got comments on his status updates and pictures from Australia. He had even responded to a couple of them. So was the front of normality the reason the people had not got in touch? Would he find that, if he chose to end his fantasy holiday, people would be more forthcoming about contacting him when they thought he was back at home? Freddie did not know. At 10:30 that evening, Freddie woke. He got out of the bed and visited the bathroom, then walked back slowly to the computer desk and sat down. He looked at his watch, then mentally added the 10 hours to work out the time in Cairns. The Jetstar flight that would take him to Sydney in time for the long flight home to Heathrow would have already departed. He would catch the Sunday flight to Sydney and arrive home on Monday morning instead. He flicked onto the Cairns Post and saw that there was another fire, this time in the rainforest between Cairns and Curanda. The cable car had been stopped as a precaution, and it was believed that the cars went quite close to the source of one of the fires. Once again, nothing that was of any use to him. He idly browsed the internet, starting on Facebook and looking at a video that somebody had posted. This led to a series of long videos of accidents at railway crossings, which rolled into recordings of car crashes. Freddie found himself watching a series of 20-minute crash compilation videos, and each time he absorbed every detail. Some were clearly more spectacular than tragic, but there was some where he wondered if the passengers got away okay. There was one where a car was completely destroyed when it pulled out in front of a lorry coming the other way. There was not enough left to be recognisable as a car, let alone any people inside. He realised that he was crying by the time he got to the end of the video, which ended and segued effortlessly into one featuring helicopter crashes, but he was not really taking in any of the horrific details. He skipped the next few videos that Facebook threw his way until he found another car crash compilation and sat there watching those for 10 minutes, his face streaming with tears. He attempted to dry his eyes and blow his nose. Knowing that this was doing nothing for his state of mind, he closed the Facebook tab on the browser and refreshed the Cairns Post page. The headline almost made his heart stop. The fire in the rainforest between Cairns and Curanda was at one of the pylons for the cable car. It had been stopped, and experts were worried about the integrity of the cable if the pylon was substantially damaged. Freddie opened the ABC News live stream and watched, hoping that it was enough of a story to be covered. He need not have worried. The video showed a live news feed of a helicopter at the base station of the cable car. The helicopters had apparently been asked not to get too close to the fire, and a commentator was talking over the live images. "It was lucky this happened so early in the morning," she was saying. "There are only a handful of cars that are occupied. The cable car had only been open for 10 minutes before the decision was made to shut it down." The picture cut back to the studio, where a pair of anchors, male and female, were looking suitably concerned. "Charlie, have they said why there is such a long delay in getting the rescue helicopter to the area?" The picture cut to the reporter, who was standing in front of the base station with a microphone. "Yes, it was called out this morning to look after a situation at Hinchinbrook Island where a couple of tourists got into a difficulty and needed airlifting out to a local hospital. We have no more details on that, but of the other choppers that cover the area, one developed a fault on Thursday and is having urgent repairs done, and the other was damaged last week in one of the series of deliberate fires around Cairns." "So bad timing," confirmed the male anchor. "Pretty much," said Charlie, the image returning to the picture of the static helicopter. "So far, nobody from the Queensland government has made a comment, but it's exceptional circumstances. These helicopters can sit on the ground for days. There may be some criticism that they did not borrow a second unit from somewhere when they realised they were down to one the day before yesterday, but frankly, that's a conversation for another time. The rescue unit is here now and is apparently starting the difficult task of airlifting the stranded passengers out of the cable cars." Freddie looked at the live news for a few moments more, then made a decision. He opened his Australia diary to incorporate the events of the day into the narrative. Currently, it ended with the day out on the reef. He continued the story. He wrote of the evening afterwards, drinking by the pool. His mind drifted to his betrayal by Kazuo and incorporated this into his fictional account. Kaz tried to kiss him. Freddie had rejected his advances, but when he tried to talk to his friend, he'd found that he'd run away. Freddie smiled as he filled in the next detail. To Curanda. That made sense of Freddie visiting there again. Alita would come with him to keep him company, so he chose the cable car rather than a bus or taxi because she had not been on it yet. Then the cable car stopped, and they did not know why. Freddie sat there watching the news, then updated his Facebook status. He said that he was visiting Curanda again and was going on the cable car. He even checked into the base station and managed to alter the time of the entry so that it appeared that it had been posted an hour ago. Fate would decide his outcome now. If everyone survived the cable car, so would he, and he would fly home tomorrow. If they did not, then someone was telling him what he needed to do next. He touched his belt buckle, tracing the cold outline with his fingers. All he had to do was decide where to do it. The office ceiling was too low. The stairs in the house were high enough, but he had no idea how to secure the belt to the ceiling. So where? Then he remembered the garage. There was a roof space that his dad had been in the progress of insulating and laying floorboards down for. It was going to be a hobby space for his Lego sets. The floorboards were not complete, but his dad had installed a loft ladder to climb into the space, and the rafters were high enough so that his feet would not touch the ground if the noose was not too long. Freddie traced his fingers along the length of his belt. He had quite a narrow waist, but liked to wrap the belt through the first couple of loops in his jeans, so he usually bought a size or two up from the one he needed. It was probably long enough to secure to the ceiling and to go around his neck. Freddie looked at the live news feed, but there were no further updates. The text scroll at the bottom of the screen had said that the authorities believed that 5 cars were occupied with a total of approximately 20 people, and that the rescue helicopter was now on the scene and getting people out. Freddie stood and undid his belt. He pulled it from the loops around his trousers and measured the length, about a metre. He knew he wore a 15-collar-inch shirt, so well under half the length of the belt would be round his neck, probably less once his weight dragged it down. He pulled the end of the belt through the buckle, put it around his neck and pulled tight. About 60 centimetres remained. But how was he going to attach the other end to the rafters? Not really thinking about the consequences, Freddie grabbed his keys and slipped on his trainers, not bothering to do them up. He opened the door of the office and stepped outside. It was bitterly cold, and he had not bothered to put on a coat or hoodie, so he ran across to the garage and let himself quickly in through the side door, ignoring the pain in his feet. He had activated the light using his phone, but the bulb was on its way out. Freddie had to wait for a few seconds as the old strip light flickered on. He then walked to the workbench at the back and looked up. The ladder was fitted above a white drop-down hatch. Freddie found the stick with the hook on the end and used it to open the door and pull down the ladder. He climbed it and looked at the space before him. The rear half of the ceiling space had the floor laid, so he walked across carefully to the edge. The remaining rafters were perpendicular to the chipboard floor. He pulled out his belt and looked at the rafters, then the end of the belt. He had no idea how to secure it, as the buckle end was going to be around his neck. He sat and pondered for a few minutes. Suddenly his phone buzzed. It was a notification from Shinsaku. "Just seen your check-in and the news about the stranded cable car passengers. Jake and I are worried that you've been caught up on it. Just let us know you're okay." Freddie stared at his phone and then with a swipe closed the app. It would be the first of many people wanting to look as though they were concerned. Shaking his head, he turned the phone off. He did not want to read any more people wanting to show their fake concern in a public forum. Freddie walked over to the ladder and climbed back down. There was a rack of open-fronted boxes containing various building items on the back wall. He investigated a couple and found some nuts, raw plugs and other items. The third drawer he opened contained some flat-headed nails that were just under an inch long. With a grim smile, he took a handful out of the box, then went over to the toolbox and found a hammer. Freddie climbed the steps again, with the sound of blood rushing in his ears, and walked to the end of the floorboards. Once again, he pulled the belt from his pocket and wrapped the leather end across one of the beams, 2 inches across the width of the beam, then let the buckle drop down into the garage space. He was rather close to the parked and scratched car, so he moved 3 beams to the left and looked down again. Much better. There was nothing below him this time, so he held the belt in place on the joist in the same position as before and used the hammer to nail it to the top of the beam. He put a further 2 nails in the top of the belt, then realising he needed more, he dashed down the ladder, retrieved 3 more nails and climbed quickly back up. He hammered them into the right-hand side of the beam at the top of the length of belt that hung down into the garage. Freddie put the hammer down, crawled over to the hatch and climbed back down to the ladder. The belt was hanging into the garage in the middle of the empty space where his mum's car had once been. He walked over to the end of the belt and pulled on it. It did not budge. He put his whole weight on it and pulled down as much as he could, and it still remained firm. It would work. Except Freddie looked up at the belt hanging down and realised that he had not looped the strap through the buckle and would not be able to with the other end nailed in place. Swearing, he quickly ascended the ladder again and used the claw end of the hammer to pull the nails out. His hands were shaking as he looped the buckle through the belt, and he used the same holes and nails to fasten it back into place. He descended again and pulled on the loop with his hands as hard as he could. It remained in place. He was ready. It was time to go and watch the live feed and let fate decide what would happen next. Freddie sat nervously in front of the computer monitor. The story was now being covered live on most channels, so he'd switched over to BBC News, who had managed to obtain a live feed of the rescue operation. Freddie watched as a helicopter winched people from the unmoving cable cars to safety. At one point, the car dropped noticeably by over a foot, causing excited commentary from the observing journalists. Freddie watched intently. According to the information that the news stations had, there were 2 more cars to be emptied, 10 people in all. The authorities were very worried that the cable was going to give way, as the structural damage to the pylon close to the blaze was now considered severe. Freddie found that he was not worried about the fate of the people trapped in the cars. He was more worried that the news cameras would be able to zoom in enough to see the people in the remaining cars and identify to his friends that he was not among them. The crew manning the helicopter had been given the choice to stand down if they wanted to. If the cable gave way and they were too close, it could hit the chopper blades and cause it to crash. But if they stood down, there was a high probability that all of the remaining stranded passengers would die. The news anchor was calling it a gutsy decision to continue. Freddie loaded ABC News onto his phone and saw that they had a visual image of the penultimate car, but it was in the middle distance and far too far away to enable any of the passengers to be identified. The head of the rescue service was on the line, explaining that the crew had been told the risks, but had opted to carry on with the rescue operation regardless of this. They were already being hailed as heroes. Freddie sat and watched the blurry live footage as a man was winched down from the helicopter and slowly took one person at a time from the stranded cable car. There were a couple of moments when the cars dropped noticeably and the helicopter rose dramatically in case the cable snapped. Freddie watched with his heart in his mouth. The reporters were saying they believed there were 3 people left in the car, with another car yet to rescue. The helicopter winched another person to safety. Suddenly, the helicopter rose dramatically. Freddie watched in horror as the cable car dropped, accelerating uncontrollably towards the tree line. The live feed cut back to the shocked anchors who clearly didn't know what to say, so the channel cut cruelly away to an advert for a forthcoming documentary, which ran straight into another commercial for another show. When the news channel returned to the studio, the firm set faces of the presenters gave it all away. They cut to Charlie, who had said she was monitoring the rescue services frequently. The helicopter had got out of the way with no damage, but at least 7 people had been in the 2 cars as they had plunged to the ground. Rescue service were on the way to each site, but it was not believed possible that anyone could have survived. Freddie took the news stoically. He thought about waiting for confirmation that people had died, but internet searches told him that no one had ever survived inside a falling cable car. Fate had made its decision for him. Freddie felt cold all over as he shut down the computer. He thought about writing a letter to leave on the desk, but what the hell would it say? There was nothing he wanted to say to anyone who might read it. He changed his clothes into new ones, fresh underwear, a sleeveless top, and jogging bottoms, all black, of course. His motions felt automatic, like someone else was making the decisions about what his body did. He pulled his mobile phone out of his pocket and threw it on the bed. Finally, he stepped outside into the freezing cold, shut the door, and dashed across to the garage. He closed the door behind him and walked calmly over to the ladder and climbed up. He walked over to where the chipboard floor stopped and sat down with his legs dangling over for a few minutes, his stomach churning. Then he leaned down and put the belt loop around his neck. It was not as long as he thought, and he had to almost kiss the floor to get it over his head. Freddie sat there for a few moments, uncomfortable, tears streaming down his face. He looked at the grey concrete floor below him and realised that he didn't want to be able to see anything around him when he died. Computer, garage lights off, he said in a broken voice. The smart speaker on the worktop said something he could not make out, but the lights stayed on. He tried to control his sobbing, breathed deeply for a moment, then tried again. Computer, garage lights off. His voice was much more steady and clear this time, and a second later he was plunged into darkness. That was better. He sat there for a few moments, regulating his breathing, determined to do this when he was slightly calmer. He then crouched at the edge of the floor, his toes hanging over the mouth of nothingness, balanced, waiting for the right moment. His internet searches had said that if this worked properly, he would snap his neck and be dead immediately. If that did not happen, then he would suffocate, and it would take longer. It was time. Freddie leaned slightly further forward and felt himself falling. There was a very brief sense of weightlessness, then his head hit the joist as he fell, and there was a sudden excruciating tightness around his neck as his body flailed around in the air, swinging in a decreasing arc, toes just above the floor. He instinctively raised his hands to his throat, but could do nothing to relieve the pressure. His last thoughts were that his neck had not snapped and that he would die of suffocation. It did not seem to be taking all that long. As consciousness drifted away from him, he felt a sense of euphoria. Rose was standing in front of him, beckoning him over. He walked over towards her, and they threw their arms around each other. Both of them were crying. Freddie felt lost in her embrace, and felt happy for a brief moment. Chapter 20. Consequences. Lauren lay in bed, awake, as Craig lay beside her. He was fast asleep. His face looked almost innocent when deprived of expression in the way that only sleep or death could do. He was naked, the duvet cover only really covering the bottoms of his legs. She glanced at his body. His pectorals were well defined, and his current gym goal was a visible six-pack. He had tattoos on his arms and chest. He was pretty, she decided. They had recently had sex. He'd been unusually attentive this time. Every now and then, when he could be bothered, he was capable of being conscientious between the sheets. Lauren lived for those moments. It made her remember why she loved him. More often, Craig looked after his own needs rather than hers. He was quite the opposite to Freddie in that way, she thought to herself, then instantly regretted it. Thinking about Freddie was not going to help anyone. Craig had made it quite clear that Freddie was part of her past, and if they had any future, that had to be permanent. Lauren allowed herself a small smile and then rolled over in bed and onto the swollen side of her face, which was still painful. Annoyed, she rolled back and looked at Craig. His right hand was resting across his chest. She closed her eyes, and all she could see was that same hand, bunched into a fist, slamming into her face. She allowed tears to form. She had only been asleep for a few minutes. She could still feel the post-coital afterglow in her body. She could not reconcile the person that lay next to her with the person that hurt her so much. Her parents had gone crazy when she'd walked into the house the morning after. The cliched excuse of walking into the door would not wash, and her mum had almost had to physically restrain her dad when he found out. At that point, she decided never to come back here to him, but her entire life was in this house. They owned it together. Splitting up was more than Lauren deciding to change where she lived and who she lived with. It was complicated. As much as she had doubts, this was where she was in her life. She was sure Craig would not hit her again. It had always been about other guys, most often Freddie, and that door was permanently closed now. She would never have contact with him again. Lauren sat up, wincing slightly at the bruising around her left rib cage. She was wide awake now, and there was no way she was going to get to sleep any time soon. It was Friday night, so she did not have to work tomorrow, but she had some outstanding emails to read and approve before Monday, so she might as well have a look at some of them now. She climbed out of bed, careful not to disturb Craig. Her nightclothes were in a pile on the floor, so she pulled those back on, as well as a thick, comfortable navy blue dressing gown. It had been a gift from Freddie's family a couple of Christmases ago. She glanced back at Craig, who had shifted slightly in bed but had not woken. She smiled, then left the bedroom and walked down the stairs. Lauren sat in front of her laptop at the kitchen table, reading some of the emails and attachments from work, a notebook and pen by her left hand. She had a cup of fruit tea next to the computer and was taking the occasional sip. She was not getting all that much done. Her mind kept going back to Freddie. Craig may have been thoughtful tonight, but she kept remembering that Freddie had been like that all of the time. Even the night of the funeral, when he had so many other thoughts and feelings whizzing around his exhausted brain, he had been so careful to look after her. For that brief moment, the old Freddie she'd fallen in love with at university had been back, although the next morning his impassive mask had returned. Lauren kept comparing the two men in her head. Craig was very much the alpha male, whereas she struggled to use the word man to describe Freddie. He was just Freddie. He'd never hit her, and even cross words, which were rare, elicited a genuine apology, usually fairly quickly. She found herself smiling as she thought of him, which turned into a frown. She needed to stop this. She had made her decision about who her future was with, and it was too late to change her mind now. Lauren glanced down at her phone. It was in sleep mode. This stopped any calls or texts appearing on the screen unless she unlocked it. This was because Craig got very annoyed if the phone buzzed or bleeped when he was trying to sleep. He had even had to go at her last week because the screen was too bright. She absently lined the phone up with her face, and the facial recognition software unlocked the screen. Something had happened. She had loads of texts, notifications and messages. She frowned and read the first. It was from Jake. Have you seen Freddie's status update on Facebook? Do you know anything more? Really worried. Lauren shook her head and glanced habitually over towards the stairs. She had not told Jake that she had cut off contact with Freddie, and this was not the time to tell him. She looked at some of the other messages. They were all vague and asking if she knew anything about what had happened to Freddie. Was he okay? Had she heard from him? Had she seen the news? The most worrying, though informative, was from her mum. I know you can't see Freddie on Facebook, said the message, but he says he got on that cable car that collapsed because of the forest fire in Australia. Can we get hold of him? We're worried. Or can you get hold of him? We're worried. Lauren smiled for a second. Both of her parents adored the unassuming Freddie. They had even come to the funeral, and not just as moral support for her. Lauren opened Facebook on her phone. Someone had put a link to the news story about the cable car accident. Lauren clicked it, and it opened a news page. She read through the details and felt sick. There had been a fire that had taken out one of the cable car pylons. The emergency services had rescued people from all but two of the occupied cars, which had fallen to the ground when the pylon failed. All of the passengers remaining in those cars had been killed. Lauren realised that the story was less than an hour old, so she clicked onto the live feed. The BBC news anchor was talking to an ABC reporter who was on the ground in Cairns. They kept showing a loop of footage of a helicopter rescuing people from the car, and the moment where the cable car gave way, the helicopter rising sharply into the air, one lucky person in the process of being lifted out as the car started to fall. They cut the footage at this point. She shut off the live feed and just stared at the laptop. She shook her head as the familiar, empty feeling of loss started to creep into her stomach. She put her hand to her mouth and blinked a few times. Freddie could not be dead. That was too awful to contemplate. The mobile was still in her hand. She'd forgotten it was there. So Lauren dialed Freddie's number. It was no longer in the memory of her phone. Craig had insisted on that, but she knew it by heart. Moments later, it connected to the answering service, indicating that it was switched off. She replied to her mum's text. I'm not sure what's happening. As soon as I know anything, I will let you know. She had a response back less than 10 seconds later. Her mum was obviously still wide awake and worried. She put a status up on Facebook. I'm really worried about Freddie, but I don't know anything. Please feel free to contact me if you can update me. She paused, then added her mobile number to the end of the message. As she pressed send, she realised Craig would be able to see that status. She found it via the main Facebook website on her laptop and altered the audience so that Craig would not be able to see it. That had been close. Feeling helpless, Lauren flicked through the other messages she had received. One was via Facebook Messenger. It had only been sent in the last 15 minutes. It was from a woman called Steph Green. She had no idea who that was, so she looked at the profile. Steph worked at the large Tesco not too far from Oak Farm, the one Freddie had worked at. The message was simple. I'm desperately worried about Freddie, but I might be overreacting. When you see this message, please call me. This was followed by a mobile number. I don't care how late it is. Call me. Lauren shook her head. Her hands trembling, she copied and pasted the number into the dialing screen and pressed the green button to connect the call. As she did so, she glanced over to the stairs. Craig's phone had buzzed to indicate that Lauren had updated Facebook. The sound had caused him to wake, and he initially assumed that it was her phone and was going to berate her about it. But Lauren was not in the bed next to him. Annoyed, he grabbed his phone and looked at the screen. I'm really worried about Freddie, she had stated. Craig sat up, now wide awake. He swiped the notification, but when the app opened, the status was not there. He frowned. So Lauren had either deleted it or changed the settings so he could not see it. Neither was acceptable. Craig lowered his feet to the carpeted floor, ever so gently so the floorboards did not make a sound. There were a pair of boxer shorts on the floor by the door. He walked over to them as gently as he could and slipped them on. The bedroom door was slightly ajar, so he was able to pull it soundlessly and step through. The lights were off in all the other rooms upstairs, so Lauren was not in the bathroom. He crept over to the stairs and could see there were lights on in the kitchen. The stairs went up the back of the wall of the kitchen and then turned at a right angle onto the landing. He stood as close to the edge as he could and tried to listen. Lauren listened to the sound of the other phone ringing for a few seconds before it was picked up. Hello? Hello, is that Lauren? Yes. Lauren McAllister? Yes. There was a pause at the other end. I think we may have met briefly at Freddie's parents' funeral. I'm Steph Green, one of the managers from Tesco Renfield Extra. I'm very worried about Freddie. So am I. As far as I know, they haven't released any names from the cable car accident, so I know the same as you, I'm afraid. There was another pause. I don't know how to say this to you, so I'll say it straight out. Freddie never went to Australia. He's been at home all along. Lauren froze. That's not true. I've been delivering his shopping. He swore me to secrecy, but I don't understand why he would imply that he was in a cable car crash when he's at home all along. I'm worried he's done something foolish. Lauren felt faint. She was not sure whether she should be outraged or terrified. She stood up, breathing deeply. So Freddie's been faking it all along? Steph's implication had not hit her yet. Perhaps he got fed up of lying. I really hope that's all it is. I had a phone call from the police on Monday. He tried to drive into Renfield to do some shopping and drove the car into a wall. The officer that found him was the same guy that attended when his family died. It's all a bit complicated, but I'd agree with Freddie that our driver could drop his groceries off without directly interacting with him. I was on day off and nobody passed the message on to the driver, so Freddie didn't get his shopping and tried to drive into town. So he was there when I went to Oak Farm on Tuesday night, Lauren said to herself. Upstairs, Craig seethed, but stayed silent. I know this is a lot to take in, said Steph urgently, but why would he imply that he's dead? You might be right, perhaps the lie became too much for him, but what if it's worse than that? Should I call the police? Would he be crazy enough to hurt himself? Lauren sat back down. This was all too much. Freddie had been there when she'd been desperate and hurting earlier this week and had kept his distance. She considered her answer to Steph. I don't think he'd do anything stupid. She was suddenly not sure she knew anything about what Freddie thought and felt. If you want to call the police, then you should. But if they turn up, he's fine. He will know it's me, said Steph. Lauren could hear the pain and indecision in her voice. I've tried to call him, said Lauren. So have I. Did you get his voicemail? Yes, confirmed Lauren. I will try a few more times. Please let me know if you get through. Of course, thank you. Lauren ended the call. She dialed Freddie's number and suddenly found that she'd lost her balance as someone had snatched the phone from her hands and pushed her to the ground. She hit her head on the edge of the table and sat down on the floor, slightly dazed. Craig stood there and listened to Freddie's voicemail message before hanging up and placing the phone carefully on the kitchen table. I thought you weren't going to talk to him again. Craig stood there, fully composed in his shorts. Lauren struggled to her feet. He's put something crazy online. People think he's dead. They just called me to see if I knew anything. You went round there on Tuesday night, said Craig softly. Well, you had... Yes, interrupted Craig, challenging her to say what he had done out loud. It was a bad night, said Lauren, and started to cry. I drove to clear my head. I wasn't aiming to go anywhere. And yet, out of all of the hundreds of miles of country roads round here that you could have driven down, you end up at Freddy's. His voice was calm and reasonable, like before. I thought he wasn't there. I was just reassuring to be somewhere familiar. I didn't want to go to my parents covered in bruises in the middle of the night. Craig shook his head. Don't exaggerate, he said gently, then took her chin in her hands and looked at her face. There were still bruises on her cheeks, but they were not that prominent, he decided. There's almost nothing there. So, what's happened to poor little Freddie? He's implied that he's died on Facebook. One of his former colleagues knows that he never went away. She thinks he might have tried to harm himself. But that's not your problem, said Craig with a smile. You said to me that he wasn't there when you accidentally drove round, but you just told your friend on the phone that he was there. Do you think I'm stupid? I didn't know he was there. Oh, you do think I'm stupid? The voice was calm and collected, so the punch seemed to come out of nowhere. Even knowing how angry he was, she had not anticipated it. She tried to scream, but Craig jumped behind her and put his hand over her mouth and his other arm around her neck. She could not breathe. A few moments passed. Are you going to be quiet now? Lauren nodded. Craig released his grip as she tried to breathe normally rather than gasp for air. He would just accuse her of theatrics otherwise. Let's go back to bed, said Craig, taking her hand. She pulled back. He turned towards her, a dangerous look briefly passing across his face. I need to call the police. He might have tried to kill himself. Oh, that would be such a shame. Lauren tried to keep her face expressionless, knowing that if she betrayed a hint of emotion, he would probably hit her again. She was aware of the stinging in her face where he had just punched her. He'd caught her eye, and the lids were starting to swell. I can't just... He's not your problem. You promised me you'd have nothing more to do with him. The tone was calm and reasonable. Can I just call one of our uni friends? Please. The pause was lengthy and menacing. She knew that his answer may be physical rather than verbal, but she was still not ready for it when it came. It was not just a punch to the guts. She'd enjoyed that before. It was like he thought he was in a boxing ring. Twice to the stomach, then once more to the head. Proper punches with weight behind them. She fell over with a scream, and he kicked her in the stomach, taking the wind out of her. Even though her focus should have been on the brute before her, Lauren could not stop thinking about Freddie. He was not getting better at all. He had spent weeks on this elaborate lie. She had even seen him go through security at Heathrow. Perhaps he'd tried to hurt himself, or worse, and yet this man she thought she loved would not even let her try and get some help for him. He was not sure which of the two were crazier. Craig moved over to the back door and locked it. He carefully picked up her car keys from the hook by the door and stepped into the hall, checking that the front door was locked. He smiled to himself and slipped his and her keys into a random coat pocket on the coat rack before walking slowly back into the kitchen. He picked up her phone and held it away from her. You're not calling anyone. You're not going anywhere. You're going to bed now, and so am I. Again, the voice was calm. There was not even a hint of the violence from a few moments ago. He stared at her injuries and looked somewhat uncomfortable. Tuesday night had been mild compared to this. He was aware that he had really done some damage this time. Her nose was bleeding and one of her eyes was closing up. She would not be going to work on Monday, he decided. I'm sorry, he said. I've gone too far. I didn't mean to lash out like that. You look like you've been mugged. Lauren sat up. Please give me my phone and keys. I can't let Freddie die. Craig took her hand and gently helped her up. You can't do anything from now. Let's go to bed. Lauren felt groggy, but although her vision was not clear, her mind was. Freddie was an idiot. He'd been at home on Tuesday and should have admitted as such, but her previous judgment about his behaviour was based on the assumption that he was getting better, when in fact it seemed he was getting far, far worse. She had to get him some help. Please give me my keys, she said painfully. Not tonight, said Craig with a slight smile. You can't see your face. In the morning I may have to get you checked out. Lauren stared into her reflection at the window and was appalled by what she saw. Craig was not going to let her out or call anyone. Stupidly, Lauren may have managed to convince Steph not to say anything to anyone else. So if Freddie had done something desperate and died as a result, it would be partially her fault. What was more important to her, Craig or Freddie? She glanced back at the swollen horror that was her face and reflected in the window, and realised that she had almost abandoned one of her best friends for this monster. Tears formed in her eyes again as a hand wrapped round the handle of the wok that had been left drying on the draining board, and without any warning she swung it. It smashed into the side of Craig's head, taking him completely by surprise. He yelled, dropped her phone and fell over. Lauren retrieved her phone and ran into the hall. She'd seen him come in with keys and returned without them. There were not many places he could have hidden them. She glanced back and could see that Craig was bleeding from the mouth and nose and starting to stand up. She desperately tried the pockets of the coats on the coat rack and found both his keys and hers. She threw his to the ground, then changed her mind and picked them up and pocketed them. Frantically, she unlocked the front door and ran out to the cars parked in the road outside. She felt dizzy, but was determined to get out of the immediate area. She fell into the driving seat, gunned the engine and shot forwards, narrowly missing the car parked in front. Craig ran out after her, yelling as she accelerated away. Lauren was aware that she could not see properly, so after a few minutes, she slowed down and pulled into a lay-by. He could not follow her. She had his car keys. Her phone rang. It was Craig. She silenced it and was about to drive on when it rang again. It was a Facebook call, but she did not recognise the name. Could she afford to ignore it? She accepted the call. Hello? There was a brief pause. Hi, my name is Casual. You don't know me, but I've been helping Freddie with his social isolation. She was not sure what to say. Okay, was all she could manage. Can you talk? I'm very worried about him, said Casual. I know he's been pretending to be in Australia when actually he's at home. Am I the only person not to know? Lauren asked herself. I have also suffered from social isolation. He did tell me someone was helping him, said Lauren. Well, I have a boyfriend who was jealous that I was talking to Freddie. I wrote an email for Freddie but decided not to send it. My boyfriend found it, altered it, added an inappropriate photograph and sent it anyway, to try and break Freddie's trust in me. Since then, Freddie has made it impossible for me to contact him. But his Facebook profile is public, and from another account, I see has told people he was in the cable car accident at Cares. Everyone thinks he's died. I know he is not, but I'm worried about his state of mind. So am I, said Lauren. I'm going there now. She had not thought about where she was going, but unconsciously she had started heading that way. Now? Yes, said Lauren. Okay, then I will leave you to it, said Casual. Please let me know he's okay, and please tell him I did not write that email. I genuinely want to help him. Thank you, said Lauren, and ended the call. She shook her head and stared ahead. Her vision was blurry, but she realised she had to get to Oak Farm as quickly as possible. She did not want to call the police in case everything was okay, and all she did was embarrass Freddie. He was sad and lonely right now, obviously, but would the gentle boy that she spent almost 3 years of her life with do something as stupid as attempt to kill himself? She could not see it, but then she could not see him lying to her and saying he was on the other side of the world either, especially when she was sitting outside his house in tears, but he had. Lauren genuinely had no idea what he was capable of now. She put the car in gear and Craig tried to call her again. She pulled over, turned the phone off and then accelerated down the road, driving as quickly and as safely as she could. About half an hour, she reckoned. Half an hour and she would be at Oak Farm, hopefully facing a horrendously embarrassed Freddie. Lauren had to keep focusing on the road. Her head felt woozy and her vision was blurry, especially in the eye on the swollen side of her face. Luckily, there was very little traffic on the road because the headlights of cars coming in the opposite direction dazzled her, and she was glad that she did not have to drive directly through any towns. Memories, both old and recent, swam through her head. She had hit Craig. He would never forgive her for that. For a moment, the thought of that made her want to cry. Then a beat later, she felt euphoric. Then it switched back again. Why was she giving up the man she loved to try and help a broken boy that was incapable of functioning on any level that an adult would consider normal? Lauren had been driving on automatic, practically without thinking, when she realised that she'd gone the wrong way. When she drove in this direction, she was usually heading for her parents. She pulled over in the next lay-by and carefully turned the car. That would add at least another 10 minutes to the journey. Thankfully, she'd realised when she had, otherwise she might have been practically on their doorstep before she realised her mistake. It was raining again. Lauren put the windscreen wipers onto maximum and drove carefully. There were so many anxieties rushing around her head. What would Craig do when she went home? Would she find a dead body at Oak Farm when she arrived there? The journey seemed to take forever, and it was almost midnight when Lauren finally turned right into the Oak Farm entrance, having to get out of the car in the pouring rain and open the gate. There were no animals here at the moment, so she did not bother to close it again. Her heart pounding, she raced up the long driveway until the car finally came to rest in front of the house. There were no lights on in any of the buildings around her. Remembering that Freddie had been living in the office rather than the main house, Lauren headed straight for it and tried the door. It was unlocked. Using the switch on the wall, Lauren turned on the lights. The room looked untidy, but there was no way to tell if someone had been here recently. The television had a smashed screen, she noticed with concern. It had not been like that when she had run him to Heathrow less than 2 weeks ago, so he must be here, somewhere. Lauren checked the bathroom before heading out towards the house. She walked carefully past the conservatory and continued on the patio until she came to the bay doors. The key that had let her into the house before was still under the stone, so she grabbed it and unlocked the door. Running to the doorway, Lauren hit the light switch. The lights came up slowly and she scrambled to the far side of the room, checking the space behind the sofa. Seeing nothing, she raced through the hall to the kitchen, pushing the cloakroom door open as she did so. Nothing in the kitchen. Same for the utility room. At the far end was a door through to an annex, all empty. She ran back through the utility room and kitchen and into the dining room, which was also deserted. Lauren dashed through the door to the hallway and flung herself up the stairs, tripping on the third step and falling over. Swearing, and suddenly aware again of the pain in her face and ribs, she climbed the rest of the steps more sedately. On the landing, the first room she looked into was Freddie's. Nothing. Next, she looked into Rose's room, then Rebecca and Owen's. Both empty. Finally, she checked the spare rooms. Then she remembered the ensuite in the master bedroom and ran back across the hall to check it. There was also the other bathroom, the one at the top of the stairs. As she ran, she stumbled again and held onto the open door to steady herself. This was no good. She needed to calm down and think rationally. She made herself breathe and checked the other bathroom. It was empty. She took a moment to think. She had inspected the entire house, hadn't she? She had checked the office. Where else was there? There was a whole lot of outdoors to cover, but she was not up to the task. Her head stung and she was feeling sick, and she was unsure if that was from the panic or from her recent blow to the head. Lauren took a few deep breaths, then decided to head back to the office. As she walked, she wondered how she'd managed to drive. She was not certain that she ought to even try again tonight. She carefully went back down the stairs, holding tightly onto the handrail as she did so. She got to the hall and realised that she had not checked the cellar, so she opened the door under the stairs and hit the light switch on the inside. There were some wine racks on one wall and some other bits in storage, but importantly, she could see the whole floor area from the top of the stairs, and there was nobody there, which was a good thing. She was not convinced that she was compatible with more stairs right at this moment. Lauren left the house via the bay doors, locking them behind her. The blast of the cold air filled her lungs and seemed to go some way to clear her head. She picked her way carefully in the semi-darkness to her car and wondered what the hell she should do now. She noticed she'd left the light on in the office, so she walked across there and was about to turn it off. She cast her eyes over the room again, desperately searching for clues. Her eyes fell to the bed. She noticed Freddie's mobile phone. It was in a black case and tossed carelessly onto the black duvet cover, so she'd not initially seen it. So he was definitely here somewhere. She walked across the bed and picked up the phone. It was switched off, so she hit the power button and waited the agonising few seconds as it initialised and typed in the security code. Freddie was predictable, and the same code he'd used all those years ago at university quickly unlocked the phone. She glanced through the apps. 3 missed calls from Steph Green and a couple of text messages, loads of Facebook notifications asking if he was okay, people wanting him to confirm he was safe and not caught up in the cable car accident in Cairns. 2 more popped up on the screen as it was in her hand. She shook her head. There was nothing useful here. She walked over to the door and stood looking out over what seemed like a vast amount of land. Freddie could be out there. Freddie could be anywhere out there. She was not in a fit state to go searching in the fields. She was going to have to call the police. Idly, she realised that she had left some lights on in the main house. She smiled to herself and opened the home control app on the phone and found the tab to operate the lights. She quickly turned them all off, and then her eyes fell on the recent activity tab within the app. She scrolled up past the lights she'd turned on and off, and her eyes fell on the most recent command. It had been a voice command to turn off the garage lights about an hour ago. The garage. Why had she not considered the garage? She clicked on the part of the page with the record of the lights being turned off and opened a box with more information and the opportunity to listen to the voice command. Her hands trembling, she pressed play. Freddie's voice came out of the phone. Computer, garage lights off. He sounded dreadful, like he'd been crying. Lauren became aware of a coldness creeping over her skin as she started to walk across the garage. Not able to walk, she ran across the tarmac, over the grass, and to the side door, which she opened. Lauren had never felt her heart beating any faster than it was at this moment. She had a horrible feeling she knew what she was going to find. Her stomach was churning as she called out in a small voice, "Computer, garage lights." The smart device on the far side of the garage briefly glowed before the strip light flickered on. And there was Freddie, lying completely still on the floor, in a crumpled heap like he'd fallen there, a belt around his neck. Her balance gave way. She grabbed the door handle to steady herself and vomited over the floor, ending up on her hands and knees. Freddie's phone fell out of her pocket. As soon as she had regained her senses, she let out an anguished cry. "Freddie!" She rushed over to him and grabbed his hand. His skin was cold to the touch, and she noticed that the end of the belt that was not looped around his neck had some short bent nails sticking out of the end. She blinked away her tears and noticed the blue tinge to his lips. The belt was tight around his neck, but as she felt his hand, she noticed a pulse. Not as strong as it should be, but a pulse. She saw a small movement in his chest. Then suddenly, as if jerking back to life, Freddie drew in a tortured, difficult breath. It made Lauren jump. Lauren gently loosened the belt around his neck, inserting her fingers between the leather and his cold skin. Tears pouring down her face, she grabbed her phone and dialed, stroking his hair with a free hand. Which service, said a voice. Ambulance, she replied. A few seconds later, she was connected. Yes, I'm at Oak Farm near Renfield. I found a friend of mine who has attempted suicide. She could still hardly believe the words as she said them. He tried to hang himself, but the belt gave way. His lips are blue, his pulse is weak, and he's barely breathing. Is he awake? Asked the female voice on the other end of the phone. No, he's not conscious. I've loosened the rope, but his breathing is occasional and difficult. Freddie took another horrible, difficult breath. It sounded like someone living their last moments. Lauren let out another sob and squeezed his cold hand. What is your name, love? Asked the voice at the other end. Lauren, she said. Lauren McAllister. Okay, Lauren, someone is on their way to you. No more than 10 minutes. Because it's an attempted suicide, the police are on their way as well. I almost called them before I got here. I was worried about something like this, but I didn't think he'd really do it. They might have got here in time if I had. She started to cry again. You are not to blame, said the voice on the other end of the phone. The voice on the other end of the phone tried to reassure her. Now, we need you to do a couple of things before the paramedics get to you. Is that okay? Lauren nodded, then said yes. She wiped a sleeve across her face to remove the tears. Is he fully conscious? I don't know. How do I tell? Pinch some skin on the fleshy bit inside his upper arm. Use your nails, as hard as you can. Lauren did as she was told. There was no response. It had no effect. No signs of pain response? No. Right, so the patient is unresponsive. You said the pulse is weak. Is it rapid? Lauren moved her hand until she could find some evidence of a pulse on Freddie's wrist. It seems very fast, yes. Do you have a watch? I have a clock on my phone. Please count how many heartbeats in 30 seconds. Okay. Lauren used the thumb on her left hand to activate the timer and started counting. As she did so, Freddie drew in another difficult breath. It sounded horrible, but at least it meant he was still alive for the moment. The clock hit 30 seconds, and she stopped counting. 86. So a heart rate of 172 per minute. Even she knew that was high for someone that was lying still on the floor. How often is he breathing? Lauren looked at the prone form. She stared at the incomplete tattoo on his arm and at his closed eyes. He was so beautiful, she thought. How could she have not seen how unwell he'd become? 2 or 3 very difficult breaths a minute, she said. Shall I try some rescue breaths? There was a pause at the other end. Yes, was the reply. Have you done it before? I've been trained to do CPR, said Lauren. Pinch the nose, cover the mouth. She rested the phone on the floor and tilted Freddie's head back slightly. She opened his mouth, took a deep breath and rested her mouth over his. She exhaled, trying to push air in. It was tough, but she managed to squeeze some air in. She grabbed the phone again and set it to hands-free mode before putting it on the floor next to Freddie. It's really hard, much harder than it should be. There was a pause. We're worried that his trachea may have partially collapsed, said the voice at the other end. You need to continue to try and get air into his lungs. Okay. She leaned down, pinched Freddie's nose, sealed her lips around his mouth and tried again to push air into his lungs. It's harder than last time. The air probably can't get out because of the damage to the trachea. Leave it for another 10 seconds, then try again. Lauren did as she was told. This time it was marginally easier to force the air into him. She could see Freddie's chest rising slightly. That was slightly easier, she said. It's possible that his trachea will close completely, said the voice on the other end. The police are now sending their armed response vehicle because it has oxygen and a defibrillator on board. They are closer to you than the ambulance. Just keep trying to get air into his lungs every 20 seconds. I will stay on the line. Lauren shook her head, looked back down at Freddie and wiped her eyes again before leaning down and trying to breathe for him once more. In the distance, she could hear sirens and they were getting closer. Hopefully, that was the police on their way. She started the timer again, and when it reached 20 seconds, she leaned in and attempted another rescue breath, just as Freddie gave another horrible gasp. It made a jump, but she watched the clock, and 20 seconds later she forced more air into his lungs. It was getting difficult again. The siren got louder and louder, and soon she could see the blue flashing lights through the door. She dashed out and waved the vehicle over to the garage, then went in and breathed air for Freddie again. The police have just arrived, she shouted at the phone on the floor. Okay, that's good. They have the oxygen, and they know to bring it with them. A few seconds later, a pair of police officers ran into the room. The older one was carrying a portable oxygen bottle. He ran over to Freddie's prone form and put an oxygen mask over his face. Lauren McAllister, he asked. Lauren nodded. The other officer straightened Freddie's legs and used a pair of scissors to cut open the black sleeveless vest that Freddie was wearing. Lauren realised with horror that he was sticking defibrillator pads to Freddie's chest. Just a precaution, love, the officer said. They told us to get it all set up just in case. He pressed the button on the little round yellow machine, which started talking. Assessing the heart rhythm. Do not touch the patient. The older police officer shook his head. The oxygen's not getting in. They said they thought his trachea might have gone. I managed to give him some rescue breaths, said Lauren, but it was hard. The machine spoke again. Analysing. Do not touch the patient. The older officer shook his head. Then the machine spoke again. No heart rhythm detected. No shock advised. Start CPR. What? Screamed Lauren. His heart stopped, said the older officer. He grabbed his radio and motioned to his younger colleague, who leant over Freddie and placed his hands on his chest. The defibrillator helpfully started beeping, and the officer started pressing down on the centre of Freddie's chest to the same rhythm. There was an unpleasant sound of ribs cracking. Lauren gagged. 4381 to control. Have arrived Oak Farm. Subject has suffered cardiac arrest. Thanks to probable tracheal collapse, we're struggling to deliver rescue breaths. Please advise ETA of ambulance. Over. There was a pause. Control to 4381, at least 5 minutes. Over. Advise them that we will continue to attempt CPR. Over. Will do. The older officer shook his head and leaned down to try and force air into Freddie's lungs, but it was almost impossible. Shit, he said, shaking his head. Poor little sod. The other officer continued pumping Freddie's chest with his hands. There was nothing he could have done, Ray. Lauren felt a numbness creeping over her. You know him? The officer that was straddled over Freddie's body was now covered in a thin sheen of sweat. He was the first on the scene in the car crash in November. The older officer shook his head. Is he going to live? Screamed Lauren. Not if we can't get some air into him. Lauren looked down at the nightmare scene in front of her. Freddie was probably going to die. She looked down at his phone and at his prone form and the two police officers desperately trying to keep him alive, and realised that if she survived this, she was not going to abandon him again. If he survived. If. They just needed to get air into his lungs. Suddenly she remembered the plastic petrol can in the car. She dashed out, waving the remote key at the car, and opened the boot. The unused can was under some blankets. She grabbed it, pulled out the long nozzle, and rushed back to the garage. The officers were standing back. No heart rhythm detected. No shock advised. Recommence CPR. Lauren dashed over to the older officer. What about this? Could we use it to get past the damage to his throat? Ray looked unsure, then his phone rang. Yeah, we can't get any air into him. We're doing CPR. He mouthed ambulance at Lauren, then listened. A tube, like a plastic petrol can nozzle. Lauren crouched down by Freddie's head, waiting for the answer. Okay, said Ray, we'll try it. Lauren did not wait. She whipped the oxygen mask from Freddie's face and opened his mouth gently. Ray joined her and tilted Freddie's back and nodded. Lauren put the tip of the nozzle into Freddie's mouth. Grab his tongue, said Ray. Feeling strange, Lauren put the thumb and forefinger of her left hand into Freddie's mouth and pulled his tongue forward. It was dry and cold. Ray pushed the nozzle in further. Once it got to the back of the throat, there was some resistance, and he grimaced, but pushed anywhere until a further 2 inches had gone in. Lauren could see the bulge in Freddie's throat. Ray tentatively closed his lips over the other end of the nozzle and pushed some air in. Freddie's chest rose, then fell. It worked, cried Lauren. We're not there yet, said grimly. He still can't breathe on his own. Ray patted Lauren on the shoulder. Well done, love. Quick thinking. He pulled the face mask from the tube attached to the end of the oxygen bottle and inserted it directly into the nozzle. He breathed some more air in, then let it out again, 5 times. The machine spoke again. Assessing heart rhythm. Do not touch the patient. Sam stopped his CPR, relieved at the break. The machine was agonisingly silent for a few seconds. Then it spoke. Analysing. Do not touch the patient. The three of them sat there in silence, staring at Freddie, waiting for the machine to speak again. Analysing. Do not touch the patient. Lauren shook her head. Ray moved down so that he was ready to deliver more rescue breaths as soon as the machine let him. Sam interlaced his fingers and placed them on Freddie's chest again. Analysing. Do not touch the patient. Why is it taking so long? Shouted Lauren. Shock advised. Stand clear of the patient. Ray and Sam leapt up, Ray dragging Lauren away. Shock will be delivered in 3, 2, 1. Shocking now. Freddie moved very slightly. Lauren looked on in despair. Nothing had happened. Freddie was still motionless. Ray knelt back down and was about to deliver more rescue breaths when Freddie's chest moved. It rose, just slightly, then fell again. He was breathing independently. Lauren sat and grabbed Freddie's hand. She took his pulse again. It was stronger and slower, still fast, but not as frantic as it had been before. Ray leaned down and put his arm around her shoulders. There were tears in his eyes. Sam stood up and picked up Lauren's car keys, which were on the floor. He gave her a sideways glance that Lauren missed and nodded towards her. Ray gave a brief shake of the head. Lauren held out her hand to take the keys from the officer. Sorry, love, he said. They could all hear sirens now. Lauren sat on the floor, stroking Freddie's hair, trying to ignore the traces of blood around his lips, which were starting to become a more healthy colour. A few moments later, they heard the screech of brakes, and one of the paramedics dashed in and knelt beside Freddie. Will you be all right? She asked after a few seconds. The paramedic was taking Freddie's pulse. Too early to tell, he said calmly. He could have permanent brain damage. He could arrest again in the ambulance. He paused, but well done. A few minutes more and... He let the words hang in the air. Can I come with him in the ambulance? Asked Lauren. Yes, said the paramedic. No, said Ray a second later. Sam nodded. Ray looked at Lauren, and now the immediate emergency was over. He noticed all the damage to her face. Sorry, love, but we need to talk to you. He stood and gestured for Lauren to do so as well. I'm arresting you on suspicion of assault, said Sam. You do not have to say anything, but it may harm your defence if you fail to mention when questioned anything you later rely on in court. Anything you do say may be given in evidence. Lauren raised her hands to her mouth. What? I need to be with Freddie. I know, love. That's not an option right now. Sorry. Lauren watched as the paramedics laid Freddie onto a stretcher and carried him to the ambulance, which sped off into the night, blue lights blazing. The police officers led Lauren over to their car. Sam had reached for some cuffs, but Ray shook his head. Lauren climbed into the back seat, and the door was closed behind her. The officers took their places in the front, and the car turned into the driveway and headed slowly out to the main road. Silence descended over Oak Farm. On the floor in the garage where Lauren had dropped it, Freddie's phone lit up as some more Facebook notifications came through. Are you okay? Please just let us know you're okay. Were you involved in the cable car accident? Freddie, man, just let us know you're safe. Chapter 21. Goodbyes. Lauren climbed into the long, shiny black car with Jake, and one of the staff from the funeral directors closed the door gently behind them with a soft click. Inside, none of the four friends from university were wearing black. Both Lauren and Jake had remembered a conversation they'd all once had over dinner. They had agreed years ago that dressing in black to any of their funerals was not an option. When this day came, it would be a celebration of their lives, not the mourning of their passing. The car at the start of the cortege containing the oak coffin moved ahead slowly, slipping effortlessly into the traffic, which slowed to allow the vehicles to pass. There was only the one car behind the hearse for the mourners. There were no close family attending. Lauren stared at Jake, almost oblivious of the other two passengers in the car. They were both close to tears. Are you ready for this? Asked Jake. Lauren shook her head. Of course she wasn't. How could she be? How could any of them be? The journey to the chapel was brief. The sun was hidden behind some thick grey clouds, and it was starting to rain. The streets outside seemed grey and dull in the soft February light. The hearse pulled up in front of the crematorium, slowed down gracefully and stopped. The car containing Lauren and the others pulled up behind it, and they all got out. Lauren observed a handful of latecomers that were walking through large wooden double doors into the chapel. The coffin was removed from the hearse, and the four friends took a corner each. Lauren had insisted on being one of the people that carried the coffin into the chapel. She was shorter than the others, but nobody had dared suggest that she did not take part. Lauren and Jake at the front, they walked slowly into the chapel. The background murmuring stopped. Someone in the front row stood up, and everyone followed suit. The coffin was placed onto the rollers beneath the open circular curtains. The four pallbearers walked to their seats in the front row, and everyone took their cue from them as they sat. Lauren and Jake were each going to be doing readings soon. She glanced around and saw her parents sitting a few rows behind. Her father gave her an approving nod and an encouraging smile. Lauren inclined her head and turned back to what was going on in front of her. Her eyes were watering, and she used a tissue from a handbag to dry them. A lot of makeup came off. She'd needed a lot to hide what discoloration was left from when Craig had hit her. Her mind went back to that night. The officers that had arrested her understood the situation and had some empathy for what she was going through. Ray and his colleague had gone off to write up what they'd done for Freddie, and another pair of officers questioned her, but not right away. It was Friday, so she'd ended up spending the whole night in a cell. When the duty officer came in the next morning and read the notes, he took one look at her face, called a doctor, and insisted that the officer following up Craig's accusation of assault did so immediately. She was told about what had happened to Freddie in a police cell by the kindly custody sergeant, who realised that it was cruel to make her wait. When she told the interviewer exactly what Craig had done to her, he was also arrested and agreed to drop the charges against her if she dropped the charges against him. After that, she went to her parents, told them everything that had happened the night before, and finally broke down. By Sunday morning, her father had emptied his double garage, got a friend with his large van to drive him over to the house owned by Lauren and Craig, and emptied it of everything Lauren said that she had contributed financially towards. Craig tried to resist, but he found an angry father much harder to subdue than his daughter. He agreed to put the house on the market. A few days later, Lauren's dad had consulted a friend of his who was a solicitor and explained the situation. Within hours, a letter was in the post to Craig explaining why any profit made on the house once the mortgage was cleared was going to Lauren, and a contract for him to sign. He was too cowardly to resist. The letter had not cost Lauren's dad a penny. Then there were the preparations for the funeral. It was a lot simpler this time, one deceased instead of three. All of the friends from university rallied around. Apart from her parents, everyone in the chapel was friends. There were no family. They had neither not been asked or declined the invitation. Jake gave his speech. He was crying openly at the end. Lauren was crying before she even started hers, and by the time she'd finished, most of the attendees were also in tears. Both speeches about the tragically short life of their friend and how he battled with social isolation garnered a round of polite applause. As the service ended, a song echoed from the speakers in the chapel, the soft and haunting vocals of Neil Tennant singing a song backed by only a piano and some strings, a song about the funeral of a friend. It was beautiful, and it was fitting. Afterwards, everyone waited outside and talked and reminisced about the hole in the circle of friends and about how they wished things could have been different. Then they all went to the pub for the wake. Jake sat at the table opposite Lauren. They'd been talking with everyone for the last couple of hours at the reception, and this was the first time they'd managed to grab a minute to themselves. They held hands across the table, both hurting, both crying again. I can't believe he's gone. No, it doesn't seem real. They squeezed each other's hands before breaking down again. Lauren moved from the chair opposite to the soft bench in front of the windows behind the table, and they hugged tightly. I loved him. I know. He knew it. You think? I know, said Lauren. Shinsaku loved you very much. He would have been so proud of you today. I can't believe his parents wouldn't even come to his funeral, muttered Jake between sobs. You said they never accepted he was gay. No, when he was young he locked himself in his room for months. Have you heard the word hikikomori? Lauren let out a wry smile. Oh yes. Jake dried his eyes with a tissue. Of course. How is Freddie? Lauren shook her head. He won't talk to anyone, not even me. Not the doctors, not the psychiatric people. He tried to leave the hospital a few days ago, so they couldn't stop him. They were so worried that he would try and hurt himself again, they sectioned him. Jake shook his head. I'm sorry, why didn't you tell me? Lauren squeezed him again. It felt good to be able to publicly hug a male friend without looking over her shoulder. You really had too much on your plate. You've been fantastic. Couldn't have held it together without you. Tell me more about what happened. Lauren sighed. He was sectioned under the Mental Health Act I've been reading up. It was an emergency holding order whilst they prepared an assessment order. That lasts for 4 weeks. We're into the second week now. He's still refusing to take part in any conversations or assessment. If he doesn't help himself by engaging with the process, by the end of the 4 weeks, he'll be put under a treatment order. If that happens, he's pretty much there for good. Lauren had cried enough today, but this set her off again. Jake clung onto her and kissed her gently on the cheek. You should have said. There's nothing we can do for Shinsaku now, but we can at least try and help Freddie. Jake, I've tried. I've explained everything that I've just told you to him over and over again, that he won't have freedom to do anything at all, ever, unless he commits to the process with his doctors. They consider him a major suicide risk, and he's not doing anything to help himself. You still love him, don't you? Lauren nodded. I only left him after uni because I was worried that I was ambitious and he was not. I thought he would resent me putting my career first and that he wouldn't be happy. He wouldn't have cared about any of that. He wouldn't have cared about any of that. I know. Lauren grabbed a tissue from the pack that Jake had been using. I think all of this is my fault. If I'd been there... Jake's usual camp demeanour returned for a moment as he interrupted her. Babes, we all thought he was on the other side of the world enjoying himself. How could you be there for him when you didn't even know that you needed to be? Lauren shook her head as if to clear it. I'm sorry, Jake. Today shouldn't be about Freddie. It should be about Shinsaku and about you. Jake shook his head and blinked away some tears. We can't change what has happened. It's done. My beautiful Shinsaku is gone. But we can help Freddie. Suddenly it seems like the most important thing in the world. Let's go and see him. After the reception? No, now. What about everyone else? They're all worried about him. I'll explain. We can come back afterwards. I suppose it's worth a try. Am I driving? Jake nodded and smiled. If that's okay, I think I'd struggle to concentrate properly. The psychiatric unit at Renfield General Hospital was a 40-minute drive away. Once they had parked, Lauren and Jake made their way through the hospital's rudimentary security procedures. One of the nurses recognised Lauren immediately. He's in the garden, she said. Has he said anything? Her question was met by a sad shake of the head. Garden was actually a rather generous description. There were hospital walls on all sides, with windows and locked doors leading into offices and parts of the ward. Only one door was unlocked and in use, which Lauren and Jake used to enter the quad. Once upon a time there'd been some grass in the middle, but it had been decided long ago that this was too difficult to maintain, and the small area had been paved over. There were some hanging baskets dotted around the walls, which one of the nurses maintained in a spare time in an attempt to make the place less austere. This worked between spring and autumn, but right now they just seemed to underline that you were surrounded by grey concrete and no hope. There are several long wooden benches dotted around the courtyard. Freddie was sitting in one of them in a thick black coat, staring at the wall. Lauren and Jake walked over. A couple of the other benches were occupied by other residents of the ward, some of them smoking. A nurse stood by the unlocked door, observing. Hello, Freddie, said Lauren. He looked across to her, but his face betrayed no emotion at all. His eyes fell onto Jake, and for a brief moment an expression other than neutral threatened to cross his face, but Freddie composed himself before he did. Lauren walked up to him and gave him a kiss on the cheek. "You all right, mate?" asked Jake. He suddenly found it very difficult to know what to say. "I'll go and get some tea," said Lauren. Jake nodded and then realised, as she left, that he was alone with Freddie. Jake sat down next to his friend. "I take it you heard about Shinsaku?" Freddie looked up for a moment, then bowed his head back down again. Jake asked again, "You heard about Shin?" Still Freddie ignored him. Jake sat there for a few seconds. "Can you hear me, Freddie? Have you heard about Shin? Do you know what today is?" Freddie continued staring at his feet. "Freddie, do you know what today is?" Freddie continued to ignore Jake, who glanced around him, acutely aware that the nurse standing by the door was watching them intently. "I know Lauren will have told you what happened. She told me the doctors say you're capable of responding, but you're choosing not to." Freddie's eyes remained neutral, without a flicker of emotion. "Today is the day of Shin's funeral, Freddie. He fucking died, and yet I've chosen to come here and see how you are, and you won't even speak to me." Jake watched. He was not sure, but he thought there was a small movement in Freddie's bottom lip. He carried on. "The man I love has been cremated today, but I've come here to see how you are." "Does that not mean anything to you, Freddie?" He stared at his friend, trying to assess if what he was saying was getting through, but there was no obvious sign of comprehension. Jake sat there for a few seconds, staring. All he needed to do was get one reaction from him. He was sure that once the mask broke, he'd get him to talk. "I know you're in pain, Freddie," said Jake, putting his arm around his shoulders. "Aren't you going to say anything?" Jake tried to measure Freddie's reaction. As his arm had gone round his friend, he thought he'd felt a slight flinch. Freddie hated people being in his personal space. "Talk to me, mate," said Jake. Freddie's eyes stayed blank, but his eyes looked uncomfortable. Jake knew he had to go for broke. "Freddie, I should be at Shin's wake right now, but I was that worried about you, I came here instead. Shin is gone, Freddie. Dead. I buried him less than an hour ago, and now I'm sitting here in front of a horrible bastard that is refusing to talk when one of his best friends is sitting in front of him, pouring his guts out on the worst possible of days. I know you're hurting, Freddie, but you don't have a pissing monopoly on it." He was hoping that this would get a reaction. He was sure that he was close, but still Freddie somehow managed to keep a stoic expression on his face and continued to stare at his shoes. "But you do think that, don't you, Freddie? You think you're the only one hurting. You think you can patent misery and keep it to yourself." Jake paused and almost hated himself for what he was about to say. "Freddie, you are a massive, selfish, horrible cunt." Freddie's eyes shot up and met Jake's for a second. Jake had the reaction he needed. Freddie blinked, and Jake could see a tear running down his cheek. He squeezed his friend's shoulders. Freddie looked back down, so Jake gently put his hand under Freddie's chin and forced their eyes to meet. Freddie could have closed his eyes to avoid Jake's intense gaze, but he did not. Jake sat there with his arms round him. Then suddenly, there was a reciprocal arm around his shoulders. "I'm sorry," croaked Freddie, openly crying now. "Don't be sorry, mate," said Jake, his arms around his broken friend. Freddie closed his eyes, and more tears dripped down his cheeks. The two of them hugged. "I need to tell you something," said Jake. "I lost the love of my life the week before last in a hit and run. They never got the guy that did it. No clues even. There probably won't be justice for Shinsaku. But you still have the love of your life. She'll kill me for saying it, but she still loves you, mate." His friend paused. It suddenly seemed like the most important thing in the world to tell you. "Craig." Freddie's voice was painful, and even that syllable hurt him as he said it. "Mate, she's not going back there. When her dad saw what Craig had done, he went ballistic. Solicitors, the works. The house is up for sale. She took that last battering because she was worried about you. Trust me, they are never getting back together again." Freddie gazed towards the wall again. Jake shook his head. "She wants to help you, Freddie. Right now, that's the most important thing to her. Most important thing to her." He paused. "To all of us. I don't really think you're a, ladies' bits. But we've all lost so much, and if you don't talk to your doctors, we're going to lose you as well. We're all terrified of that. I'd have said anything to get a reaction out of you." Freddie stared at the concrete slabs on the floor and at some crushed cigarette butts. He whispered painfully, "She's been here every day." "I know. She arranged Shin's funeral with me, but she found time for you in every moment that she could. She feels so bad that she's let you down. I'm not saying you're going to get back together, mate, but she's your friend and she's there for you, Freddie, for as long as you need her to be." Freddie nodded. Jake hugged him and kissed the side of his head. The nurse behind watched with amazement and a small grin on her face. One of the doctors from the assessment unit had joined her and was looking relieved. "So how come you talk to me after a few minutes when you wouldn't talk to Lauren for a couple of weeks?" Freddie tilted his head to one side. He looked rather like a puppy that was being admonished. "She never called me a cunt," he eventually muttered. "I knew that'd work." Jake allowed himself a smug, self-congratulatory smile. "But you need to talk to the doctors, Freddie, not me. If you don't, you're going to be here forever." Jake paused. "Can I ask a personal question?" Freddie looked apprehensive, but Jake pushed on. "Did you really want to die?" "Yes," grunted Freddie. The answer was immediate and unequivocal, and he dropped his eyes from Jake's gaze. "What about now?" Freddie shrugged. "So it's not a definite yes?" Freddie shrugged again. Lauren walked into the garden, carrying a tray of 3 cups, and looked over to the bench. She could see Freddie and Jake talking. It was such a shock that she almost dropped the tray. The nurse took it from her and gestured for her to go over. Lauren ran over to the bench. Freddie saw her approach, and for a moment he was not sure what to do. Then he stood, walked towards her, and awkwardly put his arms around her. She did the same, and they embraced. "I'm sorry," wheezed Freddie huskily. "I'm sorry too," said Lauren. "Please don't be," muttered Freddie. "Jake says you blame yourself." "Don't. This was me. It was all me." They stood together, drawing strength from each other. The moment stretched into minutes. Eventually Jake joined them, and the 3 friends embraced. Finally they parted. "So what now?" asked Jake. "We need to get back to Shin's reception soon," said Lauren. "And what about you, Freddie? What are you going to do now?" Freddie disengaged himself from the trio and sat back down on his bench. He looked uncomfortable, shook his head, and started to stare back down at his shoes. Eventually he raised his eyes, turned, and saw the nurse and doctor watching them. "Talk," he said hoarsely, gesturing to the doctor. "I'll talk."